Chapter 1. The Tower of Chaos. Master, the 3-year period has come to an end. Your disciple must descend the mountain now. 3 years ago, I vowed to forfeit my cultivation and destroy my Danteon to guard your tomb for you. You promised that after 3 years, you would bestow upon me an extraordinary opportunity. Now that 3 years have elapsed, I have yet to witness any such fortune. Chun Feng knelt before a tomb, murmuring to himself. He recalled how his master had solemnly asserted, just before his demise, that if he were to abandon his cultivation and destroy his Danteon while guarding the tomb for 3 years, he would be granted a tremendous opportunity. A wry smile crept across his face as he reflected on that promise. Chun Feng's master was named Jianxinzi, the esteemed leader of the 9th peak of the Divine Moonsword sect. Jianxinzi had entered the path of the sword and, at a young age, became the unparalleled sword sovereign of the Divine Moonsword sect, achieving a realm far beyond that of other peak masters, reaching the pinnacle of the Chaos realm at the 9th layer. The cultivation paths for martial artists are classified into various realms: Body Refining Realm, True Martial Realm, Heavenly Martial Realm, Chaos Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, Void God Realm, and Human Emperor Realm. 3 years prior, Jianxinzi had attempted to break through to the Yin-Yang realm, but inadvertently glimpsed the secrets of the heavens, resulting in a fatal backlash from the heavenly laws. Before his demise, he instructed Chun Feng to forfeit his cultivation, destroy his Danteon, and guard his tomb for 3 years, promising that after this period, he would grant Chun Feng a tremendous opportunity to reconstruct his Danteon and embark on the path of greatness. Perhaps my master was deceived as well, Chun Feng remarked, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Brother Feng, has the extraordinary opportunity your master spoke of appeared? At that moment, a graceful figure approached. I apologize, Linger, for making you wait for 3 years. Alas, my master has likely been deceived. The promised opportunity has not materialized. I am now a complete waste, devoid of any hope of cultivating martial arts. If you are unwilling to marry me, I shall understand and wish you happiness. Chun Feng said helplessly. Out of trust for his master, he had forfeited his cultivation and destroyed his Danteon, severing any possibility of pursuing martial arts. Now, with the promised opportunity failing to manifest, it meant that he would never again be able to cultivate. Yet Shin Linger shared a deep connection with him. Since his master's passing, she had consistently accompanied him, bringing him food during his tomb guarding vigil. He had originally planned to propose to Shin Linger after seizing the opportunity his master had promised, intending to marry her with great splendor. Who could have foreseen that fate would be so cruel? Not only did he fail to obtain the promised fortune, but he had also been reduced to a waste, unable to cultivate martial arts any longer. Continuing to be with Shin Linger would only serve as a burden to her. Brother Feng, I refuse to let you speak like that. Tears welled up in Chun Linger's eyes as she stepped forward and gently kissed the corner of Chun Feng's mouth. Brother Feng, even if you become a waste and can no longer cultivate, I would still be willing to marry you and care for you for a lifetime. Linger you? Chun Feng felt deeply moved by Chun Linger's unwavering sincerity. However, he also believed her to be one who sought only power and status. His thoughts seemed utterly ludicrous now. He declared, Linger, Chun Feng, will never betray you in this life should I do so. May the heavens strike me down. Brother Feng, please do not swear such oaths. I understand your feelings and the love you have for me. Chun Linger smiled gently. She shifted her tone, reminding him, Brother Feng, I recall you mentioning that your master entrusted you with the Qi Yang Dan before he passed. It is said to be a supreme elixir with miraculous effects. You should consume it at once. Perhaps there is a chance for recovery. Indeed, I still possess a Qi Yang Dan. Linger, had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten. Chun Feng scratched his head awkwardly and retrieved a splendid box from his robes. As he opened the box, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted out, intoxicating the senses. Chun Linger frowned slightly, her eyes fixated on the Qi Yang Dan in Chun Feng's hand. The aroma was utterly enchanting. It was the precious elixir she had yearned for over the past 3 years. Oh, how unfortunate it is for this Qi Yang Dan now that I lack a Danteon. Consuming it would be a waste. Linger, since you are on the verge of a breakthrough, I shall gift this Qi Yang Dan to you. Chun Feng, oblivious to Chun Linger's expression, beamed as he handed the Qi Yongdan to her. Upon receiving the elixir, Linger's expression shifted slightly. Her gaze became fervent and wild as she promptly consumed the Qi Yongdan. Indeed, it is a divine elixir. After consuming it, an overwhelming surge of true essence flooded into my dantian. Linger exclaimed, her joy evident. Of course, Linger. This is the Qi Yongdan. My master always regarded it as a treasure. Had his life not been at stake, he would never have entrusted it to me. Feng replied with a smile. The Qi Yongdan is indeed extraordinary. Today, to possess this treasure, I do not regret having endured the humiliation of accompanying you. This waste for 3 years. 3 years. 3 years, Feng. Do you have any idea how I endured these 3 years? You, the waste, deserve to die. Why didn't you retrieve the Qi Yongdan sooner? Linger displayed a cruel smile, her expression filled with disdain as she glared at Feng. 3 years ago, upon hearing that Jian Qinzi had entrusted the Qi Yongdan to Feng before his death, she was overwhelmed with delight. The Qi Yongdan was a priceless treasure in Jian Qinzi's possession. Acquiring it would allow her to at least break through a major realm. Initially, she had considered killing Feng to forcibly seize the Qi Yongdan, reasoning that since he was already a waste, no one would care if he died. However, upon further contemplation, she realized that if Feng had hidden the Qi Yongdan well, killing him would only result in the elixir's whereabouts remaining a mystery forever. After much deliberation, she altered her plan. Instead of killing Feng, she opted to seduce him with her beauty, feigning concern for his well-being and pretending to care. She believed that it wouldn't be long before he willingly handed over the Qi Yongdan. She had thought that her charm would easily lead Feng to surrender the elixir, but to her dismay, he proved to be utterly despicable and shameless. Whenever she brought up the Qi Yongdan, Feng would deftly change the subject, prolonging the situation for 3 years, during which her disdain for him had reached its peak. Such a waste, who incessantly professed his love for her, desiring to marry her. It was utterly revolting. Continuing to feign affection for Feng would make her vomit. Linger, what are you saying? Feng stared at Linger in shock. Ha! Feng, you foolish creature. Linger has made her intentions abundantly clear. How can you still not comprehend? Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted. It's you, Li Wentian. Feng's eyes narrowed as he focused on the source of the voice. It was none other than Li Wentian, the direct disciple of the Seventh Peak's master of the Divine Moonsword sect. Indeed, it is I. Li Wentian's expression was one of utter disdain as he taunted. Feng, you must still be unaware, right? You cherish Linger like a precious gem, treating her with utmost care, afraid even to touch her, lest you tarnish her purity. Little do you know, Linger is no longer pure. She has already become my plaything, reveling in my company nightly, toyed with on numerous occasions. Just yesterday, she was kneeling beneath me, singing and playing for my amusement. What a delight it was! Linger's cheeks flushed, feigning shyness as she said, Brother Wentian, why disclose such intimate matters to this waste? What is there to fear? This waste is surely doomed today. Do you think he would dare to divulge our secrets? Li Wentian sneered. Linger, you must tell me. This is not true. Li Wentian is forcing you to say this. Feng shouted. Enough, Feng. Have I not made myself clear? I stayed by your side solely for that Qi Yongdan. Now that I have it, you hold no further value to me. Linger scoffed coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. Feng, do you realize that when I kissed you earlier, it made me feel nauseous? It was a visceral revulsion. I wished to kill you on the spot. However, for the sake of the Qi Yongdan, I endured. Now, I can finally rid myself of you. With a swift motion, Linger drew her sword and pierced it through Feng's chest, executing the act with fluid precision. It seemed that the act of killing Feng had been meticulously rehearsed in her mind countless times. This waste is truly laughable. 3 years ago, he was the foremost genius of the Divine Moonsword sect. The sect leader even wished to take him on as a direct disciple. Yet what did he do? He was utterly foolish, rejecting the leader and falling prey to Jian Qinzi's delusions, forfeiting his cultivation and destroying his dantian, foolishly guarding this tomb for 3 years. He has lived his life like a joke, and in death, he shall be left to rot, devoured by wild beasts, ultimately meeting a fate worse than death. Li Wentian laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Shinlinger and giving her a playful squeeze before striding towards the seventh peak. Master, in this lifetime, I have no regrets in being your disciple. I shall join you now. Alas, how unfortunate that Qi Yong Dan ended up in the hands of a worthless woman. As Chun Feng collapsed before the tomb, blood gushed from his chest, staining the tombstone red. The blood-soaked monument erupted with a terrifying golden light, enveloping Chun Feng's lifeless body. This foolish child is the new master chosen for me by Jianxinzi. He is indeed deeply infatuated, pitifully deceived by a woman to the point of losing his life. Very well, let me lend you a helping hand, in gratitude for Jian Qinzi freeing me from the shackles of heaven. Tower of Chaos, awaken. Chun Feng, from this day forth, you are the 99th master of the Tower of Chaos. You must utilize the Tower of Chaos to cultivate diligently, taking it upon yourself to combat the heavenly laws. Chapter 2. The Body of Celestial and Demonic Beings. Shinlinga, Li Wentian, you shall pay for your sins. You treacherous dogs, I, Chun Feng, will not let you off even in death. Fueled by rage, Chun Feng abruptly awakened, his memories frozen at the moment he was slain by Shinlinger, his eyes brimming with bloodshot fury and hatred. Where am I? Is this hell? That wretched Shinlinger has killed me. I must have descended into the underworld. Gradually regaining his composure, Chun Feng surveyed his surroundings, finding himself enveloped in darkness. In the distance, a hazy golden tower flickered into view, its surface adorned with mysterious golden patterns that seemed to intertwine. If this is indeed hell, where is the path to the Yellow Springs? What is this golden tower, and why does it reside in the depths of hell? With a heart full of questions, Chun Feng approached the golden tower. Suddenly, a gust of ominous wind surged, causing the space around him to warp, and in an instant, Chun Feng vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself inside the tower, surrounded by resplendent gold and jade. The walls were intricately carved with numerous golden secret patterns and auspicious totems, each one vividly lifelike. At the center of the tower lay 11 spiritual altars. The material of the altars was indeterminate, imperishable and incorruptible, radiating a golden glow. As Chun Feng drew near, he discovered that each altar bore an inscribed name, representing individuals who, in life, wielded unparalleled divine powers, defying mortality and shaking the heavens and earth. Emperor Chu, the supreme ruler from 300 years past, the most illustrious prodigy of this era, reigning for a full 700 years from 1,000 to 300 years ago, suppressing all in his time. It is said that he once emerged alive from the Forbidden Lands, subsequently journeying to a mysterious celestial realm. But alas, he never returned. He had long since perished. The Blade of Severing Heaven, a master of the sword who forged an unparalleled sword technique, proclaimed that on the day his sword art reached perfection, he could sever the heavens with a single strike. He existed between 2,000 and 1,100 years ago, equally dominating his era. Separated from Emperor Chu by just over a century, they likely did not know each other. Yet if they were unacquainted, why do their altars stand side by side here? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Chun Feng approached other altars, only to find that those inscribed were not from the same era either. Some were separated by hundreds of years, others by thousands, and some even by 30,000 years. In the distance, a golden stone staircase was also adorned with golden secret patterns. Could there be more altars above? Just how many prodigies are entombed within this golden tower? Chun Feng pondered, attempting to ascend the staircase to the second floor of the tower, only to discover it sealed by a divine talisman, rendering it impassable. Little master, you have awakened. A concerned voice resonated within the tower. Who are you? Chun Feng was momentarily startled. I am the Chaos Tower, you may call me Elder Tower. As the voice echoed, a surge of memories flooded into Chun Feng's mind. Through these memories, he finally grasped the events that had transpired. 3 years prior, his master, Jian Qinzi, had sought to unravel the secrets of heaven and fortuitously liberated the Chaos Tower from the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. But his master met a tragic end at the hands of the Heavenly Tao. In his dying moments, his master entrusted him with arrangements to help him become the new master of the Chaos Tower. To forfeit his cultivation and destroy his Danteon was necessary, as the Chaos Tower could only select a powerless individual devoid of a Danteon as its new master, a fundamental rule of the tower. If one possessed cultivation and a Danteon, they would be tainted by the karmic ties of the heavenly Tao. The Chaos Tower was born to oppose the heavenly Tao. Should the tower enter the body of such a person, they would meet a catastrophic demise. To guard the tomb for 3 years was a test of Chun Feng's filial piety and perseverance. It was only at the moment he was slain by Shenlinger that he had passed all trials. In accordance with the agreement with Jian Chenzi, the Chaos Tower had chosen Chun Feng as its new master. As for the altars within the tower, they too, like Chun Feng, were past masters of the Chaos Tower, who had defied the heavenly Tao, rebelling against fate, only to be ruthlessly obliterated by the heavenly Tao. Little Master, the heavenly Tao is merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The Chaos Tower came into being to restore the name of the god of chaos and reforge the heavenly Tao. I understand now. Chun Feng nodded and inquired, Elder Tower, with my Danteon destroyed and cultivation lost, how should I proceed with my training? Rest assured, Little Master, every tower master in history has undergone the same plight of having their Danteon shattered and being unable to cultivate. Before you lies a jade vial. As long as you consume its contents, you shall be able to reshape your Danteon and experience a surge in cultivation. Such miraculous properties? Chun Feng was astonished. Did Emperor Chu and the Blade of Severing Heaven also partake of this? Indeed, Little Master, the 98 Tower Masters before you did likewise. By drinking the contents of the jade vial, Little Master, you will embark on a singular path of cultivation. The path of ordinary warriors is guided by the heavenly Tao, and even if one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, they remain bound by its constraints. However, the path you shall tread, Little Master, I term the path of celestial and demonic beings, where you shall ascend to the apex, becoming both immortal and demonic, unbound by the heavenly Tao, breaking free from the cycles of the 3 realms and 6 paths of reincarnation. Chun Feng's heart trembled at the revelation as a jade vial materialized before him, crystalline and translucent, with a hue of rosy white, seemingly containing some divine blood he had never encountered. To become both immortal and demonic, to embody both. Having witnessed my master perish at the hands of the heavenly Tao, and my beloved betray me without mercy, I, Chun Feng, am now devoid of any attachment to this world. What does it matter if I become an immortal or a demon? With resolute determination, Chun Feng seized the jade vial and consumed the divine blood within. Boom! As the divine blood surged through him, it felt as if his very flesh were exploding, inflicting unbearable agony. The terrifying energy hidden within the divine blood erupted within Chun Feng, instantly shattering his internal organs and bones, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly lifeless. Osh! Chun Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The overwhelming energy crushed his bones, then reformed them, tore apart his internal organs, and regenerated them. Again and again, this cycle repeated. Each time he endured the torment of his bones being shattered and his organs destroyed, as if he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Celestial and demonic blood, shaping the meridians, forging the divine body. Little Master, you must persevere. Chun Feng bore the searing pain as his body was repeatedly ravaged and reshaped by the celestial and demonic blood, the torment overwhelming. He felt as if he were being torn apart, longing for death to claim him. His consciousness began to blur, yet he dared not succumb to sleep, fearing he might never awaken again. I can endure. I can withstand this. My master has perished. My beloved has betrayed me. The anguish of this world pales in comparison to the pain of the heart. I have nothing left to fear. Ha! Let this heart-wrenching agony come at me with greater ferocity. Chun Feng laughed maniacally. What did it matter how painful it was? Could it compare to the agony of losing family? Could it rival the betrayal of a beloved? Drawing upon his indomitable will, Chun Feng withstood the 99 cycles of bone shattering and rebirth, the 99 cycles of flesh and blood regeneration. At this moment, blood seeped from his eyes, his complexion pale and ghastly. Little Master, you are truly remarkable. Before you, the Chaos Tower had 98 masters, each of whom consumed celestial and demonic blood and underwent the baptism. The most formidable among them only managed to endure 14 cycles of bone shattering and flesh regeneration. Indeed, the process of bone shattering and flesh regeneration is exceedingly painful. Should one lose consciousness, the Chaos Tower will forcibly terminate the process to preserve the Master's life. But Little Master, you have persevered. Remarkable. The celestial and demonic blood can facilitate 99 cycles of bone shattering and flesh regeneration, and you are the only one to have successfully completed the ordeal. The more cycles of bone shattering and flesh regeneration one endures, the more profound the effects. Boom! A resonant sound echoed throughout Qin Feng's body, as if thunder clapped, his flesh and blood brimming with vitality, his skin becoming crystalline and translucent. My Dantian has been reshaped. Qin Feng rejoiced inwardly. Little Master, you have perfectly absorbed the celestial and demonic blood. It is no longer merely a matter of reshaping your Dantian. Feel free to unleash your consciousness and sense your newfound power. With a focused thought, Qin Feng released his consciousness, discovering an abundance of true essence within his Dantian, and his strength surged beyond measure, surpassing his previous limits. True Martial Realm, 8th level. 9th level. Breakthrough. Heavenly Martial Realm. 1st level. Qin Feng experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, surpassing his former self after the destruction of his Dantian, achieving a breakthrough into the Heavenly Martial Realm in one fell swoop. 3 years ago, at the age of 13, Qin Feng had broken through to the true martial realm, earning a formidable reputation within the Shunyu sword sect, even attracting the attention of the sect leader who wished to take him as a direct disciple. Now, at the age of 16, he had broken through to the heavenly martial realm. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the Shunyu sword sect once more. Achieving such a feat at 16 was a rarity, even within the great Zhou dynasty. Little Master, aside from the elevation in realm, take a moment to examine your physique. Qin Feng shed his garments, revealing his bare torso, and scrutinized the skin, only to discover its crystalline translucence, a delicate rosy hue reminiscent of exquisite jade. Most mysteriously, golden patterns were etched upon his skin, resembling some arcane markings, glowing brilliantly, akin to the secret patterns carved into the walls of the Chaos Tower. Utterly extraordinary. Elder Tower, what has happened to my body? Qin Feng's expression was one of astonishment. Congratulations, dear Master. Heartfelt felicitations to you, dear Master. Dear Master, your corporeal form has endured the transformation of bones and flesh 99 times, resulting in the rebirth of your essence. You have awakened the celestial demon body, a testament to your perfect assimilation of celestial and demonic blood. What is the celestial demon body? Qin Feng inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in bewilderment. Dear Master, the celestial demon body is an unparalleled treasure of the ages, a supreme sacred physique. Once fully realized, it can effortlessly overpower the ancient sovereigns and conquer the celestial and demonic realms without difficulty. Among the 98 previous masters of the Chaotic Tower, there were those who awakened the supreme divine body. Yet tragically, before its full realization, they were obliterated by the heavenly Tao. Dear Master, now that you have awakened the celestial demon body, it is imperative that you diligently cultivate and achieve the completion of this treasured physique at the earliest. Indeed, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. Qin Feng's heart stirred. He felt no lingering attachment to the world and resolved to focus entirely on the cultivation of martial arts henceforth. Dear Master, to assist you in your cultivation, I would like to introduce you to a friend. Introduce me to a friend? Who might it be? Qin Feng scanned his surroundings, finding the golden tower devoid of any presence apart from his own. Even the tower elder had merely been conversing without revealing a true form. Could it be? A conjecture formed in Qin Feng's mind as he fixed his gaze intently on the spiritual tablets. Indeed, dear Master, your intellect shines brightly. The souls of the past tower masters, after being vanquished by the heavenly Tao, returned to the chaotic tower, residing within these spiritual tablets. This serves two purposes. Firstly, to enjoy the protection of the chaotic tower and prevent their souls from perishing. And secondly, to guide the next master, thus establishing a legacy. Dear Master, the 98th Tower Master before you was Emperor Chu. I shall summon him forth to meet you immediately. Emperor Chu, the new master of the chaotic tower has arrived. Will you not reveal yourself? Chapter 3. A sword piercing the heavens, buzz. A divine position surged with golden light, upon which the words Chu Run Huang were inscribed. The golden light descended, coalescing in a form, transforming into a middle-aged man. The man stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of profound dominance. His sharp gaze slanted towards Chun Feng as he inquired, "Is this the new Tower Master?" "Indeed, Chu Ren Huang. This is Chun Feng, the 99th Master of the Chaos Tower. According to tradition, you are to impart your most cherished technique to him." "Understood," Chu Ren Huang nodded, his formidable presence instilling awe without the need for anger. Chun Feng fixed his gaze upon Chu Ren Huang, the unparalleled talent who once suppressed an era, now a mere 300 years apart, yet still exuding an air of invincibility even in death. Chun Feng, we, as individuals of ambition, must take it upon ourselves to reconstruct the heavenly path. Today I, Chu Ren Huang, shall impart to you a technique known as a sword piercing the heavens. Pay close attention. This sword strike is formidable. As a former sovereign of humanity, Chu Ren Huang had once eclipsed an era. And this particular sword technique was his pride, forged from his tireless devotion, capable of slaying foes in dire straits and even reversing life and death at this moment. Chu Ren Huang demonstrated a sword piercing the heavens, breaking down the technique for Chun Feng to absorb quickly and comprehend thoroughly. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and Chu Ren Huang remarked, "Chun Feng, this technique is intricate, yet its might is extraordinary. It took me half a year to truly master it. There is no need for haste. Remain here and cultivate diligently, and I shall guide you." "Thank you, Chu Ren Huang." Chun Feng expressed his gratitude. Vividly picturing the technique demonstrated in his mind, he drew his sword and began to practice earnestly, mimicking the movements with impressive accuracy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chun Feng relentlessly practiced the sword technique, his speed increasing, his movements growing more profound, nearing the essence of it, a sword piercing the heavens as demonstrated by Chu Ren Huang. Is this what talent looks like? Chu Ren Huang, observing from the sidelines, was astounded that in just 3 days, Chun Feng had mastered an impressive 70% of what he deemed his most treasured technique at this rate. Within 7 days, Chun Feng would master a sword piercing the heavens completely. The young master truly possesses astonishing talent. The key is his ability to remain focused during cultivation, an exceedingly rare quality that allows him to immerse himself wholeheartedly. Indeed, though Chun Feng is still young, at an age easily swayed by the allure of the world, his ability to resist temptations and distractions is commendable. Chu Ren Huang pondered, a hint of curiosity in his tone. How is it that Chun Feng can maintain such focus at such a young age? Does he not have parents or a girlfriend to worry about? The young master has a tragic past. His parents passed away early, and it was his master who raised him. Tragically, his master perished at the hands of the heavenly path while attempting to free us from its constraints for a girlfriend. She was with him for the sake of the Qiyang pill, but betrayed him, ultimately killing him after obtaining it. And oh wonder Chun Feng can remain unfazed. He has no family or loved ones in this world. Only himself. Chu Ren Huang shook his head with a smile, feeling a twinge of pity for the boy. No, he still has us. The voice of the tower elder rang out with conviction. Indeed, he still has us. Chu Ren Huang's heart trembled. Though Chun Feng had lost his family, from the moment he became the new master of the Chaos Tower, he was now intrinsically linked to it. They would remain closely connected, forever accompanying him. Swish, swish, swish. Chun Feng continued to practice his sword, tireless, until Chu Ren Huang finally called a halt. "Chun Feng, you have been practicing for 3 consecutive days. It is time to rest." Chu Ren Huang, a sword piercing the heavens is too profound. I have not yet grasped its essence. I cannot rest. Chun Feng gazed deeply at Chu Ren Huang and continued his practice without hesitation. 5 days later, Chun Feng was still immersed in his sword practice, drenched in sweat as he wielded the blade. This boy is simply extraordinary. It is not the talent of the gifted that is alarming, but rather the diligence of the gifted. Chu Runhuang watched in astonishment as Chen Feng mastered a sword piercing the heavens in merely 5 days. A sword piercing the heavens. Chen Feng shouted with great fervor, his sword slicing through the air with incredible speed, unleashing countless sword shadows that fell like rain. Boom! As the strike was unleashed, a terrifying sonic boom echoed throughout the Golden Tower. I did it! I finally did it! Chen Feng was exhilarated. This was the first sword technique he had mastered since the remaking of his Dantian. He could hardly wait to test its power. And it did not disappoint. Congratulations, Chen Feng. You have mastered a sword piercing the heavens. There is nothing more I can impart to you. Chu Renhuang looked at Chen Feng with admiration and added, as your realm advances, the might of a sword piercing the heavens will only grow stronger. Thank you, Chu Renhuang. Chen Feng expressed heartfelt gratitude to Chu Renhuang, who willingly imparted his most cherished sword technique, a kindness worthy of his appreciation. Elder Tower, aside from Chu Renhuang, are there other techniques from Duantian Blade and the others that I might learn? Having mastered a sword piercing the heavens, Chen Feng was eager to maximize his training time and focus on learning the techniques of others. Young master, you may certainly learn, but the souls of Duantian Blade and the others remain in slumber. They will only awaken at the appropriate time to impart their techniques that I see. Chen Feng nodded in slight disappointment. He had initially hoped to indulge in extensive training here, but it appeared that learning from others would require patience until the right moment arrived. There is no need for sorrow, young master. The path of cultivation is not solely about mastering martial techniques. It is also about refining one's heart and spirit. There was once a tower master who mastered all martial techniques but faltered in his path due to an unstable heart, ultimately falling victim to the heavenly path's retribution. Such a loss is truly lamentable. Young master, heed the lessons of the past that in addition to cultivating martial techniques within the Chaos Tower, you must also refine your heart in the mortal realm. Remember, only those who have perfected their martial skills and possess an indomitable heart can aspire to the pinnacle and tread upon the heavenly path. Both are indispensable. Thank you, Elder Tower, for your guidance. I understand. Chen Feng realized that an excessive fixation on martial cultivation could lead to neglecting the refinement of his heart, which could ultimately result in instability and failure. Young master, when Duantian Blade awakens, I will notify you immediately. You may now leave the Chaos Tower to cultivate your heart in the mortal realm. Very well. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 5 days within the Chaos Tower, and it was time to return to the outside world. With a thought, Chen Feng exited the Chaos Tower, reappearing before his master's tomb. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Feng knelt 3 times, proclaiming, Master, I finally understand your good intentions. I have now become the 99th master of the Chaos Tower, and I shall strive to cultivate diligently, reinvigorating the 9th peak, taking it upon myself to combat the heavenly path, avenging you and restoring the heavenly path. After making his vow, Chen Feng turned to leave. Upon his return to the 9th peak, he gazed toward a courtyard that had once been his master's residence and walked in that direction. Bang! A sound of shattering echoed as someone rummaged through the courtyard, wrecking items. Junior sister, master has been dead for 3 years, and now even senior brother has perished. The rest of the brothers have all allied with other peaks. Why do you remain at the 9th peak? Junior sister, you may stay at the 9th peak, but you must share the treasures master collected in his lifetime. Let us part amicably. We do not impose any demands. A group of over a dozen people surrounded a frail woman in the courtyard. Zhang Chong, I will not allow you to speak such nonsense. Senior brother is clearly alive and well, the woman retorted with unwavering conviction, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Ha, Su Yaching, my poor little junior sister, it is a pity you have silently devoted your heart to senior brother, while he does not even glance your way. Senior brother is wholly devoted to Xinlinger. Just 5 days ago, Xinlinger conspired with Li Wentian to kill senior brother. You may not be aware of this, but a sense of foreboding swept over Su Yaching. She had been tidying the courtyard, intending to welcome senior brother back after he discovered the opportunity master spoke of. However, upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, she realized why senior brother had not returned. No, it cannot be. If I count the days, senior brother should have obtained the opportunity master mentioned and certainly restored his cultivation. How could Xinlinger and Li Wentian possibly kill him? Su Yaqing gritted her teeth. Until she saw Chen Feng's corpse, she refused to believe he had perished in such a trivial manner. You foolish woman. What opportunity are you speaking of? Master deceived us all, especially Senior Brother. Senior Brother was once extraordinary, gifted beyond compare, and even the sect leader wished to take him as a disciple. It is a pity he was blind and did not recognize the opportunity, foolishly believing in that fool. Jian Chenzi and ultimately self-destructed his cultivation and Dantian, becoming a useless person. He was killed by Shenlinger, and it was purely his own doing. He deserved to meet such an end. As for you, little junior sister, since you were so infatuated with the senior brother and so stubbornly refused to share the treasures collected by our master in his lifetime with us, we can only look at you with greedy eyes. Like Zhang Chong, Li Zhong, and the others, leering at Su Yaqing's delicate legs. What do you want? Su Yaqing exclaimed in panic, retreating hastily. Little junior sister, you must still be a maiden, right? Since the senior brother has no chance to enjoy you. Let our second brother and third brother have their turn. Zhang Chong licked his lips, revealing a lascivious grin, his wicked hands reaching for Su Yaqing's chest. No. Su Yaqing's face turned pale with fear as she let out a shriek. Ha, little junior sister, scream all you want. No one will come to save you even if you cry your throat raw. Zhang Chong laughed heartily, for ever since Jian Chenzi's death, there had been no guests at the ninth peak, leaving only them. Thus, no matter how much Su Yaqing screamed, no one would come to her aid. After they had had their fun with Su Yaqing, they would kill her and leave her body to rot in the wilderness. Who would know? Zhang Chong grew increasingly reckless, convinced that no one would come to save Su Yaqing, that he reached out, ready to ravage her mercilessly. But in the next moment, a cold glint flashed before his eyes, and Zhang Chong's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, his arms were severed. Zhang Chong cried out in agony, blood splattering everywhere. Chapter 4. Betraying the sect. No mercy for the wicked. Who is it? Zhang Chong bellowed, his arms bloodied and his face twisted in pain. Second junior brother, what is the matter? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Chen Feng appeared expressionlessly behind Zhang Chong. Chen Feng, are you human or ghost? Zhang Chong spun around, horrified, his gaze fixated on Chen Feng. Second junior brother, while I was away, you plotted to seize the treasures left by our master and commit heinous acts, even attempting to violate the little junior sister. I cannot spare you. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly regarded Zhang Chong. Weren't you killed by Shenling? Why are you still alive? Zhang Chong was filled with terror. Second brother, what are you afraid of? This waste is alone. Can he really turn the tide? Li Zhong scoffed disdainfully and continued, this waste is merely trying to scare us. His cultivation is gone, his Dantian destroyed. It is an undeniable fact. Even if he obtained the opportunity our master spoke of, he is still just a mortal. Can he really kill us all? Zhang Chong felt somewhat reassured and said, Third junior brother, you speak wisely. Fellow brothers, our scheme to seize the master's treasures and our intent to violate the little junior sister has been discovered by Chen Feng. This matter must not reach the outside world. Otherwise, we will be branded as traitors. At that time, there will be no place for us in the Divine Moonsword sect. Second brother, what do you suggest we do? We will follow your lead. The group of over 10 felt disoriented. Betraying the sect and attempting to violate their junior sister was an unforgivable crime that if this were to be revealed by Chen Feng, they would undoubtedly face death. Kill! We must kill! Zhang Chong's gaze turned vicious. Having his arms severed by Chen Feng had filled him with hatred, and now that he had the chance, he would certainly kill Chen Feng. Fellow brothers, not only must Chen Feng die, but the little junior sister must also be killed. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, speaking harshly. Once we have slain Chen Feng and the little junior sister, we will claim that Chen Feng had ulterior motives and sought to violate the little junior sister, and we, the brothers, killed him together, with the little junior sister unfortunately perishing at his hands. So be it. We shall place the blame on Chen Feng. It is a pity for the little junior sister, with her beauty like a closed moon and shy flower. We have yet to enjoy her. Li Zhong licked his lips greedily, a hint of regret in his eyes. Senior brother, what shall we do? Su Yaqing stood trembling in fear behind Chen Feng. Are you afraid, little junior sister? Chen Feng's expression remained calm, entirely dismissing the threats posed by Zhang Chong, Li Zhong, and the others. Senior brother, I am not afraid. It is my fortune to die alongside you, Su Yaching smiled, for among her brothers, only Chen Feng was loyal and righteous. And she had long harbored feelings for him. Today, facing adversity together, even if they were to meet their end, she would have no regrets that we will not die. Chen Feng said softly, the ones who shall perish are them. For the crime of betrayal alone, they deserve death. Chen Feng, you speak arrogantly. Everyone, attack together. Kill him, and do not give him a chance to breathe. Zhang Chong bellowed, and Li Zhong and the others immediately drew their swords. Charging at Chen Feng. Kill. Faced with the onslaught of over 10 men, Chen Feng remained unfazed at in the next moment. He drew his sword and plunged into the fray. Swish, swish. Chen Feng unleashed his true essence. Embodying the might of the heavenly martial realm, his imposing presence overwhelming and sweeping away Li Zhong and the others. With every swing of his sword, blood and flesh flew. Li Zhong fell to the ground. His legs severed before he could even scream. The other junior brothers were no match for him. Falling to his blade, blood splattered everywhere. Li Zhong's pupils constricted, exclaiming in shock, You have broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Most of the junior brothers were at the true martial realm, with only a few at the body refinement realm. Chen Feng, being at the heavenly martial realm, found it easy to dispatch them. As simple as crushing ants that in just a short while, all 10 were slain, leaving only Li Zhong and Zhang Chong. Li Zhong lay on the ground, one leg severed, while Zhang Chong had his arms cut off by Chen Feng. Li Zhong, you joined the 9th peak because I brought you here myself. Chen Feng, covered in blood that belonged to his traitorous brothers, looked calmly at Li Zhong and continued, I can begrudgingly understand the betrayal of the others. But your betrayal is incomprehensible. Our master treated you well, and so did I. The little junior sister treated you exceptionally, did Li Zhong. Why did you betray the sect? Why did you even attempt to violate the little junior sister? Li Zhong, fearing for his life, immediately knelt and bowed, his forehead bleeding from the force of his strikes. That I was wrong. Senior brother, I was blinded by greed, deceived by that beast Zhang Chong, committing such a grave error. Senior brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, please spare my life. I, Li Zhong, bow to you. Li Zhong, it was clearly you who proposed to seize the treasures left by our master. You beast, and yet you placed the blame on me. Zhang Chong's eyes turned red, glaring at Li Zhong in fury. Chen Feng observed all of this with a calm demeanor, finding it profoundly absurd. Once kind-hearted brothers had turned against one another, resorting to mutual slaughter. How ludicrous. Senior brother, do not heed Zhang Chong's lies. I was deceived by him. Li Zhong knelt, appearing honest and simple, pushing all the blame on his Zhang Chong. That Li Zhong, do you still remember the first rule of the 9th peak? Senior brother, I remember. Of course, I remember. The first rule of the 9th peak is, betrayal of the sect warrants no mercy. With a sharp glint of the sword, as Li Zhong uttered the last word. A chilling sword light struck, severing Li Zhong's neck, his head rolling away amidst a spray of blood. You are truly ruthless, Chen Feng. Haha, I should have killed you sooner. Zhang Chong roared in anger. Thud! Chen Feng's sword pierced Zhang Chong's heart, and he collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth. You have betrayed the sect, sought to seize our master's treasures, and aimed to violate the little junior sister. Each of these charges is deserving of death. Looking at the pile of corpses, Chen Feng's expression was one of utter indifference. It was not cruelty, but rather a necessary justice for these traitors. Are they all dead? Su Yaching felt a tumult of emotions. The courtyard littered with more than 10 corpses, the stone floor stained crimson with blood, the air thick with the stench of death. But she quickly regained her composure. Senior brother, you did the right thing. They have committed too many evil deeds, and justice cannot be denied. They deserve to die. Little junior sister, let us clean up the bodies. This is our master's residence, and we must not allow their blood to tarnish the sect. Chen Feng's expression had returned to calm, and he cast a gentle glance at Su Yaching. Senior brother, what shall we do with the bodies of these traitors? Should we bury them? Su Yaching asked curiously. We shall burn them. They are unworthy to be buried on the land of the 9th peak. Chen Feng felt an innate revulsion toward Zhang Chong and his ilk. These traitors were guilty beyond redemption. And to bury them at the 9th peak would only soil its sanctity. That I will take care of it immediately. Su Yaching responded, watching Chen Feng's figure. She sensed the change within him, that indifferent demeanor, as if he had seen through everything. No matter how Chen Feng changed, he would always be my senior brother, Su Yaqing murmured, hastening out of the courtyard to fetch tools, helping Chen Feng clean up the bodies and incinerate them in the back mountain. Chapter 5. Conspiracy and Deception. Seizing the Ninth Peak. After clearing the corpses from the courtyard and wiping away the blood, Chen Feng stepped into the house. Master, the junior brothers have dared to betray the sect. I will clean up the mess in your stead. Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly as he ignited 3 incense sticks and placed them in the incense burner before Jian Qinzi's memorial tablet. Following Jian Qinzi's demise, the Ninth Peak had become a mere shadow of its former self, the elder disciple. He was meant to revitalize the Ninth Peak, yet he had crippled his own cultivation and destroyed his Dantian to guard Jian Qinzi's grave, directly leading to the disintegration of morale within the Ninth Peak. With Jian Qinzi gone and Chen Feng absent, the peak lacked a central pillar of support. Zhang Chong, Li Zhong, and others sought to seize Jian Qinzi's treasures and monopolize Su Yaqing. Fueled by this very circumstance, elder brother, your bed has been prepared. Now, there are only the 2 of us left at the Ninth Peak. What shall we do moving forward? Su Yaqing entered, holding a translucent jade ring. Elder brother, this is a storage ring that Master used during his lifetime. It contains several secret sword techniques and some precious medicinal herbs. Junior sister, you should keep this ring, Chen Feng replied solemnly. Since I have returned, I must restore the Ninth Peak to its former glory. It is good to hear you say that, elder brother. Master valued you above all in his lifetime. That Su Yaqing paused before continuing. Elder brother, you have already obtained the opportunity spoken of by Master before his passing. With your leadership, the Ninth Peak is sure to rise again. That moment, someone barged into the courtyard, cursing loudly. Su Yaqing, why haven't you left yet? Are you trying to force me to kill you? The 4 remaining disciples had all defected to the 7th Peak, yet she dared to linger at the Ninth Peak. Who is it? Chen Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Elder brother, it's a thug from the 5th Peak's law enforcement hall that he thinks he is backing and wants to swallow up the Ninth Peak. Su Yaqing replied, her face cold. Who is backing them? Chen Feng cast a puzzled glance at Su Yaqing. Who else but that scoundrel Li Yu? He is the cousin of Li Wentian. Su Yaqing gritted her teeth. Harboring deep hatred for Li Yu, especially upon learning of the collusion between Li Wentian and Xin Linger regarding Chen Feng's actions, she was filled with pent-up anger. Elder brother, they only dared to be so audacious when you were absent. Now that you have returned, they shall no longer have the gall to act recklessly. Su Yaqing smiled brightly. Chen Feng nodded slightly, his gaze icy and sharp as a blade, directed towards the door. He observed 5 individuals, cursing and striding arrogantly towards the house. The leader was none other than Li Yu, clad in ornate garments, a golden sword hanging at his waist, and exquisite boots adorned with white jade. Su Yaqing, I'm calling you. Are you pretending to be dead? Li Yu stormed into the room, fury etched on his face, and his eyes landed on Chen Feng. You are Chen Feng? Indeed, that is I. Chen Feng replied, his expression unyielding. And no wonder Su Yaqing dared to ignore me. It turns out you are her backing. Li Yu sneered darkly. I thought you were dead. Brother Yu, there have been rumors outside that this waste was killed by his beloved Shinlinger. One of his companions chimed in. Yes, Brother Yu, it seems strange. How could this waste still be alive? Shinlinger merely stabbed him once. It doesn't mean she truly killed him. That Liu's cold gaze swept over his companions before settling once more on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you are fortunate. Shinlinger failed to kill you, so I shall take it upon myself to do so. Liu licked his lips, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, revealing a sinister smile. You are Li Yu. Chen Feng remained unfazed, calmly meeting Li Yu's gaze. That's right. I am Li Yu, and I will send you straight to the underworld. Li Yu laughed boisterously, dismissing Chen Feng entirely. 3 years prior, before Chen Feng had self-destructed his Dantian and crippled his cultivation, he had been renowned as a genius within the divine Moon Sword sect. Now, however, he was known as a waste, posing no threat. Once I kill you, I shall have my fun with that Su Yaqing wench. Li Yu eyed Su Yaqing greedily, his gaze filled with lust. Yet before he could utter another word, he suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of shock. With a splatter of blood, a line appeared around Li Yu's neck, revealing a sword mark that encircled it completely, severing his head cleanly. With a dull thud, his head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth. You are Li Yu. Thus, I have not killed the wrong person. Chen Feng observed the scene with a cold detachment. The four followers behind Li Yu stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Li Yu has been killed. A scream echoed through the room, snapping them out of their daze as they turned to see the severed head on the floor. Who else could it be? Li Yu was a formidable presence, a cultivator at the 8th level of true martial realm. How could he have died? Su Yuan, terrified, turned pale and looked at Chen Feng with fear. Did you do this? Does it matter? Chen Feng replied, his expression indifferent, unwilling to engage with someone so close to death. Run, the other three, witnessing Chen Feng's murderous intent, quickly fled towards the door. Since you have come, you shall die here. Chen Feng rushed forward, his sword moving like lightning, executing a flurry of strikes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 heads were severed in unison, blood spraying everywhere, leaving 3 headless corpses behind. The decapitated bodies continued to stumble forward, unresponsive to Su Yuan. Witnessing the slaughter, was drenched in blood, panic overwhelming him as he fell to his knees, crying uncontrollably to Su Yaching. I am your cousin. Please intercede on my behalf. Terrified and humiliated, Su Yuan, having soiled himself, looked at Su Yaching with desperation. Pleading, cousin, I don't want to die. You remember I am your cousin now. You aided the tyrants. You deserve to die. Su Yaching retorted coldly. Elder brother, is he truly your cousin? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Distantly, we are not that close. Su Yaching replied dismissively, recalling how Su Yuan had once flaunted his power alongside Li Yu. Did I see? Chen Feng responded nonchalantly. Answer my questions truthfully. If you dare lie, you shall perish. Lord Feng, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Su Yuan pleaded, bowing deeply, willing to sacrifice his dignity for survival. Who instigated your attempt to seize the 9th peak? Lord Feng, it was Li Wentian. He stated that the disciples of the 9th peak have defected to the 7th peak, leaving only you and Su Yaching. That he also claimed that you were killed by Shinlinger at Jianshenzi's grave. According to the rules of the Divine Moonsword sect, if a peak's master dies and a new master is not appointed within 3 years, the land rights will be reclaimed and all disciples will be merged into other peaks. Those who resist shall be expelled from the sect. Su Yuan trembled, staring at Chen Feng. Did I ask this rule truly in place? Chen Feng's brows knitted together as he glanced at Su Yaching, who nodded solemnly. That a grave expression crossed Chen Feng's face, realizing the weight of the situation. Elder brother, this rule was passed only after Master S' death, clearly targeting the 9th peak. Moreover, Master entrusted you with the position of Peak Master before his passing. How can they claim that the 9th peak has not appointed a new master? Su Yaching's brows furrowed as she continued. I informed Li Yu and the others about this, but they refused to recognize your status as Peak Master, still intent on seizing the 9th peak. They deserve to die. Cousin, the position of Peak Master must be recognized by the Sect Master and the other 8 Peak Masters. You are aware of this, are you not? Su Yuan questioned. In urgent times, one must act with expediency. Su Yaching retorted defiantly. Now that Elder Brother has returned, we must strive for the recognition of the Sect Master and the other 8 Peak Masters. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, striving for the recognition of the Sect Master and the other 8 Peak Masters. It is easier said than done. If becoming Peak Master were so simple, the Divine Moonsword sect would have descended into chaos long ago. Yet, with the situation pressing, I must fight for the position of Peak Master of the 9th peak, lest I watch it be taken from me. No matter the difficulty, I must claim this title. Junior sister, let him go. Absolutely not. Elder brother, this person cannot be spared, that if you kill Li Yu and the others, once word gets out. Su Yaching's expression turned anxious. Worry etched on her features for Chen Feng's safety. Liu is Li Wentian's cousin and a disciple of the 5th Peak's Law Enforcement Hall. If news of this reaches the outside, it will bring endless trouble. It is fine. Let him go. Chen Feng replied calmly, deliberately allowing Su Yuan to spread news of today's events. Chapter 6. The Ice and Fire Spring. Su Yaching was unable to decipher Chen Feng's intentions and could only comply with his orders, allowing Su Yuan to leave. Elder brother, you should not show such mercy. Those despicable individuals plotted to seize the 9th peak after Master S' death, even going so far as to enact new rules. All those regulations are aimed squarely at us. Su Yaqing was incensed by Chun Feng's decision to let Su Yuan go. Her concern for Chun Feng was palpable, as she believed Su Yuan, an ally to evil, deserved death. Allowing Su Yuan to escape would bring endless calamities. Should word of today's event spread, Chun Feng would undoubtedly find himself in peril, that I am well aware of this. Junior sister, there is no need for you to worry, Chun Feng said with a faint smile, gently ruffling Su Yaqing's hair as a gesture of comfort. Senior brother, you've changed as Su Yaqing's beautiful eyes, clear as water, gazed thoughtfully at Chun Feng. The Chun Feng of you was characterized by his unwavering sense of justice, always righteous and indignant in the face of injustice. The present Chun Feng, however, exuded maturity and composure, tackling troublesome matters with an air of certainty, as if all were within his grasp. Enough of your wild imaginings, junior sister, and no matter how I change, I will forever remain your senior brother, Chun Feng reassured her with a smile. Indeed, you shall always be my senior brother, and I will always be your junior sister, Su Yaqing replied sweetly, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, revealing two adorable dimples on her cheeks. Chun Feng proceeded to relocate the bodies of Li Yu and others to the back mountain for incineration. Within the span of a single day, he had burned 2 corpses, fully aware that turbulent days lay ahead. The 9th peak cannot be without a leader for even a day. My immediate priority is to enhance my strength and seize the position of Peak Master, thus gaining the recognition of the other 8 Peak Masters and the Sect Master as soon as possible. That a glimmer of determination shone in Chun Feng's eyes as he resolved this inwardly. Junior sister, I must make a trip to the 3rd peak, Chun Feng stated solemnly. The 3rd peak, that is the labor office responsible for assigning tasks for the Shun Yu Sword Sect. Completing these tasks can earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for various elixirs, treasures, and techniques, Su Yaqing observed thoughtfully. How long will you be gone, senior brother? She inquired with curiosity. At most, half a month, Chun Feng replied, his concern for Su Yaqing's safety prompting him to caution. Junior sister, after I leave, you should depart from the 9th peak. Those individuals are eyeing it covetously and will undoubtedly return. Stay away for a while and avoid any conflict with them, that we can discuss everything upon my return. I understand, senior brother. I previously built a thatched hut on the back mountain and planted some vegetables, stocking up on food that I can stay there for now, Su Yaqing beamed, having already devised her plans. Very well. Chun Feng nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Chun Feng pointed his finger, directing his sword skyward, that a whoosh echoed as the sword ascended, shimmering brilliantly, transforming into a flying sword that soared into the heavens. Go! Chun Feng leapt onto the flying sword, taking off effortlessly. The flying sword pierced the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Chun Feng, standing atop the flying sword, swiftly departed the 9th peak, heading toward the 3rd peak. Riding a sword through the skies, a feat of the Tianwu realm. Su Yaqing watched in astonishment as Chun Feng soared away, unable to reconcile the image of him just having slain several individuals with the mastery of the Tianwu realm. 3 years prior, senior brother had self-destructed his cultivation and destroyed his Dantian to guard Master S' grave. Su Yaqing furrowed her brow in shock, realizing, I initially thought senior brother had succumbed to despair during these 3 years. But it turns out he has been diligently training, that he has not only reconstructed his Dantian, but has also surpassed his previous level of cultivation. Senior brother has broken through to the Tianwu realm with aspirations that reach the clouds. I must not hold him back. Su Yaqing's eyes brightened with anticipation for Chun Feng, and she promptly gathered her belongings, taking Master's tablet as she headed toward the back mountain of the 9th peak. After receiving a task from the labor office at the 3rd peak, Chun Feng set off for Shun Yu Sword Mountain, embarking on a half-month training journey. In the heavens, a divine moon descends to become a mountain, nurturing all things with its spiritual essence, creating miraculous bloodlines and cultivating sacred herbs. This is Shun Yu Sword Mountain. The vast expanse of Shun Yu Sword Mountain stretched endlessly, a magnificent sight of undulating peaks teeming with myriad life forms and profound mysteries. 3 days later, a slender figure appeared deep within the mountain range of Shun Yu Sword Mountain, and it was the purple blood silver wolf, its strength rivaling that of the true martial realm. Listed on this task's assignment, this slender figure was none other than Chun Feng, his expression grave as he faced off against a 3-meter-long bloodthirsty silver wolf. Roar! The purple blood silver wolf howled skyward, Its massive blood-red fangs bared menacingly. Its fierce gaze was locked onto Chun Feng as it stomped its legs against the ground, unleashing a surge of potent energy as it lunged to attack Chun Feng. Seeking death, I shall use your blood to refine my sword technique. Chun Feng's gaze darkened as he charged toward the purple blood silver wolf, swinging his 3-foot-long sword with fierce intent. The sharp sword aura erupted, and the blade struck the silver wolf with tremendous force. Sizzle! The sword, as sharp as lightning, sliced through the silver wolf's abdomen, causing blood to spill profusely, along with its internal organs. Chun Feng was splattered with blood. This marks the 17th beast core. That a faint smile crept onto Chun Feng's face as he plunged his sword into the silver wolf's chest, extracting a purple heart, its beast core. Only 3 more to go to fulfill the task's objective. In the 3 days since arriving at Shun Yu Sword Mountain, Chun Feng had hunted multiple purple blood silver wolves and golden edge sword tigers. These beasts possessed formidable strength, comparable to true martial realm warriors. And their cores were of significant value, each capable of being exchanged for 100 contribution points at the labor office in the Shinyu Sword Sect. Any cultivation resources could be redeemed using contribution points. And the most common way to obtain these points was by accepting tasks from the labor office at the 3rd peak that I must gather contribution points to exchange for elixirs, secret techniques, and treasure weapons. Chun Feng's resolve was unwavering. To rebuild the 9th peak, the first step is to successfully seize the position of peak master. The second step is to recruit new disciples. These endeavors require the support of elixirs, secret techniques, and treasure weapons. Chun Feng was acutely aware of his forthcoming plans. He needed to hunt as many beasts as possible to gather beast cores for contribution points, which would then be exchanged for elixirs and secret techniques. The day is getting late. I should return to the ice fire spring to rest. Observing the sunset painting the sky, Chun Feng collected all the beast cores and swiftly made his way to a nearby spring. This spring was unique, featuring 2 distinct colors. One half was fiery red and boiling like magma, while the other half was silvery frost, cold as ice. Chun Feng referred to it as the Ice Fire Spring. He discovered it while pursuing a golden-edged sword tiger. The spring's spiritual energy was rich, and after a taxing day, soaking in it would allow him to recover swiftly. However, Chun Feng could only immerse himself in the silver frost water. As he possessed the celestial demon body, an innate pure yang body, inherently hot, the icy waters provided immense comfort, enabling him to absorb and refine a large quantity of spiritual energy into his true essence, enhancing his strength. Had he soaked in the crimson waters, his body would have ignited into ashes. Chun Feng removed his blood-stained robes and leaped into the silver frost water, seeking relief from his fatigue. Without the nourishment of the Ice Fire Spring, it would have been impossible for Chun Feng to continuously hunt beasts over the past few days. The consumption of true essence during these hunts had left him battered and bruised, all of which required time to recuperate. The rich spiritual energy of the Ice Fire Spring enabled Chun Feng to restore himself swiftly. Breathing deeply, Chun Feng lay in the silver frost water, exhaling a stream of scorching ice mist, a wondrous sight that he felt his flesh expanding, every cell in his body absorbing spiritual energy, an overwhelming force flooding into him, filling his dantian with true essence. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Chun Feng's gaze flickered with intensity as the power within him surged, spiritual energy crashing against his bones, and his blood cleansing his meridians. Boom! His bones resonated. And as Chun Feng expelled heated ice mist, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, shimmering with golden light as he broke through to the 2nd level of the Tianwu realm. Chapter 7. Despicable and Shameless. After breaking through to the 2nd level of the Tianwu realm, Chun Feng spent the night resting in the silver frost water. As dawn approached, the eastern sky glimmered with the pale light of dawn, and the Ice Fire Spring emanated layers of white mist. These white mists were treasures, the essence of spiritual juice and divine water, the quintessence of the Ice Fire Spring. Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he promptly rose and sat cross-legged in the Ice Fire Spring, activating the secret technique of the Mixed Element Heavenly Art, voraciously absorbing the white mist. The Mixed Element Heavenly Art was the foundational technique Chun Feng practiced. This technique had been acquired by Jian Shenzi from a forbidden land 10 years ago. However, at that time, Jian Shenzi had already been cultivating another foundational technique and could not practice the Mixed Element Heavenly Art, thus passing it on to Chun Feng. The uniqueness of the mixed-element heavenly art lay in its ability to devour and refine the true essence of other martial artist bloodlines, transforming it into one's own true essence for personal use. In addition to absorbing the true essence of other martial artists, the mixed-element heavenly art also enhanced one's absorption capacity, allowing for rapid assimilation of spiritual energy. A crimson glow enveloped Chun Feng's body, rich and vibrant, his flesh gradually becoming translucent, revealing his bones and meridians, his body resembling a wondrous jade of exquisite quality. Above the ice-fire spring, white mist swirled and spread. As Chun Feng practiced the mixed-element heavenly art, the mist condensed into a layer resembling a cicada's wing, enveloping his flesh and blood. Pop! Chun Feng's skin was imbued with a delicate rosy hue. Rapidly absorbing the ethereal white mist, the essence of the ice-fire spring, which purified and cleansed his body of impurities, refining his sinews and bones, as Chun Feng immersed himself in the transformative white mist. A slender figure approached from the distance. It was a woman, clad in a flowing azure gown, her face partially veiled by a gossamer shroud. She moved gracefully, her footsteps barely touching the ground, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks with each step she took. Drip, drop. Blood fell to the ground, staining the hem of her azure gown a vivid red. Noticing the emergence of white mist in the distance, her gaze sharpened, and she beheld a spring, half ablaze with fiery red, half cloaked in silvery frost. It was the ice-fire spring, a veritable sanctuary for healing. Elation surged within her heart, yet she cast a furtive glance at her abdomen, where a ghastly gash marred her skin. Blood oozing forth incessantly. She hastened into the ice-fire spring, murmuring softly, "I practice the ice god technique, a form of ice attribute secret art. I must not step into the silver frost spring water, lest my flesh and blood freeze solid in an instant." Without hesitation, she shed her azure gown and removed her gossamer veil, exposing her bare form, and gingerly dipped her delicate feet into the fiery spring water before reclining slowly. Ice god technique. As she submerged in the blazing spring, she swiftly channeled her secret art to heal her wounds. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into her body, and the ghastly gash on her abdomen began to heal at a visible pace. Her pallid complexion gradually returning to a healthy flush. To her astonishment, the Sword Mountain of Shinhua harbored such a miraculous healing sanctuary. It was simply splendid. The woman, her eyes gently closed, possessed a gaze as clear as azure waters. Imbued with tranquility, gradually, her injuries fully mended. She exhaled wisps of white mist. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ice-fire spring, dissipating the layers of white mist that enveloped it. A blissful smile graced her features as she luxuriated in the nurturing embrace of the fiery spring water. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes snapped open, fixating on the man before her, a lecherous man, despicable and shameless. "You dare to spy on my bathing? I shall gouge out your vile eyes." A sharp, piercing cry erupted, followed by a torrent of invectives. Chun Feng opened his eyes, his brow furrowed slightly, coldly regarding the woman before him. She stood before him, completely unclad, while he remained composed, his expression devoid of any disturbance. Faced with her nakedness, her voluptuous curves revealed against her fair skin, he remained utterly indifferent. "Put on some clothes before you speak to me." Chun Feng's tone carried a hint of detachment. You. How shameless. What was that look you just gave me? Utterly abhorrent." The woman swiftly donned her azure gown, her demeanor haughty as she glared at Chun Feng. "You spied on my bath. Do you not deserve to gouge your own eyes out?" Her icy demeanor was palpable, her voice frigid. "My lady." Chun Feng raised an eyebrow. "No, that is not it." The woman shook her head vehemently. "Not my lady. You, young man, dare to observe me while bathing. You should gouge your own eyes out to escape death." She huffed, her tone leaving no room for dispute. "I discovered this place first. I arrived before you. If anyone is guilty of spying, it is you upon me." Chun Feng's voice was steady and unwavering. "I care not." The woman stomped her foot in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You have seen my body. You have sullied my purity. If you do not gouge your own eyes out, I shall kill you." Such baseless accusations. Chun Feng retorted coolly, "It is you who stands before me, unclothed, tainting my sight, and yet you have the audacity to turn the tables on me." It is utterly laughable that I polluted your sight. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident in her beautiful gaze. Fixated on Chen Feng, she stood bare, her skin a pristine white, and he claimed she had sullied his vision? This shameless beast deserved death. I shall kill you, she screamed in fury, drawing her sword and lunging at Chen Feng. Yet in that instant she froze, her expression shifting dramatically, her chest heaving. PFF, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale as she collapsed into the fiery spring water. What manner of trickery was this? Chen Feng furrowed his brows. He had prepared for battle, yet before it commenced, the woman unexpectedly spewed blood and fell into the spring. Are you dead? Chen Feng swiftly approached, delivering a kick to the woman. Cold, so cold. She gasped, her pallor stark, her lips cracked, wisps of icy mist curling around her hair. She lay in the fiery spring, arms clasped around her chest, trembling uncontrollably. This spring burns like magma. My body is on the verge of igniting, and yet you feel cold. What is it you intend to do? Chen Feng pondered, a flicker of doubt rising within him. But at that moment, a chill emanated from the woman, and Chen Feng felt a sudden coldness beneath his feet, glancing down to see the fiery spring water beginning to freeze. You practice an ice attribute technique. Your own powers are rebounding against you, Chen Feng exclaimed, startled as the source of the problem became clear. The woman's ice attribute secret art, while granting her formidable strength, was also wreaking havoc on her body, disrupting her equilibrium. Her brows frosted, her hair ensnared in icy mist. She was on the brink of freezing to death. Chen Feng's brows knitted together as he recalled the woman's unprovoked tirade against him. Though anger simmered within him, he could not simply stand by and watch a stranger perish. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you would surely meet your demise today. Chen Feng scoffed, swiftly moving to support the woman, stripping away her azure gown. The woman glared at him with venomous eyes, yet she was ensnared by her ice attributes, teetering on the brink of life and death, unable to move as the frigid energy seeped into her bones. Freezing her dantian, do not look at me with such disdain. Faced with her naked form once more, revealing her flawless skin, Chen Feng remained unmoved that if not to save you, I would not deign to gaze upon your nakedness. His words were a profound insult to her pride, and her eyes burned with rage as she longed to drive her sword through him. How noble was her lineage, yet in Chen Feng's eyes, she was worth less than a penny. She had taken great pride in her pure form, now laid bare before him, and he regarded her with utter indifference. Chen Feng, you shall pay. The woman's inner turmoil was of no concern to him. He extended his hand, gently caressing her soft back. It was indeed smooth, yet his mind was elsewhere as he swiftly channeled his mixed primordial energy to absorb the chill from her body. The woman trembled at his touch, a soft sigh escaping her lips. This was the first time she had experienced a man's caress so intimately, their breaths mingling audibly. How dare he? She thought indignantly. Though it is for my salvation, he is still insufferable. I must kill him. Chapter 8. Allow me to cultivate with you. I know what you are thinking, Chen Feng said, his brow furrowed. Even if you desire my demise, you must wait until I save you first. You have sullied my purity. I shall not forgive you, the woman thought, biting her lip in frustration, to whom Chen Feng replied, his expression impassive. Had he not held compassion in his heart, she would have surely perished that moment. As Chen Feng absorbed the icy energy from the woman, a torrent of frost-laden chill surged into his body, racing through his veins. The terrifying coldness invaded his very core, threatening to freeze his blood. Are you all right? She inquired, her expression shifting to one of concern, anxiety etched across her features. She understood the ferocity of the chill within her. Previously, whenever the cold had surged, she had been saved by the palace's elder. This time, she had ventured deep into the sword mountain of Xinyue seeking a remedy for her affliction, only to be severely wounded here, with the icy energy wreaking havoc on her body. Thankfully, Chen Feng was present to help extract the chill, alleviating her suffering. But now, the overwhelming cold from her body surged into Chen Feng, threatening to freeze his blood and endanger his life. Rest assured, I will not perish. Immortal demonic body, Chen Feng bellowed, channeling his true essence, his flesh becoming translucent, a surge of formidable power erupting forth to expel the chill within. The blood that had frozen slowly began to thaw, the frost on his brow melting into water. Witnessing this, the woman was taken aback, her brows knitting together as she regarded Chen Feng, that a pure young body, so indomitable, so radiant. The woman was utterly astonished. A pure young body was exceedingly rare. She had previously scoured the vast expanse of the great Zhou dynasty, yet had failed to find a single warrior possessing such a physique. Who could have imagined that after searching high and low, the answer would come so effortlessly? Before her stood a youth who was indeed a warrior with a pure yang body. Such a physique, embodying the essence of pure yang, was impervious to the onslaught of cold. If she could engage in dual cultivation with such a warrior, she would never again be afflicted by the chill. With this thought, a smile crept onto her lips, and her gaze toward Chen Feng was tinged with avarice. "It seems you have already recovered." Chen Feng noticed the unusual expression on the woman's face and immediately ceased his actions, retracting the true essence within him and withdrawing his celestial demon form. "My friend, I sincerely apologize for any offense earlier. It was my ignorance that led me to overlook your greatness." The woman smiled gracefully. "First, please don your garments." Chen Feng felt a heaviness in his heart. Was this how women were? Their moods shifted faster than the weather. "I was indeed reckless," he admitted. The woman elegantly gestured with her finger, and her azure gown adorned her form. "My friend, there was a misunderstanding earlier. I judged you too hastily." "Speak plainly," Chen Feng interjected, furrowing his brow. "I must insist that you allow me to engage in dual cultivation with you." The woman responded with a sweet smile, her sincerity evident. "To repay your life-saving grace, I implore you not to refuse my offer for dual cultivation." The more beautiful a woman, the less trustworthy her words seemed, and the more ruthless her actions could be. Chen Feng felt a stirring of doubt within him as he scrutinized the captivating figure before him. This woman was indeed stunning. Her phoenix-like eyes, willow-browed, and lips as red as cherries crafted a visage so exquisite that not a flaw could be discerned. Her complexion was a flawless blend of pale and rosy, akin to precious jade, as for her figure. She was perfection incarnate, slender and graceful, with curves that resembled majestic mountains, evoking an uncontrollable desire to touch. This woman was indeed a bewitching enchantress. However, one must remain vigilant with such beauty, for a heartless and merciless woman could devour one whole, leaving no trace behind. "What, my friend, do you find me exceedingly beautiful and captivating? Are you not eager to join me in dual cultivation?" The woman flashed a soul-stirring smile and cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Feng. "That I have no interest in you," Chen Feng replied coldly, remaining impervious to her seductive advances. "Our meeting is merely a fleeting encounter, devoid of any fateful connection, that I acted to save you out of my own volition. You need not express gratitude. You shall continue on your path, while I follow mine. Should you persist in your entanglements and attempt to sway my resolve with your allure, I will not show mercy, that I will not hesitate to eliminate you." With that, a cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the woman. She felt a shiver run down her spine, unease washing over her as his stare bore into her. "Humph, I see how it is," she retorted, her pride flaring. "Remember my name. I am Zhou Meyer. One day, you will kneel and beg for my favor." Chen Feng regarded Zhou Meyer with a deep gaze, recognizing her volatile emotions and the dangers of provoking her. He chose to ignore her and turned to leave. "You haven't even told me your name. Did I ask it beneath you to speak with me?" Zhou Meyer seethed, her teeth clenched as she watched Chen Feng's retreating figure. "If it weren't for my injuries, I would have captured you today. Alas, perhaps it is not yet our fate that I must return to the palace." Her expression grew cold as she reflected on her prolonged absence from the royal court. Days prior, her ancestor had urged her to return. Now, as the first female emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, she found herself bound by the constraints of her noble status, unable to act recklessly. She had to consider the greater picture. There were many affairs awaiting her attention upon her return to the palace. The Xinhua sword sect, on the 7th peak. Li Xiao, I have investigated the labor office on the 3rd peak. 4 days ago, that scoundrel Chen Feng accepted a mission to the Xinhua Sword Mountain, intending to hunt magical beasts for contribution points, but Su Yuan knelt, trembling in fear of Li Wentian's potential wrath. "Su Yuan, how long have you been with my cousin?" Li Wentian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from Su Yuan. 3. 3 years, Su Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Such a long time, Li Wentian chuckled, turning to glance at the ever-quiet Shen Ling. He playfully lifted her chin with a finger, grinning at Ling. Can you believe that little scoundrel is still alive? What do you think we should do? Kill him, Shen Linger replied, her gaze icy. Indeed, he must be eliminated. Li Wentian's lips curled into a slight smirk. That if I were to grant you another chance to slay him, would you be willing, brother Wentian? Do not jest. Even if you asked me to kill him 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times, I would not flinch. Shen Linger scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain for Chen Feng. Ha, Linger, I adore your ruthless charm. Li Wentian laughed heartily, giving her a playful squeeze on the rear. However, his expression turned grave as he fixed a cold stare upon Su Yuan. Su Yuan, considering your 3 years of service to my cousin, I shall grant you one final chance. That Li Wentian's smile was devoid of warmth as he regarded Su Yuan, his eyes a chilling sight. That Su Yuan trembled on the ground, feeling the weight of Li Wentian's glare. Since Chen Feng is at Xinyue Sword Mountain, I will assign you 5 individuals, 3 at the Heavenly Martial Realm and 2 at the peak of the true Martial Realm, under your command to surround and eliminate Chen Feng. Li Wentian's smile was sinister as he continued. Su Yuan, if you fail to bring me Chen Feng's head this time, you may as well take your own life. That I have no intention of staining my hands with the blood of a worthless fool. Li Xiao, rest assured, I will dismember Chen Feng and bring his head to you. Su Yuan exhaled in relief, confidence surging within him. 3 at the Heavenly Martial Realm and 2 at the peak of the true Martial Realm. What a formidable force! Li Wentian was sparing no expense in his desire to eradicate Chen Feng. Chapter 9. Murder and Treasure, the Crimson Essence Crystal. It was the swallowing flame python, in the Xinyue Sword Mountain, enveloped in mist. A figure faced off against a python from a distance. This figure was none other than Chen Feng. The swallowing flame python was approximately 15 meters long, as thick as a barrel, its body adorned with crimson scales. Coiled around a tree, its eyes gleamed with a chilling light, and its jaws gaped wide, fixated on Chen Feng. The swallowing flame python was a formidable foe, its strength rivaling that of a warrior at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Not to be underestimated. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Having only recently advanced to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Martial Realm, he knew slaying the python would not be an easy feat. Boom! Just as Chen Feng was deep in thought, the swallowing flame python lashed out, launching a fierce attack. What a beast! I have yet to strike you, and you dare to attack me, Chen Feng scoffed, feeling the rush of wind as the massive red python's tail whipped through the air. Die! Chen Feng roared defiantly, unperturbed, as he swung his sword in response. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed. The python's body was cleaved, its crimson scales shedding as blood gushed forth. Roar! The swallowing flame python's eyes widened in fury, its mouth agape as it unleashed a deafening roar, lunging toward Chen Feng with deadly intent. You seek death. Today, I shall test my sword on you. Chen Feng's gaze turned steely as he charged toward the python. With a thunderous cry, Heavenly Sword break. Chen Feng swung his 3-foot-long sword, unleashing the true essence within him. A surge of overwhelming power erupted, and a fierce sword aura descended upon the python. Bang! This strike was a display of divine might, unstoppable. The formidable sword energy pierced the python's gaping maw. Exiting from its body, boom! The massive python collapsed, devoid of life. Chen Feng stood proudly upon its head, severing it with a single stroke and retrieving the Crimson Beast Core. 1 Beast Core from the swallowing flame python was worth at least 3 from the purple blood silver wolf. Chen Feng smiled faintly, stowing away the Beast Core that I in just 4 short days. He had completed the labor office's task, and this single Beast Core could earn him at least 2,000 contribution points. With 11 days remaining, allowing for a day's journey back to the Xinyue Sword Sect, he could remain in Xinyue Sword Mountain for another 10 days, indulging in his cultivation. Without pause, Chen Feng continued his training, having slain the swallowing flame python and acquired its core. Soon, he ventured deeper into Xinyue Sword Mountain. Hearing the sounds of battle echoing from a nearby valley, he hastened toward the commotion in the valley. 2 men and a woman were in disarray, bloodied and battered. Before them stood a colossal golden-horned rhinoceros, towering at around 5 meters, its body covered in iron-like scales, impervious to blades and spears that a magnificent golden horn sprouted from its head. Exuding an air of dominance that Yu Gu. If this continues, we shall be dragged to our doom by this golden-horned rhinoceros. The young woman, her face smeared with blood, exhibited a look of concern as she gazed at the youth beside her. Lu Yin, wherever the golden-horned giant rhinoceros roams, there must be the elusive red marrow profound crystal that we have labored tirelessly to arrive at this location. We cannot allow our efforts to be in vain. Zhao Yu's gaze was resolute, determined to obtain the red marrow profound crystal that a deep gash marred his chest, exposing bone, a wound inflicted by the golden horn of the beast. Despite his injuries, Zhao Yu refused to retreat. The red marrow profound crystal was tantalizingly close, and he was unwilling to relent. Brother Yu, that golden-horned giant rhinoceros is an adult, its strength rivaling that of a fifth-tier Tianwu realm warrior. Among us, you are the strongest, yet you are merely at the third tier of Tianwu. Another youth, named Li Tong, whose arm was broken and bloodied, fixed a steadfast gaze on Zhao Yu. Brother Yu, if we continue to fight, we will surely meet our demise. Silence, Li Tong. If you wish to leave, you may do so, but I will claim the red marrow profound crystal today. Zhao Yu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with indignation as he brandished his crimson cherry spear and charged once more at the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. Brother Yu, Lu Yin, and Li Tong exchanged glances. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. They had sustained injuries, but the golden-horned giant rhinoceros was wounded as well. That it was now a matter of endurance. Who could outlast the other in this battle of attrition? Let us strike together. With gritted teeth, Lu Yin and Li Tong followed Zhao Yu into the fray against the beast. The golden-horned giant rhinoceros let out a furious roar and charged forward with tremendous force. Its golden horn collided violently with Zhao Yu's chest, sending him flying 30 meters. Zhao Yu was hurled through the air. His spear pierced the iron-colored scales of the rhinoceros, plunging deep into its abdomen. In agony, the golden-horned giant rhinoceros thrashed wildly, careening towards Lu Yin and Li Tong. The impact sent them both flying 50 meters, their swords embedding into the beast's flesh. The rhinoceros was grievously wounded. Had it not been for its iron scales, it might have already succumbed to Zhao Yu and his companions. Zhao Yu crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. His ribs were fractured, and his body bore numerous wounds. Lu Yin and Li Tong fared no better, with several broken bones and their bodies drenched in blood. The golden-horned giant rhinoceros, panting heavily, glared at Zhao Yu and charged once again. Intent on finishing him off. Damn it! This beast seeks to kill me, Zhao Yu exclaimed, his injuries rendering him unable to evade the impending attack. In that critical moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Cleaving downward with precision, the sharp blade severed the golden horn. Zhao Yu stared in disbelief at the scene before him, as a figure suddenly appeared. Another strike followed swiftly. The force was monumental, the blade razor-sharp. Cleaving through the head of the golden-horned giant rhinoceros, it dead. Zhao Yu marveled at the severed head of the rhinoceros. Incredulity etched across his face. Lu Yin and Li Tong, still shaken, watched the enigmatic figure that had come to their aid. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely intervention. Zhao Yu rose slowly, offering his gratitude before hastily consuming a medicinal pill from his storage ring. The pill dissolved upon contact, and Zhao Yu's wounds began to heal rapidly, his complexion regaining its vitality. Chun Feng, with an impassive expression, glanced at Zhao Yu and declared, I slew the golden-horned giant rhinoceros for 2 reasons. For the beast's core and the red marrow profound crystal. There is no need for thanks. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Lu Yin and Li Tong also frowned, their initial gratitude dissipating. Fellow cultivator, we were the ones who discovered the golden-horned giant rhinoceros first. And we located the red marrow profound crystal. Lu Yin interjected, her tone sharp that we have battled the rhinoceros for quite some time, solely for the sake of the red marrow profound crystal. Is it not excessive for you to attempt to claim it with a mere intervention? Indeed, we have incurred significant costs, nearly losing our lives, all for the red marrow profound crystal. Tong added coolly. Your intent to seize the treasure is quite unreasonable. Lu Yin and Li Tong, filled with indignation, retrieved their healing elixirs from their storage rings, prepared to confront Qin Feng should he dare to forcibly take the red marrow profound crystal. Qin Feng observed their movements, fully aware of their intentions. "I only require 1/4, he stated gravely. "Impossible." As Zhao Yu's injuries healed significantly, his voice regained its firmness. "Fellow cultivator, the golden-horned giant rhinoceros was heavily wounded by our trio, allowing you to slay it with 2 strikes. We nearly perished for the sake of the red marrow profound crystal, and you wish to take 1/4. Such a notion is absurd." Qin Feng scoffed dismissively. While the golden-horned giant rhinoceros was injured, it was by no means critically wounded. That my 2 strikes were not mere opportunism. I employed the legendary technique heaven-shattering sword of the Chu Emperor, first severing the golden horn, then cleaving the rhinoceros's head. Had I not intervened, Zhao Yu would have been killed, and Lu Yin and Li Tong would have faced the same fate. It is ludicrous for you to accuse me of opportunism. What do you find amusing? Lu Yan's eyes glinted coldly. That I find your foolishness amusing. Qin Feng replied icily, that I have slain the golden-horned giant rhinoceros, saving your lives. Now, I merely seek 1/4 of the red marrow profound crystal, which is hardly excessive. Yet you are so foolish as to insist that I am merely reaping the rewards of your labor. Since you insist, I shall change my stance. Now, I desire not just 1/4 of the red marrow profound crystal. I want it all." Upon hearing this declaration, Zhao Yu, Lu Yin, and Li Tong's expressions shifted dramatically. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, and seizing the moment while their injuries had mostly healed, they swiftly launched an attack on Qin Feng. "You seek your own demise. Today, you shall not take a single piece of the red marrow profound crystal, and you may well lose your life here," Zhao Yu bellowed, thrusting his crimson cherry spear fiercely at Qin Feng. Bang! As the spear lunged toward him, Qin Feng countered with a swift slash of his sword, blocking Zhao Yu's attack that moment. Lu Yin and Li Tong charged, swords poised to strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Qin Feng deftly parried, his sword sweeping outwards to deflect Lu Yin and Li Tong's assaults. "Brother Yu, this individual is formidable," Lu Yin noted, retreating swiftly to maintain a 5-meter distance from Qin Feng. "Brother Yu, this young man possesses immense strength," Li Tong remarked, stepping back, his arms still aching from the previous impact, his eyes brimming with animosity as he glared at Qin Feng. A TOB so young yet possessed the prowess of a second-tier Tianwu realm warrior, with such fierce and domineering swordsmanship, is indeed remarkable. Zhao Yu mused, scrutinizing Qin Feng closely. Qin Feng appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet his swordsmanship was exceptionally ruthless and sharp. Zhao Yu recalled how his spear had been effortlessly countered, making him reassess Qin Feng's capabilities. "Fellow cultivator, this is the sacred Moonsword Mountain, the holy mountain of the sacred Moonsword sect," Zhao Yu declared, his brow furrowed in concern that if you insist on killing and seizing treasures here, rousing the sacred Moonsword sect, do not expect to leave alive. You are disciples of the sacred Moonsword sect? Qin Feng inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his face, as he had never encountered them within the sect. Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Fellow cultivator, which peak of the sacred Moonsword sect do you belong to?" Lu Yin and Li Tong exchanged bewildered looks. Having trained in the sect for nearly a decade, they had never seen such a master of swordsmanship. "I am Qin Feng, a direct disciple of the 9th peak." "What? You are Qin Feng?" Zhao Yu gasped, astonishment etched on his face. Rumor circulated that Qin Feng had abandoned his cultivation and destroyed his Dantian to guard his master Jian Chanzi's tomb for 3 years. However, the individual before him exuded a robust aura, with exceptional swordsmanship. Where was the evidence of any self-destruction? Could the rumors be false? "Brother Yu, considering the timeline, Jian Chanzi, the master of the 9th peak, has indeed been dead for 3 years. This young man could very well be Qin Feng." Lu Yin mused, her brows furrowed as she regarded Qin Feng with suspicion. "Qin Feng, you guarded Jian Chanzi's tomb for 3 years, and it is widely said that you destroyed your Dantian and lost your cultivation. What extraordinary encounter have you experienced to restore your abilities?" Lu Yan's expression darkened, suspicion swirling within her. "Brother Yu, Lu Yan's observation holds merit. If this young man is indeed Qin Feng, he must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Otherwise, how could he possibly have restored his Dantian?" Li Tong's eyes lit up with excitement. "Extraordinary opportunity. Zhao Yu chuckled coldly, comprehending the implications of Lu Yin and Li Tong's words that if you truly are Chen Feng, then you must present your extraordinary opportunity as a trade. We shall offer you 1/10 of the red marrow profound crystal. Haha, it seems you three have yet to grasp your circumstances. To threaten me on the brink of death is quite bold. In that case, I shall accompany you on your final journey. Chen Feng mocked with a chilling smile, the glint of murder evident in his eyes. You are arrogant. Zhao Yu bellowed. I am Zhao Yu, a disciple of the treasure pavilion at the 6th peak, a warrior at the 3rd level of the heavenly martial realm. These two are my junior brothers and sister, Li Tong and Lu Yin, who are warriors at the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm. Now that we three are united, do you believe you stand a chance? Upon realizing they were disciples of the 6th peak, Chun Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, followed by a tone of disdain. Against you three wretched disciples of the Shun Yu sword sect, I am absolutely confident of victory. Everyone attack, kill him, infuriated by Chun Feng's derision. Zhao Yu felt a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Yin and Li Tong exchanged glances, filled with hatred, and immediately charged at Chen Feng. You seek death. Chen Feng scoffed, his eyes brimming with scorn, as he lunged toward Zhao Yu. Among the three, Zhao Yu was the strongest. As long as he eliminated Zhao Yu, the other two would pose no significant threat. Kill, seeing Chen Feng rush towards him. Zhao Yu shouted angrily, wielding his Hong Ying spear with a flourish, unleashing a magnificent spear momentum that pierced through all obstacles. Boom! A sound of sonic booms echoed through the air. Receive my strike. Zhao Yu's inner essence surged forth, coalescing into this single thrust, its powerful energy erupting violently towards Chen Feng, that a sword that breaks the heavens. Unfazed by Zhao Yu's full-force attack, Chen Feng immediately invoked the unparalleled technique of the Chu Emperor. A sword that breaks the heavens in an instant. The sword energy consolidated, vast and overwhelming. As Chen Feng swung down his sword with ferocity, bang! The potent sword aura swept through, scattering Zhao Yu's spear momentum. Crushing his technique with an overwhelming force, staring at the sword strike, Zhao Yu stood bewildered and dumbfounded. Could this truly be the sword technique of a 2nd-level heavenly martial realm warrior? Zhao Yu murmured to himself in disbelief. Crash! The Hong Ying spear was severed. Sizzle! The sharp sword energy sliced through flesh, and Zhao Yu felt a sudden chill at his neck. When he touched it, it was damp, and looking down at his palm, he realized it was drenched in blood. Blood gushed from his neck. His head tilted, and to his horror, it fell off. Lu Yin and Li Tong, witnessing Zhao Yu's beheading, were struck with profound shock. Zhao Yu was a 3rd-level heavenly martial realm warrior. With exceptional spear techniques, his Hong Ying spear danced like flowing clouds, far beyond the capability of ordinary warriors. Yet at this moment, he was decapitated by Chun Feng's sword. Flee! Lu Yin and Li Tong, gripped by terror, turned to escape. Fortunately, they had been a fraction slower than Zhao Yu, or they too would have met a similar fate at Chen Feng's hands. This young man must have encountered an extraordinary fortuity. This news must be spread. Lu Yin, filled with dread, recalled how Chen Feng had slain Zhao Yu, and cold sweat trickled down her back. Indeed, this young man possesses great opportunities. If this secret were to leak, his demise would be inevitable. Li Tong clenched his teeth nervously, unwilling to look back, as he desperately fled forward. You cannot escape. Chen Feng's gaze darkened, his inner essence coalescing into a formidable sword force. A sword that breaks the heavens. Chen Feng once again invoked the Chu Emperor's ultimate technique, striking fiercely with his long sword. Whoosh! The long sword transformed into a flying sword, shimmering with brilliance and exuding an overwhelming sword force. Soaring towards Lu Yin and Li Tong. The flying sword pierced through their bodies. Lu Yin and Li Tong's pupils contracted, blood spilling from their mouths as they looked down in disbelief, discovering a gaping wound in their chests. Their organs instantaneously crushed and torn apart. Yu. How is this possible? Lu Yin, covered in blood, gazed at Chen Feng in despair, unable to comprehend the reality before her. Withdraw. Chen Feng smiled faintly, promptly retracting the flying sword. Gazing at the lifeless forms of Zhao Yu, Li Tong, and Lu Yin, Chen Feng activated the mixed Yuan heavenly technique, devouring their essence and true energy. The three corpses rapidly shriveled, becoming ashen as their essence and true energy were completely consumed by Chen Feng. This can be considered the ultimate utilization of resources. Chen Feng grinned, feeling his dantian brimming with vitality as he replenished his previously expended true energy. These three were merely courting death. I saved them from the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. A mere quarter of the Hong Sui Xian crystal was hardly too much to ask, yet they sought to kill me and even covet my opportunities, truly deserving of their fate. As disciples of the Six Peaks Treasure Pavilion, they must possess treasures. I shall search them thoroughly. Chen Feng flipped the withered corpses over and began to search meticulously. Soon, his gaze fell upon the fingers of the three corpses, each adorned with a spatial ring, capable of storing treasures for easy transport. Let me see what treasures these rings contain. Chen Feng smiled faintly, releasing his consciousness to probe the internal spaces of the three rings. Chapter 11. A breakthrough once again. Powerful enemies approaching. 15 return to origin pills. Alas, merely first-grade pills. 0.2 soul enhancement pills, useful for strengthening consciousness. This is quite good, being second-grade pills. Additionally, there are 5 green immortal herbs capable of detoxifying, though of low quality. Classified as yellow-grade lower tier. After inspecting the treasures within the 3 spatial rings, Chen Feng concluded that only the 2 soul enhancement pills held significant value, that he consolidated all the items into one ring for convenience. Placing the other 2 rings into the same one, that I must incinerate these 3 corpses to avoid leaving any traces that could attract unwanted attention. Chen Feng set a fire, eradicating all evidence, turning Zhao Yu and the others' bodies to ashes. Now, to procure the Hong Sui Xian crystals. These are spiritual treasures, ranked as yellow-grade mid-tier, perfectly suited for warriors of the heavenly martial realm. Chen Feng's face broke into a smile as he made his way towards the lair of the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. Soon he entered a cave, its walls smooth and rounded, and deep within, a faint red glow flickered. There, Chen Feng's heart raced with excitement as he hastened deeper into the cave, encountering a plethora of red crystal stones. Over 100, radiating a dazzling crimson light. Excellent! The quantity of Hong Sui Xian crystals exceeds my expectations. With over 100, this bounty will surely aid my advancement by at least one minor realm. Chen Feng was overjoyed as he quickly stowed the Hong Sui Xian crystals into his jade ring. Realizing the significance of obtaining such a treasure, Chen Feng dared not linger, swiftly exiting the cave. Passing by the golden-horned giant rhinoceros, he swiftly cut open its abdomen and retrieved the beast's core. Subsequently, he wasted no time returning to the Ice-Fire Spring to utilize these Hong Sui Xian crystals for cultivation. These Hong Sui Xian crystals are precious. I must quickly absorb and refine them to prevent others from coveting them. Chen Feng reclined in the silvery frost spring water, activating his inner true energy and channeling the mixed yuan heavenly technique. That he took the Hong Sui Xian crystals from his ring and placed them in his palm, absorbing them with the mixed yuan heavenly technique. Buzz! The Hong Sui Xian crystals dissolved rapidly, transforming into a viscous drop of red blood that slowly permeated into Chen Feng's body until it vanished entirely. That was remarkably swift. A single Hong Sui Xian crystal absorbed in less than 10 breaths. At this rate, I could refine all of them within a stick of incense. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. His current resources for cultivation were far too limited to support his accelerated progress. For a warrior to achieve success on the martial path, talent, techniques, spiritual pills, and various precious cultivation resources are all indispensable. Those descendants of ancient families, each one of them had access to top-tier cultivation resources from a young age at AS for talent. Chen Feng held no inferiority to any of them, yet his lack of cultivation resources severely hindered his progress, rendering his realm incomparable to those from noble families. That if I cannot match them in resources, then I shall outwork them. Chen Feng's eyes glimmered with determination as he resolved to strive for the pinnacle of martial arts. If working twice as hard is insufficient, then I shall exert 10-fold effort. If that is still inadequate, then I shall labor 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. I will surpass them. Chen Feng retrieved another Hong Sui Xian crystal and placed it in his palm, once again channeling the mixed yuan heavenly technique to absorb it. Before long, he had refined and absorbed all over 100 Hong Sui Xian crystals. At this moment, his inner true energy surged, his flesh glimmering, radiating a vibrant red light. Boom! A powerful and domineering force erupted from his dantian. Breakthrough! Chen Feng roared, utilizing the immense power to cleanse his meridians, causing his bones to crack and resonate. His gaze became piercing, a brilliant blood light emanating from him, as mystical patterns arose upon his skin, indescribably wondrous. Boom! Another explosive sound echoed from his dantian. He inhaled white mist, his breath growing ever more profound. The secret patterns upon his skin becoming increasingly distinct, as he smoothly broke through to the third level of the heavenly martial realm. Yet, the breakthrough did not halt there. Chen Feng felt a surge of vitality rushing upwards. His eyes bloodshot, as his inner true energy erupted uncontrollably. Boom! His dantian erupted once more. Chen Feng astonishingly broke through again, advancing to the fourth level of the heavenly martial realm in one fell swoop. The Hong Sui-Xian crystals are truly remarkable. They allowed me to break through two minor realms at once. Chen Feng's heart swelled with joy. Having just broken through, he knew he must not rush. He should first solidify his foundation, utilizing the ice-fire spring to further nurture his immortal demon body. Chen Feng closed his eyes slightly, stabilizing his breath, and immediately began to operate the mixed yuan heavenly technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the silvery frost spring. Nurturing his body to Su Yuan. Are you certain that Chen Feng, that little wretch, has come to the Shun Yu Sword Mountain? Senior brother's son, I swear to the heavens that Chen Feng undoubtedly arrived at the Shun Yu Sword Mountain. Before coming here, I made a trip to the labor office at the third peak. Chen Feng's task is set for half a month, and he has been here for no more than 4 days. Su Yuan, there is no need for you to swear. We have come here to repay Li Xiao's favor by exterminating Chen Feng. As long as we locate Chen Feng, we will assuredly kill him and sever his head for you to present to Li Xiao. Should we fail to find Chen Feng, we shall have no choice but to deliver your head instead. Sun Hu let out a sinister chuckle. We will certainly find him. Su Yuan gritted his teeth. Knowing that if Chen Feng were to survive this encounter, it would be his own demise, he cursed vehemently. Where on earth is that beast hiding? Once I find him, I will ensure he is dismembered beyond recognition. Since you are so confident, let us search once more. If we do not find him in half an hour, we will have no choice but to take your head to Li Xiao. Sun Hu replied, his expression darkening. They had been at Shunyu Jian Mountain for several hours, yet still had not discovered Chen Feng's whereabouts. Sun Hu began to suspect that Su Yuan might be deceiving them. Very well. If we do not find Chen Feng within half an hour, you need not lift a finger. I shall take matters into my own hands, Su Yuan stated seriously, convinced that Chen Feng had indeed come to Shunyu Jian Mountain and would be found. The 6 of them pressed on, delving deeper into the mountain until they reached a valley. Tiger brother, there are signs of a struggle here, Lin Hao exclaimed suddenly. Sun Hu hurried forward to examine the surroundings. Confirming the presence of combat traces, as well as the corpse of a golden-horned giant rhinoceros in a ground strewn with ashes. These are the remains of a body that has been burned. Someone intentionally destroyed the evidence to avoid detection. Sun Hu pinched a bit of ash and inhaled deeply, detecting the unmistakable scent of charred human flesh. Who could have done this? Could it be Chen Feng? Su Yuan's heart raced, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The likelihood is slim. Sun Hu shot Su Yuan a cold glare and continued, the golden-horned giant rhinoceros is immensely powerful, comparable to a third-tier martial artist in the Tianwu realm. According to your earlier statements, Chen Feng would surely not be a match for it. The beast must have been slain by someone else that asked for the bodies turned to ash. They too were likely dispatched by the same individual. This person's strength is not to be underestimated. We should not provoke them. Tiger Brother makes a valid point. Given Chen Feng's capabilities, he could not have achieved this alone. Lin Hao nodded gravely, fully agreeing with Sun Hu's assessment. The signs of battle were evident, suggesting that Chen Feng may have been here. Sun Hu surveyed the area, scrutinizing the terrain, and furrowed his brow. Let us move forward. That little beast Chen Feng should not be far from here. Sun Hu snorted coldly, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Once we find him, there will be no need for further words. We shall eliminate him on the spot. Chapter 12. A fierce battle against a fourth-tier martial artist. Chen Feng lay submerged in the silver frost spring, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy, his flesh and blood growing increasingly robust under the rich nourishment of the aura. His crystalline body radiating vitality. The spiritual energy in the Silver Frost Spring has been completely depleted. That as my cultivation level rises, the resources I require for training also multiply. I must devise a way to acquire more. Chen Feng opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light flickering deep within his gaze. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as his expression turned icy, directing his gaze into the distance. Someone is approaching. There are 6 individuals. Approximately 3,000 meters away. Chen Feng's formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to sense their presence despite the considerable distance. Who could they be? Could it be that woman, Zhou Meier, seeking revenge against me? If that is the case, I shall eliminate her. A cold resolve surged within Chen Feng as he swiftly donned his clothing and departed from the ice-fire spring. Subsequently, he concealed himself within the thicket, suppressing his aura to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Sun Hu, Su Yuan, and their companions arrived, noticing the thick mist ahead. It's the ice-fire spring. Sun Hu exclaimed, alarmed. The ice-fire spring was a renowned sanctuary for healing. Its water infused with abundant spiritual energy, greatly beneficial to martial artists. Tiger brother, there are signs of recent visitors. Lin Hao noted as he examined the area, discovering trampled branches and footprints. Sun Hu furrowed his brow. Dipping his hand into the ice-fire spring and sensing the diminished spiritual energy, confirming that it was no longer suitable for cultivation. Indeed, someone has been here, and it seems they left not long ago. Could it be Chen Feng? Su Yuan's face darkened, anxiety rising within him. They had agreed to find Chen Feng within half an hour, and time was running out. That it is possible. Expand the search area. Locate Chen Feng and act swiftly. Sun Hu's gaze turned sharp as he surveyed the surroundings, fully convinced that Chen Feng had been here. That moment, Chen Feng, concealed within the thicket, recognized Su Yuan's face. Previously, at the 9th peak, he had slain Li Yu and others, disregarding Su Yaqing's warnings and deliberately letting Su Yuan go, intending for him to inform Li Wentian of his whereabouts. Now, he had indeed come. Su Yuan, a mere opportunist, would only cling to the strong. Allowing one Su Yuan to escape had drawn 5 individuals. Among them, the leader was a 4th-tier martial artist in the Tianwu realm, with 2 others at the 3rd and 2nd tiers respectively. The remaining 2 were at the true martial realm and posed no threat for Su Yuan. Chen Feng could dispatch him with a mere flick of his hand. Hardly worth considering. In Chen Feng's mind, 3 individuals warranted caution. Sun Hu, the 4th-tier martial artist, Lin Hao, the 3rd tier, and Wang Yun, the 2nd tier. These 3 were formidable enough to pose a threat, and he needed to tread carefully. All of them were sycophants in league with Li Wentian, and they all deserved to die. I shall eradicate them all. Chen Feng declared fiercely, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Wentian. Sun Hu, Su Yuan, and the others conducted a thorough search of the area, but still could not find Chen Feng. But Su Yuan's anxiety mounted, and he shouted, Chen Feng, I know you are hiding here. If you do not come out to face your death, your delicate little junior sister will soon be ravaged to death by a dozen men. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's fury erupted, and he instantly sprang from the thicket. Su Yuan, Su Yaqing is your cousin. What have you done to her, you beast? Chen Feng glared at Su Yuan with unbridled rage. Little brat, you finally dare to show yourself. Su Yuan sneered coldly, continuing, rather than worry about that little vixen Su Yaqing. You should concern yourself with your own fate. You will die today. Sun Shixiang, this little brat is Chen Feng. You must kill him. Do not worry, now that he has revealed himself, he cannot escape. Sun Hu regarded Chen Feng confidently. You little brat have truly made us work hard to find you. Lin Hao, eager for glory, was instructed by Sun Hu to eliminate Chen Feng. Thank you, Tiger brother. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Slaying Chen Feng would be a significant achievement, and now he had the opportunity to garner favor with Li Wentian. Do not let me down. Rest assured, Tiger brother, I will not disappoint you in killing this little brat. Lin Hao smiled, exuding confidence. That as he focused, his expression turned cold, staring at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you might as well end your own life. I can grant you a complete corpse that a mere 3rd-tier martial artist dares to speak so boldly before me. You seek death. Chen Feng took a step forward, his true essence surging within him, but he had previously suppressed his cultivation level, appearing to others as merely a 1st-tier martial artist in the Tianwu realm. But now, unleashing his full strength, his aura soared. Damn it! Tiger brother, this little brat is actually a fourth-tier martial artist. Lin Hao cursed, panic rising within him as he immediately took to the air, retreating. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. The wind howled as Chen Feng darted toward Lin Hao, striking down with a palm. You think killing me will be so easy? Lin Hao swiftly turned, channeling his true essence to counter with a palm strike of his own. Boom! Their palms collided. Lin Hao was sent flying, spitting blood, his face pale as he collapsed to the ground. In contrast, Chen Feng stood unharmed in place. You little brat, if you dare to kill him, I will ensure you are ground to dust. Sun Hu glared at Chen Feng with malevolence. You do not possess such capability. Chen Feng's expression hardened as he struck down again, shattering Lin Hao's skull. Blood splattered. Lin Hao was killed on the spot. You little brat. I will kill you, Sun Hu was beside himself with fury. Chen Feng, who should have awaited his demise, had the audacity to resist and kill Lin Hao, a crime deserving of death. If he did not obliterate Chen Feng, how could Sun Hu hold his head high in the future? Kill. With a furious roar, Sun Hu summoned a black blade, swinging it viciously at Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Sparks flew as Chen Feng drew his treasured sword, parrying Sun Hu's powerful strike. You little brat, you possess some skill. Sun Hu regarded Chen Feng with surprise, coldly stating. This is where it ends. Martial technique. Wild blade tigers roar. Sun Hu's gaze turned frigid as he wielded the black blade, unleashing a torrent of terrifying blade energy, fiercely aggressive and formidable. Boom! Boom! Surrounded by felled trees. The air crackled with a fierce blade aura, resonating with the sound of sonic booms. Haha, Chen Feng, what if you manage to break through to the fourth level of the heavenly martial realm? Senior Brother Sun's combat skills are invincible. He has previously slain a fifth-level warrior of the heavenly martial realm. Today, you shall meet your demise. Upon witnessing Sun Hu unleash his combat skills, Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Flaunting his prowess before Chen Feng, the manifestation of Sun Hu's techniques signified his earnest intent to eliminate Chen Feng, that had no need to look further. That beast Chen Feng is surely doomed. Brother Hu's skills are boundless, effortlessly dispatching fourth-level warriors as if they were mere vegetables. Wang Yun chuckled derisively, having lost all desire to witness the unfolding events, fully confident that Chen Feng would soon be cleaved in twain by Sun Hu's blade. Die, you little wretch! Sun Hu roared, brandishing his wild blade with frenzied might, the fierce blade aura slashing towards Chen Feng. And no matter how formidable your techniques or how exceptional your swordplay, I too can slay you with a single sword. A sword to shatter the heavens. Chen Feng's gaze ignited with electric intensity, his true essence surging powerfully, coalescing upon the edge of his blade. Boom! Chen Feng executed his ultimate move, a sword to shatter the heavens. Unleashing a formidable sword aura that erupted from within him. Kill. Unfazed by the descending black blade, Chen Feng thrust forth his sword with unyielding force. Chapter 13. The Pinnacle of Dominance. Boom. The clash of blade and sword reverberated violently. Chen Feng's strike was imbued with divine might, its overwhelming power sweeping through the surroundings, felling numerous trees in its wake. Die for me. Sun Hu, consumed by madness, bellowed furiously. His technique, the frenzied blade of the tiger's roar, could even fell fifth-level warriors of the heavenly martial realm. How could it possibly fail against Chen Feng? A delusion. It must be a delusion. Yet suddenly, a chilling sword aura pierced through Sun Hu's chest. Sun Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he coughed up blood. It was only at this moment that he realized he had lost the earlier clash. That no, this cannot be. How could I possibly lose to this little wretch? Sun Hu's voice cracked with rage, his eyes bloodshot, filled with a sense of deep resentment. That I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose. I, Sun Hu, am a genius of the blade path. Sun Hu's gaze turned cold. But soon, he spewed forth blood, lowering his head only to discover a gaping wound in his chest. That sword aura had indeed pierced him, and it was no illusion. It was the stark reality. Little wretch, I will kill you. Sun Hu, bloodied and crazed, roared, swinging his black blade at Chen Feng. Die. Chen Feng remained expressionless, his sword slicing down, and Sun Hu's head flew off instantly. Blood gushed forth. Bang! Sun Hu's head thudded to the ground as he murmured, "What a swift sword! Witnessing Sun Hu's decapitation at the hands of Chen Feng, Su Yuan, Wang Yun, and the others stood frozen and shocked. He died just like that. Senior brother's son. Wasn't he incredibly powerful? Su Yuan trembled, his pallor ghostly in the face of terror. Brother, who has been slain? What are you still doing? Run. Wang Yun snapped back to reality, shouting, the information regarding Chen Feng was erroneous. He is at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm and possesses immense potential. Indeed, we must flee. We need to inform Li Wentian about what transpired here. Su Yuan, panic-stricken, hastily fled in a frantic direction. You shall not escape. Chen Feng's expression was as frigid as ice as he strode forward. His blade slicing down fiercely, sizzle. With each rise and fall of his sword, a true martial artist met their end, their heads soaring high into the air. Damn it. After just a few days, that beast has grown even stronger. I must escape quickly. Su Yuan was utterly shaken, never imagining that Chen Feng would become so formidable. His foolishness in pursuing Chen Feng now seemed like a death wish die. Chen Feng's swordplay was ruthless, devoid of hesitation or mercy. Whoosh. Another sword stroke descended, claiming another true martial artist's life, their heads soaring into the air, blood spraying forth. At this point, only Su Yuan and Wang Yun remained of the original group, fleeing rapidly, one in front of the other. Chen Feng's pursuit grew ever faster as he leapt forward, blocking their path. You have nowhere left to run. Wang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration, filled with regret. He had thought that taking down Chen Feng would be a simple task, hoping to earn some merit along the way. Who could have anticipated Chen Feng's overwhelming strength, leading to the near annihilation of their group? Chen Feng, we hold no enmity. I did not strike at you earlier. You need not kill me. Wang Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as he attempted to persuade Chen Feng to spare him. From the moment you stood before me, we were no longer strangers. Chen Feng let out a cold snort, gazing at Wang Yun with indifference, continuing, draw your sword. Let us settle this. Wang Yun, his expression twisted in ferocity, charged at Chen Feng, knowing that if he wished to survive, he must fight with all his might. Excellent. At least you possess the courage to battle. Chen Feng chuckled mockingly, for having already slain both Sun Hu and Lin Hao. Dispatching Wang Yun, a mere 2nd-level warrior of the heavenly martial realm, would be effortlessly easy. Die. As Wang Yun unleashed a furious strike, Chen Feng did not evade, but instead brought his sword crashing down. That strike was as swift as lightning. Wang Yun felt a sudden chill at his neck. Upon touching it, he discovered a torrent of blood gushing forth. Blood erupted. Wang Yun's vision darkened, his head lolling to the side as it fell from his neck. Upon witnessing Wang Yun's demise, Su Yuan's legs buckled, trembling uncontrollably. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Chen Feng, bowing 3 times in desperate supplication. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yuan's forehead was bloodied as he wept. Filled with regret, my lord, Lord Feng, I was wrong. I see my error now. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my life that I swear to the heavens. I shall repent. A chance once granted cannot be given again. Chen Feng's expression remained impassive as he coldly declared, Su Yuan, I have spared you once. This time, you must die. Chen Feng's demeanor turned chillingly resolute as he raised his sword, severing Su Yuan's head from his shoulders. Having slain 6 individuals, Chen Feng showed no mercy, ensuring that those deserving of death met their end without exception to Li Wentian. Shen Linge, vile traitors, soon, your turn will come. Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with hatred, as Li Wentian and Shen Linger colluded against him, previously stealing his Qi Yongdan, and now daring to send assassins after him. He would not forget this debt of blood. Until these 2 were dealt with, Chen Feng's rage would remain unquenched. His heart in turmoil. These individuals were but Li Wentian's lapdogs, and their essence must not go to waste. With a cold snort, Chen Feng began to circulate his cultivation technique, devouring the essence from the corpses of Sun Hu and the others, refining it into true essence within his dantian. The 6 corpses withered like dried husks. Searching their bodies for anything of value, he resolved to extract every last drop of worth from them. At present, he was in dire need of cultivation resources. He could not afford to overlook anything. Chen Feng shook his head. The 9th peak was the most impoverished among the sacred Moonsword sect. And even during Jian Chenzi's time, resources had been scarce. Yet, Jian Shenzi, with his unworldly disposition, had shown little concern. But now, with Jian Shenzi deceased, Chen Feng aspired to assume the mantle of Ninth Peak's leader, necessitating an increase in strength and the acquisition of resources, sparing not even a shred. After inspecting the bodies of Sun Hu and the others, he discovered several jade storage rings. Utilizing his spiritual sense to probe within, he found them filled with mere spirit stones and low-grade pills that Iwentian treats his lackeys poorly. These scoundrels are utterly destitute. Chen Feng removed the spirit stones and pills from the storage rings, scoffing at their meagerness. The spirit stones were the most basic low-grade elemental stones, their spiritual energy exceedingly thin, and the pills were the most inferior first-grade concoctions. He needed to devise a plan to secure more resources for cultivation. For this endeavor was an endless abyss to ascend to greater heights and attain formidable power. Cultivation resources were indispensable. With a sigh, Chen Feng consumed the spirit stones and pills, regarding them as too trivial to store. Merely wasting space in the storage rings as the spirit stones and pills dissolved upon entry, their energy flowed into Chen Feng's body. Now that his cultivation level had risen, ordinary spirit stones and pills held little effect. Their intake yielded no sensation, even less so than the essence from the corpses of Sun Hu and the others. With the mission complete, it was time for Chen Feng to return to the sacred Moon Sword sect. A smile graced his lips as he stored all the beast cores within the storage ring on his finger. The beast cores in his possession could be exchanged for 2,000 contribution points at the Third Peak's labor office. 2,000 contribution points represented a significant sum. With these points, he had 3 choices. The first was to visit the First Peak's Divine Pill Pavilion to trade for 3 second-grade pills. The second was to head to the Second Peak's Weapon Forging Hall to exchange for a mid-tier yellow-grade weapon. The third was to go to the Seventh Peak's Scripture Pavilion to obtain 3 mid-tier yellow-grade combat techniques. Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. The 2,000 contribution points afforded him 3 choices. Yet on closer inspection, 3 choices were still too few, as he could only select one. He was in desperate need of cultivation resources. Pills, magical techniques, and formidable weapons. He lacked all of them. If possible, he wishes to have all 3, rather than agonizing over which one to choose. That I shall first return to the Xinhua Sword Sect. I will contemplate along the way. Chen Feng incinerated the bodies of Sun Hu and the others, utilizing his agility to soar into the distance. Chapter 14. The Divine Alchemist. Upon returning to the Xinhua Sword Sect, Chen Feng promptly proceeded to the labor office on the Third Peak to submit the beast cores and redeem the rewards for this task, which amounted to a total of 2,000 contribution points. The contribution points were directly stored in Chen Feng's identity token. Holding the identity token, Chen Feng made his way toward the First Peak. The First Peak of the Xinhua Sword Sect houses the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, primarily responsible for the refinement of elixirs. With 2,000 contribution points, he could exchange for 3 second-grade elixirs, a decision he made after careful consideration. Now that he possessed the Chaos Tower and had mastered the supreme skill of one sword to break the sky from the Emperor of Chu, he would later learn the ultimate skills of other martial arts masters such as the Heaven-Cutting Blade, rendering the exchange of combat techniques unnecessary. That for redeeming a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon. Chen Feng indeed felt a pang of desire that a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon could significantly enhance his strength. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately chose to forego this option. What I truly require is the enhancement of my own strength, rather than relying on external forces such as divine weapons. Only by cultivating my own power can I achieve true strength. Chen Feng understood the importance of elevating his cultivation level. Exchanging 2,000 contribution points for 3 second-grade elixirs was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice at the moment. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at the First Peak. As he stepped onto the mountain, the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air, and he was immediately greeted by a rich and intoxicating aroma that penetrated his senses. Gazing at the lofty pavilions in the distance, magnificent and grand, this was the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. The sound of disciples bustling about filled the air. The Divine Alchemy Pavilion was the most vibrant place within the Xinhua Sword Sect, as it was here that elixirs were refined, occasionally producing high-grade elixirs that caused quite a stir. If only I could become a divine alchemist, I would no longer need to seek others to purchase elixirs. The elixirs available in the market are of little quality, far too low in grade. True high-grade elixirs are worth their weight in gold. Who would be willing to part with them for sale? Chen Feng sighed, filled with a yearning to become a divine alchemist. Unfortunately, the prerequisites for becoming a divine alchemist are exceedingly stringent. One must possess both talent and spiritual power, both of which are indispensable. The requirements are far more demanding than those for becoming a martial artist. Chen Feng's spiritual power is adequate, being at the 3rd grade, yet his talent remains uncertain. The talent required to become a divine alchemist is rare beyond measure. I should refrain from daydreaming and focus on diligently cultivating martial arts. For that alone can lead one to become an invincible master. Chen Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Having experienced betrayal in love and the tragic demise of his master, he no longer indulged in fantasies, choosing instead to ground himself in reality. Heaven's sister Luo Lishu has come to the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Everyone hurry to see. Who is Luo Lishu? The person asking was Chen Feng, who had spent 3 years guarding the tomb of Jian Qinzi. He was almost completely unaware of the happenings in the Xinhua Sword sect over those 3 years. You don't even know Luo Lishu? What a shame to be a disciple of the Xinhua Sword sect. A disciple shot him a disdainful glance. Luo Lishu is the direct disciple of the peak master of the first peak. She joined the Xinhua Sword sect 3 years ago and became a 3rd-grade divine alchemist at the tender age of 17. It is said that Luo Lishua's spiritual power has reached the 6th grade, and her talent is exceptional. She is destined to become a 6th-grade divine alchemist. Moreover, Sister Luo Lishua is regarded as the most beautiful woman in the Xinhua Sword sect. The beauty of her face and figure is simply flawless. Just the thought of her visage is enough to leave one breathless. Is it really necessary to exaggerate so? Chen Feng chuckled, feeling that the disciple was surely overdoing it. You must be new here. Once you see Sister Luo Lishua, you'll realize I wasn't exaggerating. Enough talk. Sister Luo Lishua has been in seclusion for a long time, rarely making an appearance. Her sudden appearance in the Divine Alchemy Pavilion will surely cause a sensation. I must hurry and secure a position, or I shall have no place to stand later. You should stop dawdling and quickly find a spot. Once the word spreads that Sister Luo Lishua is in the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, it will be a sea of people, and you won't even catch a glimpse of her. The disciple waved his hand and dashed into the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Is it really that significant? She is merely a woman. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. After experiencing the betrayal of Shenlinger, he had grown indifferent toward matters of the heart, believing that the more beautiful a woman was, the less trustworthy she became. As news of Luo Lishua's arrival at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion spread, an increasing number of disciples gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of her enchanting beauty. Chen Feng regarded this with amusement. He had no desire to admire Luo Lishua's beauty, nor to squeeze through the crowd for the sake of excitement. Such pursuits were a waste of time. Chen Feng only wished to exchange for 3 second-grade elixirs and depart swiftly. After considerable effort, he maneuvered through the throng and reached the first floor of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. That moment, the first floor was packed, with all eyes fixed on the alchemy room. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the alchemy room swung open. An elderly man with white hair emerged, closely followed by a young maiden. She is out. Sister Luo Lishua has come out from the alchemy room. I wonder what grade of elixir she has refined this time. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chen Feng glanced over and noticed the young maiden, who was dressed in a light blue robe that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Her eyes sparkled like 2 clear gems, radiating an innocent brilliance. Her face was exquisitely delicate, her features flawless, and her skin as fair as snow. That moment, she remained closely behind the elderly man, displaying a gentle smile that was utterly charming and endearing, stirring feelings within those who beheld her. Chen Feng's gaze flickered briefly. While the young maiden was indeed breathtaking, he recognized that he had no connection with her and had no desire to indulge in unrealistic aspirations. No matter how beautiful she was, it mattered not to him. His heart was set solely on the pursuit of martial arts. The elderly man, with a kind expression and a gentle smile, surveyed the crowd. He spoke amiably. As expected, Li Shue has refined a 4th-grade elixir. Though it is merely of the mid-grade, it is still quite impressive that I believe it won't be long before she can refine 4th-grade elixirs of superior quality. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They were left speechless, utterly shocked. Sister Luo Lishua is truly extraordinary, able to refine a 4th-grade elixir and a mid-grade one at that I was under the impression that she was merely a 3rd-grade divine alchemist. Just look at her robe. It bears 3 embroidered red clouds, confirming her status as a third-grade divine alchemist. Incredible! For a third-grade divine alchemist to refine a fourth-grade elixir is remarkable. It seems that in no time, she will be ready to participate in the assessment for fourth-grade divine alchemist. 17 years old. A fourth-grade divine alchemist is a top-tier existence across the Kanglan continent. In that moment, the crowd expressed their admiration and envy for Luo Lishue, murmuring in awe. Such a celestial beauty. To marry her would be a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Everyone, please disperse and do not disturb others from purchasing elixirs, the elderly man said kindly. Reluctantly, the crowd began to disperse, lingering a moment longer to admire Luo Lishue. Finally, she stepped forward and said softly, "Dear junior brothers, please leave promptly. The path of martial arts is long and arduous. I encourage you all to persevere." With Sister Lishue's encouragement, the crowd erupted into cheers. Subsequently, many left regretfully, leaving only a handful behind, including Chen Feng, who remained to purchase elixirs. Once the crowd had cleared, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and approached the elderly man. "Master," I possess 2,000 contribution points and wish to exchange them for 3 second-grade elixirs." The elderly man, known as Jingtian, was referred to as Elder by the disciples of the Xinyue sword sect. He was a 5th-grade divine alchemist, the peak master of the first peak, and the head of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, as well as Luo Lishue's mentor. Please present your identity token. Jingtian glanced at Chen Feng, recognizing that having 2,000 contribution points indicated considerable effort on his part. "Here you go." Chen Feng handed over the jade identity token. This identity token serves as a symbol for the disciples of the Xinyue sword sect. Each disciple possesses one, primarily used to store identity information and contribution points. After receiving the identity token, Jingtian examined the information within using his spiritual sense. He frowned and said, "You are Chen Feng, the direct disciple of Jian Chenzi from the 9th peak." "Indeed, I am the disciple of Jian Chenzi from the 9th peak," Chen Feng replied, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, his expression one of curiosity as he regarded Jingtian. Jingtian, the peak master of the first peak and head of the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, was surprisingly familiar with him. This left Chen Feng somewhat perplexed. "Lishue, go greet him. He is the direct disciple of your lifesaver." Jingtian turned to look at Luo Lishue and cautioned, 3 years ago, Jian Chenzi met an untimely demise. Chen Feng, a man of profound loyalty and righteousness, honored Jian Chenzi's dying wish by forsaking his own cultivation and destroying his dantian, guarding his grave for 3 years. Chen Feng is undoubtedly a person of deep sentiment and integrity. Lishue, have you not longed to repay Jian Chenzi's kindness? Since he has passed, if you wish to express your gratitude, seek out Chen Feng, for he has inherited Jian Chenzi's legacy. Luo Lishue responded with a bright smile. 10 years prior, she had faced peril in the Forbidden Land, nearly losing her life until Jian Chenzi intervened to save her. 3 years ago, having grown older, she finally left her family and immediately sought to become Jian Chenzi's disciple to repay her debt of gratitude. Alas, she found that Jian Chenzi had tragically fallen to the will of the heavens. Disappointed, she ultimately became a disciple of Jingtian, training as a divine alchemist. Now, encountering Jian Chenzi's direct disciple, who had upheld such profound loyalty by guarding his grave for 3 years after his death, she felt a deep sense of filial piety. Although she had failed to repay Jian Chenzi's life-saving grace, repaying Chen Feng would suffice. With her graceful figure and elegant stride, she approached Chen Feng and smiled. "Greetings, Chen Feng. I am Luo Lishue. Your master was my savior, and if there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall exert my utmost effort." "Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary," Chen Feng replied, expressing his gratitude. "The one who saved you is my master, but if you wish to express your gratitude, you may visit his grave and offer incense. There is no need to transfer your gratitude to me. Luo Lishue, I, Chen Feng, do not accept what I have not earned. I did not save you, thus I cannot accept your thanks or your kindness." Chapter 15. The Talent for Alchemy. Luo Lishue was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Chen Feng's attitude towards her gratitude and his resolute demeanor. She was a woman of exceptional stature, accustomed to being adored and cherished by all around her. Men would kneel in submission, yearning for her favor. Yet, she remained proud and reserved, maintaining a respectful distance from others, earning her a reputation for purity. Now, having lowered herself to extend goodwill to Chen Feng, she found him dismissive. Chen Feng, how infuriating! Were it not for Jian Shenzi being your master, I would hardly bother with you. Such arrogance, she thought, would surely lead to his downfall. That INA crowd, he would be but a frog in a well. Unable to stand out, Dadi Jing Tian also furrowed his brow at Chun Feng's haughty attitude. Reflecting on Jian Shenzi's extraordinary brilliance, he lamented that he had taken on such a disciple. What a pity, Chen Feng. Since you refuse to accept Luo Li Shui's gratitude, then at least accept this fourth-grade elixir. Your master saved her life, and such a debt of gratitude must be repaid. Accept this elixir, and Luo Li Shui will be able to ease her conscience. With an unyielding tone, He Jing Tian presented the fourth-grade elixir to Chen Feng, that by accepting it, any further connection between Luo Li Shui and Chen Feng would be severed, thus alleviating her burden of gratitude. Very well, I shall accept this elixir, Chen Feng said, reluctantly acquiescing that he did not wish to be entangled with Luo Li Shui. Observing Chun Feng's impatient expression, those around him seethed with anger. Luo Li Shui was their goddess. How could he be so arrogant as to reject her kindness? Who did he think he was, to act so pretentiously and dismiss the gratitude of Luo Li Shui? A mere waste of space? Not just a waste. He is utterly useless. 3 years ago, he might have been the foremost swordsmanship talent of Shun Yu sword sect. But now, his cultivation was shattered, his dantian destroyed. He was a complete failure. How dare such a failure refuse the gratitude of Luo Li Shui and accept a fourth-grade elixir? He would surely regret this once he left the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. What do you mean by that? Are you implying? But that is a fourth-grade elixir. Who would overlook such a treasure? This fool is a waste of space. Why should he deserve Luo Li Shui's recognition? Why should he receive a fourth-grade elixir? If he were wise, he would obediently hand over the elixir to preserve his life, that if he proves obstinate and dares not to surrender it, I shall send him straight to the underworld. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, plotting. Once Chen Feng left the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, they would follow him, robbing him of the fourth-grade elixir. Yet Chen Feng remained utterly unconcerned by their thoughts. Luo Li Shui, I have accepted the fourth-grade elixir. Your debt of gratitude has been repaid, and from now on, we have no further ties. How delightful. Luo Li Shui chuckled lightly, never having encountered someone as ungrateful as Chen Feng. Such a person was destined to be insignificant, living like an ant. Accepting an elixir to ensure this woman would no longer pursue him was simply a matter of eliminating a troublesome issue. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Possessing the chaotic tower, he wished to avoid entanglements. Should anyone discover his secret, it would spell his doom. Ti Lao, I possess 2,000 contribution points within my identity token. Could you assist me in exchanging for 3 second-grade elixirs? I would like 1 soul elixir and 2 transformation elixirs. Chen Feng offered a calm smile. Soul elixir? He Jing Tian furrowed his brow, cautioning. Chen Feng, the soul elixir is used to enhance one's spiritual perception and soul power. You are neither a divine alchemist nor a weapon forger. This elixir holds little value for you. Are you certain you wish to exchange for it? Yes, I am certain, Chen Feng stated earnestly, lacking any hint of jest. Very well, He Jing Tian sighed, shaking his head. This Chen Feng, aside from his loyalty and righteousness, possesses little else as a martial artist. Exchanging contribution points for a soul elixir is an utter waste. Chen Feng. Those 2,000 contribution points must have been left to you by your master, Jian Shenzi. Am I correct? I do not wish for you to stray from the right path. Let me remind you once more. Are you certain you want to exchange for the soul elixir? He Jing Tian's expression was grave. He believed Chun Feng's contribution points were indeed a gift from Jian Shenzi, for how else could someone of Chun Feng's caliber acquire such wealth? As Jian Shenzi's dear friend, He Jing Tian could not bear to see Chen Feng squander these points, which were the fruits of Jian Shenzi's labor. Thank you for the reminder. He allowed that I have made my decision. I shall exchange for 1 soul elixir and 2 transformation elixirs. Chen Feng smiled slightly, having his own intentions behind acquiring the soul elixir. Then do as you wish. I must warn you, once the exchange is successful, there will be no turning back. That He Jing Tian spoke sternly, feeling regret for Jian Shenzi having taken on such a disciple. Not only did Chen Feng ignore advice, but he was also exceedingly stubborn, destined for mediocrity. Luo Li Shui, Please retrieve 1 soul elixir and 2 transformation elixirs for Chen Feng. That He Jing Tian glanced at Luo Lishui. Yes, master. Luo Lishui responded, her slender figure swaying gracefully as she walked, captivating the hearts of those around her. Soon, Luo Lishui returned with the 3 elixirs, stating, "Here are the elixirs you requested." "Thank you," Chen Feng said, his gaze clear as water. Briefly scanning Luo Lishui before moving on, Daddy Lao, "I have one more matter to trouble you with." Chen Feng placed the 3 elixirs into his spatial ring and humbly regarded He Jing Tian. He Jing Tian's eyes narrowed, displeased. Chen Feng had just expressed his resolute stance against accepting favors. Yet so shortly thereafter, he was asking for assistance that it was truly laughable. "Speak," that He Jing Tian glared coldly at Chen Feng. His demeanor far from the previous warmth. "It is this. I possess a 3rd-grade soul power, yet I am uncertain of my alchemical talent. If you have a way to help me test my alchemical aptitude, I would be immensely grateful." Chen Feng's voice resonated powerfully, undeterred by He Jing Tian's frigid demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Luo Lishui could not contain her laughter. "Apologies, I simply could not help myself." "You wish to test your alchemical talent with a mere 3rd-grade soul power? Chen Feng, are you deliberately mocking my master?" Laughter erupted from those nearby, finding Chen Feng's request utterly foolish. 3rd-grade soul power, and he dares to contemplate testing his alchemical talent? "Chen Feng, you must be deluded into thinking you have a chance at becoming a divine alchemist. No wonder you sought to exchange for the soul elixir." "Chen Feng, you are Jian Chenzi's direct disciple. I have known Jian Chenzi well. I will speak frankly. Indeed, you were once the greatest swordsmanship talent of Shun Yu sword sect, with astonishing potential. Yet, 3 years ago, you foolishly sacrificed your cultivation and destroyed your Dantian for a mere promise. While your loyalty is commendable, it is also profoundly foolish. Now that you have become a waste, why not simply live a humble life?" He Jing Tian sighed, lamenting that Chen Feng was reaching for the stars while unable to cultivate martial arts. It was indeed a laughable aspiration to become a divine alchemist. He continued, "Chen Feng, it is not my intention to undermine your confidence, but the fact that you possess only a 3rd-tier spiritual power indicates a lack of innate talent in the art of alchemy. Why waste your time further? It would be wise to seek an alternative path as soon as possible." Chen Feng offered an awkward smile. He was not angered, for he understood that the elder's words were heartfelt advice from He Jing Tian. Genuinely considering his best interest, that he replied, "Elder He, I still wish to give it a try and see if I possess any aptitude for alchemy." "Master, since Chen Feng is so determined, let us test his alchemical talent. It will only take the time of half a stick of incense and will not delay matters." Luo Lishui smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of disdain as she anticipated the moment Chen Feng would be struck down by the results of the test. Chen Feng had always been so confident. Once he discovered his utter lack of talent, would he not suffer a crushing blow to his spirit? Luo Lishui's lips curled upward slightly, already reveling in her secret glee. Chapter 16, Legendary Level. "In that case, let us proceed with the assessment." That He Jing Tian shook his head slightly, cautioning, "Chen Feng, do not harbor overly high expectations. True talent for alchemy is exceedingly rare, and you are already 16 years old. If you had any aptitude, it would have been discovered long ago, not left to today." That He Jing Tian urged Chen Feng to temper his expectations to protect his self-esteem from potential devastation after the test. "Thank you for your reminder, Elder He. I understand." Chen Feng revealed a smile. "Follow me." That He Jing Tian led the way deeper into the alchemist pavilion, with Luo Lishui closely trailing behind. "Come, let us go and witness this farce. Let us see how Chen Feng, the waste, humiliates himself. Indeed, once that waste tests for the most abysmal level of alchemical talent, he will realize how foolish he truly is for harboring such dreams of becoming an alchemist." The derision from the crowd was palpable. They looked down on Chen Feng, especially since he had dared to reject their goddess and had acquired a 4th-tier pill, inciting their jealousy and resentment. As Chen Feng followed He Jing Tian into a loft, many disciples swiftly gathered around, standing outside to watch the spectacle unfold. He Jing Tian immediately retrieved a crystal-clear soul stone from a cabinet, stating, "This soul stone, known as the Soul Heaven Stone, is used to assess one's alchemical talent. Li Xue, demonstrate to Chen Feng how to use the Soul Heaven Stone." He Jing Tian handed the soul stone to Luo Lishui. "Yes, master." Taking the soul stone, Luo Lishue's beautiful eyes shimmered as she released a stream of spiritual power directly into it. While demonstrating the process, she explained, Qinfeng, once you inject your spiritual power into the soul stone, it will react within 10 breaths, displaying different colors according to the level of your alchemical talent. There are 9 tiers of alchemical talent, meaning the soul stone can exhibit 9 different colors, from lowest to highest. They are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and golden. As she spoke, the soul stone in Luo Lishue's hand began to glow. Buzz! The soul stone trembled violently, radiating a dazzling purple light. Heavens, purple! It is actually purple! The spectators gasped in awe. Luo Lishue not only possessed 6th-tier spiritual power, but also a 7th-tier alchemical talent. Truly a prodigy, Luo Lishue, our revered sister, is indeed a rare talent in the realm of alchemy. Her prowess unparalleled. The crowd was filled with envy and astonishment. They knew Luo Lishue was gifted, yet they had not anticipated her to be so extraordinary, almost defying the heavens. Compared to her, they felt utterly ordinary, akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, while she stood as the radiant moon in the sky, unattainable. Luo Lishue's lips curved into a smile, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Qinfeng, I have instructed you on how to use the Soul Heaven Stone. Now it is your turn to test your alchemical talent and broaden our horizons. Lishue, do not become too proud. He Jingtian furrowed his brow, concerned that Luo Lishue might grow arrogant. That I understand, master. Luo Lishue reined in her smile, her demeanor becoming humble and gentle as she gazed at Qinfeng. With a graceful sway, she approached him, handing over the Soul Heaven Stone. Thank you. Qinfeng expressed his gratitude as he took the soul stone and infused it with his spiritual power. Let the assessment begin. Let the performance commence. The show is about to unfold. The crowd eagerly anticipated Qinfeng's self-inflicted humiliation 3 years ago. He had been so remarkable that even the sect leader wished to take him as a direct disciple. Yet his arrogance led him to refuse. What does it matter how impressive he was back then? He remains a waste now. Once the assessment concluded, they would relish the opportunity to mock him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qinfeng held the Soul Heaven Stone, testing his alchemical talent. Luo Lishue could hardly contain her schadenfreude as she prepared to witness Qinfeng's folly. Alas, it is a pity that Jian Qinzi misjudged and took on such a disciple, but he Jingtian sighed softly, disappointment evident in his gaze as he felt regret for Jian Qinzi, fully aware that Qinfeng's upcoming assessment would likely result in self-inflicted disgrace. Unperturbed by the thoughts of those around him, Qinfeng remained focused, immersing himself in the process as he gazed intently at the Soul Heaven Stone. Suddenly, the Soul Heaven Stone began to change. A brilliant red light erupted from it, dazzling in its intensity. Upon seeing the red glow, Luo Lishue could not resist a mocking laugh, saying, "Wow, such a rich red light. Qinfeng, it seems you possess only the most basic alchemical talent. Utterly unfit for the path of alchemy. What a pity! I said it all along. Qinfeng is not only a waste in martial arts, but also in alchemy. A person like him is nothing but refuse. Indeed, if I were him with such insignificance, I would have long since sought to end my existence." The crowd jeered at Qinfeng, their disdain evident as they looked down upon him. That he Jingtian shook his head, stating, "Qinfeng, it is time to resign yourself to reality." However, just as his words fell, the Soul Heaven Stone transformed once more. The red glow suddenly faded, morphing into an orange hue. What of the orange light? It still does not change the fact that Qinfeng is a waste. Indeed, an orange glow indicates 2nd-tier alchemical talent. Still nothing of note that to pursue the path of alchemy, one must possess at least 3rd-tier talent. Otherwise, they are doomed to fail. Qinfeng is utterly lacking. The crowd's scorn was palpable, their disdain for Qinfeng growing ever stronger. Luo Lishue, too, wore a smug smile as she declared, "2nd-tier alchemical talent changes nothing. It does not alter my view of him. 2nd tier is still far too low. If it were 3rd tier, perhaps there would be a chance," he Jingtian murmured softly, shaking his head in further disappointment for Qinfeng. Yet at that moment, the Soul Heaven Stone shifted once again. The orange hue faded, revealing a brilliant yellow light. Witnessing this, he Jingtian's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Qinfeng with renewed interest. "Master, is the Soul Heaven Stone malfunctioning? Why does it not display a single result? Luo Lishue's brows furrowed, her expression darkening. It was inconceivable that Chen Feng could possess third-tier alchemical talent. Surely, the Soul Heaven Stone must be broken. What Luo Lishue said makes sense. The Soul Heaven Stone has always displayed a single result at once. Why is it changing multiple times in Chen Feng's hands? This Soul Heaven Stone must be defective. The spectators, filled with disbelief, could not fathom how Chen Feng, a waste, could possibly possess third-tier alchemical talent. It must be a malfunction. I am uncertain as well that He Jingtian's expression shifted. He had never encountered such a situation before. Just as hesitation lingered in the air, the Soul Heaven Stone transformed yet again. The yellow light dissipated, revealing a dazzling green glow. Green. Could this boy possess fourth-tier alchemical talent? Luo Lishue's expression shifted for the first time. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Chen Feng. Before she could voice her questions, the Soul Heaven Stone shifted once more, the green glow instantly transforming into a cyan hue. The crowd was left speechless, unable to process the rapid changes, as the cyan light transitioned into a serene blue, reminiscent of the sky, bringing forth a sense of tranquility. At this point, everyone was utterly flabbergasted, including He Jingtian, who stared at Chen Feng in bewilderment. Before they could gather their thoughts, the Soul Heaven Stone changed again, shifting from blue to purple to seventh-tier alchemical talent. No. Impossible. Chen Feng possesses only third-tier spiritual power. How could he possibly have seventh-tier alchemical talent like me? Luo Lishue gasped, her heart racing as waves of disbelief washed over her. Wait. The Soul Heaven Stone continues to tremble violently. Chen Feng's alchemical talent is not limited to seventh tier. Luo Lishue was in utter shock, her complexion paling as she fixed her gaze on Chen Feng. Buzz! The color of the Soul Heaven Stone shifted once more, this time transforming from a deep purple to an inky black, a hue that signified an 8th-grade alchemical talent. He Jingtian was utterly astonished, momentarily frozen in place. The legendary alchemical aptitude had truly manifested. An 8th-grade talent, indeed. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, a 1 in 10,000 chance. This is terrible. The Soul Heaven Stone must be malfunctioning. Chen Feng could not possibly possess an 8th-grade alchemical talent. How could his ability surpass mine? Luo Lishue's pupils constricted, her face pale as she gazed at Chen Feng in disbelief. Exclaiming loudly, Chapter 17. Becoming his dual cultivation partner. Aside from the possibility of the Soul Heaven Stone being defective, I can conceive of no other explanation that if not for a malfunction, how could this waste of a person, Chen Feng, ever measure up to an 8th-grade alchemical talent? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their words dripping with disdain and scorn for Chen Feng, collectively convinced that the Soul Heaven Stone had indeed faltered. Otherwise, how could he possess such a talent? Could it truly be that the Soul Heaven Stone was defective? Yet it had undergone numerous tests without fail in the past. Why would it break now during Chen Feng's assessment? As a 5th-grade alchemist, He Jingtian felt a wave of doubt wash over him. At that moment, the Soul Heaven Stone shifted once again. Before the eyes of the onlookers, it morphed from its inky blackness to a brilliant crimson, a shade akin to gold, indicating a 9th-grade alchemical talent. A 9th-grade alchemical talent. How could an obscure individual like him possibly possess such an extraordinary ability? Luo Lishue's eyes filled with disdain as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Chen Feng. She refused to believe that he could surpass her with a 9th-grade talent. She said, Master, now that Chen Feng has even been tested for a 9th-grade talent, does that not further imply that the Soul Heaven Stone is indeed defective? If this were true, then Chen Feng's alchemical aptitude would rival that of the revered Dan King. Luo He Jingtian inhaled deeply, his mind reeling with incredulity. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, startling everyone before their astonished gazes. The crimson Soul Heaven Stone held in Chen Feng's hand shattered into a myriad of crystalline fragments. Haha, the Soul Heaven Stone is indeed broken, and now it has exploded. Luo Lishue chuckled mockingly. Reveling in the misfortune, she could not abide the thought of Chen Feng being assessed with a 9th-grade alchemical talent. For someone as small-minded as him, did not deserve such recognition. Senior Sister Luo Lishue, your keen insight has proven correct. The Soul Heaven Stone is indeed defective. Indeed, how could this waste of a person, Chen Feng, ever possess a 9th-grade talent? This fool must have resorted to some underhanded means to deliberately damage the Soul Heaven Stone. Attempting to masquerade as a genius of alchemy and deceive Elder He, it is utterly laughable. The crowd exchanged scornful remarks about Qin Feng's alleged cheating. Yet in stark contrast, Qin Feng stood there bewildered. He had merely wished to ascertain his alchemical talent. Why would he need to resort to cheating? Furthermore, he was entirely ignorant of the ways of alchemy and had no idea how to manipulate the results. Elder He, is my test concluded? He asked awkwardly, surveying the scattered remnants of the Soul Heaven Stone with a wry smile. Yes, it is concluded, He Jing Tian replied, his gaze toward Qin Feng laced with an unusual complexity. However, He Jing Tian concealed his true feelings well. Ensuring that none of the others present were aware of his inner turmoil, that he continued, Qin Feng, your test has encountered an issue with the Soul Heaven Stone. Your results will be determined based on the color it first displayed. The initial color displayed, that was red. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head and stating, it seems I truly lack any alchemical talent, that He Jing Tian regarded Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Foolish child, you do not lack talent. Rather, your potential is so extraordinary that it has surpassed the 9th grade, reaching a supreme level of alchemical aptitude that He Jing Tian sighed inwardly, thinking, however, this matter regarding your supreme talent must remain a secret. It cannot be allowed to surface, or it will bring you grave danger. That supreme-level alchemical talent exists only in legends, transcending the 9th grade. Were it not for Qin Feng's talent shattering the Soul Heaven Stone, He Jing Tian might have genuinely believed it was damaged. However, the explosion signified that the stone was not defective. Instead, it was Qin Feng's prodigious aptitude that had overwhelmed it. Yet He Jing Tian could only bury this secret deep within his heart, fearful of its revelation. For supreme-level talent is exceedingly rare, and the internal strife within the Shunyu sword sect is intricate and tumultuous. Should word leak that Qin Feng possesses such talent, he would inevitably attract the attention of those with ill intentions. This would certainly invite peril. He Jing Tian cast a deep glance at Qin Feng. To protect Qin Feng's safety, he deliberately addressed the crowd. Everyone, please disperse. This spectacle has come to an end. Qin Feng's final test result was red, indicating a first-grade alchemical talent. The most inferior of talents. Qin Feng was utterly unsuited for the path of alchemy. As He Jing Tian announced the result, the stigma of being a waste was firmly affixed to Qin Feng, that haha, I said it all along. How could this waste, Qin Feng, possibly possess a 9th grade alchemical talent? Now that Elder He has confirmed it, stating that Qin Feng only has the most abysmal talent, he is clearly unfit to pursue the path of alchemy. This fool overestimates himself, daring to dream of walking the path of alchemy. He simply does not know his own limitations. Qin Feng is utterly finished. In martial arts, his cultivation has been obliterated and his dantian destroyed, that in alchemy, he possesses only the most wretched of talents from this point onward. He shall live as an ordinary person, that in ordinary person. This waste will not survive long, possessing 3 second-grade pills and 1 fourth-grade pill. Who would not covet such treasures? There are countless individuals who would wish him dead for those pills. This waste will not last long. To possess wealth is to invite disaster. Everyone was acutely aware that with so many pills in Qin Feng's possession, many had set their sights upon him. Their eyes gleaming with avarice. Luo Lishui wore a malicious smile, offering false consolation. Qin Feng, do not despair. Although your alchemical talent is abysmal and you are destined not to cultivate alchemy, you can still pursue martial arts. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Your dantian is destroyed, so you cannot practice martial arts. Qin Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to argue further, and replied, there is no need for you to worry. Subsequently, Qin Feng cupped his fist in a gesture of respect to He Jing Tian and stated, I shall take my leave now. Qin Feng's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. He did not feel disheartened by being assessed as possessing the most inferior first-grade talent. He was never truly inclined to the path of alchemy. He merely wished to see if he had any aptitude for it, that if he did, he could pursue both alchemy and martial arts. If not, he could fully dedicate himself to martial arts, which would also be a viable path. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave. Observing Qin Feng's audacious figure, a flicker of disdain crossed Luo Lishui's beautiful eyes, that he is so arrogant. Luo Lishui huffed, coldly remarking, forget it. With my status and position, why should I bother with a waste like him? He is destined to never achieve greatness, existing in a realm entirely separate from mine. Luo Li Shui shook her head slightly, then let out a bitter laugh. Thinking that were it not for Chen Feng being the direct disciple of Jian Qinzi, she would never lower herself to associate with someone as insignificant as him. The people around her were all paragons of excellence. Scions of noble families. Chen Feng, a mere ant, lacked even the qualifications to be her friend. Why should she stoop to his level? Yet at that moment, He Jingtian approached Luo Li Shui, his expression grave. He admonished her, Li Shui, you should make an effort to interact more with Chen Feng. What? Luo Li Shui was taken aback, her feelings of physiological aversion toward Chen Feng intensifying. How could such an arrogant individual possibly amount to anything? Her master actually wanted her to engage with him more? Master, I have already given that fellow a 4th-grade pill as a gesture of gratitude for Jian Qinzi's life-saving favor. Why should I demean myself further by associating with him? Luo Li Shui frowned, feeling quite uncomfortable. Being asked to interact with a waste like Chen Feng could tarnish her reputation. Demean yourself? He Jingtian retorted sternly. What if I were to tell you that the Soul Heaven Stone is not broken? What? Luo Li Shui's heart skipped a beat, her complexion paling instantly. That if the Soul Heaven Stone were not broken, did that not imply? Luo Li Shui instinctively covered her mouth, her entire being rendered speechless in shock. Li Shui, this matter must not be disclosed. Engaging more with Chen Feng could prove to be a fortuitous opportunity for you. He Jingtian asserted, I deliberately claimed the Soul Heaven Stone was defective. That Chen Feng merely exhibited a first-grade alchemical talent, which is indeed quite poor. However, that is not the truth. Chen Feng's alchemical aptitude is exceedingly terrifying and far surpasses your own. Li Shui, you must seek to connect with Chen Feng and privately impart your alchemical knowledge to him. Should you have the fortune to become his dual cultivation partner in the future, you will reap immeasurable benefits. Luo Li Shui's cheeks flushed at once. Becoming a dual cultivation partner with Chen Feng? That was simply outrageous. She had previously believed that Chen Feng was arrogant and boastful, and that his talent for first-grade alchemy was nothing but garbage. Such a person was surely incapable of achieving greatness. However, at this moment, after hearing He Jingtian's explanation, she suddenly experienced a revelation that He Jingtian had intentionally concealed Chen Feng's true abilities. First, to protect him, and second, to create an opportunity for her to interact with him privately, allowing her to impart her alchemical knowledge to him. Over time, feelings would undoubtedly blossom between her and Chen Feng that I understand now. Mastered, I will make an effort to spend more time with Chen Feng, to teach him the art of alchemy, and to win his heart, so as not to disappoint you for your kindness, Luo Li Shui said, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lip, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Yet her gaze remained resolute, determined to win Chen Feng over and become his dual cultivation partner. With Chen Feng's exceptional alchemical talent, as long as she taught him, given time, he would surely become a renowned master alchemist. And she would benefit from this, possibly standing atop the pinnacle of alchemy in the future. Chapter 18. Murder and Robbery. After leaving the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Chen Feng sensed that someone was stealthily following him. Were they plotting to kill him and seize his possessions? He maintained his composure as he made his way toward the 9th peak, waiting for his pursuers to make their move. They seemed rather patient. I am curious to see how long they can endure before they strike. Let me provide them with a chance to take my life, encouraging them to act sooner. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at a secluded bamboo grove. The steep terrain and remoteness making it an ideal location for murder and corpse disposal. As anticipated, no sooner had he stepped into the grove than 3 figures suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Are you truly intent on killing me for my elixirs? Chen Feng's brow furrowed as he recognized the trio, the very same individuals who had been observing him at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. They had been tailing him, undoubtedly coveting his elixirs. After all, the 4th-grade elixirs crafted by Luo Li Shui were currently in his possession. Who would not be envious? His reputation as a waste had spread far and wide. Killing him would likely go unnoticed. Chen Feng, if you are wise, you will immediately hand over the 4 elixirs you possess, Wang Yong said, his eyes gleaming with greed. He had long coveted those elixirs. Waiting for the moment, Chen Feng left the Divine Alchemy Pavilion to eliminate him and seize them as a 4th-level warrior of the heavenly martial realm. He believed that acquiring even 1 4th-grade elixir would bolster his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the 5th level after some arduous training. His gaze darkened as he coldly threatened, "If you refuse, I will make your life a living hell." Brother Wang, why waste words on him? We should simply take action. Chen Feng is already a waste, and no one will care if we kill him. Ding Feng scoffed, having already regarded Chen Feng as a mere plaything. Indeed, Brother Wang, this is a desolate bamboo grove, perfect for committing murder and burying the body, Hanjiu said, his gaze fixated on Chen Feng, awaiting Wang Yang's command to strike. Patience. After all, Chen Feng is already cornered. If he willingly hands over the 4 elixirs, we can avoid unnecessary trouble, Wang Yong said confidently, a smile on his face as he stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, surrender the 4 elixirs, and I may spare your life that moment. Chen Feng chuckled, mockery dancing in his eyes as he regarded Wang Yong, Ding Feng, and Han Jie. Is it just the 3 of you? What's that supposed to mean, waste? Wang Yong frowned, his voice chilling. "3 of us are more than enough to take your life. No. What I mean is, just the 3 of you are insufficient to kill me." Chen Feng smiled, his lips curling upward, "That if you wish to commit murder and robbery, it depends on your capabilities. Unfortunately, it seems you lack the necessary skill. You might as well resign yourselves to your fates. How dare you speak so boldly when death is imminent? You seek your own demise," Wang Yong roared, drawing his blade and charging at Chen Feng with ferocious speed. His sword technique fierce and unrelenting as he aimed for Chen Feng's head. Martial technique. Savage blade technique. Wang Yong unleashed a torrent of true energy, manifesting a terrifying and powerful martial skill. In an instant, the bamboo grove erupted with the sound of whirling blades. The air filled with sonic booms as green bamboo splintered under the onslaught, the might of his blades surging toward Chen Feng. Brother Wang's first strike is an unbeatable killing move. There is no way Chen Feng can survive this. Ding Feng and Hanjiu couldn't help but share a cold laugh, envisioning the grisly scene of Chen Feng being cleaved in 2. Yet, as Wang Yong's furious strike descended, Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. He invoked his sword technique, channeling the supreme art of the Chu royal family, a sword that pierces the heavens in an instant. A powerful sword aura enveloped the surroundings, its sharpness and overwhelming force radiating with lethal intent. Not good. This waste is merely pretending. His cultivation remains intact, and his dantian is undamaged. Wang Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that Chen Feng did not evade, but instead chose to confront him with swordplay. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Chen Feng had concealed his true strength far too deeply. Damn it. No matter how well you hide, you have not cultivated for 3 years. Wang Yong's gaze turned icy. And he bellowed, "In this battle, you shall surely perish." Boom! Die! Wang Yong's great blade swung down with fury. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, a piercing noise that reverberated through the air. Chen Feng stood firm, unwavering, as the powerful sword aura enveloped him, refusing to dissipate. In contrast, Wang Yong was violently thrown back by the force of the collision, coughing violently as he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His face pale, his blade had shattered. How could this be? Wang Yong's voice echoed with despair and rage as he glared at Chen Feng, blood gushing from his mouth. "I have unleashed my martial techniques. My blade is invincible. How could I lose to you, Dai?" Chen Feng dismissed Wang Yong's frantic inquiries with disdain, bringing his sword down without hesitation. Sizzle. Wang Yong's head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents. This information was incorrect. Chen Feng has hidden his true abilities too well. He is not a waste at all. Ding Feng's pupils constricted in horror. That moment, he could no longer hesitate and immediately utilized his skills to flee into the distance. This beast was exceptionally vicious. He had likely realized they were following him and had deliberately lured them to this desolate bamboo grove with the intent to kill them. Hanjiu snapped back to reality. Contemplating the situation, Chen Feng had returned to the 9th peak without passing through this desolate bamboo grove. Yet he had chosen to take a detour here, his sinister intentions unmistakable. Run, without a moment's delay. Hanjiu dashed away. Since they had come, they might as well leave their lives behind. Chen Feng snorted softly. He had indeed taken a detour to this desolate bamboo grove with the intention of slaughtering Wang Yong and the others to eliminate any evidence. With Wang Yong now dead, Ding Feng and Hanjiu still dared to think of escaping. It was utterly laughable. Chen Feng's movements were swift and agile as he navigated the bamboo grove, pursuing Ding Fong closely. When he was within 10 meters of Ding Fong, he suddenly slashed down with his sword, unleashing a powerful sword aura that swept through the air, directly severing Ding Fong in half. Ding Fong, preoccupied with his escape, had no time to retaliate and was killed on the spot. "Please spare me." Upon witnessing Chen Feng catch up and slay Ding Fong, Hanju no longer dared to flee. Thud, his legs buckled, trembling as he collapsed to his knees before Chen Feng. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded his head against the ground with a resounding thud, offering Chen Feng 3 deep blows. "Brother Feng, please spare me. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 10-year-old child." Hanjo knelt there weeping. "But you are only 20 years old. Where did you get an 80-year-old mother and a 10-year-old child?" Chen Feng scoffed derisively, his gaze filled with contempt for Han Jio's foolishness. "Next time you concoct a lie, remember to engage your brain. Otherwise, you just appear very foolish. However, you may have to wait until your next life to spin another tale." Chen Feng's expression darkened as he raised his sword and swiftly beheaded Han Jio. Having killed 3 men in quick succession, Chen Feng's emotions remained remarkably steady, as calm as ever. "I am in urgent need of cultivation resources. I cannot afford to waste these 3 corpses." Chen Feng activated the mixed elemental technique, devouring the essence and blood of Wang Yong, Ding Fong, and Han Jio, causing their bodies to rapidly wither and shrivel into 3 desiccated corpses. Afterward, Chen Feng searched the 3 corpses and discovered 3 identity tokens, revealing that Wang Yong, Ding Fong, and Han Jio hail from the Second Peaks Forging Hall. In addition, Chen Feng found 3 storage rings. Upon probing them with his divine sense, he discovered they contained nothing but heaps of worthless scrap metal. These 3 individuals were impoverished, just like him. No wonder they sought to commit murder and robbery, coveting his precious elixirs. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated and chosen the wrong target, encountering someone as formidable as himself, a living harbinger of death, sending them directly to their demise. Chen Feng stowed the 3 storage rings into his own, knowing that such rings generally held a value of 10 spirit stones. Even the legs of a fly are still meat, and he would not squander any opportunity to obtain cultivation resources. "Now I possess 4 elixirs. 1 4th-grade elixir, of mid-grade quality, is worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. The 3 2nd-grade elixirs, though their quality remains uncertain, are estimated to be worth around 2,000 spirit stones. These items would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He needed to return to the 9th peak swiftly and consume those elixirs." Chen Feng's heart sank instantly as he set fire to the bodies of Wang Yong and his companions, immediately making his way toward the 9th peak. Meanwhile, deep within the desolate bamboo grove, a graceful figure emerged. It was Luo Lishu at this moment. Her face was pale, filled with shock as she witnessed Chen Feng's swordsmanship, slaying 3 men in quick succession. Her emotions surged like turbulent waves, leaving her unable to find peace. She murmured to herself, "Chen Feng has concealed himself too deeply, with his unparalleled alchemy talent and unfathomable martial prowess. What has he experienced over these 3 years?" Chapter 19. Why do you not avoid it? Upon returning to the 9th peak and finding it deserted, Chen Feng hurried to the back mountain. His junior sister, Su Yaqing, had mentioned setting up a small hut there. Chen Feng needed to ascertain her safety, that he rushed to the back mountain and found Su Yaqing cooking over a fire. Instantly, the tension in his heart eased, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Senior brother, why have you returned?" Su Yaqing looked up suddenly, hearing footsteps. Chen Feng's eyes reddened slightly as he stepped forward to embrace her. "It's good that you're safe, junior sister." For Chen Feng, who had been orphaned from a young age and raised by Jian Shenzi, his fellow disciples were his family. Had it not been for the betrayal of Zhang Chong and others, who sought to harm his junior sister, he would never have resorted to slaying them. Now Su Yaqing was his only remaining family, and he silently vowed to protect her for life. Previously, Su Yuan had threatened him, stating that if he did not appear, Su Yaqing would meet a terrible fate. Enraged, he had annihilated Su Yuan and his ilk. Family, for Chen Feng, meant Su Yaqing. She was his only weakness, and to touch her would be to invite death. Suddenly embraced by Chen Feng, Su Yaqing felt the warmth of his chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson with shyness, and she nervously inquired, "As senior brother, what is wrong?" "I've been here in the back mountain since you left, cooking for myself, never leaving. How could I be in any trouble? Chun Feng released Su Yaqing and recounted the events from his encounter at the Divine Moon Sword Mountain. After hearing his story, Su Yaqing was left in a cold sweat, shaken by the malevolence of those individuals. These people are utterly heartless. How dare they act so cruelly? They deserve to die. Su Yaqing clenched her teeth. Her face filled with anger as she stood up for Chun Feng. Senior brother, you weren't hurt, were you? Her beautiful eyes glimmered with concern that I am unharmed. Chun Feng replied with a smile, producing 2 pills from his spatial ring and handing them to Su Yaqing. Junior sister, keep these 2 pills. They will greatly benefit your cultivation. You should be on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly martial realm, correct? Ah, senior brother, where did these pills come from? Su Yaqing was taken aback. I completed a task at the labor office, earning 2,000 contribution points as a reward, which I exchanged for these pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Chun Feng chuckled. Now I understand. Su Yaqing was overjoyed. Senior brother, I am already at the 9th level of the true martial realm, that I don't need the pills. In 2 months, I will surely break through to the heavenly martial realm. You, however, need these cultivation resources more than I do if you wish to compete for the position of the 9th Peak Master. Senior brother, to compete for the position of the 9th Peak Master, you must at least break through to the chaotic realm. You have a long way to go, that I cannot accept your pills and hold you back. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile at his junior sister's genuine concern for him. Junior sister, please take the pills. Breaking through to the chaotic realm is not hindered by 1 or 2 pills. We will have more cultivation resources in the future. Senior brother, you are right. Then I shall accept these 2 pills, Su Yaqing said, quickly placing the 2 second-grade pills in her spatial ring, that I will help you keep these 2 pills safe for future needs. Su Yaqing thought to herself, knowing that the path Chun Feng had chosen to compete for the 9th Peak Master was fraught with challenges, and while she could not assist him directly, this was all she could do. Seeing Su Yaqing accept the pills, Chun Feng smiled. She was his family, and of course, he wanted to share good things with her. Senior brother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I just finished cooking. Let us eat together, Su Yaqing beamed, eagerly inviting Chun Feng. It had been 3 years since they last shared a meal, and now that Chun Feng had finally returned, she was overjoyed. All right, Chun Feng replied, sitting beside Su Yaqing. The siblings enjoyed their meal together, creating a warm atmosphere. Yes, they laughed and chatted over dinner. Chun Feng suddenly paused with his chopsticks, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Senior brother, what's wrong? Someone is coming. Chun Feng's expression turned grave as he slowly rose, positioning Su Yaqing behind him for protection. Chun Feng, you're hard to find. A loud voice boomed, and a figure descended from the sky. It's you, Lu Shuiyao. Chun Feng recognized her immediately. She was the personal disciple of the 5th Peak Master, Lu Shuiyao, renowned for her formidable strength and hailed as a swordsmanship genius 3 years ago. Although her skills had slightly lagged behind Chun Feng's, after 3 years of his seclusion, she had surely surpassed him. I thought you wouldn't recognize me. Lu Xiao stood poised in midair, atop a shimmering blue sword, her gaze condescending and proud as she regarded Chun Feng. Chun Feng, your 3-year burial has ended. Why did you not come to see me at the first opportunity? Lu Xiao, we are neither related nor acquainted. Why should I seek you out first? Chun Feng shook his head, finding her persistence absurd. How dare you say we are not related? Chun Feng. Lu Xiao stamped her foot in frustration, her delicate teeth biting down in resentment as she glared at him. Since you claim there are no personal ties, then I need not show you any kindness. You killed Li Yu and others. They were my junior brothers. How will you account for this? Lu Xiao. My senior brother killed Li Yu and the others purely because they brought this upon themselves. He acted out of necessity, Su Yaqing interjected, her eyes icy as she fixed her gaze on Lu Xiao. You, on the other hand, have consistently enabled your junior brother's misdeeds, fostering their arrogance and leading them to their doom. Who can you blame for that? Be silent. Lu Xiao shot Su Yaqing a glare. Scolding. Who are you to speak here? I am addressing your senior brother. What gives you the right to interject? Be silent yourself, Lu Xiao. Chun Feng scoffed, continuing, is what my junior sister said not true? You have indulged your junior brothers to the point of arrogance. And when they dared to step on my head, I executed them as a form of punishment. What fault lies in that? You twist the facts. Lu Xiao was infuriated that Chun Feng would reprimand her on behalf of Su Yaqing. Unwilling to yield, she declared, Chun Feng, you have killed my junior brothers. Today, I shall seek justice for them. With a swift leap, Lu Shuyao descended from her blue sword, brandishing it in her hand. With a fierce thrust, she aimed directly at Chen Feng's chest. Thud. Chen Feng did not evade. He allowed the sword to pierce his chest, blood splattering forth. You, despicable! Lu Shuyao glared resentfully at Chen Feng, convinced that he could have easily dodged this strike. After all, she knew he had regained his strength and was now even more formidable than before. Such a strike bore no power. How could he not avoid it? Her beautiful eyes flickered as she regarded him, sorrowfully asking, "Why did you not evade?" "Because I am not afraid," Chen Feng replied calmly, maintaining steady eye contact with Lu Shuyao. "Why are you not afraid? Do you not fear that I could kill you with a single stroke?" Lu Xiao's brows furrowed, her expression complex, revealing no trace of joy or anger. "I am not afraid because I understand you," Chen Feng stated placidly. "Others may kill me for their own gain. But you will not. That it is in your nature. You would not slay me." Chapter 20. Li Wentian, I will definitely kill you. Lu Xiao fell into silence, her mind racing as she processed his words. She contemplated the truth of his statement, realizing that this young man before her was far more perceptive than she had imagined. "Why do you think I would not kill you?" Lu Xiao inquired. Her curiosity piqued. She was typically aloof and proud, and others often perceived her as reclusive, hesitant to provoke her. But Chen Feng was different. Even when she pointed her sword at him, he remained unaffected. Let us consider the timeline. Chen Feng began to Lu Xiao. "We have known each other for nearly a decade, have we not? I was raised by my master, and you joined the Divine Moonsword sect at the age of 6. That was when I first saw you. Later, you were taken as a personal disciple by the Fifth Peak Master, which limited our interactions. While it is true that we are not related, if one were to examine our history closely, we might even be considered childhood friends. That I know your character, and you know mine. You are well aware, I, Chen Feng, would never indiscriminately take innocent lives. The deaths of Li Yu and others are purely a consequence of their own actions. Knowing that you believe this, I dare assert that you will not kill me." Su Yaqing, listening to Chen Feng's account, came to understand the profound closeness between Chen Feng and Lu Shuyao. They had grown up together, albeit one on the 9th peak and the other on the 5th peak. "You should tend to your wounds," Lu Shuyao said gently as she withdrew her sword, her expression softening as she gazed at Chen Feng. The injury was not severe and posed no significant threat. Chen Feng circulated his inner true essence to seal the wound, recognizing that Lu Shuyao had shown mercy with her strike, which is why he did not evade. He stated, "Li Yu is a disciple of Li Wentian. He was incited by Li Wentian to seize control of the 9th peak. I was left with no choice but to take action and slay Li Yu and his companions." How could this matter involve Li Wentian? Lu Shuyao furrowed her brow slightly. That Li Wentian's reputation is formidable, standing out among the 9 direct disciples. That it is said that the sect leader has shown subtle interest in taking Li Wentian as a direct disciple. Should that happen, Li Wentian's position within the Xinhua Sword sect would ascend to new heights. Chen Feng, you have no connection with Li Wentian. Why would he target the 9th peak? Lu Shuyao questioned with puzzlement. However, at the mention of Li Wentian, Chen Feng's expression shifted, anger flickering across his features. He retorted vehemently, "Lu Xiao, I share a profound enmity with Li Wentian." "What? You, a direct disciple of the 9th peak, and Li Wentian, a direct disciple of the 7th peak, have no ties, and you have been guarding a tomb for 3 years, completely isolated from him. How could there be such deep-seated enmity between you?" Lu Shuyao was taken aback, her brow furrowing deeper, filled with confusion. "This matter is related to Shun Ling." Chen Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. "I once had a past with Shun Ling, but just days ago. She conspired with Li Wentian, both of them colluding to seize my Qiyongdan and even attempting to take my life. Were it not for the shadowy protection of my master, I would likely be dead by now. Those 2 beasts, Chen Feng, vow not to be human until they are slain." As he spoke, Chen Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with a terrifying intensity that Lu Xiao trembled internally. Although she had not witnessed Chen Feng's torment at the hands of Li Wentian and Shen Linger, listening to his account felt as though she were there, able to sense the fury emanating from him. How despicable they are! The cold light in Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered, sympathizing with Chen Feng's previous plight. No wonder Chen Feng harbors such deep hatred for Li Wentian. "Senior brother, you have never mentioned any of this before." Li Wentian and his associates are indeed shameless and have subjected you to such inhumane treatment. Revenge. We must seek revenge. Su Yaqing bit her lip, her expression grim, feeling heartache for Chun Feng's experiences. Little junior sister, I will definitely avenge this. You must not interfere. Chun Feng's face was serious. Understood, senior brother, Su Yaqing replied. Interfering would only burden you. Su Yaqing was merely at the 9th level of true martial realm, while Li Wentian's strength was unfathomable. Her involvement would not assist Chen Feng, but would instead distract him, putting him at risk to Liu Shuiyao. Now that you know the truth, do you still intend to assist in avenging Li Yu and the others? Chun Feng's gaze darkened as he fixed his serious eyes on Liu Shuiyao. Continuing, if you insist on aiding them in revenge, I, Chen Feng, shall accompany you to the bitter end. Liu Shuyao's expression was extremely complex. She had come to find Chen Feng, both to reminisce and to seek an explanation regarding the unjust deaths of Li Yu and the others, who were slain by Chen Feng. There must be an account. The 5th peak is the law enforcement hall. They would not allow Li Yu's death to remain unresolved. Alas, this matter truly is troublesome. Liu Shuyao sighed, sheathing her azure sword, shaking her head as she spoke. Chen Feng, we have been childhood friends, and since I now know the truth, I cannot turn against you. However, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Not to mention the law enforcement hall on the 5th peak. Even facing Li Wentian will not be easy for you. As she spoke, Liu Shuyao's expression subtly shifted, and she added, you may not yet be aware, but Li Wentian has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of heavenly martial realm. Mere steps away from the chaotic realm, that it is rumored that once he breaks through to the chaotic realm, the sect leader intends to take him as a direct disciple. 3 years ago, you were so exceptional. Your talent in swordsmanship was phenomenal, and the sect leader had considered taking you as a direct disciple. But regrettably, you declined. Now, it seems that Li Wentian is poised to seize that position. Liu Shuyao's heart was filled with endless sentiment. Recalling the past, how brilliant Chen Feng had been. His talent in swordsmanship was unparalleled. No matter how intricate or obscure the sword techniques were, he could grasp them after a single glance and master them after a few attempts. That Liu Shuyao had once been a swordsmanship talent in her own right. Once renowned alongside Chen Feng as the twin prodigies of Xinyue sword sect. Yet she was self-aware, knowing that her diligence could only make up for her shortcomings, while Chen Feng was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, leaving others in awe. But now, Chen Feng had become indistinguishable from the masses, no longer the exceptional swordsman of yore. Liu Xiao's thoughts were in disarray as she gazed at Chen Feng, shaking her head involuntarily. Feeling both disheartened and disappointed. In the current situation, she must intervene to assist Chen Feng. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Li Wentian. Chen Feng, I will do everything in my power to help you resolve the troubles with Li Wentian. From now on, do not provoke him again, Dada. Li Wentian is someone you cannot afford to offend. You truly cannot. Observing Liu Shuyao's concern for him, Chen Feng could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing about? Liu Shuyao's brows knitted tightly. She was wholly focused on helping Chen Feng resolve the troubles with Li Wentian, and while Chen Feng's lack of gratitude irked her, his mockery was utterly intolerable. Were it not for their childhood bond, she would not bother with Chen Feng's fate. Seeing Liu Shuyao fuming, Chen Feng remained unfazed, his tone casual as he inquired, Liu Shuyao, I am confident that I know you quite well. But how well do you truly know me? Liu Shuyao was momentarily taken aback. How much did she truly know about Chen Feng? It seemed she had never considered this question, especially after Jian Chenzi's death. When Chen Feng chose to forfeit his cultivation, destroying his own Dantian and sacrificing his future to guard the tomb for 3 years, she had not contemplated the reasons behind his actions, merely deeming such behavior foolish. Liu Xiao, although you and I have grown up together, you do not truly understand me. Chen Feng smiled indifferently, continuing, since you do not understand me, why dare you claim that I cannot provoke Li Wentian? Li Wentian is powerful, with an illustrious background. How could you possibly provoke him? Liu Shuyao retorted stubbornly, did I in her view, Chen Feng indeed could not take on Li Wentian. Further offending him would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Courting disaster. Enough, Liu Shuyao. Your fear of Li Wentian and his background has nothing to do with me. For me, what does it matter if Li Wentian is strong? What does it matter if he comes from a prestigious lineage? Chen Feng's expression was devoid of emotion as he coldly declared, Li Wentian, I will surely kill him. No one can stop me. Chapter 21. If I speak, can I protect Qin Feng? What bold words! Lu Shuyao's eyes sparkled brightly as she gazed at Qin Feng, her heart racing with excitement. Qin Feng, reclaim your former confidence. Finally, the pride of old returns. How astonishing was Qin Feng back then. His talent in swordsmanship was unparalleled, leaving many disciples in awe. Lu Shuyao had once envied and admired Qin Feng, who could not admire such extraordinary swordsmanship at a young age. But soon, she shook her head, returning to her senses, and sighed, saying, Qin Feng, I know you are ambitious, but you truly cannot take on Li Wentian. Qin Feng smiled, unwilling to elaborate further, stating, the outcome will prove everything. Li Wentian must die. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out from a distance. Two figures approached, one male and one female. The male was handsome, and the female was beautiful, a match made in heaven. What a declaration! Li Wentian must die. The handsome young man smirked, a disdainful sneer curling his lips. I am eager to see how you, a mere waste, intend to kill me. It is you, Li Wentian. Lu Shuyao's gaze darkened as she fixed her eyes filled with hostility on the handsome young man. Lu Shuyao. This is a matter between Qin Feng and me. It has nothing to do with you. Li Wentian sneered, adding, if you interfere, do not blame me for being ruthless and slaying you as well. Li Wentian, you are arrogant. Lu Shuyao's beautiful eyes flickered, her footsteps shifting as a powerful aura erupted around her. Buzz! The azure sword trembled violently, exuding a terrifying and domineering sword intent. Kill me as well. Let's see if you have the capability. Interesting. Li Wentian chuckled lightly, his demeanor filled with scorn and mockery. Do you wish to engage me in battle? Li Wentian asked indifferently. What harm is there in a battle? Lu Shuyao shouted, brandishing her azure sword and lunging at Li Wentian. Seeking death. Li Wentian's murderous intent flared as he swiftly dodged Lu Shuyao's strike. Then, with a sudden movement, he unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Lu Shuyao. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air. Lu Shuyao brandished her sword before her, successfully intercepting Li Wentian's powerful palm strike. Boom! The overwhelming force erupted, pressing down upon Lu Shuyao. Despite her attempts to defend with her sword, she was still forced back by several meters. How infuriating! Li Wentian had yet to draw his sword. Merely relying on his palm strength was sufficient to push me back. His prowess is unfathomable. Lu Shuyao's countenance darkened considerably. Li Wentian, also a swordsman, had managed to force her back without unsheathing his weapon. That if he were to draw it, his strength would undoubtedly be even more formidable, leaving her utterly incapable of defending herself. Lu Shuyao, you are not my match. That I do not wish to kill you, so retreat swiftly. Li Wentian proclaimed arrogantly. He was at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, a disciple of the divine Moonsword sect, unmatched by anyone. Although Lu Shuyao was a prodigy of the sword path, she was 3 years his junior and currently only at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. The disparity of a mere realm placed her at a significant disadvantage. How could she possibly contend with him? He continued, should you insist on opposing me, I shall not hesitate to draw my sword and end your life. Although this may provoke the master of the 5th peak, it is a consequence of your own making. Do not blame me. I have come today to kill Qin Feng. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Li Wentian's demeanor was imperious and unyielding. He would not tolerate anyone standing in his way of slaying Qin Feng. This wretched being had killed his cousin Li Yu and had also dispatched his subordinates, including Sun, who that if he did not eliminate Qin Feng, how could he hope to establish himself within the divine Moonsword sect in the future? Li Wentian, you shall not harm Qin Feng while I stand. Lu Shuyao declared resolutely, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige, Li Wentian responded with a cruel smile. Clang, the sharp sound of a sword echoed. A deep black sword materialized in Li Wentian's hand. Die, he shouted, his body surging with energy as a formidable sword aura burst forth. Whoosh, the strike possessed boundless power. Aimed directly at Lu Shuyao. Black killing sword. This was Li Wentian's weapon, a mid-grade mysterious tier treasure. Lu Shuyao's heart skipped a beat. She had no time for contemplation. She summoned her true energy, unleashing the strength of the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm, and swung her azure sword downward with great force. Bang! The two overwhelming forces collided, Trees splintered around them, and dust soared into the air. Boom! Lu Shuyao was sent flying several meters, her slender form crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! Blood surged within her, and Lu Shuyao spat out a mouthful of crimson liquid, her complexion turning pale. The Li Wentian's swordsmanship far surpassed my own. Lying upon the ground, despair flickered in her eyes as Li Wentian approached, intent on taking her life. How audacious! He truly dares to kill me! Lu Shuyao exclaimed in shock. After all, she was the direct disciple of the master of the Fifth Peak, a renowned swordsman within the Divine Moon Sword sect. How could Li Wentian brazenly attempt to slay her? Did he not fear retribution from the sect? With the sword aura pressing menacingly, Li Wentian's murderous intent was palpable as he thrust his sword toward Lu Shuyao's chest. Spare her, Li Wentian. If you seek to kill her, you must first contend with me. At that critical moment, Chen Feng stepped forward, his expression calm and composed, unaffected by Li Wentian's presence. You worthless fool, you finally dare to show yourself? Li Wentian snarled, retracting his sword and granting Lu Shuyao a reprieve, but he had no desire to kill her if it could be avoided. Such an act would surely offend the master of the Fifth Peak and invite trouble. With a mocking gaze, he fixed his eyes on Chen Feng, saying, "Had you shown yourself sooner, Lu Shuyao would not have been injured." Ha! Chen Feng, you truly are a worthless coward, hiding behind a woman. Brother Wentian, you speak the truth. Chen Feng is nothing but a parasite, utterly useless. Shen Linger chimed in, covering her mouth with a laugh, her words laced with derision. Allowing this waste to live is an affront to our eyes. Li Wentian chuckled, casting an appreciative glance at Shen Linger. Rest assured, Sister Linger, after today, this waste shall no longer pollute our sight, but he is as good as dead. Their exchange was a deliberate mockery directed at Chen Feng. Anger surged within him, his gaze sharp and filled with venom as he glared at Shen Linger. Shen Linger, I must have been blind to be deceived by a wretched woman like you. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred. Did I, Chen Feng, vow that if I do not kill you, I shall not be human? Such a vicious vow. Chen Feng, then in your next life, you shall be nothing but a beast. Li Wentian laughed heartily, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he lunged at Chen Feng, declaring, You must die today. No one can save you. Oh, is that so? If it were me, could I save him? Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the sky, revealing a smile as she gazed at Li Wentian with calm eyes. Did Li Wentian, if I plead, can you spare Chen Feng? She asked serenely. Did Li Wentian halted, abruptly turning to face the speaker. A cold gaze fixed upon her. You Luo Lishua. Upon recognizing Luo Lishua, Li Wentian's heart jolted, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. Luo Lishua, Chen Feng has no ties to you. Why must you save him? Because I wish to. She replied with a light laugh. Did I ask that reason sufficient? Luo Lishua approached Li Wentian, her smile unwavering as she asked, I will only ask you once. If I plead, can you spare Chen Feng? Chapter 22. Unfamiliar faces, unfounded affection. Woman, what are you? Shen Linger retorted, her irritation palpable. You dare command Brother Wentian simply because of your fleeting beauty. Seeing that Luo Lishua's beauty surpassed her own, Shen Linger seethed with rage, launching a verbal attack to humiliate her. I in the face of Shen Linger's scorn, Luo Lishua merely smiled, stepping closer. Shen Linger felt a moment of unease but summoned her courage to retort, Humph, with Brother Wentian here. What do you think you can do to me? Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. Shen Linger's face turned blank, and only after a moment did she realize the beautiful woman before her had just delivered a stinging blow. More infuriatingly, this slap had occurred in front of everyone present, a tremendous humiliation. Furious, she roared, Wretched woman, I will kill you. Slap. Just as before, Luo Lishua remained unfazed, delivering another sharp slap to Shen Linger's face. Today, for your disrespect towards me, I have only struck you twice. Should you disrespect me again in the future, I will not hesitate to end your life. I keep my promises. You are insufferable, Brother Wentian. Avenge me. Shen Linger's face flushed, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Luo Lishua. Wentian remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Shen Ling. What a foolish woman. She still thinks of revenge? How laughable. Not to mention that Luo Lishua had only struck Shen Linger twice. Even if she killed her, no one within the Divine Moon Sword sect would dare hold Luo Lishua accountable. Brother Wentian. Seeing Li Wentian's in action, Shenlinger grew increasingly agitated, tearfully lamenting. Brother Wentian, do you no longer love Lingya? I have been humiliated by this woman. Why will you not help me take revenge? Silence, foolish woman. Li Wentian glared at her with disdain. Li Wentian, take care of your woman, be cautious. She may very well be your downfall. Today, she could betray Qin Feng for you, but tomorrow, she will betray you for someone stronger, Luo Lixue reminded him calmly. You need not worry about that, Li Wentian scoffed, interrogating her. But you, Luo Lixue, what is your relationship with Qin Feng? Why are you so determined to protect him? I have already stated, it is because I wish to protect him, Luo Lixue replied, a serene smile gracing her lips. You need only answer. If I wish to save him, can you guarantee his safety? Or do you intend to confront me and kill Qin Feng before my eyes? Luo Lixue. Li Wentian ground his teeth in frustration. Among all the disciples of the Divine Moonsword sect, he dared offend anyone, kill anyone, but he could not afford to cross Luo Lixue. This woman's influence was unfathomable, her alchemical talents unparalleled. Should he offend her, he and his family would never again have dealings with the alchemists of the Divine Moonsword sect. Nor would they be able to procure any elixirs. Luo Lixue, I shall grant you face and spare Qin Feng this time, but know this. You may protect him for a moment, but not for eternity. This wretched being is as good as dead. Li Wentian's eyes burned with fury as he shouted, I shall see how long you can protect him. Ha! You shall be disappointed. I can protect him until the end of time. Luo Lixue replied with a gentle smile. How infuriating! Let us depart, foolish woman. In the future, avoid Luo Lixue at all costs. Her backing is immeasurable. Not even I can contend with her, Li Wentian seethed, venting his frustration on Shenlinger. Shenlinger pouted in grievance, refraining from speaking further for fear of inciting Li Wentian's wrath and inviting a beating. Once Li Wentian and Shenlinger had left, Luo Lixue's beautiful eyes gradually softened. She gazed tenderly at Qin Feng, her eyes shimmering with concern as she asked, Are you all right? Thank you. I am fine. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude, slightly furrowing his brow as he inquired, Luo Lixue, what brings you here? With a sweet smile, Luo Lixue replied, I came specifically to find you, Ditto. Are you not welcome here? Qin Feng responded with clarity in his gaze, undistracted by Luo Lixue's stunning beauty in a composed manner. He stated, Regardless of the circumstances, I appreciate your assistance. That it was but a trifling matter. No need for concern. Luo Lixue remarked nonchalantly, her eyes thoughtfully studying Qin Feng. She continued, I had not anticipated that you had such rich experiences. Having suffered betrayal by a woman, it is no wonder you harbor hostility towards them. Qin Feng chuckled softly. It is not that I hold animosity towards women. Rather, I simply do not care that no matter how beautiful or alluring. They are of no consequence to me. Your indifference is quite striking. Luo Lixue admired him, initially disdainful, but now enlightened by He Jingtun's reminder of her own arrogance. She now recognized Qin Feng's exceptional alchemical talents, which compelled her to re-evaluate her opinion of him. Having witnessed the earlier events, she came to understand the source of his wariness towards women. After enduring betrayal and nearly losing his life, anyone would surely develop a psychological scar, maintaining distance from women and fearing their words. Let us be frank, Luo Lixue. What is it that you seek from me? You saved my life, and I shall do my utmost to repay you, as long as it is within my power. Qin Feng's gaze was earnest, his demeanor sincere, as he had always believed in reciprocating kindness and vengeance alike. Can we not discuss our sentiments without entangling ourselves in matters of interest? Luo Lixue smiled slightly, taken aback by Qin Feng's directness. This is our first encounter. We have never met before. What sentiments could we possibly share? Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he sought to evade Luo Lixue's entanglements. He feared that further interaction might unveil his secrets. Luo Lixue, your rescue was a significant favor, and I am grateful. You are my savior, and that defines our relationship. Beyond that, there is nothing more between us. Luo Lixue, do you truly wish to distance yourself from me? Her delicate brows knitted in frustration. Her noble status had never permitted her such intimacy with anyone, let alone a man, were it not for Qin Feng's unparalleled alchemical prowess. She would have preferred to sever ties entirely. Did I treat you sincerely, yet you push me away? Are you not afraid of breaking my heart? Su Yaqing and Lu Shuyao listened in confusion. What was the nature of Qin Feng and Luo Lishue's relationship? When had they grown so close? Su Yaqing scoffed. Senior brother, with Luo Lishue being so forward, you cannot let her down. Lu Shuyao frowned. Qin Feng, what stage have you and Luo Lishue reached? Lu Shuyao, do not speak nonsense. And you too, little junior sister, refrain from such wild talk. Qin Feng felt awkward, his expression filled with exasperation as he looked at Luo Lishue. Luo Lishue, you must clarify. Your words are ambiguous, and my junior sister and Lu Xiao seem to have misconstrued our relationship. Where is the misunderstanding, Qin Feng? Are we not in that kind of relationship? Luo Lishue's cheeks flushed crimson as she observed Chun Feng's urgency, feeling a surge of delight. Luo Lishue, what are you truly plotting? Chun Feng's brows knitted tightly, that if you do not speak soon, I shall issue an eviction order. Look at how anxious you are. What? Are you so afraid of our relationship? Luo Lishue scoffed, her demeanor both proud and enchanting, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they locked on Qin Feng. She explained, Lu Shuyao, little junior sister, you have indeed overthought this, that I share no relationship with Qin Feng, and certainly not one of intimacy. Upon hearing Luo Lishue's clarification, Qin Feng sighed in relief, that I owe you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me. No, you owe me not one, but 2 debts of gratitude. Luo Lishue replied with a subtle smile. Continuing, after I depart, Li Wentian will undoubtedly return to kill you, just as he previously declared that I can protect you for a moment, but not for eternity. Thus, I intend to find a way to assist you, ensuring that Li Wentian will not come after you for at least 3 months. Qin Feng was taken aback. Luo Lishue, you possess such formidable abilities that you can ensure Li Wentian does not pursue me for 3 months? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, questioning whether she truly had the means to deter Li Wentian within that time frame, that if Li Wentian refrained from pursuing him for 3 months, he believed he could surpass Li Wentian and vanquish him thereafter. Indeed, I have a plan, Luo Lishue replied, contemplating her strategy. Qin Feng, do you aspire to compete for the position of the 9th Peak's Master? Absolutely. The position of the 9th Peak's Master is mine to claim. Qin Feng's resolve was unwavering. Very well. Then you must seek an audience with the sect master, Luo Lishue stated with seriousness. To me, will that approach be effective? Qin Feng doubted the practicality of Luo Lishue's suggestion. Was it reasonable to expect the sect master to exert pressure on Li Wentian on his behalf? You shall find out the moment you make the attempt. Luo Lishue replied confidently, her smile radiating assurance. Chapter 23. Conditions. Qin Feng remained skeptical of Luo Lishue's assertions. Would seeking the sect master truly resolve the issues posed by Li Wentian, preventing him from pursuing Qin Feng for 3 months? Li Wentian was a renowned genius within the Xinyue sword sect, his strength nearing the chaotic realm, while Qin Feng had been viewed as a waste due to his 3-year grave dutying for Jianqinzi. Would the sect master truly assist him? For now, he had no choice but to grasp at straws. With a sense of doubt, Qin Feng departed from the 9th Peak that evening, heading towards the main peak. You wish to compete for the position of the 9th Peak's Master? A stunning woman, approximately 30 years of age, scrutinized Qin Feng from the grand hall of the main peak. Do you know the conditions for ordinary disciples to compete for the position of Master? I do not know, Qin Feng replied, kneeling in the grand hall, unafraid of the woman's cold inquiry. Haha, this lad is truly foolish. He dares to speak of competing for Master without knowing the conditions. What gall! Another commented. Indeed, this youth is utterly clueless. The requirements for selecting a peak master in our Xinyue sword sect are notoriously stringent. That it is a fool's dream for the mediocre to aspire to such a position. You think you are still the extraordinary sword genius of your Qin Feng? Several elders seated in the hall regarded him with scornful gazes. That if you wish to compete for the position of the 9th Peak's Master, simply state the conditions. If I cannot meet them, I shall withdraw from the competition. Qin Feng remained composed, neither subservient nor arrogant. Qin Feng, considering your master Jianqinzi's past contributions to our sect, if you leave now, I shall pretend you were never here, the beautiful woman declared. Her gaze flickered. Then she continued, you are far from meeting the conditions to compete for the position of master. It will take you at least 3 to 5 years to do so. Whatever the conditions may be, no matter how harsh or difficult, I am willing to attempt, Qin Feng asserted with unwavering determination. Qin Feng, silence. The elder's eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. With a dismissive snort, he said, "The competition for the position of master is no trivial matter. The sect master has made it abundantly clear that you will not achieve the requirements within 3 to 5 years. Do you dare to persist in your obstinacy? You are simply courting death. Were it not for Jian Chenzi's past merits, I would have expelled you long ago." Unfazed by the elder's ruthless mockery, Chen Feng pressed on, "Please reveal the conditions for competing for the position of master. Are you truly this stubborn?" The beautiful woman rose slowly, looking down at Chen Feng with disdain. "The first condition for competing for the position of master is that you must reach the chaotic realm. Secondly, Chen Feng, you must defeat the other contenders for the position. The third condition is that you must gain the recognition of the other 8 peak masters. Do you believe you can fulfill any of these conditions?" As she spoke, the beautiful woman paused, coldly observing Chen Feng. 3 months. Chen Feng's gaze was intense as he stated solemnly, "Sect Master, please grant me 3 months. In that time, I will break through to the chaotic realm, defeat the others, and earn the recognition of the 8 peak masters." Ha! The beautiful woman, known as Yuchili, had served as the sect master of Xinyue Sword Sect for nearly a decade. Once a top martial arts genius, she was well aware of the challenges inherent in breaking through to the next realm. Especially from the heavenly martial realm to the chaotic realm, it was a formidable threshold. Many martial artists toiled for years, even their entire lives, without ever overcoming that barrier. However, at this moment, as Chen Feng spoke of a 3-month time frame, Yuchili could not help but find it utterly laughable. She inquired, "You should currently be merely a 4th-level martial artist in the Tianwu realm." "Correct, indeed." Chen Feng did not conceal the truth. To transcend into the chaos realm from the 4th level of Tianwu, one must navigate through 5 minor realms and 1 major realm. Yuchili's expression darkened. 3 months? Chen Feng, you speak with such audacity. Chen Feng, depart at once. The competition for the position of peak master is beyond your capabilities, the Grand Elder admonished sternly. Indeed, Chen Feng, considering the regard for your master, you should take your leave. The second elder stepped forward, shaking his head in lamentation for Chen Feng. 3 years ago, had Chen Feng not stubbornly chosen to forfeit his cultivation and destroy his dantian to guard the tomb of Jian Chenzi for 3 years, he might truly have had the opportunity to become the master of the 9th peak by now. Alas, Chen Feng squandered his future, misleading himself for 3 years, and now at the age of 16, he had only reached the 4th level of Tianwu. Although he was indeed a martial arts prodigy, he was far from being at the pinnacle. "I only need 3 months. Chen Feng, resolute, replied earnestly, "I implore the sect master and the esteemed elders to grant me 3 months. If within 3 months I cannot break through to the chaos realm, I will willingly accept any punishment, even if it means being expelled from the Xinyue Sword Sect or facing execution by sect rules. I shall harbor no grievances." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Yuchili and the 5 elders fell into a contemplative silence. Seeing Chen Feng's stubbornness, they felt a twinge of compassion, for they understood all too well that his aspirations were unattainable. In a mere 3 months, a scant 100 days, how much change could he truly undergo? To break through from the 4th level of Tianwu to the Chaos Realm in under 100 days was sheer fantasy. Even scions of noble families, nurtured by countless elixirs, might find it impossible to achieve such a feat. Chen Feng's insistence on 3 months was utterly foolish and completely unfeasible. "That I beseech the sect master and the 5 elders to grant me 3 months. With 3 vigorous bows, Chen Feng declared firmly, "I must inherit my master's legacy and become the master of the 9th peak. I cannot bear to witness its disappearance. Sect master you, since this child is so earnest, you should grant him permission." Suddenly, an elderly figure entered. The old man, with a head of white hair, was he Jing Tiandara? "Sect master, since Brother Chen is so sincere, why not give him 3 months? It is but a trifling matter. And who knows, he might truly succeed." Luo Lishua chimed in sweetly, her beauty radiant as she followed He Jing Tian. "Luo girl, why have you also become involved?" Yuchili furrowed her brow, surprised by Luo Lishua's intercession on Chen Feng's behalf. The appearance of He Jing Tian had already taken her aback. Now with Luo Lishua joining in, she found herself re-evaluating Chen Feng. As Yuchili pondered, a striking figure strode gracefully from outside the hall. It was Li Wentian. With an air of nonchalance and a smile gracing his features, he addressed the sect master. I too wish to advocate for Chen Feng. I implore the sect master to grant him a reprieve of 3 months. Why have you also involved yourself? A hint of icy disdain flickered in Yuchili's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Li Wentian. Sect master, I share some personal grievances with Chen Feng, and I wish to resolve them thoroughly in 3 months. Li Wentian replied with a faint smile, continuing, after 3 months, I also intend to contest for the position of master of the 9th peak. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, filled with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Feng, taunting, Chen Feng, you wouldn't mind my participating in this competition for the peak master position alongside you? Would you? Chen Feng's brows furrowed tightly. He saw through Li Wentian's sinister intentions that I would be most pleased. Li Wentian, if you join me in this competition, I would be glad rather than resentful. Heh, our grievances can be resolved together at that time. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause erupted. Luo Lixue clapped her hands, laughing. Isn't this the perfect outcome? Competition breeds progress. Sect master, please approve. Grant Chen Feng 3 months, and then we can hold the official selection for the master of the 9th peak. Surely, many will participate, providing an opportunity for the Xinyue Sword sect to select capable warriors and appoint a new master for the 9th peak. Yu Qili chuckled lightly, having discerned the intentions of Luo Lixue and the others, as well as the motives of Chen Feng and Li Wentian. Very well. In that case, we shall officially select the master of the 9th peak in 3 months, with Yu Qili finally relenting and agreeing to grant Chen Feng 3 additional months. Luo Lixue's face lit up with delight. Li Wentian, you are a man of integrity. Since you have agreed to conclude your grievances with Chen Feng in 3 months, you will not resort to underhanded tactics against him in the meantime. Correct? Rest assured. I, Li Wentian, am a man of my word. I would not stoop so low as to deny Chen Feng an additional 3 months of life, he replied with arrogant confidence, fully intending to fulfill his promise. Even if I grant this useless Chen Feng 3 months, what can he possibly change? After 3 months, he will surely meet his demise, and a most tragic end at that. Li Wentian's eyes were dark and cold, filled with murderous intent directed at Chen Feng. Chapter 24. The conclusion will prove everything. Chen Feng, in 3 months, I shall personally slay you. Cherish these final 3 months. Li Wentian's heart was set on murder. His gaze icy and indifferent as he stared at Chen Feng, that I shall accompany you. Chen Feng showed no sign of fear. As the tension between Li Wentian and Chen Feng escalated, Yu Qili could not help but frown slightly. She recognized that their animosity ran deep, reaching a level of irreconcilable enmity. For the duration of these 3 months, there shall be no conflicts between you two, regardless of your grievances. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Xinyue Sword sect. All enmity and disputes shall be addressed after the selection of the 9th peak's master in 3 months. Li Wentian nodded with enthusiasm, replying, I shall remember. During these 3 months, I will diligently cultivate and strive to make a remarkable impression to secure the master position. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Feng, adding, Get ready to wash your neck clean and await your death. With that, Li Wentian took his leave, bidding farewell to Yu Qili and the 5 elders. Chen Feng had achieved his objective. At least for the next 3 months, he would not face Li Wentian's assassination, that he humbly stated, Sect Master, esteemed elders, I shall take my leave now. Chen Feng, you have but 3 months. Yu Qili's gaze hardened as she solemnly stated, I hope you truly can fulfill your promise. Do not let Jian Shenzi rest in peace. Chen Feng suddenly halted, turning back to cast a meaningful glance at Yu Qili. His eyes were resolute as he replied, The conclusion will prove everything. With that, Chen Feng strode confidently out of the hall. This boy is merely all talk. How laughable. To think Jian Shenzi was so formidable, yet ended up taking in such a disciple. Indeed, Jian Shenzi's legacy is now at risk of being severed, with no one to inherit his teachings thanks to Chen Feng. What a pity. Chen Feng was once truly remarkable. One misstep has led to his irrevocable downfall. Now, having offended Li Wentian, his death is all but assured in 3 months. The 5 elders shook their heads, expressing their disappointment in Chen Feng's performance. Perhaps, in the end, it may be Li Wentian who meets his demise. That is not out of the question. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the tension. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as he turned to the speaker. Upon seeing it was Luo Lixue, his gaze softened. Luo girl, with your talents, your judgment should not be so lacking. Grand Elder, Your words are humorous. With your strength, if you can discern my talents, how is it that you cannot see through Chun Feng's potential? Could it be that your insight is also lacking? Luo Lishue replied with a playful smile. Given her status and backing, she felt no need to fear anyone within the Xinyue sword sect. Even when facing sect master Yu Qili, she remained composed and treated everyone equally. Forgive this old man for his oversight. I genuinely did not perceive Chun Feng's potential. Luo Lishue, do you possess any unique insights? Why not share them? The Grand Elder responded with a forced smile. Insights may be too grand a term, but I do have some thoughts, Luo Lishue replied with a chuckle. Surely, everyone is aware that 3 years ago, Chun Feng forfeited his cultivation and destroyed his Dantian to guard Jian Qinzi's tomb. But now, Chun Feng has restored his cultivation and even advanced to the 4th level of Tianwu. Do you not find this curious? Or perhaps you have not considered that Chun Feng might possess exceptional talent to recover so swiftly? Perhaps Chun Feng is merely deceiving everyone. He may not have ever forfeited his cultivation or destroyed his Dantian. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, prideful and dismissive in his rebuttal. Grand Elder, do not speak such nonsense. Yu Qili furrowed her brows, her expression grave as she stated, I personally witnessed Chun Feng willingly forfeit his cultivation and destroy his Dantian. What? Do you doubt my word as the sect leader? I wouldn't dare. The Grand Elder was instantly taken aback, unprepared for the revelation that Yu Qili had indeed witnessed Chun Feng's self-destruction firsthand. A truth that could not be fabricated. Luo girl, please continue, he urged. Yu Qili's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. Could it be that she had misjudged? Chun Feng, exceptionally talented. Luo Lishue smiled faintly and continued. Chun Feng has been guarding Jian Qinzi's tomb for 3 years. Now, calculating the days, it has only been 6 or 7 days since he concluded his vigil. How could he restore his Dantian and advance his cultivation in such a brief span of time? With so many unanswered questions, how can the elders turn a blind eye, treating Chun Feng as a mere waste, ridiculing and belittling him? Is that not a disservice to his spirit? Upon hearing her words, the 5 elders present were rendered speechless. They had indeed failed to delve deeply into these matters, merely perceiving Chun Feng as overestimating his own abilities in vying for the position of sect leader, believing he was courting disaster by offending Li Wentian. However, after listening to Luo Lishue's analysis, the elders began to grasp the underlying issues that you are suggesting that Chun Feng is not a waste, but rather a genius? The Grand Elder frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure, for he had just scolded Chun Feng, humiliating him more than anyone else. Whether he is a genius or a waste, the truth will reveal itself in 3 months. Luo Lishue smiled serenely, already anticipating the unfolding drama. Lishue, you have spoken too much. Mind your position and apologize to the Grand Elder, He Jing Tian interjected, furrowing his brow. Yes, master, Luo Lishue replied, her demeanor shifting from stern to one of grace. Her stunning visage brightening with a smile. Grand Elder, I sincerely apologize. I overstepped. It is of no consequence. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on He Jing Tian. Old He, you have certainly trained an exceptional disciple. You flatter me, Grand Elder. He Jing Tian responded with a smile, aware of the Grand Elder's narrow-mindedness and resentment. At this juncture, he found the Grand Elder's feelings inconsequential. He deliberately remarked, my disciple is exceptional in every regard. Her alchemical talent is unparalleled, her intelligence sharp. However, there is one aspect that concerns me, her penchant for honesty, which tends to offend others. The Grand Elder's expression hardened, suppressing his anger as he ground his teeth in frustration. Let us depart. Li Shue, return to your alchemy, Deus Divine Alchemist. We must remain focused and not meddle in unnecessary affairs, lest we disturb our peace of mind. He Jing Tian advised earnestly that I shall bear this in mind. Luo Lishue's tone was sincere. Observing the Grand Elder seethe with indignation, she felt a surge of delight, regretting only that Chun Feng could not witness this scene, as it allowed her to vent her frustrations on his behalf. After bidding farewell to Yu Qili and the 5 elders, He Jing Tian left the main hall with Luo Lishue. Once He Jing Tian and Luo Lishue had departed, the Grand Elder could no longer contain his wrath, speaking in a low voice. Sect leader, that Luo Lishue is exceedingly arrogant. Calm yourself, Grand Elder. Yu Qili replied with an awkward smile. The Grand Elder, at his age, was still quarreling with a young girl like Luo Lixue? Was it Luo Lixue's arrogance, or the Grand Elder's narrow-mindedness? Yu Qili regarded the Grand Elder meaningfully, then shook her head and chuckled softly. If my father were the Dan Wang Luo I would undoubtedly be even more arrogant than that girl. Grand Elder, if there is blame to be laid, it should fall upon your lack of a worthy father, which pales in comparison to this girl. Chapter 25. The Forbidden Land. After departing from the main peak, Chen Feng soared through the skies on his sword, swiftly returning to the 9th peak. Upon his return, Su Yaqing inquired, "Senior brother, how did it go?" "The sect leader has agreed. Grant me 3 more months, and after that, the competition for the position of sect leader will commence." Chen Feng replied, "3 months, senior brother? Is that not a bit too short?" Su Yaqing murmured, her concern for Chen Feng evident. Given that Li Wentian's strength was rapidly approaching the chaotic realm, the gap between him and Chen Feng was vast. Could such a monumental disparity truly be bridged in a mere 3 months? 3 months may be brief, but it is the maximum time the sect leader could afford me to secure this duration. Even Luo Lixue went to the main peak to plead on my behalf. Chen Feng sighed, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. "It was her," Su Yaqing exclaimed, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Senior brother, do you think Luo Lixue has developed feelings for you? How could that be possible? I barely know her. Prior to this, we had only met once at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Her visit to the 9th peak to neutralize Li Wentian's threat was merely our second encounter. How could she possibly harbor any affection for me?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. "During our meeting at the main peak, she advocated for me before the sect leader, marking our 3rd encounter. Her feelings towards me are certainly not romantic. Perhaps she has ulterior motives that remain concealed." The notion that Luo Lixue could be attracted to him was one Chen Feng could scarcely entertain, for their worlds were simply too disparate. Luo Lixue hailed from an esteemed lineage, young yet outstanding in both alchemical talent and spiritual prowess. In contrast, Chen Feng had grown up without parents, raised by his master, who had been slain by the heavenly path 3 years prior. He felt discarded, and someone of his background could hardly hope to win the affections of someone like Luo Lixue, and if she were ever to profess her love, it would surely be in jest, a mockery of his situation. When it came to matters of the heart, Chen Feng dared not indulge in such aspirations, for he believed that a person of his origins was unworthy of love, unworthy of any woman's affection. His only recourse was to channel all his emotions into the pursuit of martial arts. "Senior brother, do not be disheartened. If Luo Lixue does not like you, it is merely her lack of vision." Su Yaqing consoled, her smile brightening as she noticed Chen Feng's melancholic demeanor. "Disheartened? Little junior sister, you underestimate me. That I would not allow myself to be affected by such trivial matters." Chen Feng shook his head, clarifying that his earlier somberness stemmed from reflections on his tragic past, not from any feelings related to Luo Lixue. "She is merely a woman. What significance does her beauty hold?" Chen Feng regarded the matter with great indifference, resolute in not allowing a woman to disrupt his focus. "Little junior sister, I am acutely aware that Luo Lixue and I inhabit different worlds. I understand this better than anyone, that I harbor no expectations of her." As his words lingered in the air, a figure approached gracefully, her enchanting silhouette adorned with a gentle smile. It was none other than Luo Lixue. She had heard every word Chen Feng spoke, yet refrained from interrupting, wishing to grasp his true sentiments without coercion or manipulation. Chen Feng's attention was immediately drawn to Luo Lixue's presence. "You and I are indeed from different worlds, and that is a truth I cannot deny," he stated earnestly. "Have you finished speaking?" Luo Lixue replied with a calm smile, seemingly unaffected, but inwardly pleased to find Chen Feng's perception accurate. 3 months is a brief window. Merely breaking through to the chaotic realm will pose immense challenges for you, let alone surpassing Li Wentian. "Chen Feng, you must make the most of this time. Do you have any plans?" Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. The more assistance Luo Lixue offered, the more perplexed he became, fearing she might uncover his secrets and harbor ulterior motives. After all, what reason did she have to assist him, given their lack of kinship? Was it out of gratitude for Jian Qinzi's life-saving intervention? That seemed improbable. The moment Chen Feng accepted the 4th grade elixir, Luo Lixue had already repaid that debt. She owed him nothing. His expression hardened as he frowned. "Until I ascertain your true intentions, I will not divulge my plans for the next 3 months." Are you concerned I might harm you? Luo Lishue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her displeasure evident as she regarded Chen Feng. Feel free to interpret it as you wish. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, indifferent to her perspective. Luo Lishue, you owe me 2 favors. Had I not intervened, you would have perished long ago. She huffed, her tone laced with pride. Did I ask that not enough to earn your trust? Not at all. Chen Feng responded immediately, without a hint of hesitation. You wound me deeply. Luo Lishue's expression fell, her disappointment palpable. The whims of a woman's heart are as elusive as the depths of the ocean. How could Chen Feng, with all his burdens, ever truly hurt her feelings? He chuckled softly, trusting Luo Lishue. Even if she had saved me 10 times or 20 before we had shared life and death experiences, I would remain cautious. Chen Feng harbored too many secrets. Should they be revealed, the mere existence of the chaotic tower could unleash a catastrophic storm upon the martial world. At that point, Chen Feng would become a target of endless pursuit. Thus, he could not afford to trust Luo Lishue. Fearing she had ulterior motives, possibly seeking to exploit his secrets, that if it were not for his secrets, why would someone of Luo Lishue's stature feel compelled to assist him? Was it out of pity? Charity? Chen Feng was no fool. He would not be naive enough to believe in her generosity. Thus, he harbored resentment towards Luo Lishue, remaining ever vigilant against her. Chen Feng declared, Luo Lishue, I owe you 2 favors, and I shall repay them. That if you have matters to attend to or enemies to eliminate, do not hesitate to inform me that I, Chen Feng, will not waver or refuse. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall not hesitate. However, if you seek to use this opportunity to uncover my intentions or delve into the mysteries that shroud me, you may as well abandon that thought. Our relationship is solely defined by your status as my savior. Nothing more, nothing less. Chen Feng's sense of caution was acute. Having suffered betrayal, he dared not trust women lightly. You, Luo Lishue, infuriated, stamped her foot, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger. Were it not for Chen Feng's exceptional alchemical talent, she would have deemed him unworthy of her attention. This fool, this insufferable man, he possesses no understanding of cherishing delicate beauty. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she arrogantly remarked, Never mind, I shan't waste my breath explaining anything further. 3 months is far too brief. You have much to accomplish, and I refuse to squander a single moment of your time, for I do not wish to witness your demise. Chen Feng, heed my advice. If you aspire to break through to the chaotic realm within 3 months and defeat Li Wentian thereafter, your sole recourse is to venture into the Forbidden Land. Your master, Jian Chenzi, once journeyed there and gained invaluable opportunities. I believe you can achieve the same. With that, Luo Lishue retrieved an ornate pouch from her spatial ring and tossed it to Chen Feng. This pouch contains a dozen or so medicinal pills, healing, detoxifying, fortifying your true essence. Various types abound. Use them judiciously. Chen Feng, this is all the assistance I can offer. The rest is contingent upon your own efforts. 3 months will swiftly pass. I hope you can defeat Li Wentian and ascend as the master of the 9th peak. Do not let Jian Chenzi die with regrets. With a dismissive wave, Luo Lishue turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure and the embroidered pouch in his hands, Chen Feng fell into silence, murmuring, What could this woman possibly gain from aiding me? Aside from the Chaos Tower, what else do I possess that warrants such painstaking efforts on her part? Chapter 26. The Malicious Elder. Despite Luo Lishue's relentless efforts on his behalf, Chen Feng could not fathom the reason behind her actions. Yet, she was correct. 3 months was indeed a fleeting moment, but if he wished to transcend to the chaotic realm and vanquish Li Wentian within this time frame, his only option was to venture into the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land was a realm of the extraordinary, home to legendary treasures and rare opportunities. Should he acquire even a fraction of them, it would greatly benefit him, making the ascent to the chaotic realm a triviality. However, the Forbidden Land also harbored perilous entities, its legends steeped in terror. This enigmatic territory connected various continents, teeming with martial artists from realms beyond the Qianyuan continent, facilitating a dangerous exchange. Belonging to the divine Moon Sword sect, situated within the Dazhou dynasty, a mere speck on the vast Qianyuan continent. Chen Feng understood that once he entered the Forbidden Land, he was likely to encounter martial artists from other realms. placing him in a precarious situation. Brother, do not heed Luo Lishua's nonsense. Su Yaqing's expression was one of concern. You absolutely must not venture into the Forbidden Land. It is a place of horror and danger. Should you perish there, no one would ever know. Yes, I understand, little junior sister, Chen Feng responded, keen to alleviate her worries. Rest assured, I shall not enter the Forbidden Land. That IT is far too perilous. My master nearly lost his life there. And I am even less equipped to face such risks. Brother, as long as you do not go to the Forbidden Land, I shall be at ease. Su Yaqing sighed in relief. Chen Feng smiled. Please help me pack my belongings. I intend to leave the Ninth Peak tonight and head to the Divine Moon Sword Mountain for seclusion. Very well, brother, Su Yaqing replied with a smile, retreating into the house to assist Chen Feng. Watching her frail figure, Chen Feng's resolve solidified. The Forbidden Land was his only choice. He was acutely aware that achieving a breakthrough to the chaotic realm in such a short time was a daunting task. Only by venturing into the Forbidden Land could he significantly increase his chances of acquiring cultivation resources and powerful opportunities to surpass Li Wentian, that he claimed he was going to the Divine Moon Sword Mountain for seclusion merely to comfort Su Yaqing. Soon, she emerged with a packed bundle, her gaze complex as she inquired, Brother, when will you return from this journey? In 3 months. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with determination. Little junior sister, the day of the Ninth Peak's master selection shall be the day of my return. I understand, brother, Su Yaqing nodded, sorrow etching her features. Chen Feng had barely returned from the Divine Moon Sword Mountain, and now he was departing once more, this time for 3 long months, which saddened her greatly. Yet, she felt powerless. Her only means of support was to encourage him. Noticing the tears in her eyes, Chen Feng approached her, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks. Little junior sister, today's farewell is merely a prelude to our future reunion. Fear not. I shall take good care of myself and will not give you cause for worry. Su Yaqing managed to smile. Brother, take care during your travels. I will look after myself and await your return. She embraced Chen Feng tightly. Once I depart, do not linger at the Ninth Peak. Go to the 5th Peak instead. That I have spoken with Lu Shuyao. During these 3 months, you shall stay with her. Chen Feng's gaze darkened. Little junior sister, your presence with Lu Shuyao will grant me some peace of mind. The Ninth Peak now only has you and me left. You are my only kin, and I must protect you. Understood, brother. Once you leave, I shall head to the 5th Peak immediately, Su Yaqing said, her heart stirred. Chen Feng regarded her as family, his soul family, which made her acutely aware of her significance in his life. She resolved to survive and remain by his side until his return. Then I must take my leave, little junior sister. Until we meet again in 3 months, take good care of yourself. Chen Feng stepped onto his sword and soared into the distance. Brother, do take care, Su Yaqing wiped her tears, watching him depart with a heavy heart. At the foot of the 9th Peak, a graceful figure suddenly halted. That it was Luo Lishua. Her bright eyes sparkled as she focused on the silhouette soaring from the 9th Peak. Murmuring, Chen Feng, do your utmost that do not let us down. Chen Feng, riding his sword through the air, traversing vast territories, arrived above the Divine Moon Sword Mountain. Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed. Following closely, a sharp arrow pierced through space, hurtling towards Chen Feng. Alerted, Chen Feng swiftly evaded, maneuvering his flying sword to the side. That as he narrowly dodged, the razor-sharp arrow grazed his waist, drawing blood. His expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings, feeling a chilling malice lock onto him. Who goes there? Chen Feng dared not underestimate the situation, hovering in the air and preparing for confrontation. I never expected this waste to possess some skill. That arrow was remarkably swift, and yet you managed to evade it. You are indeed not to be underestimated, but a figure materialized, wielding a golden bow and bearing a quiver of arrows, gazing coldly at Chen Feng. Who are you? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the figure before him. Not recognizing him, I have no grievances with you. Why do you seek to harm me? Did Li Wentian send you? That brat Li Wentian lacks the qualification to command me. The figure scoffed, a mocking glint in his eyes. Enough about him. Let me clarify things before I end your life. That my name is Wang Xin, and I am here to kill you. Chen Feng's brow furrowed deeper as he probed. Who desires my death? Wang Xin grinned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Chen Feng. Multiple names flashed through Chen Feng's mind, but he had taken numerous lives recently, yet he believed he had covered his tracks meticulously, erasing all evidence to ensure he remained undetected. Is it the Grand Elder? Suddenly recalling the events in the main hall, where the Grand Elder had vehemently opposed him, Chen Feng realized the Elder had indeed harbored murderous intent. However, due to his status, the Grand Elder could not act directly against him and instead dispatched Wang Xian to carry out the deed. You are indeed a perceptive individual. Wang Xian's eyes glinted with coldness upon hearing Chen Feng's deduction. Chen Feng, you can only blame yourself for being ungrateful. You dared to offend even the Grand Elder, who ordered me to ensure your demise, forbidding you from returning alive to the Divine Moon Sword sect. What a malicious scheme. Chen Feng gritted his teeth fiercely that I end the Grand Hall. He had merely countered a few words from the Elder, yet he had provoked the Elder's wrath, who even sought to take his life. How despicable! With a resentful gaze, Chen Feng declared fiercely, if I do not perish, I shall surely slay the Elder. Unfortunately, you will have no opportunity to do so. Wang Xian shook his head ominously, stating, you are merely at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm, while I am a practitioner at the 6th level. Killing you is as effortless as snapping my fingers. Chen Feng, submit to your fate, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a cold snort, Wang Xian swiftly knocked an arrow, channeling his true energy into the arrow shaft. Whoosh! Wang Xian released his fingers, sending the arrow whizzing through the air with a piercing sound. The one who shall die is you. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with determination. He would not sit idly by. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique. One sword to break the heavens. Confronted by Wang Xian's arrow, Chen Feng summoned all his true energy, executing the unparalleled skill of the Chu Emperor, cleaving down with a mighty strike. Clang zing! The fierce sword energy sliced through the golden arrow, splitting it cleanly in two. Witnessing this, Wang Xian was taken aback, his pupils narrowing in shock as he stared at Chen Feng. Damn it! The Elder's information was erroneous. This waste is not at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm at all. Before he could ponder further, Wang Xian drew his bow once more, aiming at Chen Feng. However, at that moment, Chen Feng charged forward with his sword, moving with astonishing speed. Before Wang Xian could release a second arrow, Chen Feng struck down with his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy. Wang Xian felt a chill at his forehead, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. A practitioner skilled in archery is not adept in close combat. Wang Xian, your arrogance and carelessness have led you to confront me, a swordsman. Fate has deemed you unworthy of life. With a single, decisive stroke, Chen Feng cleaved Wang Xian's skull, bisecting his head completely. Even in death, Wang Xian could scarcely believe he had fallen at the hands of Chen Feng. After slaying Wang Xian, Chen Feng gasped for breath, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Thankfully, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, he would have been shot dead by Wang Xian's arrow. How cruel! Merely challenging the Elder with a few words had led to such a pursuit. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy as he vowed, that old wretch shall meet his end at my hands one day. Had it not been for Wang Xian's overconfidence, believing he could easily kill Chen Feng, it might very well have been Chen Feng who lay dead now. Still shaken, he activated the primordial heaven technique, absorbing Wang Xian's essence blood. But he glanced at the wound on his abdomen, the pain searing. Yet fortunate it was merely a scrape, posing no significant threat. That I must leave this place. The Elder, being petty, likely did not send only Wang Xian to hunt me. Chen Feng dared not linger, swiftly taking flight on his sword, soaring into the distance that I expected. The moment Chen Feng departed, several practitioners quickly pursued him. Wang Xian has actually been killed. He was at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. What shall we do? That beast Chen Feng had concealed his strength far too well. Who would have thought him so formidable? Indeed, Chen Feng is now flying on his sword, having crossed into the domain of the Xinyue Sword Mountain. Where might he be heading? Should we continue the chase? No need to pursue. We bear no enmity with Chen Feng. It is unnecessary to risk our lives. Let us report everything that transpired here to the Elder for his judgment. If he insists on killing Chen Feng, let him pursue him himself. After deliberating for some time, the practitioners ultimately decided against pursuing Chen Feng. They were merely tasked by the Elder to intercept him along the way, but with Wang Xian's death at Chen Feng's hands, it was clear he was no ordinary foe. Continuing the chase might very well lead to their own demise. They were simply acting on the elder's orders to earn a little reward, without the need to truly fight for their lives. Chen Feng flew for 5 consecutive days, traversing the Qinyuan continent until he arrived at a desolate land. This place is one of the 9 forbidden areas, known as the Great Wasteland, said to have been a battlefield of gods and demons in ancient times. Ever since the war between gods and demons, this land has been devoid of life, a wasteland where no one dwells. Legends tell of strange and terrifying entities lurking deep within the Great Wasteland. Those who tread upon this forbidden ground meet their demise. Ahead lies the domain of the Great Wasteland, the very forbidden ground my master once ventured into, following the map left by my master. I should be able to navigate through the Great Wasteland alive. Chen Feng retrieved a sheepskin map from his storage ring, drawn by his master, Jianxinzi. 10 years prior, Jianxinzi had ventured into the Great Wasteland in search of opportunities, discovering the primordial heaven technique and other invaluable cultivation resources. Later, Jianxinzi left in a flash, his strength soaring to become a top-tier practitioner of the Xinyue sword sect. Subsequently, he illustrated his experiences in the Great Wasteland on this sheepskin map for future explorations. Regrettably, Jianxinzi met his untimely end at the hands of the Heavenly Tao, leaving this map unused. Now, this sheepskin map has fallen into my hands, a cycle of fate. My master had longed for a second exploration of the Great Wasteland. Yet he never had the chance. Now the opportunity has presented itself to me. I shall undertake this journey in his stead. May my master's spirit bless me to find fortune in the Great Wasteland and successfully break through to the chaotic realm. Chen Feng's gaze burned with intensity as he scrutinized the sheepskin map, analyzing the geographical distribution of the Great Wasteland. Within the Great Wasteland, peril lurked at every turn, fraught with danger. Strange entities imbued with the aura of gods and demons resided here. Any misstep could lead to death. This land, once a battleground of gods and demons, is aptly referred to as the ruins of gods and demons. The cataclysmic war had shattered the laws of heaven and earth, leaving countless souls in torment. Consequently, after the war, this place became barren, a desolate ruin, devoid of life. The once mighty battlefield of gods and demons is now a perilous wasteland, a truth too evident to ignore. Chen Feng dared not act recklessly. He meticulously analyzed the geographical layout of the Great Wasteland according to the sheepskin map, discerning areas of danger from those of relative safety. Just as Chen Feng was engrossed in studying the sheepskin map, suddenly numerous celestial ships descended from the sky. Celestial ships are magical artifacts resembling vessels, operated by practitioners using their true energy, capable of accommodating dozens, if not more, individuals at once. Chen Feng focused his gaze and noticed a ship with a sail marked by the character Jiang. Not far away, another celestial ship bore the character Ji on its sail, alongside many others displaying different characters, each representing distinct factions. Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? Why have so many powerful factions suddenly descended upon the Great Wasteland? Is something afoot? Chen Feng pondered, his eyes fixed on the colossal celestial ships above. Any faction capable of possessing celestial ships is not to be underestimated, and the simultaneous appearance of so many ships heading in the same direction indicates something significant is occurring. Fellow Taoist, what are you still dawdling for? The tomb of the Celestial Emperor is about to open. Hurry over, or you might miss out on the opportunity. In the midst of his thoughts, a rotund Taoist sidled up to Chen Feng, laughing heartily. Who are you? Chen Feng exclaimed, startled. It was only upon hearing the Taoist's voice that he realized his presence, a chill running down his spine. Had the Taoist intended to ambush him, he might have been finished. I am the Taoist of moral virtue. Fellow Taoist, quickly kneel and bow 3 times, seeking my protection. The rotund Taoist grinned widely, his words dripping with exaggeration. Chen Feng scrutinized the Taoist, who stood approximately 6 feet tall. His figure round and plump, resembling a short, stout fellow. With your appearance, you dare claim to be the Taoist of moral virtue. You are more aptly described as the Taoist of immorality. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, sensing that the rotund Taoist bore him no malice. Otherwise, he would have had the chance to kill him earlier. Fellow Taoist truly has a way with words. The rotund Taoist chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he continued. I, Bao Yud, am known for my virtue. Chen Feng, fellow Taoist Chen Feng, I perceive your aura. Are you merely at the heavenly martial realm? With your strength, you dare venture into the great wasteland for excitement. I am truly impressed. Fortunately, I carry incense with me. When you meet your end in the great wasteland, I will recite the rebirth incantation for you and light incense to guide you on your journey. Bao Yud, given your words, should I be grateful to you? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. This rotund Taoist was quite audacious, cursing him to death right from the start. Fellow Taoist Chen Feng, our meeting is destined. Gratitude is unnecessary. Just send me a few thousand spirit stones, or a few pills at the very least would suffice. Bao Yud beamed, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he gazed at Chen Feng. Get lost, Chen Feng retorted coldly. Bao Yud, you are asking for too much. You immediately demand several thousand spirit stones and a few pills. The do I look like someone who possesses such wealth? Chen Feng shook his head. Feigning destitution, in truth, he did possess a dozen pills, gifted to him by Luo Lixue when he departed from the Xinhua sword sect. However, those pills were reserved for emergencies. He would not part with them unless absolutely necessary. As for giving them to Bao Yud, that was utterly absurd. Unless Bao Yud held a knife to Chen Feng's throat, threatening his life, he would never relinquish those pills. Fellow Taoist, do you truly lack spirit stones and pills? Bao Yud furrowed his brow, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of light, darting about with keen intensity. If you do not believe me, then search me. Chen Feng promptly spread his arms wide, exhibiting no fear as he allowed Bao Yud to search him. Observing Chen Feng's candor, Bao Yud revealed a faint smile. My dear friend Chen Feng, let us forego the search. Your sincerity is indeed commendable. How could I doubt you? Alas, your lack of spirit stones and elixirs poses a grave concern. Should you tragically perish in the vast wilderness, no one would be left to retrieve your remains or chant the rites for your soul's passage. After your demise, you would merely become a wandering ghost, eternally trapped in the desolation, drifting alone. Bao Yud, do you truly wish for my demise? Chen Feng's brow tightened, his expression grave as he scrutinized Bao Yud. Dear Chen Feng, it is not I who wishes you dead, but rather you who walks the path of self-destruction. Bao Yud replied with a grin. In these days, the tomb of the immortal emperor has been opened, drawing together the foremost powers from all corners. Did you not see the celestial ships that just passed by? The Jiang family and the Ji family, both prominent clans, have mobilized. This alone speaks volumes of the extraordinary opportunities that await within the tomb of the immortal emperor. My friend Chen Feng, your arrival now is akin to offering up your head on a platter. Chen Feng's heart jolted, realizing the severity of the situation, that he suddenly felt that seeking fortune in the wilderness at this time was an ill-fated decision. And what of you, Bao Yud? If my presence here is a death wish, then is yours not the same? I am different from you. Bao Yud chuckled, explaining, my usual occupation is to carry the deceased. Whenever a scion of a noble clan suddenly passes, I conveniently take the body, bury it, and recite a few lines of the passage rites. Naturally, such services cannot be rendered for free. I would claim the treasures upon the corpse as my compensation. Chen Feng was left speechless, his gaze filled with contempt as he coldly regarded Bao Yud. How utterly devoid of morals to engage in such grave robbing activities. It seems he has indulged in this practice more than once. It is surprising that you, a Taoist, could conceive of such a means of survival. Chen Feng could not help but scoff. Enough of this, my friend Chen Feng. The tomb of the immortal emperor is about to open. I must hasten there. Should a battle ensue, the sheer number of bodies may overwhelm me. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Bao Yud's eyes at the thought of the impending carnage. For the more corpses there were, the more opportunities for him to reap. By the way, Chen Feng, why not accompany me? There will surely be many bodies, and I cannot manage alone. Any treasures you find among them will belong to you. I shall not covet them. After taking a few steps, Bao Yud suddenly turned to glance at Chen Feng. That is permissible. However, I do not know how to recite the passage rites. How then shall we guide the souls? Chen Feng felt a flicker of temptation. Scavenging from the dead was not unfamiliar to him, yet he had never recited the passage rites. In truth, I do not know how either. Bao Yud grinned mischievously, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Feng. Chapter 28. The Palace of the Immortal Emperor. A Taoist like you cannot recite the passage rites. Chen Feng was taken aback, fixing Bao Yud with a piercing gaze. Tell me, Bao Yud, is your identity as a Taoist genuine? My dear friend Chen Feng, do not speak such nonsense. My identity as a Taoist is as genuine as can be. Bao Yu chuckled lightly before continuing. I have always engaged in virtuous deeds. Otherwise, why would I take on the labor of carrying the dead? Would you not agree? Is it not for the treasures upon the corpses? Chen Feng frowned, skeptical of Bao Yu's claims, which seemed overly contrived. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should make haste. Bao Yu suddenly appeared a bit uneasy, swiftly diverting the topic as he moved forward. Chen Feng quickly followed suit into an arid expanse where swirling sands filled the air, and numerous celestial ships were anchored nearby. Not far off, the ground had collapsed, revealing a massive pit from which faint energy fluctuations emanated. An elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence gracefully descended from one of the celestial ships, and he stroked his long beard, his sharp eyes fixed intently on the deep pit. The Imperial Formation has collapsed. The tomb of the Immortal Emperor has now revealed itself. Jiang Changfeng, I did not expect you to arrive as well, the elderly man remarked sharply, his gaze locking onto a middle-aged man. Jiang girl, you have come with your father as well. His gaze shifted to the youthful maiden behind the middle-aged man. The tomb of the Immortal Emperor is now wide open, a grand spectacle seldom witnessed. Bring Qingyue to see the world. Jiang Changfeng stood with hands clasped behind his back, his hair streaked with gray, his brow sharp and imposing. Yet you, Elder Ji, why have you come to lead the expedition? Jiang Changfeng inquired, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the white-haired elder. Where is Ji Bailing? Why did he not come in person? The clan head is on the verge of a breakthrough, in secluded cultivation, since the tomb of the Immortal Emperor is open. I shall lead the way, bringing the younger generation of the clan to witness this event, Elder Ji replied with a calm smile. Indeed, the Ji clan is flourishing, with vast power and deep roots. The younger generation must surely be exceptional. With the tomb of the Immortal Emperor opening unexpectedly, they are bound to gain much. Qingyue, do not delay. Come greet your Uncle Ji. When the time comes for the contest in the tomb of the Immortal Emperor, let your Uncle Ji show you mercy, Jiang Changfeng chuckled. Yes, father, the maiden responded, a smile blooming on her face as she stepped forward. She appeared around 16 years of age, her skin as delicate as porcelain. Her features exquisitely crafted. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as refreshing as water, and her graceful form moved like a slender willow as she approached Elder Ji. I am Jiang Qingyue, pleased to meet you. Uncle Ji. With a charming smile, Jiang Qingyue exuded purity and allure, her gentle demeanor refreshing to behold. Elder Ji nodded approvingly. Ah, Jiang girl has blossomed into a fine young lady. Jiang Changfeng, your daughter is still unwed. Why not consider an alliance with my Ji clan? Our young master Ji Changkong is a prodigy of unparalleled talent, and their union would indeed be a match made in heaven, Elder Ji suggested. Jiang Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. While Ji Changkong is indeed an extraordinary talent who may one day stand at the pinnacle, matters of marriage must ultimately be determined by their own hearts. Haha, that is indeed true. Elder Ji laughed heartily before adding, it is a pity the young master is not present today. Otherwise, he could cultivate a bond with Jiang girl. You old rascal, do you wish to monopolize such a fine girl? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the air as a celestial ship descended from the sky, that a formidable figure emerged from the ship, exuding a commanding presence. That I am Wang Tung, blessed with the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Elder Ji, you go too far. If we are speaking of compatibility, my son Wang Tung is far more suited for Jiang girl. Wang Xian, you are being unreasonable. Elder Ji's brow furrowed, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the imposing figure. Elder Ji, if you disagree, let Ji Changkong and my son Wang Tung have a duel. Humph, does Ji Changkong dare? My son Wang Tung possesses the aura of an immortal emperor, destined for greatness, while Ji Changkong is merely a stepping stone. Wang Xian laughed heartily. Jiang Changfeng observed the unfolding drama with amusement. As Wang Xian and Elder Ji exchanged barbs, he felt no inclination to intervene. With the tomb of the immortal emperor opening soon, the fiercer their conflict, the better for the Jiang family, who could secure more treasures in the ensuing chaos. Boom! As they conversed, the giant pit suddenly collapsed again, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Wang Xian's expression turned serious, stating, Elder Ji, enough of this quarrel. It is paramount we seize the treasures of the immortal emperor first. He strode forward, swiftly reaching the edge of the pit, peering down into what lay beneath. It was a subterranean palace. A wave of astonishment washed over Wang Xian as he gazed into the depths, his expression resolute, eager to leap into the pit. The palace radiated a faint golden glow, exuding an ancient and profound aura. The intricate carvings on the palace's exterior resembled some long-forgotten, mysterious totem, symbolizing auspiciousness. Undoubtedly, this palace had once been the residence of an immortal emperor, a place where celestial beings dwelled in ancient times. Yet, following the cataclysmic war between gods and demons, many immortal emperors perished, and the palace was lost to the sands of time. Concealed beneath the dust of history, that in ancient times, the palace had been resplendent. A magnificent sight to behold. However, the relentless passage of time had eroded its splendor, transforming it into the dilapidated, subterranean structure before them. Marked by the ravages of age, only the mysterious totems etched upon the underground palace continued to radiate a golden starlight. Serving as a testament to the former grandeur of the celestial emperor's palace, and symbolizing the emperor's invincibility, this moment, Jiang Changfeng, Elder Ji, and others quickly gathered around, witnessing the emergence of the underground palace. Their hearts raced with anticipation, eager to be the first to leap into the vast pit and enter the palace. This underground palace was once the domain of the celestial emperor, even after being buried for countless ages. The treasures hidden within undoubtedly still exist, indestructible and everlasting. Should they manage to acquire even a fraction of these treasures, it would greatly benefit their family's influence. Who would take the lead? Wang Xian furrowed his brow. The underground palace lay before them, and the treasures of the emperor were within reach. The one who first entered the palace would seize the initiative. For this reason, the privilege to be the first to enter was of utmost importance. That I shall go first, Elder Ji declared, stepping forward with a grave expression. The underground palace has just appeared, and it surely harbors terrifying dangers. I am aged, experienced, and unafraid of death. I shall be the first to enter. Should danger arise, you may retreat, and I will withstand the initial onslaught. Elder Ji stood resolutely, appearing to consider the safety of Wang Xian and Jiang Changfeng. However, Wang Xian saw through Elder Ji's intentions and coldly mocked, "Old Ji, have you no shame? The imperial formation has collapsed. What danger could this underground palace possibly pose? You wish to be the first to enter merely to seize the opportunity for yourself. If there are supreme treasures within, you want to claim them first. Wang Xian, hold your tongue. I act with righteousness. How dare you insult me so freely?" Elder Ji glared at Wang Xian, his anger palpable. "Wang Xian, if you do not allow me to enter first, do you wish to be the first yourself? Haha, since the esteemed elders are being so courteous, let the juniors take the lead." A loud laughter echoed through the air. Suddenly, a beam of sword light cleaved through the clouds. Heading straight for the underground palace, was Jin. This individual, a disciple of the heavenly sword manor, had entered the path of the sword and had now reached the Yin-Yang realm. No less formidable than any other. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jin Yun laughed heartily as he charged toward the underground palace. "Break for me." He swung his sword down with great force. The sword energy thick and powerful, striking the palace door with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of Jin Yun's heavy sword strike, a terrifying sonic boom erupted. The palace door quivered violently. In an instant, the myriad of secret patterns etched upon the door glowed with golden light. Boom! Following that, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth from the palace door. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jin Yun was engulfed by the overwhelming energy, obliterated from existence. This scene unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. Jin Yun had turned to ashes, without even a scream. A sword cultivator of the Yin-Yang realm was thus annihilated. Wang Xian's heart trembled, filled with deep regret. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly. Otherwise, he might have been the one to perish. The underground palace concealed deadly traps. The aura of the celestial emperor still lingered, its divine might formidable and not to be underestimated. Jiang Changfeng exclaimed in shock. The sudden demise of Jian Yin was utterly unexpected, leaving one with lingering fears. "We must first break the celestial emperor's restrictions, or none shall enter this underground palace." Elder G's expression grew serious. The mysterious patterns carved upon the palace's outer walls were left by the Celestial Emperor during his lifetime. Even though they had been eroded by time, a trace of their power remained, making it all too easy to obliterate them. Good. Let us join forces to break the Celestial Emperor's restrictions, and then enter the palace. Wang Xin agreed. Recognizing the lurking dangers of the underground palace, he dared not act impulsively. Chapter 29. The Imperial Artifact, the Sealing Heaven Pot. What are these people up to? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Hiding behind a celestial ship, filled with doubt. The underground palace had emerged, undoubtedly concealing numerous treasures of the Celestial Emperor. Chen Feng's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the palace. Yearning to rush in and seize the treasures. Enough, Chen Feng, my friend. The treasures within the palace are beyond our reach. Baoyud shot a glare at Chen Feng before continuing. Do you see that corpse on the ground? That is Jian Un, the supreme swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Manor, a formidable Yin-Yang realm warrior. Indeed, he must possess many treasures, Chen Feng remarked. For us, collecting his remains would be the right course of action. Baoyud's mind raced with thoughts. Upon seeing Jian Un's corpse, his eyes lit up with greed, desperately wishing to rush into the battlefield to collect the remains of Jian Yun. Baoyud, can you not aspire to greater heights? While there may be treasures on Jian Yun's body, they pale in comparison to the treasures of the Celestial Emperor within that underground palace. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, scoffing. This rotund Taoist is utterly lacking in ambition, fixated on scavenging remains rather than striving to seize the Celestial Emperor's treasures. Chen Feng, it is not that I lack ambition, but rather that you are too overly ambitious. Baoyud shook his head with a wry smile, then added, You must not be familiar with those factions, right? I am not acquainted with them, Chen Feng replied. Then it is as it should be. Baoyud smiled faintly as he explained, I have traveled far and wide over the years, visiting many continents, and thus know more than you. Moreover, I am also familiar with the top-tier clans more than you. Baoyud continued, the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Wang family, along with the so-called Heavenly Sword Manor, are all among the most powerful factions, especially the Jiang and Ji families, which have produced celestial emperors. Their foundations are extraordinarily formidable. As for the Wang family, they are also a rising star among many clans. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Teng, is said to have been born under auspicious omens, with heavenly phenomena accompanying his birth, phoenixes crying and dragons dancing. Truly a remarkable prodigy destined to dominate an era. Most astonishingly, at the age of 8, Wang Teng received the favor of the heavenly path and acquired the legacy of a celestial emperor. His strength is now unfathomable. Just now, that old curmudgeon Wang Xin loudly proclaimed that my son Wang Teng possesses the aura of a celestial emperor. His words are not mere exaggeration, but rather a statement of fact. His son Wang Teng indeed possesses such a presence. Now look at you, Chen Feng. You are without a penny to your name, possess mediocre martial talent, and lack familial heritage that in the future, you will likely find yourself in some insignificant sect, learning a few subpar combat skills, ultimately proving to be of little use. Chen Feng, forgive my bluntness, but a warrior of your caliber is destined to be trampled underfoot by a prodigy like Wang Teng, lacking even the qualification to be his stepping stone. At this, Baoyud shook his head helplessly, his gaze toward Chen Feng now tinged with pity. In contrast, Chen Feng remained unfazed, indifferent to Baoyud's words. His gaze was resolute, his martial heart unwavering, as he calmly replied, What does it matter how powerful Wang Teng is? He has no bearing on me, and I will simply focus on my own cultivation, that if one day Wang Teng dares to obstruct my path, I will surely slay him. Baoyud regarded Chen Feng with a meaningful glance, thinking to himself that Chen Feng was quite foolish. Slay Wang Teng. Is he out of his mind? One is heaven, the other earth. He quickly changed the subject, not wishing to further undermine Chen Feng's confidence. Chen Feng, those elders, Jiang Changfeng and the others, are about to summon the imperial artifact to break the palace door. Such a grand spectacle is rarely witnessed. You should come and take a look. Coming. Chen Feng quickly moved closer, hiding behind the celestial ship, keenly observing Jiang Changfeng and the others. He saw Jiang Changfeng retrieve a green pot from his storage ring, its surface intricately engraved with dense patterns, emanating a soft green glow. Truly extraordinary. This pot must be an imperial artifact, likely once used by the Celestial Emperor, infused with his aura, that if I could obtain it. Suppressing Li Wentian would be a simple task, Chen Feng murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the green pot in Jiang Changfeng's hand. Chen Feng, that is not merely a pot, it is the sealing heaven pot, an unparalleled imperial artifact passed down through the Jiang family. Baiyud shot Chen Feng a disapproving glare. Did I ask that so? I thought it was just a pot. It looks rather moldy. Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly, having mistaken Jiang Changfeng's green pot for a common vessel. The Sealing Heaven pot is an imperial artifact refined by the Sealing Heaven Celestial Emperor, capable of containing heaven and earth, sun and moon, and has absorbed the aura of the Sealing Heaven Celestial Emperor, rendering it indestructible. Baiyud explained earnestly, to possess such a treasure would leave me with no regrets. What is that? Chen Feng's attention was drawn as he saw Wang Xian retrieve a broken spear from his storage ring. His curiosity piqued. The broken spear emanated beams of golden light, though its tip was somewhat corroded. It appeared exceptionally sharp, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. Undoubtedly, though it was merely a broken spear, it was undeniably a treasure. That is the Shattering Heaven Spear, but alas, it is broken. Otherwise, this imperial artifact alone would astonish the vast wilderness. Baiyud could not help but shake his head slightly, feeling a deep sense of regret for not having witnessed the complete Han Tian Divine Spear that he remarked. The Han Tian Divine Spear is an unparalleled divine weapon forged and refined by the Han Tian Immortal Emperor, with an incredibly sharp tip, said to be capable of piercing the heavens with a single strike. Countless imperial patterns are carved along its shaft, bestowing it with boundless power. It is likely that the immortal legacy obtained by Wang Tung originates from the Han Tian Immortal Emperor, truly terrifying. Is this Han Tian Immortal Emperor truly formidable? Chen Feng was taken aback. Formidable is an understatement. Baiyud fixed a deep gaze on Chen Feng before continuing. The Han Tian Immortal Emperor, also known as the Han Tian War Emperor, was invincible in ancient times, winning countless battles without a single defeat. That it is said that he never tasted defeat in his life. A true, undefeated immortal emperor. Then how did he fall? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. Who told you that the Han Tian Immortal Emperor has fallen? Baiyud's expression darkened, and he spoke with gravity. Chen Feng, my friend, you must not entertain baseless suspicions, especially regarding an immortal emperor. Take care not to utter reckless words, lest you invite heavenly retribution. Thank you for the reminder that I shall be cautious henceforth and would never dare speak thoughtlessly. Chen Feng promptly sealed his lips. From Baiyud's words, he deduced that an immortal emperor still existed, merely choosing not to reveal themselves. The Feng Tian Pot, the Han Tian Divine Spear. What could the Ji family's imperial artifact possibly be? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Now that the Jiang family has produced the Feng Tian Pot, and the Wang family has summoned the fractured Han Tian Divine Spear, the Ji family has yet to present any imperial artifact. This leaves me perplexed. The Ji family's imperial artifact is a mirror known as the Haotian Mirror, which should be in Ji Bailing's possession. However, Ji Bailing is currently in closed-door cultivation and thus unable to produce the artifact, Baiyud explained. How do you know this so clearly? Chen Feng was suddenly filled with doubt, casting a contemplative glance at Baiyud. I once had an encounter with that old scoundrel Ji Bailing, who chased me around wielding the Haotian Mirror. Baiyud's expression turned slightly awkward. Ji Bailing is the head of the Ji family. Why would he chase you? Chen Feng questioned. This is a long story. Baiyud shook his head, looking quite aggrieved. That time, Ji Bailing's wife passed away, and before he could recite the rebirth incantation to guide her soul, he buried her in the ground. That I could not stand by idly. So I exhumed Ji Bailing's wife from her grave and recited the rebirth incantation 3 times to help her soul find peace. As he recounted this, Baiyud appeared even more wronged and exclaimed in indignation, my act of digging up the grave was a virtuous deed, intended to aid Ji Bailing's wife in her passage. That old scoundrel Ji Bailing, instead of being grateful, pursued me relentlessly, even going so far as to wield the Haotian Mirror in an attempt to turn me to dust. Fortunately, I am blessed and fortunate, managing to escape that calamity and survive to this day. After hearing Baiyud's explanation, Chen Feng fell into silence. The Tio helped Ji Bailing's wife find peace. Baiyud had actually disturbed her resting place. Such actions were hardly the deeds of a rational individual. No wonder Ji Bailing resorted to using the Haotian mirror against him. If anyone were in Ji Bailing's position, they would not simply let such a transgression slide. Bao Yud, you clearly do not know how to recite the rebirth incantation, yet you dare claim that you dug up Ji Bailing's wife's grave for her benefit. Have you no shame? Bao Yud? If it comes to that, perhaps you should change your name to Bao Wuda instead. Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, unable to resist the urge to mock him. Chen Feng was well aware that Bao Yud's motivation for exhuming Ji Bailing's wife was not to aid her soul, but rather to seek out burial treasures. After all, Ji Bailing was the patriarch of the Ji family. Surely the grave would contain valuable possessions. Chapter 30. Plundering treasure from the celestial ship. Bao Wuda. Bao Yud was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in protest. I have dedicated my life to virtuous deeds, aiding in the collection of bodies and guiding countless souls. Where is the notion of being without virtue? Chen Feng, my friend, your misunderstanding of me runs deep. Bao Yud wore a look of grievance. And guiding souls? Pray, how do you recite the rebirth incantation? Recite it for me. Chen Feng laughed, clearly enjoying the banter. Chen Feng, look, Jiang Changfeng and those old geezers are about to break through. Bao Yud deftly changed the subject. At this moment, Jiang Changfeng formed a seal and hurled the Feng Tian pot into the AI, or in an instant. The Feng Tian pot erupted in brilliant light. A powerful energy surging forth from within, crashing violently against the palace door of the underground palace. Simultaneously, Wang Xian murmured, chanting a mysterious incantation. The Han Tian divine spear unleashed a terrifying divine power. Its immense force soaring skyward. Boom! The earth trembled. An explosive sound reverberated. The damaged Han Tian divine spear struck heavily against the palace door of the underground palace. Bang bang! The palace door was shattered by the onslaught of the Feng Tian pot and the Han Tian divine spear. It opened. Wang Xian felt elated and immediately retracted the Han Tian divine spear. Let us all advance into the immortal emperor's palace. Jiang Changfeng retrieved the Feng Tian pot, a smile gracing his face as he led the members of the Jiang family into the underground palace. Those of the Ji family, follow me into the underground palace to seek treasures. Elder Ji bellowed, taking charge of the expedition, that he was determined to find several immortal emperor treasures to further enhance the Ji family's foundation. All of you, keep up. Upon entering the underground palace, seize any treasured artifacts at the earliest opportunity. Wang Xian's gaze darkened, his ambition fixated on the imperial artifacts within the immortal emperor's palace. As the crowd surged into the underground palace, the area soon became deserted, leaving behind the lifeless body of Jian Yun. Now that they have all departed, I can finally assist Jian Yun in reclaiming his body. Bao Yud's heart surged with joy as he hurried forward in a flurry. He dashed, his stout form moving with surprising swiftness, reaching Jian Yun's corpse that he promptly removed Jian Yun's spatial ring and tucked it into his robe. My goodness, I've struck it rich. Haha, this is Jian Yun's spatial ring. Bao Yud was utterly ecstatic. Jian Yun was the sword path supreme of the Tianjian Mountain Manor and a formidable figure in the Yin-Yang realm. His spatial ring must surely contain countless sword techniques and precious medicinal herbs. Worth a fortune. Chen Feng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, I truly have struck gold. Bao Yud called out in delight. Noticing Chen Feng had not followed, he turned back only to find him missing, prompting a frown. Where has Chen Feng gone? Bao Yud pondered briefly before quickly dismissing the thought, for chaos erupted in the underground palace as bodies flew out. The Jiang family, Ji family, Wang family, Tianjian Mountain Manor, along with numerous loose cultivators, were embroiled in a fierce battle for the immortal emperor treasures within the underground palace. Many martial artists perished, their bodies and blood scattered as they were hurled out of the underground palace. Witnessing this scene, Bao Yud was overwhelmed with joy, rushing into the pile of corpses that I have struck it rich. Haha, truly struck it rich. As he navigated through the mass of bodies, he clutched a fistful of spatial rings. Having stripped them from the deceased, keep fighting. Strike hard. The more that die, the better. Bao Yud's heart raced with exhilaration. Scavenging from the deceased was utterly thrilling. What a pity Chen Feng had slipped away. Otherwise, he could have shared in the spoils and amassed numerous cultivation resources. Fortunately, Chen Feng is not here. All these corpses belong to me. Bao Yud rolled up his sleeves, preparing to seize the opportunity. At that moment, Chen Feng stealthily ascended to a celestial ship. Rather than risk scavenging among the corpses, he preferred to directly plunder treasures from the celestial ship, with the warriors of the prominent families all engaged in the underground palace, vying for immortal emperor treasures. The celestial ship stood empty. That it would be a grave mistake not to seize such an excellent opportunity to scour the vessel for treasures. That fellow Baoyud harbors no good intentions. He intentionally incited me to scavenge among the corpses, claiming that any treasures I found would belong to me. Once I truly uncover treasures, he will undoubtedly prevent me from taking them. His strength far surpasses mine. Should a conflict arise, he would certainly kill me. That I in the martial world, the phrase better a dead friend than a poor companion often rings true. That I cannot trust a word from Baoyud. Thus, Chen Feng deliberately distanced himself from Baoyud, stealthily climbing aboard the Jiang family's celestial ship. Let me see what treasures lie aboard the Jiang family's celestial ship. Chen Feng grinned as he began to rummage through the ship, quickly turning it upside down. That I expected of a prestigious family. The celestial ship was filled with abundant spiritual stones and medicinal herbs, enough to fill a spatial ring to capacity. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement as he thoroughly searched the Jiang family's celestial ship, discovering over 10,000 spiritual stones, dozens of spiritual herbs, and several hundred medicinal pills, including even some sixth-grade elixirs, which left him overjoyed. This is merely one celestial ship. There are still over a dozen more. What a windfall! After emptying one celestial ship, Chen Feng immediately moved on to another, repeating the same process. After a continuous series of searches, Chen Feng had thoroughly emptied the celestial ships of the Jiang, Ji, Wang families, and Tianjian Mountain Manor, as well as those belonging to several loose cultivators. His collection of spatial rings was now brimming with treasures, including over 100,000 spiritual stones, hundreds of spiritual herbs, and thousands of medicinal pills. To his astonishment, the rewards were bountiful. Should such circumstances arise a few more times, he would surpass the wealth of the entire sect. A glimmer danced in Chen Feng's eyes as he dared not linger, promptly departing from the celestial vessel. Boom! The moment he stepped off the celestial ship, the earth trembled violently, and not far away, the underground palace quaked, teetering on the brink of collapse as if it were about to crumble once more. Is it truly this fierce? Are they truly exerting themselves to such extremes for the sake of seizing the treasures of the celestial emperor? A flicker of concern crossed Chen Feng's face. These noble clans were indeed beginning to fight desperately for the celestial emperor's treasures. The yellow sand was stained crimson with blood, and sprawled across the ground were dozens of lifeless bodies in disarray. Chen Feng, where have you been? Baoyud emerged from the pile of corpses, his Taoist robe drenched in blood. His gaze was sharp as he fixed his intense stare on Chen Feng, questioning. Chen Feng, you wouldn't be. What could I possibly be? Chen Feng frowned, replying sternly, Baoyud, you need to articulate your thoughts clearly. That we have a rule. If you speak in half measures, you shall receive half the answer in return. Half the answer? Is there even a full one? Baoyud chuckled awkwardly, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Feng. You wouldn't have ventured into the underground palace, would you? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng sighed in relief, grateful that Baoyud had not ventured to suspect any other direction, nor had he guessed that Chen Feng had secretly raided the celestial vessel for treasures. Indeed, I did enter the underground palace. A grin spread across Chen Feng's face as he directly followed Baoyud's conjecture. You are impressive, Chen Feng. The battles inside the underground palace are ferocious, with so many casualties, and yet you managed to emerge unscathed. I am truly in awe of you. Baoyud regarded Chen Feng with a complex expression, feeling compelled to reassess him. Pray tell, what was the situation within? This inquiry was a test. Chen Feng was no fool. He could discern Baoyud's intent. Baoyud's deliberate question about the battle's circumstances was a means to probe whether Chen Feng had genuinely entered the underground palace. Should Chen Feng falter in his response, it would imply that he had been elsewhere, undoubtedly concealing some secret. However, seeing through Baoyud's intentions, Chen Feng could not help but chuckle softly. The Jiang clan emerged victorious, without a flicker of hesitation. Chen Feng replied, the Ji clan, the Wang clan, Tianjian Mountain Manor, and those wandering martial artists were all utterly routed. By the time I exited, the Jiang clan was already busy tidying up the aftermath. Baoyud's heart lurched. Having rummaged through the pile of bodies, He had noticed that the Ji and Wang clans had suffered a greater toll, while the Jiang clan's casualties were the least. This indirectly corroborated Chun Feng's words, compelling Bao Yud to accept that Chen Feng had indeed not gone elsewhere, but had ventured into the underground palace. Bao Yud grinned widely, expressing concern. Chen Feng, I knew it. You are indeed a person of great fortune. How could you possibly perish in the great wasteland? Chen Feng, did you acquire any treasures within the underground palace? Chapter 31. The Sword Seizure. To have emerged alive is already a miracle. To expect treasures as well? Are you courting death? Chen Feng shot Bao Yud a cold glare. This rotund Taoist truly had two faces. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed Chun Feng's inevitable demise. Now, upon seeing Chen Feng emerge alive from the underground palace, he swiftly altered his tune, declaring Chen Feng a person of great fortune. How could one perish in such a place as the Great Wasteland? Alas, Chen Feng had not even ventured into the underground palace. How could he possibly have met his end within? Bao Yud, cast aside your delusions regarding the Celestial Emperor's treasures in the underground palace. The Jiang clan has vanquished the Ji and Wang clans, and all the treasures within belong solely to them. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. Heh, I merely think that there are too many treasures of the Celestial Emperor within the underground palace. Should the Jiang clan fail to carry them all away, I could assist them in safeguarding a portion. Bao Yud shook his head with a bitter smile. Just the thought of all those treasures belonging to the Jiang clan made him feel a pang of regret. Those were treasures of the Celestial Emperor. Obtaining even one would be immensely beneficial. Alas, lacking the strength, he had no qualifications to enter the underground palace and compete for them. That as they conversed, streams of golden light erupted from the underground palace. Igniting a violent explosion, it was Wang Xian. Chen Feng focused his gaze, observing Wang Xian, drenched in blood, wielding the heaven-shaking divine spear, exuding a terrifying combat spirit. Opposite him stood Jiang Changfeng, proudly poised, holding the sealing heaven jar. These two old rivals were still clashing. Bao Yud's brow furrowed, his expression shifting. High above, Jiang Changfeng formed a seal with his hands, and the sealing heaven jar trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying golden light as it hurtled towards Wang Xian with great force. Jiang Changfeng, with so many treasures of the Celestial Emperor in the underground palace, you dare to seek them all for yourself. You are truly excessive. Wang Xian refused to be outdone, swinging his shattered heaven-shaking divine spear towards Jiang Changfeng. Boom! The two immense energies collided with a cataclysmic force, resulting in a terrifying explosion. The residual energy surged outward, sweeping across the heavens, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. Bang! Wang Xian was sent flying. Stabilizing himself only with great effort, spitting blood, his complexion pale as snow. Jiang Changfeng, do you truly wish to eradicate me completely? Wang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Jiang Changfeng. Wang Xian, surrender the sword you have taken. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise today. Jiang Changfeng, wielding the sealing heaven jar, radiated an overwhelming aura, his intent to kill evident. Previously, amidst the chaos in the underground palace, Wang Xian had seized the divine sword from the Celestial Emperor's coffin. That sword was the most precious treasure among the Celestial Emperor's possessions, a true extreme-level imperial weapon. The might of the Celestial Emperor rivaled that of the sealing heaven jar. Such a priceless artifact could not be allowed to leave Wang Xian's possession. Jiang Changfeng thundered, Wang Xian, hand over the divine sword, or you will face certain death, damn it. Jiang Changfeng, you are unbearably aggressive, relying on the imperial weapon sealing heaven jar to oppress the martial artists and seize the treasures of the Celestial Emperor. Do you not fear inciting widespread wrath? Wang Xian seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he glared furiously at Jiang Changfeng. Silence. Jiang Changfeng sneered coldly, declaring, if you do not relinquish the divine sword, you are as good as dead. Boom. Jiang Changfeng unleashed another seal, and the sealing heaven jar erupted with terrifying energy, once more propelling towards Wang Xian. Jiang Changfeng, you vile creature, you desire the divine sword, do you? Then come and claim it. Wang Xian's heart raced. He retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring and hurled it into the distance with all his might. The sword, roughly 3 feet long, gleamed with golden radiance, adorned with countless imperial engravings. The hilt resembled a dragon's head, vividly lifelike, that in a bid to prevent Jiang Chongfeng from acquiring the divine sword, Wang Xian exerted all his strength to launch it away. Whoosh! In an instant, a sound of slicing air echoed as the sword soared through the sky, flying thousands of meters away. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chongfeng promptly retracted the sealing heaven jar and pursued the divine sword. What a pity! Truly a pity! Bao Yud observed the unfolding events, shaking his head ruefully. It was unfortunate that Jiang Chongfeng had failed to eliminate Wang Xian, for had he succeeded, Bao Yud could have aided in retrieving Wang Xian's remains and seizing his treasures. Wang Xian was the head of the Wang clan, a figure of high status, adorned with numerous treasures. Sigh, Chen Feng, my friend, we have missed out on a tremendous fortune. Bao Yud sighed heavily, lamenting the lost opportunity. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, he frowned and glanced back, yet Chen Feng had already vanished without a trace. Chen Feng has disappeared once again. Where could he have gone this time? A sense of curiosity welled up within Bao Yud. Chen Feng had a tendency to disappear and reappear unexpectedly, as if concealing numerous unspeakable secrets at that moment. Chen Feng was racing through the great wasteland, pursuing the divine sword. He had been closely observing the fierce clash between Jiang Chongfeng and Wang Xian, and upon witnessing Wang Xian hurling the sword, he dashed forward without hesitation, convinced that the sword was a treasure of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, Wang Xian would not have thrown it away in such a panic. That sword was undeniably a treasure of the Celestial Emperor. Jiang Chongfeng was battling Wang Xian with life at stake, presumably to claim that very sword, that I must possess it. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with fervor, excitement coursing through him, that as soon as Wang Xian flung the sword, Chen Feng charged forth. Although Jiang Chongfeng moved faster than Chen Feng was resolute in his objective, fixating on the sword's landing point. And he had started his charge earlier than Jiang Chongfeng. Consequently, Chen Feng reached the sword first, not pausing to admire it as he swiftly stowed it in his spatial ring before bolting away. Jiang Chongfeng's gaze turned icy as he noticed Chen Feng. He bellowed, "Who is this little thief? Surrender the divine sword at once, or face dire consequences." Without a backward glance, Chen Feng sprinted ahead, after all his effort to seize the sword. How could he possibly part with it? That sword, which even Jiang Chongfeng referred to as divine, must surely be a treasure of the Celestial Emperor. With that in mind, Chen Feng was even less inclined to relinquish it. He had long been in need of a sword, and wielding it would undoubtedly enhance his strength. However, Jiang Chongfeng soared through the air, relentlessly pursuing Chen Feng. "You little wretch, that divine sword is not for you to possess. Hand it over at once." Jiang Chongfeng roared, forming a seal with his hands as the sealing heaven jar unleashed its might, a terrifying force hurtling towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng abruptly turned his head, just in time to see a beam of golden light shooting towards him, prompting him to dodge to the side. Boom! In the fleeting moment that Chen Feng evaded, a brilliant golden light crashed down upon the ground, sending dust and yellow sand swirling into the air. Utilizing the veil of dust and sand to obscure his escape, Chen Feng dashed forward with reckless abandon. As he fled, he bellowed, "Jiang Chongfeng, rather than pursuing me, might you not consider returning to ascertain whether your Jiang family's celestial ship has been thoroughly plundered? I do not act alone. Should you focus solely on my pursuit, your daughter Jiang Qinghua may find herself in dire straits. Beware of neglecting one aspect while attending to another, lest you live with regret for eternity." These words struck a chord deep within Jiang Chongfeng. Cursed be it! A clever ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. Jiang Chongfeng clenched his teeth in frustration, unwilling to continue his chase of Chen Feng. If what Chen Feng claimed were true, that he was not acting alone and there were other factions involved, then the situation would be disastrous. Retreat. Without hesitation, Jiang Chongfeng turned back. Compared to an imperial treasure, his daughter Jiang Qinghua's safety was paramount, that he could not allow any harm to befall her. Having fled 1,000 meters, Chen Feng halted upon witnessing Jiang Chongfeng's withdrawal, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Had Jiang Chongfeng persisted in his pursuit, it would not have been long before he was overtaken. Captured by Jiang Chongfeng, his demise would be inevitable. I intentionally claimed I was not acting alone, leading Jiang Chongfeng to believe he had fallen for a clever trick. He values Jiang Qinghua's life above all, which is why he would spare me and hastily retreat. Surviving this ordeal left Chen Feng with lingering trepidation, and he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, his expression soon turned grave as he suddenly recalled that Bao Yud was still near the underground palace. Should Jiang Chongfeng return and initiate a widespread search, Bao Yud would undoubtedly find himself cornered. Should I attempt to rescue him? No, I shall not. With my capabilities, I would be unable to save him. Returning would only spell my own demise, as the saying goes. Better a friend die than a monk. Bao Yud, may you seek your own fortune. Should you meet your end, I shall collect your remains and chant a prayer for your passage to the afterlife. Nonetheless, as compensation, I will take all the treasures you possess. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Feng abandoned the thought of rescuing Bao Yud. He had plundered the Jiang family's celestial ship and seized the divine sword. Jiang Chongfeng would not let him escape unscathed. Chapter 32. Blood-soaked hatred, an irreconcilable grudge. Bao Yud concealed himself behind the celestial ship, quietly surveying his surroundings, that he still harbored thoughts of the imperial treasure within the underground palace. Hoping to enter once the Jiang family members had departed and perhaps salvage some of the treasures they deemed unworthy. Qin Feng is too impetuous. One must endure solitude to maintain prosperity. The Jiang family will not linger long, and once they leave, I shall certainly be able to enter the underground palace and find some treasures overlooked by the Jiang family, treasures that are still quite valuable. A grin spread across Bao Yud's face. Indeed, this time his gains were substantial. Meanwhile, what of Qin Feng? Surely, he would return empty-handed. Qin Feng is far too rash, disappearing at the slightest provocation. How could he possibly acquire any treasures? Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky. Has Jiang Chongfeng returned so soon? Was he not in pursuit of that sword? Bao Yud remained hidden behind the celestial ship, scarcely daring to breathe, lest he attract Jiang Chongfeng's attention. Jiang Chongfeng, with an air of arrogance, hovered in the air, surveying everything below. Father, we have taken all the treasures from the underground palace. Did you recover the sword that Wang Xian seized? Jiang Qingyue inquired, her brow furrowed as she flew on her sword to Jiang Chongfeng's side. Jiang Chongfeng replied, the divine sword was taken, but not by that old scoundrel Wang Xian. Rather, it was snatched by a young upstart who suddenly appeared. What? Jiang Qingyue gasped in astonishment. That sword was interred alongside the emperor in his coffin, a burial item of immense value. The fact that it was seized by an unexpected intruder was unfathomable. Father, who is this young man? Is he powerful? Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered. Her father was a formidable figure in the void god realm, so who was this young man capable of snatching the divine sword from him? That young man possessed average strength, utterly unremarkable, at most reaching the heavenly martial realm. Jiang Chongfeng's expression turned serious as he coldly stated, yet that young man was undeniably astute. He informed me that you were in danger, compelling me to return. What a clever ploy to draw the tiger from its lair. Jiang Qingyue shook her head, feeling deep regret over the loss of the divine sword. Father, what shall we do now? To the celestial ship. Jiang Chongfeng's countenance darkened as he stepped lightly, making his way to the celestial ship, with Jiang Qingyue closely following. Damn it. Someone has taken advantage of our inattention to secretly board the celestial ship. Jiang Qingyue scanned the entire ship, discovering it had been thoroughly ransacked. The treasures that had been aboard the celestial ship had been completely cleared out. What are the other celestial ships? Jiang Qingyue flew to the other vessels, only to find the same situation. All treasures had been stolen. Infuriating. Who could possibly be responsible for such underhanded tactics? Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as she declared, if I find that person, I shall ensure they suffer 1,000 cuts and be executed with extreme cruelty. Jiang Chongfeng's expression was grim. He had led the Jiang family to the underground palace to seize the emperor's treasures. Yet he had not anticipated someone would exploit their absence to strip the celestial ship bare. Search. I command you to search. With a cold demeanor, Jiang Chongfeng suddenly recalled Chun Feng's prior words. Qin Feng was not acting alone, implying that other warriors lurked nearby. Indeed, many members of the Jiang family were filled with righteous indignation. Their celestial ship had been stealthily emptied. Such disgrace. The crowd immediately dispersed, searching for the presence of other warriors. At that moment, Bao Yud, hiding behind a celestial ship, felt an ominous premonition as he observed the Jiang family members suddenly scattering and searching. Surely, they could not be looking for me. No, I have only scavenged from the corpses. I have not stolen from the Jiang family's celestial ship. Huh. Who then has stolen from the Jiang family's celestial ship? Damn it. Chen Feng, you wretched scoundrel. Suddenly, Bao Yud felt a chill run through him as the realization struck. It was Chen Feng who had stolen from the Jiang family's celestial ship. No wonder that scoundrel had disappeared for so long. He had infiltrated the Jiang family's celestial ship and swept away all its treasures. Bao Yud seethed with anger, cursing himself for having once believed Chen Feng had entered the underground palace. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself for being so foolish as to trust Chen Feng's words. The thief of the Jiang family celestial ship must be Chen Feng, and the one who took Jiang Chongfeng's divine sword was undoubtedly that scoundrel as well. Frustrated, Bao Yud ground his teeth. Realizing that Chen Feng had not returned empty-handed. Rather, he had amassed an abundance of treasures, deeming even the items upon the corpses beneath his notice. Chen Feng had plundered the Jiang family's celestial ship, and it was likely that the celestial ships of the Ji family and Wang family had also fallen to his thievery. Now, Chen Feng was a veritable treasure trove. He possessed countless spirit stones and elixirs. Moreover, that divine sword still rested in Chen Feng's possession. He was now exceedingly wealthy. How fortunate! Throughout my travels, I have encountered numerous insidious, crafty, and despicable individuals, yet I have never been deceived. Yet here I am, a man of esteemed reputation, thoroughly outwitted by that scoundrel Chen Feng, and in such a humiliating manner. Bao Yud's emotions were tumultuous. He had considered himself clever enough to toy with Chen Feng, only to find himself the subject of Chen Feng's mockery. It was entirely possible that he might lose his life here. The Jiang family members continued their search, tightening the encirclement, and were already closing in on his location. It would not be long before the Jiang family uncovered his trail, leaving him with no escape. Chen Feng, you wretched scoundrel, wait for me. You cannot escape my grasp. Murderous intent gleamed in Bao Yud's eyes as he harbored an intense hatred for Chen Feng. This scoundrel had ensnared him, and it was entirely possible he would perish at the hands of the Jiang family. Rather than be found by the Jiang family, I would rather step forth and confess my transgressions. With a fierce determination, Bao Yud clenched his teeth and boldly stepped out from behind the celestial ship, but he considered himself the victim, having been wronged by Chen Feng, and had committed no wrongdoing. He believed the Jiang family would not indiscriminately harm the innocent. There, as soon as Bao Yud revealed himself, Jiang Qingyue swiftly approached, her demeanor as frigid as ice, her fury palpable as she pressed a sharp sword against Bao Yud's neck. Please spare me. Bao Yud's legs trembled in fear, his words tumbling out in a disordered rush. His face turned pale as he explained, the one who stole your celestial ship is Chen Feng. I had no part in it. Who? Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes glinted with frost. Chen Feng. The thief of your celestial ship is Chen Feng, not I. Bao Yud gulped nervously, fearful of any semblance of deceit. I am Bao Yud. I came here solely to assist the deceased by collecting their remains and chanting prayers to guide them. The one who stole the celestial ship is Chen Feng, and the one who took the divine sword is also that scoundrel. I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with him. That wretch is deliberately framing me. Bao Yud exclaimed. Jiang Qingyue furrowed her brow, not believing a word of Bao Yud's claims. You vile priest, you and that brute Chen Feng are in cahoots, are you not? Absolutely not. Bao Yud protested vehemently, not daring to hesitate as he replied, I hold a grudge against Chen Feng, a blood-soaked hatred, an irreconcilable grudge. Should I encounter Chen Feng, I shall certainly slay him. As death looms, one still dares to lie. Foul priest, it seems you are blissfully unaware of your imminent demise. Jiang Qingyue let out a cold huff, brandishing her sharp sword and thrusting it fiercely toward Bao Yud at a critical moment. Suddenly, Jiang Chongfeng approached calmly, saying, Qingyue, spare him. What? Father, this loathsome priest has not uttered a single truth. He is certainly deceiving us. Jiang Qingyue's expression turned frigid as she continued, such a scoundrel should be killed on the spot. He still has his uses, Jiang Chongfeng replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Bao Yud. He solemnly inquired, Bao Yud, I have but one question. Do you possess a means to locate Chen Feng? Indeed, of course I do. Bao Yud replied without hesitation, fearing to falter. If I cannot find that little wretch Chen Feng, then I doubt anyone else can. Excellent. Jiang Chongfeng chuckled lightly, he produced a spirit talisman from his storage ring and infused it into Bao Yud's body. This talisman is a binding yuan talisman. Once it enters your body, it will restrain your true essence, limiting you to the power of the heavenly martial realm. You shall seek out Qin Feng, and Qing Wei will accompany you that if you can find him, you shall live. If not, you shall die. What? Bao Yud was utterly taken aback, never anticipating Jiang Changfeng would resort to such measures. The binding yuan talisman effectively severed any chance of his escape. What's the matter? Do you have a problem? Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened, her gaze sharp as she coldly threatened. Obey and lead me to Qin Feng, foul priest, and you may yet find a path to survival. Should you dare to play tricks, I will not hesitate to end your life. Not a problem. Certainly not a problem. Bao Yud forced a smile, inwardly lamenting his lack of knowledge on where to search for Qin Feng. However, with his life on the line, he had no choice but to comply. To admit ignorance of Chun Feng's whereabouts would likely spell his immediate demise at Jiang Qingyue's hands. Qin Feng, you little ingrate. I am truly on the brink of ruin because of you. Bao Yud's face darkened, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration over his hatred for Qin Feng. Chapter 33. The Profound Arts of the Broken Sky Blade. The Three Slices of Demonic Ruin. Qin Feng seized the divine sword and swiftly fled, that he unfolded a sheepskin map, spotting a marked location designated as the Sand Cave, a cavity formed by the sunken yellow sands. Deemed quite secure. Let us proceed there. The wilds are a forbidden realm, fraught with peril and ominous signs. Should one inadvertently attract misfortune, it could lead to death. Qin Feng dared not use his sword to fly, fearing Jiang Changfeng might pursue him. Instead, he relied on his own legs, sprinting rapidly through the swirling yellow sands toward the sand cave. Before long, night fell, and Qin Feng gasped for breath, finally arriving at the sand cave. Upon entering, he discovered a hidden paradise within. The spacious interior was adorned with sparkling crystal stones that illuminated the cave brilliantly. This place is truly splendid, while the outside is engulfed in yellow sands. This cave is a sanctuary. Qin Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, immediately retrieving spirit stones from his storage ring. This time, his haul was substantial: spirit stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs in abundance. A smile graced Qin Feng's face as he mused. Merely devouring these spirit stones will take at least half a month. This sand cave is quite discreet. I can hide here and absorb the spirit stones while avoiding pursuit from the Jiang clan. With that, Qin Feng began to cultivate, channeling the primordial heaven technique to absorb the spirit stones that in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. Qin Feng had consumed over 100,000 spirit stones. At this moment, his skin glistened with a translucent sheen, radiating golden light. That as he activated the celestial demon body, the golden patterns on his skin became distinctly visible, exuding an air of profound mystery. Compared to before, the quantity of golden patterns had significantly increased, densely packed and dazzlingly brilliant. My celestial demon body has grown stronger. It should have reached the second level. Qin Feng's face lit up with joy. Those over 100,000 spirit stones were indeed remarkable, not only enhancing his strength, but also substantially reinforcing his physical body, that in addition to the fortification of his physique, Qin Feng's realm had also ascended considerably, breaking through from the 4th to the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. 3 minor breakthroughs in half a month filled Qin Feng with exhilaration. Now it's time to take a look at that divine sword. The treasure of the Celestial Emperor, the ultimate imperial weapon. I hope it does not disappoint. To obtain the divine sword, Qin Feng had nearly lost his life at the hands of that old man Jiang Changfeng. He promptly retrieved the divine sword from his storage ring. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its blade aglow with golden radiance, inscribed with countless imperial runes. The hilt was shaped like a dragon's head, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Qin Feng held the sword in his hand, observing it for a long while, yet could discern no particular mysteries. Let me test the power of this sword. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Since he could not perceive the sword's intricacies, he would evolve his swordsmanship to see what might be unleashed with this blade. With the divine sword in hand, Qin Feng emerged from the sand cave. Standing amidst the endless yellow sands of the wilds, point one sword to pierce the heavens. Qin Feng unleashed the ultimate technique of the Chu Emperor, his true essence surging within him. Boom! Qin Feng swung the sword down with great force. In an instant, a powerful sword aura erupted forth, cleaving the ground asunder. A fissure measuring 200 meters long and 20 meters deep manifested in the earth. How terrifying! The power of this sword has increased at least tenfold. Chen Feng was astounded, glancing down at the divine sword in disbelief. Merely by switching swords, the might of one sword to pierce the heavens had multiplied tenfold. Truly fearsome. It is worthy of being a treasure of the Celestial Emperor. This sword is simply extraordinary. Chen Feng could not help but inhale sharply. Suddenly, amidst his astonishment, he felt the space around him warp and distort. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Chaos Tower. Little Master, it has only been a few days, yet your strength has grown significantly. The voice of the Tower Elder resonated. Elder, you summoned me suddenly. Has the soul of the broken sky blade awakened? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Little Master, the broken sky blade has awakened and is now ready to impart new techniques to you. Broken Sky Blade, the new master of the Chaos Tower, has arrived. Will you not make your appearance? With a hum, a spirit seat illuminated with golden light appeared, inscribed with the words Broken Sky Blade. The golden light swiftly coalesced into the form of a middle-aged man. The man was tall and robust, exuding an aura of immense power, with distinct facial features and rough skin, marked by a scar across his face. Are you the new master of the Chaos Tower? He asked, his demeanor haughty and domineering as he fixed a cold stare upon Chen Feng. Indeed, that is I. Chen Feng replied with unwavering conviction, his gaze clear and unafraid as he met the Broken Sky Blade's scrutiny. 7th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. You must have only recently broken through. Indeed, you are rather weak. The Broken Sky Blade assessed Chen Feng with condescension, easily discerning his realm. Chen Feng's resolve in martial arts was unyielding, that I in the face of the Broken Sky Blade's lofty disdain. He remained composed, unfazed, choosing instead to respond with a smile. Broken Sky Blade, when you first became the master of the Chaos Tower, you were likely not stronger than I am now. Ha! The Broken Sky Blade suddenly burst in a hearty laughter, shedding his arrogance, gazing at Chen Feng with newfound admiration. Very well. The Chaos Tower has chosen you as the new master. Indeed, it has made no mistake. You face the supreme martial way with neither subservience nor arrogance. You can maintain your composure, remaining calm and collected in the face of all oppression. Chen Feng, you are truly commendable. The Broken Sky Blade had feigned his haughty demeanor intentionally, testing Chen Feng's resolve in martial arts. If Chen Feng had shown fear, he would have deemed him unworthy, unlikely to achieve greatness in the future. However, if Chen Feng remained unflinching, he would be recognized as a true man with the potential for greatness. The Broken Sky Blade was pleasantly surprised by Chen Feng's performance. Not only did Chen Feng remain unperturbed in the face of the Broken Sky Blade's contempt, but he also dared to challenge the Blade's authority head-on. Even rebutting its words, such fortitude and confidence were indeed rare. The Broken Sky Blade smiled with satisfaction and remarked, perhaps this generation truly holds the chance to reconstruct the heavenly way. Ha, Broken Sky Blade. I have long said this lad is exceptional. He will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. What do you think of him? The Chu Emperor laughed heartily, his spirit emerging from the spirit seat. Indeed, this lad is quite impressive. The Broken Sky Blade nodded. However, the road ahead for him is still long. Enough, Broken Sky Blade. Impart your ultimate techniques to him now. I can hardly wait to witness his growth. The Chu Emperor's gaze was fervent. Filled with excitement, he, the 98th master of the tower, had once shouldered the daunting task of reconstructing the heavenly way, but alas, he had ultimately failed. Now he placed his hopes upon Chen Feng, yearning to witness him ascend to the peak of martial arts. Bearing the name of chaos and reconstructing the heavenly way. Very well. Chen Feng, I shall now impart to you my ultimate techniques. Pay close attention that my ultimate technique is known as the 3 slices of demonic ruin. When perfected, one slice can sever the heavens. A colossal blade materialized in the Broken Sky Blade's hand, and he swung it, coalescing a blade aura that was both ferocious and terrifying, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sword energy. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of explosive blasts, the Broken Sky Blade unleashed the 3 slices of demonic ruin with a mighty roar, his aura swelling hundreds of times as he struck down with the blade, sending forth a 1,000-jong blade aura that was razor-sharp, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! This strike, imbued with divine might, pierced through the very fabric of space. Fortunately, the Chaos Tower is safeguarded by powerful restrictions, allowing the destroyed areas to restore instantaneously. Chen Feng's heart trembled violently, and he stood in astonishment. He never anticipated that the Duantian blade could refine its techniques to such an extraordinary level. It truly deserves its reputation as the supreme martial art that transcends through the blade. The power it wields is utterly terrifying. How about it, Chen Feng? To what extent have you grasped my residual demon 3 blades? Duantian blade inquired with a serene smile, retracting his great sword as he fixed his gaze intently upon Chen Feng. Duantian blade as a swordsman, will my sword techniques become jumbled if I learn your residual demon 3 blades? Chen Feng asked, his brow furrowing in concern that he had already committed the techniques of the residual demon 3 blades to memory, yet he hesitated to practice them, for he was indeed a swordsman. Rest assured, Chen Feng, the residual demon 3 blades is a transcendent skill, ever-changing. As long as your comprehension is sufficient, you can seamlessly integrate the residual demon 3 blades into your swordsmanship. Once you achieve this synthesis, you may transform the residual demon 3 blades into the residual demon 3 swords. Duantian blade explained with a smile, aware of Chen Feng's earlier worries. Young master, Duantian blade speaks the truth. All techniques stem from the same origin. Whether it be sword techniques or blade techniques, all martial arts can be fused into one. As long as young master can master the essence of all techniques, you will wield them all as your own. The Tower Elder's gentle voice resonated within the Chaos Tower, guiding Chen Feng through the fog of confusion to "I understand." A spark of enlightenment flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he grasped the principle that all techniques are interconnected. Duantian blade, I shall commence my training in the residual demon 3 blades at once. Should I encounter any difficulties, I hope you will enlighten me. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute as he picked up the divine sword and began his practice of the residual demon 3 blades. In Chapter 34, The Heavenly Sword, Chen Feng, at this moment, utilized his sword as a blade, executing the techniques of the residual demon 3 blades. The residual demon 3 blades were fierce and assertive, embodying the essence of ultimate strength and brightness. As Chen Feng practiced the residual demon 3 blades, he felt his blood surge with heat, and his internal energy flooded forth. With swift motions, Chen Feng wielded the divine sword, striking down with tremendous force. Boom! After merely over 100 repetitions of practice, Chen Feng was able to flawlessly manifest the residual demon 3 blades. Was Chen Feng always this extraordinary? The residual demon 3 blades is a supreme skill, and yet he grasped its subtleties after just over 100 iterations. The most astonishing aspect is that he is practicing with a sword. Could his martial talent truly be this monstrous? Duantian blade observed Chen Feng's training with an expression of utter disbelief. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that anyone could master the intricacies of the residual demon 3 blades in such a brief span of time. Especially using a sword, Duantian blade, it appears you have come to realize. Chen Feng's martial talent is indeed remarkable. After devouring the blood of celestial demons, he resolutely endured 99 instances of bone reconstruction and 99 instances of flesh rebirth, awakening the celestial demon body. Not only that, but Chen Feng's martial heart is exceptionally steadfast and unshakable. Of course, Chen Feng's progress to this point is not solely due to talent. It is equally a result of his relentless effort. His dedication and perseverance far exceed your imagination. Emperor Chu, from the depths of his heart, admired Chen Feng and praised him profusely. Chen Feng has even awakened the celestial demon body. Duantian blade's heart trembled as he gazed at Chen Feng with newfound respect. At this moment, Chen Feng was drenched in sweat, tirelessly wielding his sword, practicing the residual demon 3 blades over and over again. He remained tireless as he swung his sword until his clothes were soaked, and his arms ached painfully. Eventually, he paused, gasping for breath. Yet soon, Chen Feng regained his composure and continued to swing his sword. He dared not squander a moment in his mind. He meticulously analyzed the techniques of the residual demon 3 blades, seeking to comprehend each movement thoroughly and incorporate them into his swordsmanship. His sword strikes grew increasingly rapid, the techniques taking shape as he unleashed a strike that erupted with divine might. already exhibiting the overwhelming power of the residual Demon 3 blades, fierce and unyielding. Keep practicing. I have gained insights into the residual Demon 3 blades. I must seize this opportunity to integrate them thoroughly into my swordsmanship. Chun Feng's determination was unwavering as he continued to practice the residual Demon 3 blades to 1,000 repetitions, 10,000 repetitions, 100,000 repetitions. Chun Feng relentlessly swung his sword until exhaustion set in. His clothes soaked through with sweat and his arms too fatigued to lift, but he gasped heavily, exhaling mist. Residual Demon 3 swords. Despite his extreme fatigue, Chun Feng's gaze remained sharp as he focused intently ahead. He suddenly swung his divine sword, unleashing a dominating sword energy that cleaved through everything in its path with a thunderous crash. Boom! The space was abruptly torn asunder, fissures appearing as a terrifying explosion echoed. This strike possessed formidable power, the sword energy unstoppable, capable of cleaving through anything. The might of the residual Demon 3 swords was not in the slightest inferior to my one sword breaking the heavens. Drenched in sweat, Chun Feng stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The power of the residual Demon 3 swords far exceeded his expectations. The residual Demon 3 swords evolved from the residual Demon 3 blades. I initially believed that the residual Demon 3 swords could only exhibit half the power of the residual Demon 3 blades, yet the outcome is astonishing. The might of the residual Demon 3 swords rivals that of one sword breaking the heavens, not falling short of the power of the residual Demon 3 blades. Chun Feng, you are truly remarkable. It is nothing short of breathtaking, Duantian Blade exclaimed, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment, struggling to regain composure. One day, merely one day, you have already integrated the residual Demon 3 blades and created the residual Demon 3 swords. In terms of talent, I fall short of you. Duantian Blade, my rapid comprehension is entirely due to your excellent instruction. Chun Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the unexpected praise from Duantian Blade. Haha, the master opens the door, but the student must walk through it himself, that if mere teaching could allow one to create the residual Demon 3 swords, then I would truly be remarkable. Duantian Blade burst into hearty laughter, his gaze filled with profound admiration for Chun Feng. At that moment, Emperor Chu approached, his eyes fixated on the sword in Chun Feng's hand. Chun Feng, have you changed weapons? Emperor Chu furrowed his brow. Yes, this sword comes from the palace of the Celestial Emperor. It is an artifact from the tomb of the Celestial Emperor, likely an imperial weapon. However, I am uncertain which Celestial Emperor it belonged to, Chun Feng replied, shaking his head. Let me have a look. Upon hearing it was an imperial weapon and a burial item, Emperor Chu's expression darkened. Chun Feng handed the divine sword to Emperor Chu and asked, Do you know the origins of this sword? Taking the divine sword, Emperor Chu examined it closely, particularly the imperial patterns engraved upon it. Scrutinizing every detail with great care, such exquisite imperial patterns are extraordinarily rare. Moreover, the patterns on this sword are remarkably intact, which is exceedingly precious that a glimmer of light shone in Emperor Chu's eyes as he was taken aback by the divine sword. He continued, The owner of this sword must have been an unparalleled celestial sovereign during their lifetime, possessing divine powers that could reach the heavens and earth. Otherwise, this sword would not be so extraordinary. It is the imperial weapon of the heavenly emperor of suppression. Suddenly, the tower elder's voice echoed, calm and composed. It is merely an imperial weapon, not worthy of eliciting any emotional upheaval from me. This sword is named the Heavenly Sword, forged from the life essence of the heavenly emperor of suppression. The hilt is in the shape of a dragon's head, crafted from the head of a true dragon that the heavenly emperor of suppression slayed, utilizing supreme celestial methods to refine and forge it. What? The hilt of this sword is actually the head of a true dragon. How terrifying! Chun Feng's heart quaked. The heavenly sword. The blade itself is forged from the blood of the heavenly emperor of suppression, and the hilt is the head of a true dragon. How utterly domineering. It is no wonder Jiang Chongfeng cherished it as a treasure, even threatening Wang Xian with his life to seize this sword. Fortunately, Jiang Chongfeng valued Jiang Qingyue's life more. Otherwise, this sword would not have fallen into my hands. Chun Feng murmured, his expression grave. This sword was truly extraordinary. Young master, for you, possessing this sword is both a blessing and a curse. The Tower Elder's voice resounded once more. It is a blessing. For this sword is an imperial weapon, imbued with the powerful aura of the Celestial Emperor. Wielding it will enable you to unleash even greater strength and vanquish formidable foes. However, it is a curse, for this sword is exceedingly precious, a complete imperial weapon with flawless imperial patterns. Should it appear in the world, it will undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed in the martial world. Imperial weapons are regarded as supreme treasures. Who wouldn't desire to seize this sword? Young master, with this sword in your possession, you will undoubtedly attract no small amount of trouble. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation, well aware that the Tower Elder's words were not unfounded. Although the heavenly sword is powerful, it also invites calamity. Given Chen Feng's current strength, he is unworthy of possessing the heavenly sword, and he cannot safeguard it. To possess a jewel is to invite crime. Should word of Chen Feng's possession of the heavenly sword spread, he would be pursued by countless martial artists at that time, despite the vastness of the world. It is likely that Chen Feng would have no place to hide. Tower Elder, what should I do? Chen Feng humbly inquired, seeking a perfect solution to his predicament, one that would allow him to neither relinquish the heavenly sword nor fear being hunted by other martial artists. Young master, if you wish to possess this sword, I can employ a secret pattern to suppress its celestial aura, rendering it akin to an ordinary treasure. However, by doing so, you will also be unable to unleash the sword's full power. Considering the method proposed by the Tower Elder for a long while, Chen Feng finally replied, Tower Elder, I will follow your suggestion. This may indeed be the best course of action. It will neither expose this sword and attract disaster, nor prevent me from possessing it. Tower Elder, can you use the secret pattern to suppress the heavenly sword into an ordinary low-grade Xian-tier treasure? Of course, young master. Buzz, as the voice of Elder Tower faded. The golden patterns etched into the chaotic tower walls began to soar, shimmering with radiant light. The golden secret inscriptions detached from the tower walls, entwining around the Jin Tian sword, in an instant. The brilliance of the Jin Tian sword dimmed, its engravings obscured by the golden secret inscriptions, and the ethereal aura of the immortal emperor, once contained within the sword, was entirely shrouded by the golden patterns. With the disappearance of the immortal emperor's presence and the imperial markings, the sword was rendered no more than an exceedingly ordinary low-grade Xian-tier sword. Emperor Chu furrowed his brow and promptly returned the Jin Tian sword to Chen Feng. Indeed, a low-grade Xian-tier sword is all I am deserving of at present. Chen Feng earnestly sensed the sword, confirming its transformation into a low-grade Xian-tier weapon. A smile graced his lips. With his current strength, he was unworthy of possessing an imperial weapon. Elder Tower, once I grow stronger, I shall trouble you to unravel the secret inscriptions. Of course, my young master. Young master, the third spiritual position belongs to Chun Danqing. He excels in both alchemy and martial arts, being quite extraordinary. He is not only a supreme human emperor, but also a 7th-grade divine alchemist. Once Chen Danqing awakens, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Elder Tower. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude and, with a thought, departed from the chaotic tower. Chapter 35. Despair you would be against heaven's principles. After leaving the chaotic tower, Chen Feng returned to the sandy cave, retrieving pills from his spatial ring and swallowing them directly, intending to further break through and elevate his realm. Chen Feng consumed over 100 pills in one go. The pills dissolved upon entry, unleashing a terrifying surge of medicinal power as Chen Feng activated the Hongyuan heavenly art, voraciously absorbing the potency. These pills were pilfered from the celestial vessel and must not linger. Chen Feng's gaze darkened as he extracted all the pills, consuming them in rapid succession until over 1,000 of them were absorbed into his body. The immense medicinal power erupted violently within him. Chen Feng circulated the Hongyuan heavenly art, frantically drawing in the energy, his physical form evolving into a translucent manifestation of celestial and demonic essence, radiating a resplendent golden light. The secret patterns on his skin became strikingly clear, multiplying in number, shining brilliantly in gold. The medicinal energy melted into true essence, flooding into Chen Feng's dantian. He felt his dantian brimming with true essence, as if on the verge of another breakthrough. Boom! His bones resonated. The sound of his bones echoed within him, his flesh shimmering like a precious jade. With a fierce roar, Chen Feng expelled white mist from his mouth, his eyes gleaming. Break! The overwhelming medicinal force coursed through his meridians, cleansing them, and his true essence reached its limit, prompting another breakthrough, propelling him from the 7th to the 8th level of the Tianwu realm in an instant. With this breakthrough, Chen Feng's Dantian expanded, accommodating even more true essence. His aura became profound. A stark contrast to his former self, at last he had ascended to the 8th level of the Tianwu realm. Chen Feng exhaled a long breath. More than 20 days had passed since the 3-month agreement. Only a little over 2 months remained. Time was of the essence. Chen Feng dared not squander a moment. He must strive to break through to the chaotic realm as swiftly as possible. Previously, aboard the celestial vessel, he had also pilfered some spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, they could not be used directly, as he was not a divine alchemist and lacked the means to refine them into pills. Those herbs would have to be stored in his spatial ring for now. Once he returned to the Divine Moonsword sect, he could gift those herbs to Luo Lixue as a token of gratitude for her kindness. She was a divine alchemist, and those herbs would be of great use to her. Chen Feng shook his head. He now owed Luo Lixue 2 favors. Since time immemorial, monetary debts are easily repaid. But debts of gratitude are far more challenging to settle. Chen Feng was acutely aware that once Luo Lixue needed his assistance, he would have no choice but to comply that it's time to practice the sword. With just over 2 months remaining until the competition for the position of the 9th peak master of the Divine Moon Sword sect begins, I cannot afford to waste any time. Chen Feng slowly rose, unsheathing the Zhentian sword, and resumed his practice of the 3 swords of the Remnant Demon. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the sandy cave. Are they coming for me? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Outside the sandy cave, Bao Yud and Jiang Qingyue had already discovered Chen Feng's footprints and the horrific sword scar he had left in the ground during his sword practice. Bao Yud, disheveled and bloodshot-eyed, appeared somewhat disheveled. He snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. That little wretch Chen Feng has been here. Jiang Qingyue's brows knitted tightly, her hair disheveled and her clothes stained with blood. Tio tracked down Chen Feng. She had traversed a long distance with Bao Yud. Along the way, they encountered strange beings and rogue cultivators, engaging in fierce conflicts. Fortunately, her strength was formidable, allowing her to slay the strange beings and those rogue cultivators. Yet, she had also sustained injuries. Fortunately, Bao Yud had been suppressed by her father with a binding talisman, currently only possessing the Tianwu realm that I in the perilous wilderness. Bao Yud dared not leave her side. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly take advantage of her injury to escape. You foul Taoist, my patience has been utterly exhausted by you. You had better pray that Chen Feng the Beast is still here. Otherwise, I will slay you with a single sword and then depart this place. Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes glinted coldly, her gaze icy as she glared at Bao Yud. This despicable Taoist speaks naught but lies. It is utterly infuriating. To save his own skin, this despicable Taoist claimed to know how to locate Chen Feng's whereabouts. Yet now, over half a month has passed, they have searched the wilderness high and low, finding not even a hair of Chen Feng. Until today, they finally stumbled upon Chen Feng's footprints and a sword scar. While these clues were related to Chen Feng, they did not guarantee that he was still present. Her patience with this despicable Taoist had worn thin. Remaining in the wilderness was far too perilous, especially since she was injured that if danger were to arise, escaping would be exceedingly difficult, that if they failed to find Chen Feng this time. She would immediately kill this loathsome Taoist and abandon her search for Chen Feng, leaving the wilderness alone. She spoke coldly. Despicable Taoist, you had better pray for your own well-being. Jiang Qingyue, that little wretch Chen Feng must be right here. Bao Yud's eyes gleamed sharply, fixating intently on the sandy cave, not far away. Yet he had a premonition that Chen Feng was within that cave. That damned little wretch. Were it not for Chen Feng, would he have fallen to such a state? Would he be so disheveled? This is your last chance. Jiang Qingyue regarded Bao Yud coldly, saying, You may check inside the sandy cave if Chen Feng is there. He dies. If he is not, you die. Bao Yud gritted his teeth, harboring an intense hatred for Chen Feng. Now, he could only pray that Chen Feng was inside the sandy cave. Otherwise, he would be doomed. He moved towards the sandy cave. Suddenly, a figure burst forth at high speed from the sandy cave. Bao Yud was startled, retreating in haste, and upon steadying his gaze, he saw that it was Chen Feng. Bao Yud's expression changed drastically as he bellowed, "Chen Feng, you little wretch, how hard you are to find. You dare to show yourself? Prepare to meet your end." Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out. Bao Yud, consumed by rage, drew his sword fiercely, thrusting the sharp blade towards Chen Feng. "Bao Yud, when have I ever wronged you?" Chen Feng shouted, immediately stepping forward, wielding the Jin Tian sword in a counterattack. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed, sharp and jarring. Chen Feng deflected the attack, furrowing his brow in astonishment as he gazed at Bao Yud. "You have weakened." A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Feng. When he had previously encountered Bao Yud, he was aware that Bao Yud possessed the Yin-Yang realm. Yet now Bao Yud was merely at the Tianwu realm. His strength diminished significantly. From the Yin-Yang realm to the Tianwu realm, Bao Yud had suffered a drastic reduction in power. Now, as Bao Yud swung down his sword, its power was remarkably lackluster, easily blocked by Chen Feng. "That I have weakened? Chen Feng, you little wretch, how dare you speak such nonsense? I was nearly killed because of you," Bao Yud exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with resentment directed at Chen Feng. For over half a month, he had endured a living nightmare, haunted by fear. The inability to locate Chen Feng had left him in a state of frantic anxiety. His life was still in Jiang Qingyue's hands that if he could not find Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. He did not wish to die. For many years, he had scavenged off corpses, living a life of great oppression, all in hopes of surviving a few more days. His journey to the wilderness was driven by rumors of the immortal emperor's tomb reopening, hoping to chance upon treasures. Who would have thought that this expedition would become a nightmare? Not only did he fail to find treasures, but he also nearly lost his life in the wilderness. He had almost been killed by Jiang Changfeng. All his suffering was due to Chen Feng. His eyes crimsoned with rage. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Chen Feng, had I not weakened, I would have torn you to shreds, leaving you without a corpse. Bao Yud, do you truly harbor such hatred for me?" Chen Feng feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "I left without a word, and I have done nothing to wrong you. Is such hatred truly warranted?" Chen Feng. "Be silent," Bao Yud roared. "You little wretch, you know exactly what you have done to wrong me. You pilfered treasures from the Jiang family's celestial vessel and shifted the blame onto me. Do you possess no shame? Are you even human? And that divine sword pursued by Jiang Changfeng, you must have seized it as well, right? You wretched little scoundrel, quietly amassing wealth while pushing me into the abyss. Your malice knows no bounds. I, Bao Yud, am filled with loathing, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Chen Feng to vent my fury that I in stark contrast. Chen Feng remains unfazed. His demeanor is calm as a summer breeze, seemingly indifferent to my words. He replies, "Bao Yud, have you finished your tirade? If so, allow me to present my side. First, I did not pilfer the Jiang family's celestial vessel. Second, the divine sword pursued by Jiang Changfeng did not come into my possession. Third, I, Chen Feng, have lived a life of integrity and honor, never engaging in nefarious deeds." As he speaks, Chen Feng's composure is unwavering, as if he is merely stating facts. Bao Yud scrutinizes Chen Feng's expression, noting his unyielding demeanor, which prompts him to ponder whether he has misjudged Chen Feng. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Bao Yud frowns, his expression dark and uncertain, fixing a cold stare upon Chen Feng. "I do not know," Chen Feng replies without flinching, continuing, "Bao Yud, if you harbor doubts, feel free to search me that if the divine sword is indeed on my person, it would undoubtedly emanate the aura of a celestial emperor. And you would ascertain the truth with a mere glance." Faced with Chen Feng's candidness, Bao Yud's mind begins to swirl with uncertainty. "Chen Feng, my apologies, but given the gravity of this matter, I must search you. By all means, proceed. I, Chen Feng, am guiltless before heaven and earth and fear no scrutiny." Chen Feng chuckles lightly, having already instructed Elder Tower to conceal the celestial aura of the Jin Tian sword, which now appears as nothing more than an ordinary low-grade mystical sword that is for the spiritual stones and elixirs. Chen Feng has consumed them, rendering them undetectable. His only concern lies with the spiritual herbs. But he has already devised a plausible explanation, that they were gathered from the Xinyue Sword Mountain and have no connection to the Jiang family's celestial vessel. Thus, Chen Feng faces Bao Yud's impending search without trepidation. To confirm Chen Feng's earlier statements, Bao Yud steps forward to conduct the search. Chen Feng, may I examine the storage ring on your finger? Of course. Chen Feng smiles, removing the ring and handing it to Bao Yud. Bao Yud, brow furrowed, releases his consciousness to inspect the contents of the ring. Nothing. He shakes his head and turns to Jiang Qingyue, saying, I have thoroughly searched Chen Feng. There is neither the divine sword nor any spiritual stones or elixirs. Only a few worthless herbs. How can this be? Jiang Qingyue's brows furrowed deeply, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of disturbance. She cannot accept that the divine sword is not in Chen Feng's possession. She does not believe a single word of his previous claims. With a face as cold as ice, she gazes sharply at Chen Feng and commands, remove your clothing. What do you intend to do? Chen Feng retorts. Jiang Qingyue, I am a man of virtue, yet to marry and beget children. Chen Feng's expression darkens. Strip. Jiang Qingyue replies coldly, if you do not comply, I will immediately slay this wretched Taoist. Feel free to do so. He and I have no connection, that he just attempted to kill me. And eliminating him would conveniently rid me of an enemy. Chen Feng smiles nonchalantly, unfazed by Jiang Qingyue's cold threat. Chen Feng, this is a misunderstanding. I have always been a benevolent person. How could I ever wish to harm you? Bao Yud interjects awkwardly, caught off guard by Chen Feng's heartlessness that I did not perceive it as such. Chen Feng replies stiffly. Regardless, Jiang Qingyue's target is Bao Yud, not him. Chen Feng, performing good deeds daily, accumulates merit. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I implore you to remove your clothing, for it may save my life, and I would be eternally grateful. Bao Yud, feeling wronged, is on the verge of tears, nearly begging Chen Feng for mercy. Strip, I will. Chen Feng declares. However, you must share half of the treasures you recovered from those corpses. Chen Feng grins, already scheming to claim Bao Yud's valuables. Isn't this a generous offer? Chen Feng presses. You wish for me to strip to save you, and yet you demand half of my treasures. Is that not excessive? Bao Yud's heart trembles, surprised by Chen Feng's greed, who immediately demands half of the spoils. Bao Yud, I am shedding my clothing to save you. Reflect on whether it is unreasonable for me to ask for half of your treasures in return for my life. Chen Feng scoffs, adding, since you refuse to share, may you seek your own fortune. After all, Jiang Qingyue's intention is to end your life, not mine. Rest assured, once you have been slain, I shall collect your remains and erect a grave for you, reciting the sutras to aid your transition into the next life, ensuring you do not linger as a wandering spirit. Bao Yud is thrown into a panic, unprepared for Chen Feng's ruthless nature. He grits his teeth. Fine. Half it is. You shall strip, and I will share half of my treasures. You must first offer them to me. Chen Feng insists, wary of Bao Yud's potential change of heart. Very well. Chen Feng, I must admit, I misjudged you as a friend. Your greed may very well lead to your demise. Bao Yud grumbles, begrudgingly extracting half of his treasures from the storage ring to present to Chen Feng. Upon receiving the treasures, Chen Feng promptly places them into his own storage ring, a smile gracing his lips. His gaze shifts to Jiang Qingyue, who possesses an extraordinary beauty and innocence, particularly highlighted by her fair, slender legs that stir one's heart. Yet he finds himself devoid of the mood to admire her at this moment. That it's simply a matter of removing clothing. Very well, I shall oblige, Chen Feng declares, loosening his belt and shedding his long robe, leaving only his undergarments. Jiang Qingyue, do you find my current state satisfactory? Shall I remove my undergarments as well for your viewing pleasure? Chen Feng locks eyes with Jiang Qingyue, who blushes, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of coldness. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to me so? She retorts, the undergarments need not be removed. I have an aversion to caterpillars. Caterpillars? Chen Feng's expression falters. Were it not for his desire to maintain some semblance of dignity, he would have gladly shed his undergarments to demonstrate whether she had ever encountered a caterpillar of such magnitude. Jiang Qingyue, the divine sword is not on my person, nor have I stolen the Jiang family's celestial vessel. May I take my leave? Indeed, Jiang Qingyue, the theft of the Jiang family's celestial vessel has no connection to me or to Chen Feng. I beseech you to show mercy and allow both of us to depart. Chen Feng and Bao Yud harmonize their pleas, eager to escape Jiang Qingyue's grasp. Despite her injury, Jiang Qingyue's strength remains formidable. She is a practitioner of the yin-yang realm. You think to flee? How naive. Jiang Qingyue scoffs, pride radiating from her. Chen Feng, while the divine sword may not be in your possession, and you are not the thief of the Jiang family's celestial vessel, you are undoubtedly entangled in this matter. Both you and Baoyud must accompany me into the great wilderness to locate the divine sword and the perpetrator behind the theft of the Jiang family's celestial vessel. Otherwise, neither of you shall leave this place alive. You may choose between death or accompanying me. Those are your options: immediate death or a prolonged demise. Chen Feng finds himself with no choice but to agree. Very well. Jiang Qingyue, Baoyud, and I will accompany you to find the divine sword and apprehend the thief of the Jiang family's celestial vessel, but you must treat us with respect and refrain from causing us harm. That can be arranged. Jiang Qingyue chuckles, inwardly reveling. Oh, how amusing. You expect me to treat you with respect. Once we locate the divine sword and the thief, I shall send you both on your way. As she contemplates this, Jiang Qingyue feels a surge of delight. She never intended for Chen Feng and Baoyud to leave the great wilderness alive. However, at that moment, a dozen figures emerge, their formidable killing intent directed at Jiang Qingyue. The leader, a practitioner of the yin-yang realm, fixes a cold gaze upon Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue, your family has committed numerous atrocities, slaying dozens of wandering cultivators, seizing the Celestial Emperor's palace, and claiming the Emperor's treasures. Your family is far too tyrannical. Today, we shall act in the name of justice, and you shall meet your end here, avenging our fallen comrades. The crystal sword, known as the Qingyue sword, is incomparably sharp, and when it falls into Jiang Qingyue's hands, it becomes a treasure of the highest rank among earthly artifacts. Truly, as the daughter of the Jiang family, her prowess is formidable, wielding a treasure of such caliber. With the blessing of this artifact, Jiang Qingyue's strength is further amplified, necessitating utmost caution. Let us unite and slay Jiang Qingyue, a dozen scattered cultivators, having ventured into the wilderness in search of treasures. Witness the collapse of the imperial formation and the emergence of the immortal emperor's palace. They hope to test their luck and perhaps acquire some immortal treasures. Little did they expect the Jiang family to be so tyrannical, wantonly slaughtering scattered cultivators and forcibly seizing the immortal emperor's palace. Dozens of scattered cultivators have met a tragic end, and the root of this calamity lies with the Jiang family, with the Jiang family's numerous transgressions. And Jiang Qingyue being their daughter, how could they not seek vengeance upon encountering her? Furthermore, as a member of the Jiang family, she must possess immortal treasures that if they can eliminate Jiang Qingyue, the treasures will surely be theirs. Whoosh! With a simultaneous strike from the group, led by a cultivator of the yin-yang realm, they charged towards Jiang Qingyue, seeking death. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught from over a dozen foes, Jiang Qingyue laughed defiantly, employing her swordsmanship and brandishing the Qingyue sword to confront her adversaries. Soon, a fierce battle erupted, the clang of metal ringing through the air, sparks flying in all directions. Chen Feng, my friend, should we take this opportunity to flee? Seeing Jiang Qingyue besieged by so many, Baoyud fell into deep contemplation. Now that Jiang Qingyue was trapped, it was the perfect time to escape. You may run if you wish, but I will not. Chen Feng replied solemnly. In this battle, the outcome is uncertain. What if Jiang Qingyue triumphs? Do you believe we can escape then? Then I shall heed your counsel, Chen Feng. Baoyud chuckled, realizing that staying close to Chen Feng would surely bring him luck. Boom! The sound of battle intensified. The air was filled with deafening sonic booms, as terrifying explosions echoed relentlessly, gradually overwhelmed by the onslaught. Jiang Qingyue found her garments torn, blood seeping from her wounds as she gasped for breath, her fragrant sweat mingling with blood. The scattered cultivators had already suffered 3 casualties at her hands, leaving only 12 remaining. Covered in blood and in a dire state, she shouted, "Dare to provoke this young lady, and I shall slay you all." Haha, Jiang Qingyue, you are already injured, and after this grueling conflict, your true essence is nearly depleted. Surrender the immortal treasures at once, and we shall grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, we shall cripple you first, then have our way with you before killing you. Zheng Xiu licked his lips, a lewd grin plastered on his face, that as a practitioner of the yin-yang realm, he was the strongest among the scattered cultivators. If he could subjugate Jiang Qingyue first, it would undoubtedly be a delight. Jiang Qingyue's expression turned icy as she retorted, "You beasts! I will annihilate you all, especially you, Zheng Xiu. I recognize you, and today I shall surely slay you." With a frosty glare, she charged toward Zheng Xiu, wielding the Qingyue sword, its fierce glimmer resembling the chill of ice, aimed directly at him. Zheng Xiu's expression shifted. "You are at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Yet you are wounded, while I am at the pinnacle of the 4th level. I will not be defeated by you." With a roar, he lunged forward, brandishing his large blade and delivering a vicious strike at Jiang Qingyue. Clang! The clash of blades resonated as two forces collided. Jiang Qingyue was immediately forced back 10 meters, while Zheng Xiu only staggered back 5. That Zheng Xiu laughed heartily. "Jiang Qingyue, you are nothing but that. I alone am enough to slay you. However, before I do, I shall relish in torturing and humiliating you. Haha, I shall make you wish for death, kneeling beneath me." Zheng Xiu swung his mighty blade, the ferocious momentum akin to raging thunder, crashing down upon Jiang Qingyue. She dared not underestimate him, meeting his assault with her sword, skillfully executing the Jiang family's intricate sword techniques to block Zheng Xiu's relentless attacks. If it weren't for her injuries and the exhausting battle depleting her essence, she could have easily dispatched Zheng Xiu using the Jiang family's swordsmanship. Jiang Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Realizing her severe injuries, Zheng Xiu's heart swelled with joy. He leapt into the air, his sharp blade aimed at Jiang Qingyue. Bang! Jiang Qingyue crossed her sword in front of her, barely managing to deflect Zheng Xiu's strike. The immense force sent a jolt through her arms, leaving them numb. Blood surged from her body, the metallic tang filling her throat as she could no longer suppress it, violently coughing up blood. Damn it! Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth, humiliated by being subdued by Zheng Xiu. A deep disgrace. Seeing Jiang Qingyue falter only fueled Zheng Xiu's enthusiasm. His battle spirit surged. He swung his blade in a wide arc, aiming for Jiang Qingyue's waist. Her eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light as she dodged. But even with her exquisite footwork, fatigue had taken its toll. In that fleeting moment, Zheng Xiu's blade struck her abdomen, tearing flesh and leaving a gruesome gash, blood streaming forth. Jiang Qingyue, the illustrious daughter of the Jiang family, renowned as a celestial beauty, shall today submit and kneel at my feet. Zheng Xiu laughed lewdly, advancing with his blade, intent on claiming Jiang Qingyue. Suddenly, the tide turned dramatically. Jiang Qingyue surged to her feet, her true essence erupting with overwhelming energy. The Qingyue sword emitted a piercing shriek. Die! Jiang Qingyue launched herself forward, the Qingyue sword thrusting toward Zheng Xiu. Clang! Zheng Xiu raised his blade to block, laughing, like a dying ember. Jiang Qingyue, you are destined to perish today. But soon his laughter faltered, his expression freezing in shock, as a gaping hole appeared in his forehead. Behind him, a small flying sword, remarkably sharp, had pierced through. Zheng Xiu, you underestimated me. Did you not anticipate that the Qingyue sword would be a yin-yang mother-son sword? Jiang Qingyue swiftly retracted the small sword, her gaze sharp as she fixed it on Zheng Qiu in that moment. Zheng Xiu's vitality waned, the small sword having pierced his brain. The remaining 11 scattered cultivators were stunned, never expecting Zheng Xiu to be slain. Damn it! This woman is too ruthless. She ambushed Brother Zheng. Fueled by rage, they charged towards Jiang Qingyue, their fury palpable. Though they lacked Zheng Xiu's strength, they were still formidable practitioners of the heavenly martial and chaos realms. Realizing Jiang Qingyue was gravely injured, they believed that as long as they remained wary of the yin-yang mother-son sword, they could surely defeat her. Aware of her inability to continue fighting, Jiang Qingyue glanced back at Chen Feng and Bao Yud, urgently imploring, "Chen Feng, foul Taoist, if you assist me in overcoming this peril, you will be my benefactors, the Jiang family's benefactors." At that moment, the 11 cultivators pressed forward. Jiang Qingyue could only passively defend, dodging their attacks while sustaining more injuries. "Chen Feng, what shall we do? Should we lend Jiang Qingyue a hand?" Bao Yud pondered deeply. Assist her. After careful consideration, Chen Feng resolved to help Jiang Qingyue. "Jiang Qingyue, remember your words. You owe me a favor." With a swift motion, Chen Feng plunged into the fray, wielding the Jin Tian sword against the oncoming foes, that I shall risk my life for you. Chen Feng, Baoyu gritted his teeth, having witnessed recent events. He trusted Chen Feng's judgment and followed suit into the battle alongside him. Chapter 38. Cross-border combat, slaying the Chaos Realm. A mere ant, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm, sneered. How dare you join this fight, truly overestimating yourself. You're seeking death. With fierce intensity, he charged at Chen Feng, fists swinging like thunder, a tempest of raw power. Let me test your swordsmanship. The three swords of the demonic abyss. Faced with this formidable opponent, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, swinging the Jin Tian sword to counterattack, but he integrated the renowned techniques of the three swords of the demonic abyss into his swordplay, delivering a powerful downward slice. Seeing Chen Feng dare to retaliate with his sword, the assailant mocked, "You insect! I have honed my iron fist to shatter stone. I will obliterate you," with a furious roar, his fists glimmering with golden light. He unleashed a torrent of terrifying true essence upon Chen Feng. Bang! The resounding impact echoed as iron fists collided with the Jin Tian sword, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The assailant's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly felt his arms go numb. Glancing down, he realized they had been severed, blood gushing forth. Ai's shrill screams filled the air. Die! Chen Feng's sword descended once more. Chen Feng's expression remained calm as he swiftly dispatched the man. The three swords of the fallen demon wielded formidable power, effortlessly slaying a peak 9th-tier martial artist as if he were merely chopping vegetables. Yet it remained uncertain whether the three swords could vanquish a martial artist of the Chaos Realm. Suddenly, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened, instantly locking onto an early-stage Chaos Realm warrior. Grasping the celestial sword, he charged towards his target. Has he set his sights on me? The early-stage Chaos Realm warrior thought that Tio have the audacity to target me after slaying a 9th-tier martial artist. This little beast seeks death. Upon being targeted by Chen Feng, the Chaos Realm warrior reacted with urgency. Wielding a mountain-cleaving axe, he summoned tremendous force, rushing to meet Chen Feng before he could close the distance. Swinging the axe with ferocity towards him. You little wretch, I shall show you the chasm that separates the Tianwu realm from the Chaos Realm. The mountain-cleaving axe crashed down. Chen Feng let out a cold laugh, positioning the celestial sword above his head to block the axe. Boom! The clash of metal resonated, sparks flying. The warrior was taken aback, astonished that Chen Feng could withstand his axe strike, as he was an early-stage Chaos Realm warrior, far stronger than Chen Feng. With no time for contemplation, he brandished the axe again, his true essence surging violently as he bellowed, "Little rascal, feel the weight of my axe, Mountain Breaker Charge." Mountain Breaker Charge was a technique he had cultivated, a high-tier martial skill ideally suited for wielding a mountain-cleaving axe, emphasizing sheer strength. The greater the force, the more devastating the impact. He had already mastered the technique to its 7th level, effortlessly cleaving through rock, and easily dispatching a mere 8th-tier Tianwu realm insect like Chen Feng. You shall perish. He forcefully swung the axe, unleashing the 7th level of Mountain Breaker Charge, the three swords of the fallen demon. Chen Feng did not flinch or evade. He swung his great sword, unleashing a tremendous sword aura that soared into the heavens. With all his might, Chen Feng unleashed a strike, for his opponent was a Chaos Realm warrior, and even an early stage one was significantly more powerful than him. Swish! The sword aura was unstoppable, slicing through the swirling sands and cleaving the mountain-cleaving axe. Bang! The celestial sword and mountain-cleaving axe collided violently, producing a series of explosive sounds. Kill! Chen Feng roared, his bones resonating, golden patterns emerging beneath his garments, vividly apparent. Had Chen Feng shed his clothing at that moment, onlookers would have been astounded. His flesh gleamed like a precious gem, radiant and resplendent. Chen Feng had activated the celestial demon body. His corporeal form erupted with immense energy. Boom! The early-stage Chaos Realm warrior felt an overwhelming pressure. How can this be? The mountain-cleaving axe trembled violently in his grasp, his arms quaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, the axe slipped from his hands, crashing heavily to the ground. Why you? The warrior stared, dumbfounded, utterly incredulous as he regarded Chen Feng. Die. At that moment, Chen Feng's great sword descended, unstoppable, the razor-sharp blade cleaving through the warrior's head, splitting his body in two. The surrounding spectators were left speechless, utterly shocked, their eyes fixed on Chen Feng. If Chen Feng's previous slaying of a 9th-tier Tianwu Realm warrior was deemed luck, then his execution of the early-stage Chaos Realm warrior was an undeniable testament to his strength. Damn it! We underestimated that beast. He is clearly only an 8th-tier Tianwu Realm warrior, yet he possesses such power. That beast is too peculiar. His strength is abnormal, far surpassing that of his peers, rendering him nearly invincible in his realm. Capable of slaying foes beyond his level. It's not just him. That foul Taoist is also quite strange. His martial skills are exceptionally elusive, his movements mysterious, and ordinary attacks cannot harm him. 2 have perished at his hands. At this juncture, only 7 rogue warriors remained. Chen Feng had slain 2, and so had Bao Yud. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Feng and Bao Yud distracted the others, Jiang Qingyue swiftly employed secret techniques to heal her injuries, retrieving several precious pills from her spatial ring to consume. With the aid of secret techniques and precious pills, although Jiang Qingyue had not fully recovered, she regained more than half of her strength and rejoined the fray. Unleashing the Jiang family sword techniques without reservation, swish, 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 she plunged into the throng, wielding the Qingyue sword, her strikes flashing like fierce sword lights, severing 3 heads and causing torrents of blood to spray forth. The air thickened with the stench of blood. She cast a fleeting glance at Chen Feng, her expression a blend of complexity. Chen Feng's earlier display had left an indelible impression, indeed astonishing. An 8th-tier Tianwu Realm warrior who first slain a peak 9th-tier warrior, and then an early-stage Chaos Realm warrior. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Feng's ability to battle beyond his realm was exceedingly rare in the martial world. This lad, despite his low cultivation, possesses immense potential that cannot be overlooked. Jiang Qingyue's gaze turned icy as she silently resolved. She could not afford to underestimate Chen Feng, for his performance had been too breathtaking. Even among the prodigies she knew, those who might suppress their cultivation to the 8th-tier Tianwu realm would find it challenging to achieve such feats. With this thought, an additional measure of wariness crept into Jiang Qingyue's eyes as she regarded Chen Feng. Sensing her unusual gaze, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. He spoke sternly, "Jiang Qingyue, why are you still dawdling? Since your wounds have healed significantly, let us press the advantage and eliminate these scoundrels." "Understood," Jiang Qingyue replied, concealing her thoughts as she subtly shook her head. Chen Feng is merely an 8th-tier Tianwu realm warrior. Even if he can fight beyond his level, he is not worthy of my concern. I am of the Yin-Yang realm. Should I choose, crushing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. However, since he has saved me, I owe him a debt of gratitude. I cannot kill him. A smile graced Jiang Qingyue's lips before her expression darkened, her gaze turning icy as she regarded the 4 rogue warriors. "You dared to humiliate me while I was injured. You all deserve to die. Flee." The 4 men, no longer daring to fight, hastily retreated into the distance. They were merely Chaos Realm warriors, while Jiang Qingyue was of the Yin-Yang realm. Despite her injuries, she had recovered more than half her strength through her recent adjustments, making it effortless for her to eliminate them. Now you wish to escape? Too late. You cannot evade your doom. All of you shall perish here. Jiang Qingyue's eyes glinted with coldness. Whoosh! A diminutive flying sword shot forth from the Qingyue sword. The Qingyue sword was a Yin-Yang mother-son sword, and the small flying sword was the very one that had slain Zheng Qiu earlier. In that instant, the small flying sword pierced the air, penetrating one warrior's skull. Jiang Qingyue murmured, guiding the flying sword with secret techniques, targeting the remaining 3. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed. The 3 who had escaped barely covered 20 meters before being struck through the forehead by the flying sword. Collapsing onto their backs, blood spraying forth. To offend this young lady is to invite certain death. Observing the carnage strewn about, Jiang Qingyue's expression remained tranquil as she retracted the small flying sword. Chapter 39. The Great Wilderness Oasis. Crisis lurks. Jiang Qingyue, we should not linger here. We must hasten our departure. Chen Feng remarked, concern etched upon his brow as he feared other martial artists would soon pursue them. Why? The pursuers have all been eliminated, Chen Feng. What are you afraid of? Chen Feng shot Jiang Qingyue a glare, unwilling to elaborate. Your choice to stay or leave is of no concern to me. I shall take my leave first." With that, Chen Feng turned to depart. The previous intense battle had generated considerable noise, and it would not be long before others arrived. Escaping then would prove far more challenging. "Chen Feng, wait for me." Bao Yid hesitated momentarily before swiftly following Chen Feng, knowing that staying close to him was undoubtedly wise. Jiang Qinghua lingered, struggling for a moment before deciding to follow. With a haughty snort, she declared, "Chen Feng, foul Taoist, until we find the divine sword and the thief of the Jiang family's celestial vessel, neither of you shall shake me off." "Jiang Qinghua," Chen Feng replied, "if you choose to follow me, refrain from throwing tantrums. There is no one here to indulge you." "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Qinghua retorted. "Let me remind you, your suspicions remain unresolved. I could eliminate you at any moment." Jiang Qinghua threatened that, "Oh." Chen Feng replied, his tone indifferent, showing no concern for a threat. "Jiang Qinghua, you should heed Chen Feng's advice. We are all friends here." Bao Yid awkwardly shook his head, finding Jiang Qinghua's haughty demeanor difficult to manage. Needing to constantly cater to her emotions, "Foul Taoist, remember your place. I can easily eliminate you," Jiang Qinghua declared coldly. Chen Feng chose to ignore her. This Jiang family young lady had been spoiled since childhood, her temper excessively lofty. Retrieving a sheepskin map, Chen Feng observed a peculiar symbol marked upon it, likely a notation made by his master, Jian Qinzi. "This place seems unusual. I shall venture here." Although he was unaware of the significance of the mark, Chen Feng trusted Jian Qinzi's judgment. The fact that it had been specially marked indicated that it was likely devoid of danger and might even harbor opportunities. "Chen Feng, where did you acquire that map?" Jiang Qingyue inquired, her brows furrowing as a glint of brilliance flickered in her beautiful eyes, fixating on the sheepskin map. She could discern that Chen Feng valued this map highly, and its contents appeared related to the Great Wilderness Domain. Potentially a map of that very realm, that if it were indeed a map of the Great Wilderness Domain, it would be immensely valuable. Due to the treacherous nature of the vast wasteland, fraught with peril and filled with the bizarre, a moment's lapse in caution could lead to death. That if only a map were available as a guide, the exploration of this desolate expanse would become significantly easier. Chen Feng shot a glare at Jiang Qinghua and demanded, "What do you ask this for? Is it not permissible for me to express concern for you?" She retorted, "What if that map is a forgery, leading us into a trap? Wouldn't that be disastrous?" "Concern for me? Ha! Unnecessary." Chen Feng scoffed that if you believe the mapped location is fraught with traps, you need not accompany me. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, moving swiftly toward the special symbols marked on the map. Bao Yid remained silent, following closely behind Chen Feng. That moment, he comprehended why Chen Feng could navigate the strange occurrences and find such a hidden and secure location. Turned out Chen Feng possessed a sheepskin map, which depicted the wasteland in its entirety. The map had already delineated all pertinent details, locations of danger, safe areas, and spots that might harbor opportunities. "Chen Feng is quite remarkable. I had previously underestimated him." Bao Yid murmured he was convinced that by following Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly acquire more resources for cultivation. "Chen Feng, you are utterly despicable. I lower myself to accompany you, and you dare treat me with such indifference? How vile! How contemptible!" Jiang Qinghua fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, her delicate teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes icy as they fixed on Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng continue to walk away without any inclination to retain her, she gritted her teeth and, summoning her courage, hurried after him. Before long, guided by the sheepskin map, Chen Feng arrived at an oasis. The oasis was lush with vegetation, a stream meandering through it, and the occasional melody of birdsong filling the air. An oasis exists within the wasteland. Surely, this must be an illusion, Bao Yid remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Certainly an illusion. Jiang Qinghua chimed in with a light laugh, stepping up behind Chen Feng to explain. It could be a mirage, the light refracting and casting distant scenery here. Her words exuded a sense of pride, showcasing her knowledge. However, Chen Feng shot her a disdainful glance, his expression akin to that of one observing a fool. "Whether it is real or not, we shall ascertain once we enter." Once more, Jiang Qinghua felt the sting of Chen Feng's disdain. Her inner turmoil boiled over as she retorted, "If you wish to go, then go, but this is the wasteland, and the more unusual the place, The greater the danger, that if there is indeed something sinister, you will surely meet your demise, Chen Feng. Understood, Chen Feng replied flatly, his expression unchanging. Undeterred, he boldly approached the oasis. Chen Feng, my friend, Jiang Qingyue's words hold merit. The wasteland is rife with danger, and one misstep could lead to death. Bao Yud cautioned. This oasis, so out of place with its surroundings, could very well be an illusion. Even if it isn't, it could harbor threats. The surroundings are engulfed in swirling sands, while this place is serene and vibrant. Perhaps it conceals something terrifying, drawing from his extensive experience. Bao Yud concluded that danger lurked within the oasis, for life blooming in the wasteland was an anomaly. The wasteland was one of the 9 forbidden zones, a battlefield of gods and demons, a remnant of their conflict. After eons had passed, the wasteland remained barren, devoid of any life. Yet now, an oasis thrived here, either a trap or an illusion. In any case, this oasis was undoubtedly an ominous place. Bao Yud, since you are fearful, you and Jiang Qingyue may remain here while I venture alone into the oasis to Tio Chen Feng. This oasis was intentionally marked by his master, Jian Qinzi, on the sheepskin map, indicating its safety. Compared to the judgments of Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yud, he placed his trust in his master. Indeed, the oasis was peculiar, particularly amidst the vast desert. Nonetheless, Chen Feng felt no fear. He believed that opportunities and risks coexisted. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. If one were to cower in fear, avoiding challenges, they were unworthy of such fortunes. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yud, Chen Feng stepped into the oasis. Chen Feng, my friend, you are being reckless. This oasis may harbor great danger. Bao Yud's brow furrowed, deep in thought before making a decision. Chen Feng, wait for me. I shall accompany you. Bao Yud dashed toward the oasis. But at that moment, the oasis abruptly vanished, leaving only a sea of yellow sand. Chen Feng was doomed, destined to never return. Witnessing the oasis's sudden disappearance, Jiang Qingyue's face darkened with seriousness. That I warned you all along. The wasteland is fraught with peril. How could there possibly be an oasis? Chen Feng disregarded her warnings and insisted on proceeding. If he were to perish, it would be his own folly. Chapter 40. The Celestial Empress of Calamity. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, events were unfolding outside his awareness. That moment, upon entering the oasis, he was greeted by a haunting melody of a guqin, its notes lingering and ethereal. Did I ask someone there? Chen Feng furrowed his brows, drawing his sword in caution. You should not have come here, a gentle voice echoed from deep within the oasis as the music ceased. Who are you? Chen Feng demanded. Buzz! The space trembled violently. A figure materialized from thin air. Adorned in a flowing red gown as crimson as blood, her attire flowing loosely around her, her long hair cascading to her waist, dancing with the wind. She sat cross-legged, gently resting her guqin on her lap, and began to play. Chen Feng, possessing a modicum of musical understanding, discerned sorrow and endless lament in her melody. Who are you? Chen Feng's expression turned grave. This woman exuded an unfathomable power, her aura seamlessly merging with the cosmos. Why does your music resonate with such sorrow? What have you endured? The woman remained silent, lost in her music, enveloped in its melancholic embrace. That as her melody concluded, the woman slowly rose, cradling her guqin, her gaze complex as it settled on Chen Feng. Do you understand my music? Somewhat. Yet, regrettably, you are not he. The woman shook her head with a bitter smile, a hint of disappointment evident in her demeanor. You are not him. You should not be here. Leave. Who is he? And who are you? Chen Feng's confusion deepened. The woman's cryptic speech left him bewildered. I am the Celestial Empress of Calamity. And he, never mind. You are but an irrelevant bystander. You should not know of these matters. The woman hesitated, her tone calm as she urged, You must depart from this place. Very well. Chen Feng acquiesced. Not wishing to press further, he turned to leave. Yet just then, the Empress spoke again. Your arrival here may signify some fortune. Take this talisman. It may save your life in dire circumstances. Swish, a golden talisman soared through the air, embedding itself into Chen Feng's brow. With a flick of his consciousness, Chen Feng immediately examined the mysterious golden talisman. It was intricately inscribed with countless secret patterns, glowing with a golden light. Celestial Empress of Calamity, what have you just placed in my head? Chun Feng's expression darkened, his gaze locked onto the woman in red. It is the talisman of the Celestial Empress of Calamity. The Empress smiled softly, her figure gradually fading, her voice lingering in the air. You have the fortune to arrive here. We shall meet again. Where is this place? Chun Feng inquired. The wasteland. The Empress's voice echoed in Chun Feng's ears, and in an instant he was expelled from the oasis, returned to the vast wasteland. Chun Feng, are you unharmed? Upon witnessing Chun Feng's sudden appearance, Bao Yud rushed forward to inquire that I'm fine. Chun Feng replied. Shaking his head, he scrutinized the golden talisman in his mind repeatedly. It was indeed extraordinary. The talisman posed no threat to him, merely existing within his consciousness. According to the Celestial Empress's words, this golden talisman could preserve his life when necessary. Yet he pondered how it should be utilized. Would it activate only when he faced mortal danger? Noticing Chun Feng lost in thought, Jiang Qinghua huffed indignantly. After such a lengthy absence, I thought you had perished in that oasis. I was only gone for a brief while. Was it truly that long? Chun Feng frowned at a brief while. Humph. Chun Feng, are you jesting? You were gone for 3 days. Jiang Qinghua scoffed. 3 days? If not for that insufferable Taoist insisting on waiting for you, I would have abandoned you here, indifferent to your fate. 3 days? Chun Feng was taken aback that he had entered the oasis, initially drawn by the enchanting Guqin melody, before encountering a woman, the Celestial Empress of Calamity, who performed a piece before gifting him the golden talisman for protection. Given all that transpired, how could 3 days have elapsed, unless the flow of time differed in that realm? Chun Feng furrowed his brow and calmly stated, it should be that oasis, named the wilderness. Perhaps the true great wilderness actually refers to that oasis, and not the entire desert. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chun Feng's eyes as he continued, if this is indeed the case. How long has the Empress of Catastrophe been alive? Who is she waiting for? Unfortunately, my knowledge is too limited to uncover the secrets of the Forbidden Lands. Chun Feng couldn't help but shake his head. The secrets concealed within the 9 Forbidden Lands were far too numerous, intertwined with ancient deities and demons. What truly existed within those forbidden realms remained shrouded in mystery, but it was undoubtedly terrifying. If merely the great wilderness harbored the Empress of Catastrophe, then what formidable entities must lurk within the other major forbidden zones? Chun Feng inhaled sharply. That moment, Jiang Qingyue's delicate brows knitted tightly as she fixed her gaze on Chun Feng. Chun Feng, what have you deduced? What mysteries lie within that oasis? If you possess any secrets, you must share them with us. Nothing significant. Chun Feng chuckled, then added, even if I had stumbled upon some secret, I would not share it with you. Jiang Qingyue, it was your fear that led you to abandon the chance to enter the oasis. Now that you see me emerging from it alive, you wish to share in the secrets? Such delusions, you. Jiang Qingyue's countenance darkened, unable to refute him, for Chun Feng spoke the truth. Her fear of death had caused her to miss the opportunity of that oasis. With a cold snort, she queried, Chun Feng, I am merely curious about what you obtained in the oasis. This isn't a secret. You should be able to divulge it, that I found nothing of note, Chun Feng retorted, glaring at Jiang Qingyue. Her intentions were transparent. She clearly coveted the opportunities he had encountered. There was no way Chun Feng would reveal to Jiang Qingyue that he had encountered the Empress of Catastrophe and obtained a life-saving talisman from her. You, Chun Feng, you are being utterly unreasonable. It makes it very difficult for me to interact with you. Jiang Qingyue seethed with resentment. You may leave, Chun Feng declared. Jiang Qingyue, the divine sword is not in my possession, and I am not the one who stole the Jiang family's celestial vessel. Continuing to follow me serves no purpose that I have come to the great wilderness solely for cultivation. Your quest for the divine sword and pursuit of the thief bears no relevance to me. To be frank, I will neither assist you in finding the divine sword nor in capturing the thief. If it weren't for your relentless insistence to follow me, I would hardly spare you a glance. Jiang Qingyue fell into silence, her mind a blank canvas. Chun Feng's words had thoroughly wounded her pride. She clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with fury and sorrow as she glared at Chun Feng. Chun Feng, you have deeply wounded me. Jiang Qingyue fixed her gaze on Chun Feng, saying, I, Jiang Qingyue, have never endured such humiliation throughout my life. How dare you insult me so? I shall kill you, Clang, in the next moment. Jiang Qingyue abruptly drew her sword, its sharp blade directed at Chen Feng. Witnessing this scene, Bao Yud swallowed nervously and quickly interjected. Jiang Qingyue, please do not act rashly. I, along with my friend Chen Feng, just saved you. He is your benefactor. Jiang Qingyue cast a disdainful glance at Bao Yud, her demeanor exuding arrogance. You, foul Taoist, be silent. Umph. I am a daughter of the esteemed Jiang family. My status is far too noble. I may kill whomever I wish. Foul Taoist, what do you think you are? Even if you saved me, what of it? If I desire, I can end your lives with a thunderous boom, as Jiang Qingyue's words fell. A golden spear suddenly shot forth from the distance, piercing through the air with a terrifying sonic boom. Puff! Jiang Qingyue had no time to react. The golden spear struck her with overwhelming force, penetrating through her back and emerging from her chest. Jiang Qingyue's pupils contracted in shock as she glanced down to see a gruesome wound gushing blood. Before her, a golden spear stood firmly in the ground, exuding an aura of dominance, stained red with her blood. It's you, Wang Tung. Jiang Qingyue spat blood and turned to see a golden war chariot racing through the clouds, moving with incredible speed. Upon it stood a handsome young man, exuding an air of dominance, his features strikingly fierce, his eyes sharp like those of a hawk, a proud smile gracing his lips. With an imposing demeanor, he declared, Jiang Qingyue, your father has gone too far, occupying the Celestial Emperor's palace and seizing the Celestial Emperor's treasures, even daring to harm my father, Wang Xian. Today, I shall slay you and deliver your head to the Jiang family as a warning. Chapter 41. Killing you would merely tarnish my spear. You, how dare you attempt to kill me? Jiang Qingyue, grievously wounded by the golden spear, turned pale, her body drenched in blood. Why would I not dare? Wang Tung proclaimed with arrogant bravado, Jiang Qingyue, you shall die. Wang Tung's towering confidence radiated as he stepped forward, brandishing the golden spear, its sharp tip glinting ominously. Chen Feng, I have no connections to Jiang Qingyue, nor am I her lackey. You need not kill me. Bao Yud exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice. Wang Tung's expression hardened as he glared at Bao Yud, cold and unyielding. Silence. Who are you, foul Taoist, to question my actions? With a roar, he swung the golden spear, its sharp tip aimed directly at Bao Yud. Terrified, Bao Yud nearly crumbled to the ground, shielding his head, pleading, I am innocent. If you wish to kill someone, let it be Jiang Qingyue. I have no part in this. Humph, coward. Killing you would only sully my spear. Wang Tung sneered, turning his lethal gaze toward Chen Feng. I shall slay you first. Wang Tung's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded Chen Feng. In the face of Wang Tung's threat, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, his heart resolute, devoid of fear. With unwavering determination, he stated, Wang Tung, I have no ties to Jiang Qingyue, and in fact, I harbor enmity toward her. Should you choose to strike her down, I shall not intervene. You need not take your wrath out on me. Wang Tung was momentarily taken aback as he pointed his golden spear at Chen Feng. The composure exhibited by Chen Feng astonished him that a mere ant at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm dared to disregard his threats. Should he commend this ant for its bravery or scorn it for its ignorance? He sneered, what a bold claim you make about not obstructing me. Huh, as if you possess the strength to prevent me from eliminating Jiang Qingyue. How utterly ridiculous. A creature of your ilk can be vanquished with a single thrust of my spear. Bao Yud, filled with trepidation, hurriedly implored, Chen Feng, my friend, quickly beg for mercy. He is none other than Wang Tung, the renowned first genius who, at the tender age of 19, has already transcended to the void god realm. To kill you would be simpler than crushing an ant. Hurry and plead for your life. Perhaps in his good graces, he may spare you and allow both of us a glimmer of hope. Chen Feng remained unmoved, his tone resolute and unwavering as he declared, Wang Tung, you are merely a bully who preys on the weak. Fool. You seek death, Wang Tung bellowed, raising his spear to lunge at Chen Feng. How dare this insignificant creature, at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm, speak so insolently? To let him live would be unthinkable. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom erupted as Wang Teng thrust his spear with ferocious might. The overwhelming force sweeping across, striking towards Chen Feng with an unstoppable momentum. Realizing there was no escape, Chen Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the secret of the Chaos Tower to forcibly subdue Wang Teng. However, he then recalled the Jietian Empress Talisman gifted to him, which could be tested for its efficacy. According to the Empress, it could protect his life in dire circumstances. Wang Teng, today I shall see how you intend to kill me with your mere abilities. Faced with Wang Teng's full-on assault, Chen Feng remained undaunted, boldly challenging him. He has gone mad. My friend Chen Feng is truly insane. That is Wang Teng. Not only does he refuse to kneel and beg for mercy, but he even dares to provoke him that he truly unafraid of death. Bao Yud exclaimed in shock. What on earth does this young man intend to accomplish? Jiang Qinghua pondered, her brow furrowed. Wang Teng truly sought her demise. Had Chen Feng simply knelt and begged, he could have saved himself. But now, not only was he refusing to plead for mercy, but he was also mocking Wang Teng. Was this merely a display of bravado to vent his frustrations on her behalf? Yet could the price for such folly be too steep? Offending Wang Teng would undoubtedly lead to Chen Feng's demise. Jiang Qinghua felt a pang of sympathy and could hardly bear to watch. Wang Teng, consumed by rage, swung his golden spear directly at Chen Feng's forehead. This thrust could undoubtedly shatter Chen Feng's skull. Jietian Empress, I, Chen Feng, am now gambling my life on you. The spear approached. A flicker of trepidation crossed Chen Feng's features. Boom! In an instant, Wang Teng's golden spear descended, piercing towards Chen Feng's forehead. Die! Wang Teng roared, envisioning the horrific sight of Chen Feng's head exploding. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Chen Feng's body. Chapter 42. The Fruit of Enlightenment. Bang! In a split second, Wang Teng felt a surge of blood rush to his head as he was thrown back by that powerful force. The golden spear slipped from his grasp and embedded itself into the ground. Damn it! Wang Teng's gaze turned venomous as he stared at Chen Feng, incredulous. You possess the protection of an immortal emperor? Impossible! How could a waste like you gain the favor of an immortal emperor? He gritted his teeth in fury, feeling an excruciating pain in his chest. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he dared not linger. Swiftly retrieving his golden spear and leaping onto his golden war chariot, in his distress, he stood upon the chariot, coldly gazing down at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I shall remember you. The next time we meet, I will slay you. With that, Wang Teng commanded the golden war chariot and fled, vanishing swiftly into the horizon. Wang Teng departed. Chen Feng gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat in that fleeting moment. He truly believed he was doomed. The golden spear was too terrifying, its divine might insurmountable, and a warrior of the void god realm was overwhelmingly powerful, fortunately, at the precipice of life and death. The Jietian Empress Talisman in his mind suddenly erupted with terrifying divine power, blocking Wang Teng's lethal strike. Otherwise, he would have perished. Chen Feng focused his mind, examining the Jietian Empress Talisman in his consciousness. It was then that he discovered a crack had formed upon this rate. The talisman might withstand only 2 more attacks before it would fade away. 2 final chances. I must cherish them. Such encounters with someone like Wang Teng must not happen again. Without the protection of the Jietian Empress Talisman, that last thrust would have certainly been fatal, even after overcoming the crisis. Chen Feng still felt a lingering dread. Wang Teng, a formidable warrior of the void god realm, merely 19 years old, was simply terrifying. Wang Teng, he is the true martial arts genius, destined to become the supreme martial artist of the future. Chen Feng murmured softly. Wang Teng was only 3 years his senior, yet his cultivation far surpassed Chen Feng's. In just 3 years, Chen Feng lacked the confidence to catch up to Wang Teng. Currently, he was only at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm, and the disparity between them was insurmountable. Chen Feng shook his head. The heavenly martial realm, the chaos realm, the yin-yang realm, and subsequently, the void god realm. The gap between Wang Teng and himself spanned 3 major realms. How could he possibly bridge such a divide? A sigh escaped his lips, and a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Bao Yud approached him, saying, Chen Feng, my friend, there is no need to be disheartened. The fact that you were able to withstand a blow from Wang Teng is already astonishing. Given time, you too may surpass him, or even overpower him. Understanding Chen Feng's despondency, Bao Yud remarked on how close Chen Feng had come to being overwhelmed by Wang Teng. However, the ability to withstand Wang Teng's attack and even force him to bleed was no small feat. Bao Yud grinned widely, casting a deep glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, my friend, Wang Teng just mentioned that you have the protection of an immortal emperor. What does that mean? Chen Feng shot Bao Yud a glare. Realizing he was prying into his fortunes, that my ancestor was once an immortal emperor. It's so strange that I possess the protection of an immortal emperor. Impressive. Which immortal emperor was your ancestor? Bao Yud's heart raced, now understanding why Chen Feng, despite being at the heavenly martial realm, dared to venture into the great wilderness in search of opportunities. Jiang Qinghue furrowed her brow, intrigued by Chen Feng's words. An ancestor who was an immortal emperor. Is that truly the case? How can someone of your caliber have such a lineage? She chuckled. Chen Feng, since your ancestor was an immortal emperor, why not share his identity with us? I would love to broaden my horizons. Why should I disclose the identity of my ancestor to you? Chen Feng snorted, unwilling to divulge more, fearful of having his lie exposed. Bao Yud, Jiang Qinghue, I shall delve deeper into the great wilderness for my training. Let us part ways here. With that, Chen Feng turned to leave, not wishing to remain in the company of Bao Yud and Jiang Qinghue. The more people there were, the greater the danger. First, there were those rogue warriors. And now there was Wang Teng. At this rate, it would not be long before Chen Feng truly met his end in the great wilderness. Therefore, he resolved to distance himself from Bao Yud and Jiang Qinghue. Chen Feng, my friend, you truly are a maverick. Bao Yud mused, contemplating the retreating figure of Chen Feng. If I wish to find you in the future, where should I go? The great Zhou dynasty, at the Shun Yu sword sect. Chen Feng answered quickly, accelerating his pace to depart. Thank you. Bao Yud expressed his gratitude, glancing at Jiang Qinghue. Jiang Qinghue, I shall take my leave now. May we meet again by fate. After bidding farewell to Jiang Qinghue, Bao Yud swiftly departed, vanishing into the swirling sands. The great Zhou dynasty, Shun Yu sword sect. Chen Feng, I shall remember this place. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Qinghue's beautiful eyes. They would meet again. Having shaken off Bao Yud and Jiang Qinghue, Chen Feng followed the directions of the sheepskin map, continuing deeper into the great wilderness until he arrived at a chasm known as the Silver Valley. The depths of the valley extended 200 meters, covered with a layer of silver sand that shimmered under the sun's rays. According to his master's map, within the depths of this valley lay a peculiar tree. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, standing at the edge of the valley. Gazing into its depths, he murmured, "It is a pity that my master did not specify what kind of tree it is. He only mentioned that it is strange and possibly ominous. The more ominous the place, the greater the opportunities that may arise." Had his master entered the valley, he would not have failed to identify the tree. I must step into the depths of the valley in place of my master and uncover the truth about that tree. With a swift motion, Chen Feng leaped into the chasm, reaching the depths when he suddenly halted. For he heard murmurs ahead, as if someone were whispering, "The enlightenment tree is finally about to bear fruit. It should happen within the next 2 months. Indeed, after waiting so long, we are finally on the cusp of reward. The enlightenment tree sprouts every 30 years, flowers every 30 years, and bears fruit every 30 years. To harvest a single enlightenment fruit, one must wait at least 90 years. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon us. After merely 3 years of waiting, we are now witnesses to the fruition of the enlightenment tree. Once we consume the enlightenment fruit, we shall undoubtedly transcend the realm of chaos." Chen Feng crouched behind a rocky outcrop, concealing his presence. As he remained motionless, eavesdropping on the discourse of the 3 individuals nearby, that a smile crept across his face, igniting a spark of ambition within him. The enlightenment fruit, such a remarkable treasure. It could assist me in breaking through to the chaos realm. Chen Feng was resolute in his pursuit of the enlightenment fruit, that in the distance. The 3 individuals stood beneath a tree adorned with silver leaves, emanating an extraordinary aura of Tao. Hanging from the silver tree were 3 silver fruits, each one still in its tender, unripe state, embellished with intricate Tao patterns. The enlightenment tree, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, thrived in the ominous domain of the great wilderness, a land steeped in malevolent energy and the lingering presence of divine beings. This tree, having absorbed the essence of celestial emperors and the formidable power of deities, bore the enlightenment fruit, imbued with the karmic ties of divine and devilish forces. The trio, all at the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm, comprised 2 men and 1 woman, and were not to be underestimated. The enlightenment fruit would not reach maturity for another 2 months. I shall bide my time here for 2 months, and once the enlightenment fruit ripens, I will seize it. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, continuing to observe the trio from his concealed position. Chapter 43. Breaking through the chaos realm. 2 months later, the enlightenment tree exuded a rich and fragrant aroma. The 3 silver fruits had transformed into a brilliant gold, their surfaces gleaming and aromatic. After such a lengthy wait, the enlightenment fruit had finally ripened. Chen Feng, who had been lying in wait behind the rocks for 2 months, smiled at the sight of the fully matured fruit. Meanwhile, the 3 martial artists standing beneath the enlightenment tree were already poised to snatch the fruit. Sun Ning's heart swelled with joy as she exclaimed, 3 enlightenment fruits, 1 for each of us. She immediately reached out to grasp the fruit. But just then, a sharp sword pierced through, striking Sun Ning in the chest. She gasped, blood spilling from her mouth as she turned in disbelief. Her expression one of shock. Zhang Wuyu. Sun Ning's gaze fixed intently on the other 2, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Apologies, Sun Ning, but you are unworthy of the enlightenment fruit. Zhang Wu sneered mockingly before continuing. We allowed you to live for 2 extra months simply because my brother and I were bored and needed a woman to satisfy our desires. Now that the enlightenment fruit has matured, you have outlived your usefulness. With a sinister grin, Zhang Wu swung his sword, severing Sun Ning's head from her body. Well done, Zhang Wu. Zhang Wen scoffed, a wretched creature like Sun Ning, who merely shared our bed for a few months, dares to covet an enlightenment fruit? Such delusions. He added, with 3 enlightenment fruits, my brother and I shall each have a share. Indeed, I shall retrieve them. Zhang Wu responded eagerly, plucking the 3 golden enlightenment fruits from the tree. Suddenly, a massive blade descended, cleaving through Zhang Wu's neck. Thud. His head fell to the ground, blood spurting forth, his eyes still darting in disbelief. Zhang Wen's strike was swift and unexpected. Zhang Wu perished without any inkling of danger. Even as his head rolled away, he gasped, Zhang Wen, I am your own brother. Zhang Wen kicked his brother's head aside, watching as Zhang Wu succumbed to his fate in a swirl of resentment. Your brotherhood means nothing to me. Zhang Wen's eyes glinted with malice as he declared, compared to the enlightenment fruit, I would not hesitate to slay my own father. All 3 enlightenment fruits now belong to me. Zhang Wen rejoiced, laughing maniacally as he clutched the 3 enlightenment fruits. Was it worth it to kill the woman you shared your bed with, and even your own brother for the sake of 3 enlightenment fruits? Chen Feng emerged from behind the rocks. He had anticipated that the 3 would turn against one another, for with only 3 fruits available, each death meant more fruit for the others. However, he had not foreseen Zhang Wen's ruthless nature, willing to kill even his own brother for a mere fruit. Zhang Wen's gaze darkened, a glint of murderous intent igniting within his eyes. You dare covet my enlightenment fruit? He snarled, gripping his blade menacingly. I shall take 1, and you may have 2. We can avoid conflict, Chen Feng proposed calmly. His desire for the enlightenment fruit stemmed solely from a wish to transcend the chaos realm, that if Zhang Wen agreed to part with 1 fruit, there would be no need for a deadly confrontation. After all, Zhang Wen was at the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm, and though his previous strike had been a surprise attack, Chen Feng recognized the gravity of the threat he posed. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Feng had no intention of engaging in a life-or-death battle with Zhang Wen. You little wretch, an enlightenment fruit is invaluable. To claim an additional 1, I would not hesitate to kill my own brother. Zhang Wen spat, his gaze seething with malice as he fixed his eyes on Chen Feng. So, it seems there is no room for negotiation, Chen Feng observed with a light chuckle. But go to hell. Zhang Wen roared, his face twisted with rage, that he lunged forward, closing the distance with 3 swift strides, raising his blade to strike at Chen Feng, unleashing the full force of his Tianwu realm prowess. Sky-shattering blade. As Zhang Wen's blade descended, Chen Feng stood resolute, thrusting his own sword forward to counter, invoking the ancient technique of the Chu people, the sky-shattering blade, aimed directly at Zhongwen, clang. The sound of a violent clash reverberated. A powerful wave of sword energy surged forth. Zhongwen felt a jolt of pain in his arm, staggering back 3 steps, his shock evident as he stared at Chen Feng. "You little brat." Zhang Wen's complexion soured as he realized Chen Feng was no ordinary foe. 3 swords of the cursed demon. Chen Feng wasted no time on idle chatter, unleashing his ultimate technique once more. The massive sword came crashing down, fiercely aiming for Zhang Wen's crown. Zhang Wen's pupils constricted, refusing to underestimate the attack, and immediately swung his blade to intercept. Bang! The sword and blade collided with ferocity. Zhang Wen was sent reeling, his face drained of color, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he coughed violently. "Cursed be it! Who are you? I offered you a chance at life, but alas, you failed to appreciate it. A dying man is unworthy of knowing my identity." Chen Feng's gaze turned icy as he approached Zhang Wen, delivering a fatal strike. Had Zhang Wen been willing to part with an enlightenment fruit earlier, Chen Feng would not have taken his life. With a derisive snort, Chen Feng surveyed Zhang Wen's lifeless body and activated his mixed yuan heavenly art, consuming the essence and true energy within the corpse, rapidly transforming it into a desiccated husk. Subsequently, Chen Feng claimed the 3 enlightenment fruits, moving to the side of Zhang Wu and Sun Ning's remains, employing his mixed yuan heavenly art to drain the life force from their bodies. Regrettably, had Jiang Qingwen not been present earlier, he could have slain those scattered martial artists and absorbed their essence to enhance his own power. Chen Feng shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity. Though he felt a pang of regret for not consuming the essence of those scattered martial artists, he was still content with having devoured the essence of 3 martial artists at the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm while acquiring 3 enlightenment fruits. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. With only a week remaining until the previously agreed-upon time, he needed to hasten his consumption of the enlightenment fruits, break through to the chaos realm, and then return to the Xinyue sword sect. Chen Feng's expression turned serious. That To obtained the 3 enlightenment fruits, he had waited 2 months, and coupled with the time previously wasted, only a week remained until their initial 3-month deadline. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position, swallowing all 3 enlightenment fruits at once. Utilizing the mixed yuan heavenly art to absorb the enlightenment fruits, he sought to refine his essence and break through the chaos realm. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, refusing to waste a moment. The enlightenment fruits dissolved upon contact, and intricate patterns surged across his skin that a powerful force coursed through him like a spring, erupting like a volcano. Flooding into Chen Feng's body, in an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, his dantian brimming with true essence. Roar. Chen Feng unleashed a primal scream as he refined the energy with his mixed yuan heavenly art. Boom, boom! A cacophony of sounds erupted within him, his bones resonating like rolling thunder, as if an army of warriors clashed within his very being. Breakthrough! Chen Feng roared, his blood surging forth as he instantaneously transcended the 9th stage of the Tianwu realm. Nourished by the potent energy of the enlightenment fruits, Chen Feng's flesh radiated with resplendent golden light. The power within him continued to surge, and his dantian expanded once more. Break! Chen Feng's eyes sparked with brilliance, emitting a radiant golden glow as he shattered the confines of his realm once again. At last, Chen Feng took a crucial step, breaking free from the shackles within him, shattering the barriers of his realm, and ascending from the 9th stage of the Tianwu realm to the Chaos realm, transcending the limits of his cultivation. I have broken through to the Chaos realm. Now is the time. I must return to the Xinyue sword sect. A smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he declared with unwavering determination, Li Wentian, prepare for your demise. The day we compete for the position of the 9th peak master shall be your last. Chapter 44. The Overbearing Chen Feng. Xinyue sword sect. After a 3-month absence, Chen Feng returned to the Xinyue sword sect, donned in a black robe, traversing the shadows of night, in the dead of night. The moon hung high in the sky. Seizing the opportunity of the silvery moonlight, Chen Feng arrived at the 9th peak. That moment, within her chamber, Lu Shuyao was startled awake, immediately rushing out of her room. Su Yaqing's expression was grave as she followed closely behind Lu Shuyao, inquiring, Lu Shuyao, what has happened? An assailant approaches. Lu Shuyao remains vigilant, scanning her surroundings. It is I. Lu Shuyao, how come you are here? Chen Feng emerges from the darkness. Upon recognizing Chen Feng, Lu Shuyao is overwhelmed with joy. Unable to suppress her tears, she wipes her eyes and exclaims excitedly, Chen Feng, you have returned alive. I merely went out to cultivate for 3 months. What led you to believe I was dead? Chen Feng's expression is peculiar, that Su Yaqing approaches with reddened eyes. She had thought Chen Feng was dead and had mourned for many days, upon seeing him alive. Her emotions surge. Senior brother, after you left, Shenlinger came to the 9th peak, flaunting her power. She claimed you were dead, as there was no trace of you at the Xinyue Sword Mountain. Moreover, she revealed that the one who killed you was the Grand Elder. Initially, I did not believe it, but later, Lu Shuyao and I went to the Xinyue Sword Mountain several times in search of you, yet we found no sign of you. I was so distraught. Senior brother, I thought you had perished at the Xinyue Sword Mountain. I even prepared your spirit tablet. Haha, so that is the case. Junior sister, I never went to the Xinyue Sword Mountain. How could you and Lu Shuyao possibly find my trace there? Chen Feng chuckled lightly, offering comfort. Do not worry, I have returned now, and you need not fret any longer. Lu Shuyao frowned and asked, Chen Feng, did the Grand Elder truly send someone to kill you? Indeed, the Grand Elder is exceedingly cruel. He dispatched Wang Xin to assassinate me, but I turned the tables and killed him instead. Chen Feng's gaze darkened, reflecting his disdain for the Grand Elder, who was sinister and cunning, with a narrow-minded disposition. Previously, after Chen Feng had rebutted him a few times, he sent people to hunt Chen Feng down. For Chen Feng, the Grand Elder was also a target that could not be spared. It was unexpected that the Grand Elder could be so vile, maintaining a virtuous facade in public while being treacherous and ruthless behind the scenes, sparing not even the disciples of the Xinyue Sword Sect. How despicable! Lu Shuyao's face grew cold as she gritted her teeth, feeling indignant on Chen Feng's behalf that Lu Xiao, this matter does not concern you. I will handle the Grand Elder personally, Chen Feng stated sternly, wishing to keep Lu Shuyao from danger. Chen Feng, have you broken through? Lu Xiao's brows furrowed tightly, a gleam of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Chen Feng, tomorrow at noon, the Xinyue Sword Sect will officially select the new master of the 9th peak. The event is quite grand. It is said that the selection will take place at the main peak's Xinyue Square, presided over by the sect leader, Yu Qili. At that time, the 8 peak masters will all be present, and 5 elders will be stationed together. Even the Empress of the Dazhou Empire will personally attend to observe. After hearing Lu Shuyao's description, Chen Feng frowned slightly, surprised. The Xinyue Sword Sect is an independent sect, never involving itself in court disputes. The Empress holds a prestigious position, being the head of the royal family and a symbol of the Dazhou Empire, with no ties to the Xinyue Sword Sect. Why would she come to witness the selection of the master of the 9th peak? Chen Feng was filled with confusion. I am not certain. Lu Shuyao shook her head. Perhaps Li Wentian is participating in this selection. Li Wentian is a member of the royal Li family and is related to the Empress, that he is currently a strong contender for the position, and it is said that the Li family is taking him very seriously, sending 2 Chaos Realm Warriors and 1 Yinyang Realm Supreme to support him. Chen Feng, you may face a tough battle tomorrow. How confident are you? 10 out of 10. Chen Feng replied earnestly, brimming with confidence. He was determined to secure the position of Master of the 9th Peak. That it is good that you have confidence. Chen Feng, I will also participate in the selection. Lu Shuyao declared that I will fight for you and do my utmost to weaken Li Wentian's strength. However, Li Wentian is far more powerful than I. I cannot guarantee how much I will be able to diminish his strength, but I will certainly give it my all. Lu Shuyao gazed deeply at Chen Feng. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Lu Shuyao, you have worked hard during the 3 months I was away. If I am fortunate enough to be elected as the master of the 9th peak, I will repay you in the future. Let us not speak of this. Lu Shuyao smiled gently. You have just returned. Rest well tonight, and we shall meet tomorrow. All right, Chen Feng replied, seeing Lu Shuyao off before returning to his room to rest. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, while Su Yaqing sat quietly beside him, not daring to disturb him. The next day at noon, at the main peak, Xinyue Square, the vast square was filled with thousands of martial artists from the 8 peaks. The crowd buzzed with discussions, all centered around the upcoming selection for the master of the 9th peak. That little bastard Chen Feng has been missing for 3 months. He is probably dead by now. The selection for the master of the peak is meaningless. Just let Li Wentian become the master of the ninth peak. Indeed, this election is likely just a formality. That little beast Chen Feng will not show up. How can a dead man make an appearance? Quiet down. The sect leader has arrived. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the sky. It was Yu Qili. Following her were 5 elders who made their way to Xinyue Square. Elders, please take your seats. On the high platform, Yu Qili exuded an air of authority as she took her place at the highest point. Thank you, sect leader. The 5 elders expressed their gratitude in unison. Their faces adorned with smiles as they seated themselves below the platform. Senior Sister Luo Lishue has also arrived. At that moment, a shrill voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the distance, filled with envy. The master of the first peak, He Jingtian, accompanied by Luo Lishue, stepped onto the high platform amidst the crowd's gaze. The master of the second peak has also arrived, and here comes the masters of the third and fourth peaks. They too have joined. Heavens, the beautiful master of the fifth peak, Ruan Hongling, has come as well. Behind her is the sword talent Lu Shuiyao, who has also come along. The master of the sixth peak has arrived. The master of the seventh peak, Li Wentian's master, Jun Xiaoyao, is here too. Even the master of the eighth peak, the blade master, who rarely shows his face, has come. The crowd was ablaze with excitement. Historically, the 9 peaks of the Xinyue sword sect operated independently, with the 9 peak masters rarely appearing together due to their busy schedules. Yet this time, for the selection of the master of the 9th peak, all 8 peak masters had made an appearance. This underscored the significance of the selection event, making it a grand occasion. Yu Qili, seated on the high platform, looked on with satisfaction, remarking, all 8 peak masters have arrived. How rare this is, sect leader, you jest. If there were no important matters, why would all the peak masters gather? Ruan Hongling chuckled lightly, adding the previous master of the 9th peak, Jianxinzi, has been dead for 3 years. Today, we gather to select a successor. Such an important affair warrants our presence. Yu Qili nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, there are 4 participants in this selection for the master of the 9th peak, all of whom are exceptional martial talents of the Xinyue sword sect. Sect leader, you speak incorrectly. There are indeed 4 participants, but among them, only 3 are martial geniuses. The other is a self-important mediocre. The Grand Elder sneered, filled with disdain for Chen Feng, Jianxinzi's direct disciple. Yu Qili shot the Grand Elder a glare, fully aware of his narrow-mindedness and jealousy toward Chen Feng, but chose not to reprimand him. She announced, the 4 participants in this selection for the master of the 9th peak are Lu Shuiyao from the 5th peak, Li Wentian from the 7th peak, the Blade Master from the 8th peak, and Chen Feng from the 9th peak. To become the master of the 9th peak, the first requirement is to break through to the Chaos Realm. Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, the Blade Master, Chen Feng, please ascend the platform immediately. I will personally assess your realms. If you do not meet the requirements, you cannot participate in this election. Swish, 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 3 figures soared into the air simultaneously. Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, and the Blade Master swiftly ascended to the high platform. Yu Qili smiled and nodded, admiring Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, and the Blade Master, that we are still missing one. Chen Feng, if you do not appear soon, you will not be able to participate in the selection. Yu Qili's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Haha, it seems that little bastard Chen Feng lacks the courage to show up. Breaking through to the Chaos Realm is no easy feat. That beast is merely at the Heaven Martial Realm. How could he possibly break through in just 3 months? Does this mean Chen Feng has forfeited, or has he died outside and cannot appear? Need I say more? That little bastard Chen Feng is probably dead already. Shenlinger grinned wickedly, her face dark as she stirred up trouble among the crowd, joining in the mockery of Chen Feng. The Grand Elder sneered, asserting, sect leader, it is undoubtedly that little bastard Chen Feng. He has not broken through to the Chaos Realm and dares not show himself. Grand Elder, I fear I must disappoint you. Not only has he returned alive, but he has also already broken through to the Chaos Realm. Suddenly, a figure descended from the void, landing gracefully upon the high platform. That it was none other than Chen Feng. He bore a magnificent golden sword upon his back, standing proudly with an imposing demeanor, and he clasped his hands in respect toward Yu Qili, offering a courteous gesture. With a smile, he spoke, please, sect master, assess the cultivation level of your disciple. Let us see if I am worthy to participate in this selection for the position of peak master. Chapter 45. One Sword to Kill You. Boom! Chun Feng's gaze sharpened, and his inner true essence erupted, revealing his true realm. A formidable force surged forth. Chun Feng, at the initial stage of the Chaos Realm, was indeed qualified to partake in this selection for Peak Master. Yu Qili furrowed her brow slightly, taken aback, but her surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by calmness. For she recalled the words spoken by Luo Lixue in the Grand Hall. Chun Feng was not a waste, but a genius. Alas, what a pity for Chun Feng. What of being a genius? This time in the selection for Peak Master, Li Wentian would surely seek his demise, and Li Wentian, it seemed, had already reached the third, perhaps even the fourth stage of the Chaos Realm. Yu Qili couldn't help but shake her head. Seeing that Chun Feng had actually broken through to the Chaos Realm, the Grand Elder's expression turned exceptionally grim. He coldly remarked, "What if you have broken through to the Chaos Realm? Chun Feng, your breakthrough merely satisfies the first condition to become the Peak Master. Do not forget, there is a second condition. You must defeat your competitors. Among your foes are Lu Shuyao, Li Wentian, and Kuang Dao. I shall see how you intend to vanquish them with your abilities." The Grand Elder's face was filled with scorn. That Chun Feng could ascend to the Chaos Realm in a mere 3 months was indeed beyond his expectations. However, such a rapid breakthrough surely involved some special secret method, a case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Chun Feng's realm was not yet stable. Once a battle commenced, he would undoubtedly reveal his flaws and be destined for defeat. Grand Elder, you are a senior. Why must you deride a younger generation? Yuan Hongling chuckled lightly. The Grand Elder shot her a venomous glare, his frustration palpable. Let the selection officially commence. The first match shall be Lu Shuyao against Li Wentian. The second match shall feature Kuang Dao against Chun Feng. The victors of both contests will advance. Now, let us begin the first battle, with Lu Shuyao facing Li Wentian. You both may ascend the Fengyan platform. Yu Qili commanded from her elevated position, gesturing with her hand as the Fengyan platform slowly rose. "Yes, Sect Master," Lu Shuyao responded, stepping forward and soaring into the air, landing upon the Fengyan platform at that moment. She cast a complex glance at Chun Feng. In a whisper, she said, "Chun Feng, I will do everything in my power to weaken Li Wentian's strength, hoping you can achieve your desires and become the master of the 9th peak." Chun Feng's eyes were resolute as he met her gaze, reminding her, "You must be cautious." Swish! At that moment, Li Wentian leaped into the air, exuding an air of arrogance as he landed on the Fengyan platform. He proclaimed haughtily, "Lu Shuyao, you are no match for me. Retreat at once. Kill." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Shuyao unleashed her azure sword, surrounding herself with a chilling aura. Her movements were ethereal as she closed in, swinging her great sword towards Li Wentian, seeking death. Li Wentian roared, drawing forth his black killing sword and striking fiercely. Clang! The azure sword clashed violently with the black killing sword. In an instant, sparks flew. The two forces collided, causing the entire Fengyan platform to tremble with a thunderous roar. Boom! The powerful sword energy surged forth. Lu Shuyao was forced back 5 steps, while Li Wentian remained utterly unyielding. "Lu Shuyao, I have no intention of killing you." Li Wentian stood with his sword at his side, surrounded by swirling sword energy. His gaze cold, he continued, "If you insist on this course, I will not show mercy." The previous strike had only utilized 70% of his strength, without employing any combat techniques. "Chun Feng is not worth your risking your life to battle me. Lu Shuyao, the one I wish to kill today is Chun Feng. You are of no concern to me." Unmoved by Li Wentian's persuasion, Lu Shuyao steadied her breath and once more charged at him with her sword. Azure light flashed. With a shout, Lu Shuyao unleashed her combat technique, her true essence erupting, transforming into azure light that enveloped the Fengyan platform. Within the azure light lay countless sharp sword energies, fierce and deadly. Well, Lu Shuyao, you are willing to go to such lengths for Chun Feng. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Li Wentian's expression darkened. Black killing devour. His gaze turned icy as he executed his combat technique, the black killing sword radiating a dark glow in an instant. The black light surged forth, engulfing the azure light and racing towards Lu Shuyao. Lu Shuyao was consumed by the black light, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Upon the high platform, Wan Hongling was on edge. Lu Shuiyao was her beloved disciple, and now she was being mercilessly tormented by Li Wentian, causing her heart to ache. Shuiyao, is this the path you choose, to risk everything to protect Qin Feng? Wan Hongling sighed deeply. She turned her gaze toward Qin Feng, whose expression was dark and tormented. Liu Shuiyao, you should not go to such lengths for me, he murmured, filled with anguish, that I will avenge you. I promise. Boom. A terrifying explosion resonated from the Fengyun platform. A figure, like a kite with a severed string, was launched from the platform. It was Lu Shuiyao. Qin Feng attempted to rush forward to catch her. But Ruan Hongling was one step ahead. She caught Lu Shuiyao, her heart racked with pain, that this moment. Lu Shuiyao was covered in blood, her delicate skin marred by countless sword wounds, her complexion pale and ghostly, her breath weak and faltering. Shuiyao, take this pill. Ruan Hongling produced a red pill from her storage ring and placed it in Lu Shuiyao's mouth. Injured and drained, Lu Shuiyao managed to swallow the pill with great effort. Qin Feng hurried over, anxiety etched upon his face. Shuiyao, are you all right? I am fine, she replied. Qin Feng, you must persevere, do what you must. Lu Shuiyao managed a pained smile before adding, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Qin Feng's heart ached immensely. Shuiyao, there is no such thing as fate. If fate exists, then I shall be the master of that fate. My life is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. His gaze was fierce and unwavering as he looked earnestly at Lu Shuo. I will avenge you. Ruan Hongling glared at Qin Feng, admonishing him. Avenge? With what strength? Qin Feng, anyone can speak grandly. If you wish to help Shuiyao, then demonstrate your abilities for her to see. Otherwise, you will only cause her worry and potentially lead to her demise. As Shuiyao's mentor, I only hope you do not drag her down with that. Ruan Hongling shook her head and ascended the high platform to tend to Lu Shuiyao's injuries. The first match concluded with Li Wentian emerging victorious. Yu Qili frowned slightly and announced. Li Wentian stood atop the Fengyun platform, looking down with disdain, his eyes mocking as they fell upon Qin Feng, but he then made a gesture across his throat, scoffing. Qin Feng, what a pity, your opponent is Kuang Dao. I cannot kill you myself, and will have to watch as you are crushed by him. Truly, what a shame. Li Wentian leaped down from the platform, casting a scornful glance at Qin Feng. Do not worry, I will not lose, nor will I die. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Li Wentian, declaring, I will defeat Kuang Dao, come before you, and personally end your life, resolving our enmity. Swish, Qin Feng, bearing the golden sword, soared into the air and landed firmly on the Fengyun platform. Shortly after, Kuang Dao rushed in, accompanied by a fierce, cutting aura, exuding overwhelming dominance. Kuang Dao was a towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a massive black blade with an imposing presence. His swordsmanship was fierce and relentless to that moment. He focused on Qin Feng, stating solemnly, Qin Feng, I bear no grudge against you. If there is blame, it lies in your offense against the Grand Elder, that I have been ordered to kill you. I hope you do not take it personally that I end this battle. I shall only strike 3 times. If you survive after 3 strikes, I shall concede. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled lightly, unfazed by Kuang Dao's threat. He replied boldly, Kuang Dao, let us make this agreement. I shall only strike once. If you survive after that, I shall concede. Chapter 46. Slaying Kuang Dao. Strike me with 1 sword? Ha, Qin Feng. You are indeed audacious. Prepare to die. With a roar, Kuang Dao unleashed his combat technique, the Shura sword technique. Kuang Dao laughed heartily, swinging his massive black blade with ferocity towards Qin Feng, in an instant. The air was filled with swirling blade energy. The fierce and domineering sword energy cleaved through the air, producing an incessant series of sonic booms. Humph, Kuang Dao is at the 3rd stage of the Chaos Realm. With his power, Qin Feng is bound to perish. The Grand Elder chuckled ominously. Luo Lishua stood atop the platform, her brow furrowed, her heart in her throat, filled with tension. Kuang Dao's strength far surpassed that of Qin Feng. Moreover, this strike was an advanced combat technique, its power limitless. Qin Feng was in grave danger. Luo Lishua's face was etched with concern that I end this battle. Qin Feng was doomed. It was a pity, she thought, that she could not personally slay Qin Feng and humiliate him thoroughly. Li Wentian shook his head. Below the platform, Xinlinger laughed maniacally, her expression ruthless. You little wretch, waste of space. Qinfeng, just die already. Xinling harbored an intense loathing for Qinfeng upon witnessing the ferocious blade techniques of Kuang Dao on the Fengyan platform. With formidable blade energy exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, Qinfeng remained unfazed, his demeanor tranquil as he observed the unfolding spectacle. Did I proclaim, with a single strike, I shall sever you. He declared point one sword to pierce the heavens. Suddenly, Qinfeng's gaze turned icy, and with a mighty swing of his great sword, powerful sword energy surged forth. Die. Qinfeng confronted the foe directly, charging towards Kuang Dao's massive black blade came crashing down. Qinfeng's golden great sword struck fiercely. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, followed by a thunderous roar, sparks flying in all directions. Kuang Dao's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying sword energy approaching him. Damn it! Qinfeng's swordplay was overwhelming. Without time to ponder, Kuang Dao's heart trembled, sensing the threat of death. Flee! He dared not hesitate, swiftly dodging to the side in an attempt to evade the strike. Yet Qinfeng's sword energy pursued relentlessly, like a parasite. No matter how Kuang Dao maneuvered, Qinfeng's sword remained in hot pursuit, leaving him with no escape. Embrace death, Qinfeng stated coldly. How infuriating! Why is this happening? Kuang Dao, unwilling to accept defeat, was a third-level practitioner of the Chaos Realm, his realm far superior to Qinfeng's. Yet, Qinfeng's sword technique imposed an overwhelming pressure upon him, with no time left to evade. Kuang Dao swung his massive black blade, attempting to block the strike. However, in an instant he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, a blade piercing through. Kuang Dao, in this life-and-death battle, your fear and cowardice have sealed your fate. The golden great sword in Qinfeng's grasp had now penetrated Kuang Dao's throat. Just moments before, had Kuang Dao not suddenly succumbed to fear and attempted to flee, Qinfeng would not have easily seized the opportunity to vanquish him. Kuang Dao was utterly astonished, staring at Qinfeng in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the reality before him, that he yearned to roar, to wail in anguish. Yet no sound escaped his lips, for his throat was filled with blood, rendering him mute. He had lost. Gazing into Kuang Dao's eyes, filled with despair, Qinfeng's expression remained cold as he withdrew his sword. Pooh! With the extraction of the golden great sword, a torrent of blood erupted from Kuang Dao's throat. Bang! Kuang Dao lay unblinking on the Fengyan platform, unable to fathom why he had been defeated by Qinfeng, why he had been slain by a single sword strike. The onlookers fell into a profound silence. A palpable stillness enveloped the scene. Yuchili stared in bewilderment at the spectacle before her heart shaken to its core that he is dead. Yuchili was momentarily dazed. Yet soon, she regained her composure. A smile breaking upon her lips that I end the second round. Qinfeng emerges victorious. With Yuchili's decisive proclamation, the outcome was unequivocally declared. Kuang Dao was dead, and Qinfeng was the victor. The Grand Elder's face twitched, his expression more grotesque than if he had consumed a ton of excrement. How could this be? Just that little bastard Qinfeng. How could he possibly slay Kuang Dao? The Grand Elder was in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just witnessed. Grand Elder, mind your words. Qinfeng is a disciple of the Xinyue sword sect. Yuchili furrowed her brow, admonishing. How can you refer to Qinfeng as a little bastard? I apologize, sect master. My words were ill-chosen. The Grand Elder forced an awkward smile and then glared at Qinfeng with cold disdain. Continuing, sect master, this boy must have resorted to some despicable means. Otherwise, he could not have defeated Kuang Dao. Grand Elder, are you implying that you doubt the fairness of this selection? Ruan Hongling stepped forward, her expression dark as she questioned the Grand Elder, witnessing Qinfeng's triumph. Having slain Kuang Dao with a single sword, Ruan Hongling felt a surge of emotions. After all, her beloved disciple, Lu Shuiyao, had long been infatuated with Qinfeng. To assist Qinfeng, Lu Shuiyao had risked her life to weaken Li Wentian's power. As her mentor, Ruan Hongling felt it unjust, for Qinfeng seemed unworthy. Yet now, with Qinfeng's sword claim over Kuang Dao, he had proven his strength. This led Ruan Hongling to regard Qinfeng with newfound respect, realizing that Lu Shuiyao's choice was indeed correct. Consequently, upon hearing the Grand Elder's doubts about Qinfeng, Ruan Hongling immediately stood up. Grand Elder, today the Sect Master is here, along with the 8 Peak Masters. To ensure the selection's fairness, you claim that Qin Feng employed underhanded tactics, yet none present have detected such. Are you insinuating that we are blind? Ruan Hongling's sharp words positioned the Grand Elder against the crowd. Ruan Hongling, what do you mean by that? The Grand Elder gritted his teeth in anger, roaring, I merely question Qin Feng's use of despicable means. I have not called into question the integrity of this election. Be quiet, Ruan Hongling scoffed. Here we have the Sect Master, the 8 Peak Masters, and 4 other elders. Your doubts about Qin Feng's methods imply that we are incapable of discerning the truth, Grand Elder. If I am indeed blind and unable to see Qin Feng's underhanded means, He Jing Tian mocked sarcastically. The Grand Elder's expression darkened significantly, as he found himself the target of the crowd's ire. Enough of this bickering, Grand Elder, especially you, should refrain from speaking too much. Yu Chili shot the Grand Elder a frosty glare. She then turned to Ba Dao, inquiring, Ba Dao, you are Kuang Dao's master, and also the 8th Peak Master. Do you have any objections regarding this battle? No objections. Ba Dao, a towering figure with a scar across his face, was known for his straightforward and unyielding nature. He had witnessed the battle firsthand and recognized Qin Feng's superior swordplay. Kuang Dao's defeat was well-deserved. Moreover, Qin Feng had triumphed through fair means, and Ba Dao saw no need to avenge Kuang Dao. Warriors step onto the Fengyan platform. Life and death are dictated by fate. This is a tradition upheld by the Xinyue sword sect for centuries. Ba Dao declared, life and death are ordained. Wealth and honor come from the heavens. Kuang Dao lacked the skill. His inadequate training led to his demise at the hands of Qin Feng. Kuang Dao's death is not Qin Feng's fault, nor that of anyone present. Such grand ideals. On the Fengyan platform, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ba Dao in astonishment. The 8th Peak Master. Ba Dao was renowned for his unparalleled sword techniques and formidable strength. It seemed that Ba Dao was not only skilled but also possessed a magnificent perspective. Well said, Ba Dao. Yu Chili nodded appreciatively, smiling as she declared, since you endorse this outcome, then Qin Feng is the victor of this battle. The 3rd round will feature Li Wentian against Qin Feng to determine the ultimate champion. Upon hearing this, Li Wentian's lips curled into a sinister smile. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 47. Delightful Grievances. Li Wentian stepped forward. Landing on the Fengyan platform, he stood proudly, surveying all with an air of arrogance. Qin Feng, come forth to meet your demise. At that moment, Li Wentian's presence upon the Fengyan platform exuded an unparalleled swagger. Clutching the black killing sword, his expression was cold. The moment Qin Feng stepped onto the Fengyan platform, he would be prepared to strike him down with a single blow. Qin Feng stood below the platform, fixated on Li Wentian. He had awaited this day with bated breath. Finally, he could settle the score. Slaying Li Wentian would alleviate the resentment in his heart. He spoke coldly, Li Wentian, there will be casualties, but it shall not be me. Instead, it will be you. With a swift motion, Qin Feng leaped into the air. Ascending to the Fengyan platform, with a golden great sword slung across his back, he stood proudly, confronting Li Wentian. Ha! You think you can kill me? How absurd, truly laughable. Li Wentian jeered. Qin Feng, do you believe that by defeating Kuang Dao, you can defeat me? Let me be frank. Kuang Dao and I are not on the same level. He is merely a 3rd-level practitioner of the Chaos Realm. Your swordsmanship may have allowed you to vanquish him. But I am different. I am a 5th-level practitioner of the Chaos Realm. With a booming laugh, Li Wentian unleashed a powerful surge of true essence, causing the entire Fengyan platform to tremble violently. As if it might collapse, tremble in fear, quake in terror. Qin Feng, you shall ultimately kneel at my feet and perish beneath my sword. A formidable sword or a shot into the sky. Li Wentian looked down upon all. Exuding arrogance, the black killing sword radiated with a fierce light, poised to strike Qin Feng at any moment, the 5th level of the Chaos Realm. In just 3 months, Li Wentian's progress has been astonishing. Yu Chili furrowed her brow. Initially believing that Li Wentian would only break through to the 4th level of the Chaos Realm, but was taken aback to discover that he had indeed surged to the 5th level. This development left little doubt regarding the outcome of the battle. Qin Feng was destined to be defeated. What a pity. It was truly regrettable for Qin Feng. Had he not crippled his own cultivation 3 years ago? Had he not destroyed his Dantian, he would have surely reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm by now. Yu Chili shook her head, lamenting the 3 years Chen Feng had squandered beside her. The Grand Elder was elated, his gaze dark and cold. "Little bastard, let's see if you live or die this time." Li Wentian's unexpected breakthrough to the 5th level of the Chaos Realm left the Grand Elder confident that Chen Feng stood no chance. The Grand Elder scoffed mockingly. "Chen Feng, you're in trouble. I initially thought Li Wentian was at the 3rd level of the Chaos Realm, and that Chen Feng had a chance to defeat him. But it appears that Chen Feng has no possibility of victory whatsoever." Luo Lishua's face turned ashen. "Lishua, do not panic." He Jing Tian frowned, saying, "Look at Chen Feng's demeanor. He appears remarkably composed. He must have a hidden card up his sleeve. Perhaps he will truly surprise us. Surprise? I hope it's not a shock." Luo Lishua muttered, her concern evident, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of turmoil. Below the platform, Shenlinger wore a malevolent smile, her expression fierce. "Wentian brother, kill him. Humph, that wretched little brat. Decapitate him, leaving him in a state of utter dismemberment." Shenlinger was already stirred with excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when Chen Feng's head would be severed. Witnessing his tragic demise upon the Fengyan platform. Upon the Fengyan platform, Li Wentian unleashed a formidable sword aura that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, his cold gaze fixated on Chen Feng. The terrifying intent to kill was suffocating, locking on Chen Feng's very being. "Kill!" Li Wentian advanced with his sword. The combat technique, Black Kill Devour. With a single strike, he unleashed a thunderous display of power. The black radiance surged forth, aimed to engulf Chen Feng. The 3 swords of the fallen demon. Chen Feng executed a fierce swordplay, manifesting the supreme art of the broken sky blade. Kill. Chen Feng swung his golden greatsword, executing a fierce horizontal slash, the piercing sword aura crashing down with great force. Boom! In an instant, the clash of metal rang out violently as the 2 swords collided fiercely. Sparks flew. The sound of their collision was sharp and deafening. Accompanied by the clash of the swords, a torrent of powerful energy surged forth, causing the entire Fengyan platform to tremble violently, the stone slabs erupting and shattering, raising clouds of dust. "How can you thwart me?" Li Wentian bellowed furiously, his true essence surging within, unleashing an even greater force. Boom! The black kill sword descended heavily, forcing Chen Feng back by 10 meters. "Chen Feng, in this battle, you are destined to be defeated." Li Wentian's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he remained rooted in place, coldly observing Chen Feng. "Kill." Chen Feng surged forward once more. His movements were fierce, instantly closing the distance to Li Wentian. Swinging his golden greatsword in a relentless flurry of strikes aimed at Li Wentian. Bang! Bang bang! Li Wentian raised his sword to defend, directly countering Chen Feng's onslaught, neutralizing the attack. "Give it up, Chen Feng. Haha. You are no match for me. Obediently accept your fate." Li Wentian laughed mockingly. With a mighty swing, his sharp black kill sword ruthlessly struck toward Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Chen Feng raised his sword to defend, blocking Li Wentian's strike, his gaze resolute as he shouted, "The 3 swords of the fallen demon." Once more, he invoked his powerful sword technique. Chen Feng's sword moved like thunder, its speed akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, it pierced towards Li Wentian. Li Wentian was momentarily taken aback, immediately leaping into the air to evade. Sizzle. The sharp blade grazed past Li Wentian's sleeve. Slicing through his arm, a trickle of blood flowed forth. Li Wentian's expression turned as frigid as frost, his voice sinister. "I underestimated you." Glaring at the wound on his arm, he fixed a venomous gaze on Chen Feng, viciously declaring, "Chen Feng, this is the first time you have wounded me, and it will be the last time in your lifetime that I was careless earlier, and your sneak attack succeeded from now on. I will unleash my full power and show you no mercy. I will slay you, as a 5th-level Chaos Realm expert." It was a tremendous humiliation for Li Wentian to be injured by Chen Feng. With his strength, he should not have been so. Combat technique, Black Kill Sky Charge. Li Wentian roared. The black kill sword in his hand erupted with terrifying black light, the powerful sword aura soaring into the heavens. "Kill! Chen Feng! You shall die!" Li Wentian struck down with his sword, 100-foot black light cleaving through the air, unleashing an explosive force. Boom! The entire Fengyan platform shattered as a series of sonic booms echoed through the atmosphere. With Li Wentian's strike, the Fengyan platform was split asunder. The space was torn apart, ghastly cracks appearing. This sword was aimed directly at Chen Feng, descending upon him with unrelenting fury. Is this truly the extent of Li Wentian's power? Yu Qili stood atop the high platform, her delicate brow furrowed, astonished as she gazed at Li Wentian. The black kill sword was a mid-grade Xian-tier weapon, though its rank was not the highest. It possessed unique qualities, for the black kill sword was an evolving weapon, its rank not fixed. As the number of lives claimed or the blood of warriors consumed increased, its power would grow stronger, and its rank would elevate. At this moment, the black kill sword in Li Wentian's grasp had already become a top-grade Xian-tier treasure point. One could easily deduce that over the past 3 months, he must have slain numerous warriors, soaking the black kill sword in a plethora of blood. In this battle, Chen Feng was doomed to die. Li Wentian intended to stain the black kill sword with Chen Feng's blood. In doing so, he could exact revenge while simultaneously elevating the sword's rank. Yu Qili furrowed her brow, having guessed Li Wentian's intentions. Chen Feng, you must win. You must triumph over Li Wentian. Luo Lixue was on edge, her spirit taut, hardly daring to breathe. She couldn't afford to lose focus, her gaze fixed intently on the Fengyan platform, awaiting the outcome between Chen Feng and Li Wentian. This battle was a fight to the death. One would live, and the other would perish. Only one of them could walk away from the Fengyan platform alive. How could Luo Lixue not be concerned? How could she not be afraid? If Chen Feng were to lose, he would undoubtedly meet his demise upon the Fengyan platform. Witnessing Li Wentian unleash his most powerful combat technique, Black Kill Sky Charge, Chen Feng remained unafraid, instead smiling, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smirk. It is time to end all of this, to conclude this tiresome game. Li Wentian, it appears you are nothing extraordinary. What is the 5th level of the Chaos Realm matter? I, Chen Feng, shall not be hindered. Chen Feng's demeanor was domineering, his voice calm and self-assured, his gaze sharp and piercing, coldly fixed upon Li Wentian as he swung the golden greatsword. Combat Technique. One sword shatters the heavens. Chapter 48. The victor lives. The vanquished dies. Boom! The golden greatsword descended. 100-foot sword aura erupted with a resounding explosion. This strike was the epitome of grandeur. The entire Fengyan platform was cleaved apart by the dazzling golden light. The overwhelming energy rampaged fiercely. Bang! In an instant, the brilliant golden light clashed violently with the terrifying black light. They wrestled and collided with one another. Boom! The explosive sounds resonated continuously, deafening to the ears. Boom! The entire Fengyan platform erupted, sending countless sands and stones flying, clouds of dust swirling. Chen Feng and Li Wentian were instantly engulfed by the dust, vanishing from sight upon the Fengyan platform. This moment. Atop the high platform, Yu Qili, Luo Lixue, and others were tense, their hearts lodged in their throats, awaiting the outcome of this battle. The Grand Elder chuckled coldly, darkly stating, Chen Feng, that wretched spawn is doomed. Below the high platform, Shenlinger sneered sinisterly, asserting, that little brat Chen Feng is likely to have been torn to shreds by Brother Wentian's sword. Ha! He shall die without a complete corpse. Such a tragic fate. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, this is the conclusion you deserve. Shenlinger, you may be in for a disappointment. Suddenly, a resounding shout emanated from the Fengyan platform, echoing throughout the surroundings. It was Chen Feng. Shenlinger's expression darkened, shock evident as she exclaimed, No, this cannot be. He should be dead. How could he still be alive? Below the high platform, Yu Qili, Luo Lixue, and others also heard that resounding shout. Unmistakably from Chen Feng. Luo Lixue's face lit up with anticipation, smiling as she said, Chen Feng, you must defeat Li Wentian, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of those who once belittled you. As all eyes were riveted upon the Fengyan platform, the dust slowly began to dissipate. A figure gradually emerged. He stood proudly, wielding a golden greatsword, exuding an air of solitary arrogance. Beneath his feet lay another figure. As the dust settled, the two figures became increasingly clear. Shenlinga held her breath, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, fixated on the two figures. Damn it, she cursed under her breath. grinding her teeth in anger. The one standing must be Brother Wentian, and the one lying down must be that wretched Chen Feng. Upon the high platform, Yu Qili had already risen, her gaze heavy as she focused intently on the scene unfolding. Who will win? Yu Qili questioned, her brow furrowed. Is there any doubt? It is undoubtedly Li Wentian who will emerge victorious. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly, finding the question utterly foolish. Li Wentian is a 5th-level Chaos Realm expert, while Chen Feng is merely at the early stage of the Chaos Realm. In a life-and-death struggle, Li Wentian will assuredly prevail. At this moment, the two figures upon the Fengyan platform, one standing and one fallen, serve as the best testament. The standing figure is Li Wentian, and the fallen figure is undoubtedly Chen Feng. Grand Elder, I have a feeling that it is Chen Feng who will win. Ruan Hongling furrowed her brow slightly, then smiled. How about we make a wager? What kind of wager? The Grand Elder snorted coldly. If Li Wentian wins, I shall pay you 1,000 spirit stones. Conversely, if Chen Feng wins, you shall give me 1,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Ruan Hongling smiled sweetly at the Grand Elder. Ruan Hongling, 1,000 spirit stones amount to your yearly salary. Are you truly willing to wager such a sum? The Grand Elder frowned. What, do you lack the courage? Ruan Hongling revealed a cold smile. Humph, you think I would refuse to accept spirit stones offered to me for free? The Grand Elder, filled with pride, snorted disdainfully and said, Let us wager then. Very well. Let us have the sect master serve as a witness, lest you deny your loss later. Ruan Hongling turned to Yu Qili and said, Sect master, please act as a witness. Certainly. Yu Qili nodded with a smile. 1,000 spirit stones is no small amount. It represents Ruan Hongling's entire annual salary. She did not expect Ruan Hongling to place such faith in Chen Feng that is due to Lu Shuyao. Let us await the outcome. Ruan Hongling smiled slightly, her gaze unwavering as she calmly watched the Fengyan platform. Ruan Hongling, prepare the 1,000 spirit stones. I never engage in credit, the Grand Elder declared with an air of arrogant certainty, embodying the essence of assured victory. That moment, as the dust settled upon the wind and cloud platform, two figures gradually emerged, their outlines becoming increasingly distinct, revealing their identities. Who stood resilient, and who had succumbed? Who emerged victorious, and who faced defeat? The onlookers wore expressions of grave concern, instinctively holding their breaths in anticipation of the revelation. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension. Chen Feng has won. The proclamation reverberated throughout the surroundings. As the haze dissipated completely, the crowd finally beheld the scene on the platform. Chen Feng stood tall, wielding a golden sword with an air of triumph. A ghastly sword wound marred his chest, deep enough to expose bone, yet it failed to incapacitate him, allowing him to maintain his stance. In stark contrast lay Li Wentian, bloodied and sprawled across the platform, his abdomen pierced and bleeding profusely. Coughing violently, Li Wentian's pallid visage betrayed his anguish as he spat blood, lamenting, Chen Feng, you shall pay for this. Chen Feng's gaze was icy as he looked down upon Li Wentian, his voice low and devoid of warmth. Li Wentian. It is you who has lost. Huh. Li Wentian laughed. Even as he coughed up blood, he mocked, Chen Feng, what does it matter if I have lost today? I am a son of the Li family, though not of the direct bloodline. Even as a branch, I am not to be compared with a lowly wretch like you, born of no parents. His laughter echoed. Haha, Chen Feng, what does your victory mean? You cannot kill me. You do not dare to kill me. Li Wentian's hubris was palpable. Indeed, he was a son of the Li family, while Chen Feng was but a wild orphan. Victory meant nothing if he lacked the means to act. Shen Linger offered a cold smile. Chen Feng had indeed triumphed, but what of it? In this world, lineage and background were paramount. Li Wentian was the son of the esteemed Li family of the imperial city. His status was as noble as it was unassailable. Li Wentian taunted, you claim I am beyond your reach. How laughable. If I choose to spare your life today, what can you do? Chen Feng's expression remained impassive, his eyes sharp as blades. This battle is yours, Chen Feng, declared Yu Qili, her brow furrowed. But should you gain the acknowledgement of the other 8 peak masters, you shall be the master of the 9th peak. As for Li Wentian, since he has already been defeated, I urge you to show mercy and spare his life. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his head, his gaze somewhat dazed as he regarded Yu Qili atop the platform. Spare his life. The sect master spoke of sparing his life with such ease. A bitter smile escaped Chun Feng's lips. But how could I allow him to live? In the next instant, Chun Feng's expression hardened as he swung his golden sword down towards Li Wentian. You fool! Seeking death. Suddenly, three figures descended from above. Two warriors of the Chaos Realm, and one of the Yin Yang Realm point. One of the Chaos Realm warriors struck with a palm that slammed into Chun Feng's shoulder, sending him flying 10 meters to crash heavily to the ground. Chun Feng's face drained of color as he coughed up blood, his gaze fixed on the Chaos Realm warrior as he shouted. My battle with Li Wentian was a fight to the death. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. I have won, and I shall slay Li Wentian. What wrong have I committed? Li Xian, brimming with arrogance, coldly scoffed. You insignificant creature, what is your status compared to Li Wentian's? A fight to the death means you must die upon losing, while Li Wentian cannot die even in defeat. Chen Feng laughed heartily, the wound on his chest reopening, blood streaming forth. Did I this fair? He challenged, then turned his gaze to Yu Qili and the 5 elders, along with the 8 peak masters. Did I this fair? Yu Qili remained silent. The 5 elders wore grim expressions, and the 8 peak masters averted their eyes. The Grand Elder, his face stern, admonished Chen Feng, is your victory not sufficient? Not enough. Chen Feng's eyes burned with resolve, his martial spirit unyielding. Bloodied and tattered, he stood with a tragic yet noble demeanor, proclaiming, if this is a fight to the death, then the victor must live, and the vanquished must die. I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Li Wentian. In this battle, only one of us shall leave the wind and cloud platform alive. Humph, you foolish wretch. Li Xian stepped forward, his terrifying aura crashing down upon Chen Feng. You know not the meaning of life and death. Since this battle dictates that only one of you may survive, then so be it. Prepare to die. With that, Li Xian drew his long sword, its edge glinting menacingly as he aimed it at Chun Feng's heart. Even if I perish, I shall kill Li Wentian and avenge my grievances. Chun Feng's gaze burned bright, unwavering and unafraid as he locked eyes with Li Xian. With a fierce roar, he charged at Li Wentian, intent on striking first before Li Xian could deliver a fatal blow. Bang! Yet, Li Xian's speed was overwhelming, and with a single stroke, he sent Chen Feng sprawling. Chen Feng crashed to the ground, a new wound marring his form, leaving him in a disheveled state. You shall perish. Li Xian's murderous intent was palpable as he lunged forward. In a hair's breadth of time, a figure materialized, interposing itself before Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The figure brandished a sword, successfully blocking Li Xian's lethal strike. Chen Feng, my friend, it took me quite a while to locate you in this chaotic realm. Bao Yud beamed, swinging his great sword and sending Li Xian reeling. Then, Bao Yud approached Chen Feng, helping him to his feet, a smile illuminating his face. Chen Feng, my friend, have I arrived at an inopportune moment? Chapter 49, Slaying. How could you be here? Chen Feng gasped in astonishment. He had resigned himself to death, yet Bao Yud's timely arrival had saved him. My friend Chen Feng, with danger looming, now is not the time for pleasantries, Bao Yud remarked. Let us converse after I dispatch these fellows. Who dares to obstruct the Li family's retribution? Li Xian, bloodied and enraged, spat venomous words. You dare to interfere? Fool! Bao Yud retorted coldly. With his broken Dao sword in hand, he charged towards Li Xian. Kill! Li Xian roared. A formidable warrior of the 9th layer of the Chaos Realm, not to be underestimated. Boom! The clash of their weapons echoed through the air. Li Xian felt a sharp pain in his arm as his sword slipped from his grasp. Before he could react, he sensed a chilling sensation at his throat as a sharp blade pierced his neck. That why you are of the Yin Yang realm. He gasped, blood gushing forth. Die! Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to his fate. Everyone, attack him together. Kill him. Li Shan and Li Qiao exchanged glances, drawing their swords in unison to charge at Bao Yud. Li Qiao was in the early stages of the Yin Yang realm, while Li Shan stood at the 9th layer of the Chaos realm. Together, they unleashed a thunderous assault upon Bao Yud. Overreaching. Bao Yud smiled, his eyes gleaming with determination. Martial technique. Great sword shattering mountains and rivers. With a flourish, Bao Yud wielded his broken Dao sword, executing a powerful martial technique. Kill! The great sword descended, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that soared into the heavens. It was an overwhelming display of might. As Li Qiao and Li Shan struck with their swords, a tremendous explosion erupted. Li Qiao and Li Shan were sent flying in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Bao Yud struck down, dispatching both Li Qiao and Li Shan with relentless force. Seeing his comrades felled, Li Wentian finally began to panic. How can this wretched Taoist be so powerful? How could Chen Feng, that wretched orphan, be acquainted with such a formidable figure? Li Wentian's mind raced, swallowing hard as his face paled in fear down on the high platform. Yu Qili's brow furrowed as she coldly regarded Bao Yud, who had appeared out of nowhere and swiftly dispatched 3 warriors, 2 of the 9th layer of the Chaos Realm and 1 of the Yin-Yang Realm. Who was this Taoist? Did he not know of the Li family's power? Having slain 3 of the Li family's warriors without mercy, this matter was destined to escalate. Yu Qili's eyes narrowed, and she let out a sigh. The events of the day would surely spiral out of control. That Lo Lishue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed Bao Yud closely. This Taoist was no ordinary figure. He likely hailed from another continent. Chen Feng is indeed exceptional, managing to forge a connection with someone of such caliber. I wonder how this will unfold. Would Li Wentian be killed? Or would Chen Feng meet a tragic end? Lo Lishue chuckled softly, already anticipating the ensuing drama down on the wind and cloud platform. Bao Yud approached Li Wentian, who was visibly shaken and terrified. That I am a son of the Li family. If you dare to kill me, the Li family will seek vengeance, and you shall not die a peaceful death. In this mere corner of the world, what can the Li family do? Your threats hold no weight. Bao Yud chuckled lightly. I do not slay you merely for Chen Feng's sake. Chen Feng, my friend, if you command it, I shall swiftly execute this scoundrel. Bao Yud, leave him to me. Chen Feng stepped forward, staunching his wounds as he fixed a cold stare upon Li Wentian. Li Wentian, is it true that you colluded with Shun Linger to seize my Qiyang pill? Li Wentian clenched his teeth, his expression dark and menacing as he glared fiercely at Chen Feng. Silence, Li Wentian. Chen Feng retorted with an overwhelming air of authority, questioning, I ask you, is what I just said true or false? What if it is true? Shun Linger is infatuated with me and no longer wishes to remain by your side. What wrong have I committed? As for that Qiyang Dan, how dare a worthless fool like you even think of consuming it? It is nothing short of wasteful. People like you deserve to be betrayed. Li Wentian, seething with rage, screamed hysterically down on the high platform. Yu Qili tightly shut her eyes, at a loss for words, while Jun Xiaoyao, Li Wentian's master, wore a grim expression, bellowing, Li Wentian, you ungrateful wretch, this is utterly disgraceful. Ruan Hongling, He Jingtian, and others were equally furious, astonished that Li Wentian, who presented himself as a refined gentleman, could stoop to such despicable depths. Below the platform, Xin Ling hung her head, wishing to disappear into the ground. Feeling utterly humiliated, this Shinlinger is truly a woman of loose morals, someone exclaimed. Indeed, Chen Feng has treated her well, yet she colludes with Li Wentian to seize Chen Feng's Qiyang Dan. Such a shameless woman deserves to die. She should be punished severely. Numerous disciples expressed their outrage, discussing heatedly. Shinlinger felt utterly disgraced, unable to lift her head for fear of inciting the wrath of the crowd. On the Fengyan platform, Chen Feng's gaze remained indifferent as he continued. Li Wentian, you and Shinlinger are both contemptible. 3 months ago, did you not attempt to kill me in my master's tomb? Is this true or not? Chen Feng, must you go to such lengths? Li Wentian gritted his teeth, having sustained severe injuries and lacking the strength to fight back. Otherwise, he would have risen to rend Chen Feng to pieces. Li Wentian, answer me immediately. Is what I said true or false? Chen Feng's expression was devoid of emotion as he judged Li Wentian. What if it is true? Li Wentian's face twisted in fury as he howled. It was Shinlinger who ambushed you. What does it have to do with me, Li Wentian? If you must assign blame, then blame that treacherous woman. Upon hearing Li Wentian's words, Shinlinger's heart sank like a stone. She raised her head and glared at Li Wentian, shouting, Li Wentian, you have betrayed me. You shift all the blame onto me. Do you still consider yourself a man? So this shameless woman is Shinlinger? She possesses some beauty, yet her venomous heart guarantees her a wretched fate. After today, her reputation will be ruined. Indeed, Shinlinger is far too vile. She will no longer find a place in the divine Moonsword sect. The disciples wore expressions of cold disdain. hurling insults at Shun Linge, declaring that such a woman would be met with universal scorn and a fate worse than death. Shun Linge gritted her teeth. Feeling utterly humiliated, wishing only to survive, she said, Chen Feng, it is true that I sought to obtain the Qiyangdan, but the plan to kill you was Li Wentian's idea. He wished to seize control of the ninth peak. Shun Linge, you are spewing lies. Li Wentian glared at Shun Linge with fury, immediately retaliating with curses. It is you, this shameless woman, who wished to kill Chen Feng. Are you two now turning on each other? Chen Feng observed the spectacle with cold indifference, declaring, Shun Linge, I have treated you sincerely all along, yet you do not cherish it, colluding with Li Wentian to commit treachery. Today, I shall first behead Li Wentian. Then you, at these words, despair engulfed Li Wentian. Chen Feng still intended to kill him. He cried out, Chen Feng, I am the son of the Li family from the Imperial City, if you dare to kill me. The Li family will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. If the Li family dares to threaten me, I shall annihilate them without hesitation. Li Wentian, you shall die. Chen Feng, unafraid, swung his golden sword with ferocious intent, delivering a resounding blow. With a sickening thud, Li Wentian's head fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Feng remained expressionless, coldly observing the scene. That if I do not slay you, then where is the justice? Where is humanity? With Li Wentian's demise, Yu Qili's expression turned dire. In contrast, the Grand Elder wore a look of malicious glee, his face dark and foreboding as he remarked, Chen Feng has publicly executed Li Wentian. The Li family from the Imperial City will never forgive him, and no one can protect him now. No sooner had he spoken than a bronze war chariot hurtled down from the sky. You insolent brat, Chen Feng, you dare to slaughter my son. If you do not perish today, then justice shall not prevail. A middle-aged man wielding the bronze chariot descended above the divine moonsword sect. Exuding an overwhelming presence, his gaze fixed menacingly on Chen Feng. His inner energy was formidable and unmatched, having attained the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was Li Hao, the head of the Li family. Li Wentian was merely a bastard child, not a legitimate heir. His status was not supreme. Yet, the death of Li Wentian prompted Li Hao to come personally. Yu Qili furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes trembling. Feeling a profound shock, Chapter 50. I, Chen Feng, am more than enough. Die. With a single stroke of his sword, Li Hao, exuding an immense aura while standing atop the bronze chariot, drew his sword. The powerful sword energy coalesced into an unstoppable force. Aimed directly at Chen Feng. It was a sword's momentum. Bao Yud gasped in alarm, realizing the grave danger, and rushed forward. Chen Feng, my friend, I shall lend you my strength. Combat skill. Great sword breaking the sky. Boom! Bao Yud's expression darkened as he bellowed, promptly summoning the breaking Dao sword to counter the overwhelming sword momentum from Li Hao. He swung his sword with all his might. This strike was immensely powerful. An unstoppable divine force, bang. Li Hao's mighty sword struck the breaking Dao sword, sending shockwaves reverberating through the air. Bao Yud was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. This old man is far too strong. With blood staining his mouth, Bao Yud exclaimed, Chen Feng, we must flee. I am merely at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, while this old monster is at the 8th. If we continue like this, we shall both perish here. Chen Feng, if you have any trump cards, now is the time to reveal them. That if not, I can ensure your escape. Bao Yud was confident he could lead Chen Feng away safely. Whether to fight or flee rested entirely on Chen Feng's decision. To fight would mean certain death. To flee offered a glimmer of hope. Chen Feng frowned, his gaze coldly fixed on Li Hao, who stood atop the bronze chariot. He indeed possessed a trump card, the Chaos Tower. Harnessing its power would undoubtedly obliterate Li Hao. However, doing so would reveal his hand completely, attracting even greater trouble. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng turned to the high platform, demanding, Sect Master, will you continue to stand idly by? Yu Qili remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion, as she coldly regarded Chen Feng. Chen Feng continued, I, Chen Feng, am a disciple of Jian Chenzi, the master of the 9th peak of the Divine Moonsword sect, that I have suffered persecution at the hands of treacherous individuals. Now, in my quest for vengeance, and to claim the position of the 9th peak's master, to inherit my master's legacy, I have slain Li Wentian, inciting the Li family's pursuit. What wrong have I committed? Why does the Divine Moon Sword sect remain indifferent, unwilling to act on behalf of its disciple? Sect Master, you are high above. Will you truly watch as your disciple meets his demise? This heartfelt plea resonated with Chen Feng, that he was indeed a disciple of the Divine Moon Sword sect. Yet he faced persecution from the Imperial City's Li family while the sect turned a blind eye. What kind of justice was this? Sect Master, we must take action. He Jingtian's expression turned grave as he stated. Chen Feng has proven his worth. Protecting him would yield benefits for the Divine Moon Sword sect. Perhaps the future of our sect may depend on him. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. The Grand Elder stepped forward, scoffing disdainfully. Sect Master, the Li family possesses immense power and is closely connected to the great Zhou royal family. To offend the Li family for the sake of a mere Chen Feng invites endless troubles. The Grand Elder's gaze was sharp, filled with deep-seated hatred for Chen Feng. This little wretch had somehow survived until now. But now that Li Hao had taken action, Chen Feng was doomed. The Grand Elder relished the thought of witnessing Chen Feng's demise at Li Hao's hands. He continued, the Li family wields tremendous power. They have many formidable warriors within their ranks, that if the Divine Moon Sword sect offends the Li family, how will our disciples travel to the Imperial City in the future? Yu Qili's emotions were tumultuous, caught in a prolonged silence. Assisting Chen Feng would mean offending the Li family. Not helping him would mean losing a martial arts genius. After a long silence, Yu Qili's beautiful eyes flickered, and reason ultimately prevailed. She said sternly, Chen Feng, this matter is solely your doing, that I have already warned you. Li Wentian must not be killed. You refused to heed my advice, and now you have invited the Li family's retribution. Do not blame others for your own folly, nor the Divine Moon Sword sect. At these words, Chen Feng felt his heart sink into despair. He realized that Yu Qili was distancing herself, and the Divine Moon Sword sect would not offend the Li family for his sake. The ensuing events he would face alone. He would confront the Li family's threats himself. A wave of desolation washed over him as he questioned, Sect Master, is the Divine Moon Sword sect truly so? Yu Qili's expression was icy, remaining silent. This silence was the most profound answer. Ruan Hongling's delicate brows furrowed tightly, unable to endure the scene any longer. She spoke, Sect Leader, Jian Shenzi has rendered remarkable service to the Xinyue Sword sect. While Chen Feng, with his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness, willingly sacrificed his own cultivation and destroyed his Dantian to guard Jian Shenzi's tomb for 3 years. Now, Chen Feng has demonstrated his worth through strength. He is indeed qualified to become the Lord of the Ninth Peak. Furthermore, his slaying of Li Wentian was an act of desperation, a consequence of Li Wentian's own misdeeds. Chen Feng bears no blame. Is it not cold-hearted of the Xinyue Sword sect to stand idly by in the face of such peril? Indeed, sect leader, echoed Luo Lishue, her expression frosty, though Chen Feng has no merits to speak of. He is also without fault. Must the Xinyue Sword sect truly watch as the Li family of the royal city extinguishes Chen Feng's life? He Jingtian frowned. To stand by and do nothing would surely chill the hearts of our other disciples. Silence, commanded Yu Qili, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. That am I the sect leader? Or are you? Those who defy my edicts may leave the Xinyue Sword sect at will. Ruan Hongling, Luo Lishue, and the others were left speechless, their faces darkened. On the Fengyan platform, Chen Feng stood alone in despair, while Li Hao, perched atop a bronze war chariot, looked down upon him with a mocking expression, radiating an air of dominance. Yu Qili, your choice is quite astute. Li Hao laughed heartily, then added, regardless of whether you intervene to assist Chen Feng, he is doomed to die today. He has made a grave mistake. The greatest of all being the murder of my son. Li Wentian, he deserves death. With his sword drawn, Li Hao pointed the tip directly at Chen Feng, pronouncing his death sentence. Chen Feng merely smiled, despair glimmering in his eyes, yet overshadowed by sorrow. It is the Xinyue Sword sect that has forsaken me, not I who have betrayed it. After today, I shall be the Lord of the Ninth Peak. The Ninth Peak will stand independent of the Xinyue Sword sect, no longer subordinate to it. On the high platform, Yu Qili burst into laughter. What grandiose claims, Chen Feng, regardless of whether you survive today. Should you become the Lord of the Ninth Peak, you shall not achieve independence. After her laughter subsided, Yu Qili's expression hardened, her gaze like icy frost fixed upon Chen Feng, according to sect rules. Once I become the Lord of the Ninth Peak, I shall possess the authority to stand alone. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with intensity as he presented the sect regulations to pressure Yu Qili. Yu Qili, before the 5 elders and the other 8 peak masters, you would not dare to defy the sect rules, would you? Chen Feng, should you wish to discuss sect rules and the independence of the Ninth Peak, let us speak of it once you survive today. Yu Qili's eyes turned fierce. Initially, she had harbored a shred of goodwill towards Chen Feng, but with his insistence on the Ninth Peak's independence and his attempt to force her hand, all compassion vanished. She now only desired his demise. That Li Hao, Chen Feng has committed a grave offense. You must execute him. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Yu Qili, I require no prompting to slay Chen Feng, as long as you do not intervene. This little wretch is assuredly doomed. Chen Feng, my friend, we must leave. Upon sensing Li Hao's murderous intent, Bao Yud's expression turned grim as he sought to escort Chen Feng away. The Ninth Peak was established by my master. I must honor his legacy and strengthen it, that I cannot allow it to perish on my watch. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute as he replied earnestly, Bao Yud, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. If an opportunity arises, I will repay you. Today's matters concern you not. You should depart. Even if it means facing 1,000,000 foes, I, Chen Feng, shall confront it all alone. As his words fell, a thunderous laughter echoed from afar. At this critical moment, it seems reliance on this lady is essential. Chen Feng, you wretched Taoist, how could you possibly withstand these adversaries? Watch and learn from this lady. A beam of sword light cleaved through the skies, revealing a figure soaring on a flying sword. Jiang Qingyue, old fool, you wish to kill Chen Feng? You must first pass through me. With a mighty swing of her sword, a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy surged toward the bronze war chariot. Where did this little girl come from? Seeking death. Li Hao bellowed angrily, brandishing his enormous sword, unleashing a surge of vital energy. With a single stroke, he unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, boom, in an instant. The two currents of sword energy clashed, tearing apart the surrounding space. Li Hao's expression shifted as the bronze war chariot violently trembled, fractures appearing upon its surface. Damn it. This girl is no ordinary foe. Li Hao leapt from the chariot, landing on the Fengyan platform just as the chariot erupted into a shower of debris. Jiang Qingyue's lips curled into a smile as she brandished her Qingyue sword, descending gracefully onto the platform. Chen Feng, it has been far too long. During our last parting, I promised we would meet again. Jiang Qingyue, how did you come to be here? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Perplexed, members of the Jiang family, we are permitted to venture out for training upon turning 16. I have now reached that age, and the place I chose to cultivate is where you are. Jiang Qingyue replied with a gentle smile down on the high platform. Yu Qili's brows knitted tightly as she stared intently at Jiang Qingyue. Another one. How does Chen Feng come to know these people during his 3 years of guarding the tomb at the Xinyue Sword Sect? Yu Qili's heart was filled with confusion that I never expected Chen Feng to be so sought after. The number of women around him is increasing. Luo Lishue's brows furrowed, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Counting carefully, she realized there were already 4 beautiful women surrounding Chen Feng. Su Yaqing, Luo Lishue, Lu Shuyao, and Jiang Qingyue. Each one was a paragon of beauty, possessing an unparalleled allure. Any of them would have no shortage of admirers. Yet they cared not for other suitors. They gathered here solely for Chen Feng. Luo Lishue's heart stirred, and she smiled. My competitors are growing in number. Lishue, Chen Feng will be fine that he has connections with such formidable allies. He Jingtian exhaled in relief, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Master, should Chen Feng truly become the Lord of the Ninth Peak and lead it to independence from the Xinyue Sword Sect, I wish to leave the First Peak and join the Ninth Peak. Luo Lishue declared sweetly that I cannot bear to see Chen Feng snatched away by other women. Of course. He Jingdian chuckled, saying, Lishue, your departure from your father's side to join the First Peak under my tutelage was solely to learn the art of alchemy. Now, having absorbed at least 90% of my alchemical knowledge, should you remain by my side, I would have little more to impart. Chen Feng possesses exceptional talent in alchemy. Should he pursue this path, it will not be long before his skills surpass mine. Being close to him is indeed advantageous. He Jingtian wore a kind expression, his smile warm and encouraging, offering no obstacles to Luo Lixue. Time waits for no one. Luo Lixue has reached a marriageable age, and since she has set her heart on Chen Feng, wishing to follow him, He Jingtian will certainly support her. Thank you, Master, for your support. Luo Lixue expressed her gratitude, driven by her pursuit of the highest levels of alchemy, with hopes of one day reaching the pinnacle of the craft, a feat only Chen Feng could assist her in achieving. Damn it! Why is this little wretch not dead yet? Why do others continually come to his aid? The Grand Elder seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth in frustration as long as Chen Feng lives. He poses a threat. Having previously sent Wang Xan to hunt him down, I have thoroughly offended him. Once he becomes the Lord of the Ninth Peak, he will undoubtedly find ways to retaliate against me. Li Hao, since Chen Feng has slain Li Wentian, will you not seek vengeance on his behalf? The Grand Elder could no longer contain himself. His face contorted with rage as he shouted, "The sect leader has already declared that Chen Feng has committed a great offense. You may slay him." Li Hao's face darkened as he shot a glare at the Grand Elder. What does this old fool understand? Do you think I do not wish to kill Chen Feng? However, the girl standing in his defense possesses extraordinary strength. Judging by her age, she appears to be merely 16 or 17, yet she is already a fifth-tier practitioner in the yin-yang realm. Such cultivation at such a young age must stem from a prominent family. Li Hao felt a twinge of apprehension towards the young girl that he said solemnly, "Little girl, this matter does not concern you. Why insert yourself into it? I, Li Hao, am the head of the Li family in the royal city, and I am willing to bury the hatchet and befriend you. Should you ever visit the royal city, I shall treat you with the utmost respect." Jiang Qiyue's beautiful eyes shimmered with disdain as she looked at Li Hao, a cold smile escaping her lips. Bury the hatchet and befriend me. Li Hao, how absurd. Do you truly believe yourself a remarkable martial arts supreme? What do you think you are? Do you believe you are worthy of being friend me? The utterance of her words left the crowd in a state of shock. Everyone stared, mouths agape, utterly astonished that Jiang Qingwei dared to publicly humiliate Li Hao, an act that was simply unfathomable. Li Hao is indeed the head of the Li family, a lineage closely intertwined with the imperial family. To humiliate Li Hao is to insult the Li family itself, a blatant disregard for their status. For Li Hao, this is an unparalleled humiliation. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Qingyue's words, Li Hao's expression turned icy, his gaze filled with venomous rage as he glared fiercely at her. That he growled, "Damn it! What an insolent little girl! You refuse to drink the wine of respect, and instead choose the wine of punishment. In that case, I shall kill you as well, and no matter what forces support you, they cannot save you today." With that declaration, Li Hao, with a fierce countenance, swung his sword menacingly toward Jiang Qingyue, bellowing, "Die!" Li Hao unleashed his attack with a ferocious strike, the momentum of his sword akin to a raging tempest. Brutal and sharp, his swordsmanship was extraordinarily profound, seamlessly blending with his agile movements, showcasing remarkable skill. Whoosh, 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 he unleashed hundreds of sword strikes in rapid succession, a relentless barrage of sword shadows, overlapping and intertwining in a deadly dance. The battle technique, mirage of water and flowers, was in full display. Jiang Qingyue revealed a slight smile, her beautiful eyes shimmering with clarity that as the multitude of sword shadows surged toward her, a brilliant light ignited within her gaze. With her left hand, she formed a golden seal, and with her right hand, she wielded the Qingyue sword with a swift motion that in an instant, beneath her feet, a crystalline lotus flower blossomed forth. Boom! The crystalline lotus erupted with energy, producing 7 petals. Each petal sparkled like precious jade, intricately etched with countless patterns. These were the patterns of the Tao Buzz. The blooming crystalline lotus suddenly converged, transforming the open petals into a tightly closed lotus bud. Jiang Qingyue, with her graceful figure, was perfectly enveloped within the lotus bud. Bang! Bang bang! Li Hao's hundreds of sword shadows, razor-sharp, all struck the lotus bud, triggering a deafening explosion, yet every lethal strike was thwarted by the petals of the lotus bud. Witnessing this scene, Li Hao's heart trembled in shock as he exclaimed, "You have actually comprehended the patterns of the Tao." Chen Feng is under my protection," Jiang Qingyue replied, a smile gracing her lips as she stood proudly within the lotus bud. Her demeanor confident, Hao's expression darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that Jiang Qingyue would achieve such enlightenment. Although Jiang Qingyue was merely at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, with the power of the Tao patterns, her strength rivaled that of an 8th level practitioner, enabling her to combat beyond her current realm. Even he, in a life-or-death struggle, could not be entirely certain of defeating Jiang Qingyue. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, Bao Yud, what are the Tao patterns? Chapter 52. Her Majesty the Empress. Tao patterns are a unique existence, a martial artist's comprehension of the Tao, Bao Yud explained. Most martial artists spend their entire lives without grasping the Tao patterns. I see. Chen Feng mused, realizing why Li Hao was so startled. Perhaps even he himself had not comprehended the Tao patterns. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Feng. Bao Yud, at what stage can a martial artist first comprehend the Tao patterns? That is uncertain. Each martial artist possesses different qualities and talents. The timing of their enlightenment varies. Take Wang Teng, for instance. He is a prodigy destined to dominate an era, and he comprehended the Tao patterns in the chaos realm, shocking the martial world. Yet here I am, at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm, still without understanding the Tao patterns. Bao Yud shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment. The failure to grasp the Tao patterns weighed heavily upon him, as such enlightenment was a prerequisite for a martial artist's ascent to higher realms. Throughout history, which sage or powerful being did not achieve enlightenment of the Tao patterns? Upon hearing Bao Yud's words, Chun Feng's mind began to churn. He thought, when I utilized the immortal demon body, the patterns that emerged from my flesh and blood were indeed the Tao patterns. Does that not mean I have already comprehended the Tao patterns at the Tianwu realm? The significance of comprehending the Tao patterns was monumental, yet Chen Feng's current realm was too low to reveal this truth. Li Hao stood upon the shattered Fengyan platform, his expression as dark as night. He found himself in a precarious predicament, unable to advance or retreat. To slay Chen Feng, he must first overcome Jiang Qingyue. Yet Jiang Qingyue, having comprehended the Tao patterns, was exceedingly formidable. Li Hao lacked absolute confidence in subduing her. If he did not kill Chen Feng, what face would the Li family have left? Would his son, Li Wentian, simply die at the hands of that little bastard Chen Feng? Damn it, that Chen Feng. Where did he even meet such a warrior? Li Hao ground his teeth in frustration. Were it not for Bao Yud and Jiang Qingyue's interference, he would have long since severed Chun Feng's head. Li Hao, what are you afraid of? If Wentian is killed, do you intend to let it go? Suddenly, an aged figure with a weathered face tore through the void, descending upon the Xinyue sword sect. Ancestor. Li Hao gasped in shock. The death of Li Wentian had indeed alarmed the family patriarch. He exclaimed, Ancestor, killing Chen Feng is not difficult, but he has formidable allies. Li Sheng's expression was indifferent, his aged and wrinkled face flashing a hint of ruthlessness as his cold gaze fell upon Yu Qili. Yu Qili, do you intend to assist Chen Feng? So, she has finally arrived. Yu Qili's expression darkened. I am asking you a question. Li Sheng's demeanor turned domineering as he loomed in the air, coldly scrutinizing Yu Qili. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, crushing down upon her. Yu Qili felt the terrifying weight bearing down on her, her heart quaking at the intensity. Her complexion paled as she replied, Li family patriarch. Chun Feng has acted against the natural order. Should you wish to kill him, I shall not obstruct you. So it seems that those aiding Chen Feng are not from the Xinyue sword sect. Li Sheng's eyes narrowed sharply, revealing a murderous intent that he then directed his cold gaze at Jiang Qingyue, declaring, Chen Feng must die today. Wentian is the one I value most among the younger generation. How could I allow him to be slain by this wretched child? How could I not kill him today? If you dare to obstruct me, I shall eliminate you as well. Void God Realm. Jiang Qingyue's heart trembled. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Li Sheng. In such a confined space, there exists a supreme being of the Void God Realm. She bit her lip, resolutely stating, Old man, I have already made it clear. Chen Feng is under my protection, that if you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. Jiang Qingyue, this is enough. Do not involve yourself any further. Chun Feng's expression turned grave as he said, I will remember your kindness. He could see that Li Sheng was intent on killing him today, and with Jiang Qingyue alone, he could not be deterred if Jiang Qingyue were to provoke Li Sheng. Her own safety would be at risk. Chen Feng, What nonsense are you speaking? Jiang Qingyue huffed haughtily, pride radiating from her. You have shown me kindness. How could I stand by and watch you perish? Unrealistic. Li Sheng retorted coldly, raising his hand to strike down with a terrifying force. Boom. This strike was unparalleled in dominance, aimed directly at Jiang Qingyue. Mirage of water and flowers. Jiang Qingyue wielded the Qingyue sword, once again summoning the crystalline lotus around her. Her flesh and blood were enveloped by the lotus bud, forming a crystalline barrier. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying palm strike crashed down upon the lotus bud. Bang! The crystalline lotus bud shattered into fragments. Jiang Qingyue was blasted away. Crash! Jiang Qingyue fell violently to the ground, spitting blood, her youthful face paling down on the high platform. Luo Lixue wore a look of deep concern. She had initially believed that Jiang Qingyue could safeguard Chen Feng, but it was clear now that one Jiang Qingyue alone could not protect him. Must I step in myself? Luo Lixue murmured, realizing that despite the inopportune timing of revealing her identity, she might have no choice but to act for Chen Feng's sake. Did I in the midst of her hesitation? Li Sheng's booming voice echoed. Today, whoever dares to obstruct me from executing Chen Feng will be met with my merciless wrath. You all must not deceive yourselves. Do not compel me to unleash a massacre today. Seeing Li Sheng's murderous intent on full display, Bao Yu became increasingly anxious. Jiang Qingyue, Chen Feng, we should flee at once. It was too late. Chen Feng sensed the overwhelming killing intent. Li Sheng had already locked onto him, and no matter where he fled, Li Sheng would pursue him relentlessly. Damn it. If only my father were here, he could easily vanquish this old wretch with a single motion. Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth as Li Sheng bellowed. You vermin, all of you shall perish. Li Sheng's voice thundered, his true essence surging, unleashing a torrent of power as he gathered a palm strike, shrouded in dark light, emanating an unfathomable killing intent. This strike, when unleashed, could annihilate any martial artist present at the Yin-Yang realm. Chen Feng's heart sank to the depths of despair as he murmured, if it comes to it, I can only summon the Chaos Tower. This Li Sheng is of the Void God realm. I have no other recourse. Chen Feng was acutely aware of his dire situation. Amidst the threat of death, he had no choice but to utilize the Chaos Tower. But at that moment, a crimson light appeared on the distant horizon, resembling flowing red silk, spreading across half the sky and reaching the Fengyun platform. A grand palanquin, carried by 8 maidens, adorned with exquisite gems, shimmered with radiant red light, gliding gracefully through the sky toward the Fengyun platform. Boom! The palanquin landed upon the Fengyun platform, and the 8 maidens promptly knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, We humbly invite Her Majesty the Empress. A figure slender and graceful as a willow, with an alluring presence, emerged from the palanquin. She wore a delicate veil and a flowing red gown, her gaze cold yet proud. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like clear water, exuding both clarity and charm, as she smiled gracefully at Li Sheng, speaking with calmness. Li family patriarch, why must you treat these young ones with such ruthlessness and disdain? Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Sheng's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he respectfully saluted the woman. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Yu Qili felt a tremor in her heart as she, accompanied by 5 elders and 8 peak masters, bowed to the woman before them. That a wave of confusion surged within her. This empress had, just days prior, sent word to the Divine Moon Sword sect to observe the selection of the 9th Peak's master. Yet, she had remained absent until now, only appearing after the selection had concluded, when Chen Feng had slain Li Wentian and was facing retaliation from the Li family, about to be executed by Li Sheng. It seemed rather peculiar. Why did she arrive at this moment, just as Chen Feng was on the verge of death? If one were to claim that her appearance was not for Chen Feng's sake, hardly anyone would believe it. Be at ease. There is no need for formalities while I am present, the woman said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she waved her hand, signaling everyone to rise. Her enchanting gaze then flickered towards Chen Feng, sparkling with warmth as she inquired, Are you Chen Feng? Were you the one who just slew Li Wentian and claimed the position of the 9th Peak's master? It was her, Zhou Meyer. Chen Feng's heart raced with surprise. He furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing the identity of the woman before him as Zhou Meyer, whom he had encountered during his training on the divine Moon Sword Mountain. Back then, while he lay in the ice-fire spring, Joe Meyer had accidentally stumbled into it, gravely injured and succumbing to the frigid air. Fortunately, he had intervened in time to save her. Later, a conflict had arisen between them, leading to their parting ways. Now, the sudden appearance of this woman made him wonder if she had come seeking revenge. Chen Feng's thoughts swirled with uncertainty. He had never anticipated that Joe Meyer was indeed the empress of the great Zhou dynasty. Had he known, he would never have dared to offend her. "Why do you not answer when I question you?" Joe Meyer asked, her smile unwavering as she gazed intently at Chen Feng. "Indeed, I am Chen Feng," he replied, maintaining his composure. "I have slain Li Wentian, and according to sect rules, I am rightfully the master of the ninth peak. Such audacity! You dare speak to the Empress without kneeling. You deserve death." The Grand Elder bellowed, his eyes filled with malice, attempting to seize this opportunity to condemn Chen Feng. Chen Feng shot a cold glare at the Grand Elder, his expression one of disdain, as if regarding a fool. "The Empress has yet to chastise me. When did it become your place to speak on her behalf? Self-mutilate as a form of punishment." Joe Meyer's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. "What me self-mutilate?" The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Chen Feng had been disrespectful, and yet it was he who was to be punished. What kind of logic was this? He retorted, "Your Majesty, I have committed no offense. Why must I be punished? I believe you are mistaken. You think you are blameless, that you still dare to claim innocence." Joe Meyer scoffed, her gaze sharp as it turned to Yuchili. "Yuchili, why don't you tell us if he is at fault?" "Grand Elder, if you believe yourself guiltless, that is your greatest fault. The Empress commands you to self-mutilate, and you refuse. Do you wish to force our sect leader to act?" Yuchili's expression was icy. The Grand Elder's gaze dimmed, and a wave of despair washed over him as his feelings grew increasingly complex. He raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, severed his left arm. The anguish cries echoed through the air as the Grand Elder writhed in pain. His face pale as blood gushed from the wound. Yuchili cast a cold glance at him, ordering, "Do you not yet retreat to staunch the bleeding?" The Grand Elder bowed his head in silence, retreating while casting a begrudging glance at Chen Feng. "You little wretch, wait for me. I shall not rest until I see you dead." The crowd below was left dumbfounded. The Grand Elder's fate was indeed tragic. Merely for a misstep in words, he had been commanded by the Empress to sever his own arm. What terrible luck! This woman must surely have an affair with Chen Feng. Otherwise, why would she favor him so? Shinlinger whispered among the crowd. However, Joe Meyer caught the remark with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Shinling. "So, you are Shinlinger indeed. That is I." Shinlinger trembled, hastily kneeling with utmost reverence. The Empress recognized her. Surely, it must be because Brother Wentian had mentioned her name to the Empress. Otherwise, with her lofty status, she would never have known it. Now that Wentian had been slain by that Chen Feng, perhaps she could report to the Empress, using her influence to seize the opportunity to eliminate Chen Feng. With this thought, a smile crept across Shinlinger's face. "Your Majesty, I am Shinlinger, the dual cultivation partner of Li Wentian. Chen Feng is cold-hearted and ruthless, a killer by nature, having publicly executed Li Wentian. I beseech your Majesty to take action and grant Chen Feng the death he deserves." Avenging Li Wentian. In that moment, Shinlinger reveled in her cleverness, feeling triumphant at the prospect of leveraging the Empress's power to eliminate Chen Feng. "Are you certain you wish for me to grant Chen Feng death?" Joe Meyer inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. "Your Majesty sees clearly. Chen Feng is a merciless and murderous traitor, one who betrays his master and ancestors. To allow him to live is an affront to humanity. Justice and the natural order. I implore you, your Majesty, to execute Chen Feng to uphold righteousness." Shinlinger knelt, her gaze fervent, her words resonating with conviction. "Did I it true, then, that Chen Feng is irredeemable?" Joe Meyer's expression turned cold. "Grant him death to restore justice," Shinlinger declared, her excitement palpable as she shot a venomous glare at Chen Feng. "You shall die today, wretch." Chen Feng's expression darkened. This vile woman was twisting the truth, plotting against him. Joe Meyer bore a grudge against him. Could it be that she truly intended to use this opportunity to orchestrate his demise? Is it true, then, what Shinlinger claims? Joe Meyer's demeanor softened as she turned to Chen Feng. What is the truth of her words? Truth and falsehood lie within the hearts of men. Chen Feng replied firmly that if your majesty believes her, then it is true. If not, then it is false. Zhou Mei's smile widened at his response. Clearly pleased that I wish to know your answer. Are her claims true or false? False, Chen Feng asserted. Your majesty, justice resides in the hearts of men. Throughout my life, I have acted without shame before heaven and earth, without guilt to my kin or friends. Excellent. Zhou Mei regarded Chen Feng with admiration. That in that case, I decree your death. The smile vanished from her face, replaced by an aura of authority befitting a ruler. She cast a cold glance at Xinlinger, stating, Xinlinger, as you wished, I decree your death. Upon hearing this, Xinlinger felt a wave of relief wash over her. She would finally witness Chen Feng's demise. She smiled, offering her gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, for your wise judgment. Do not thank me yet. Zhou Mei replied coldly, I am indeed granting death, but not to Chen Feng. Rather, it is you who shall die. Xinlinger's expression changed abruptly. Panic seizing her. I have done nothing wrong. Your majesty, why do you condemn me? Silence. Zhou Mei's expression remained impassive as she regarded Xinling. I have lived many years and encountered all types of individuals. Yet I have never met someone as shameless as you. Xinlinger, you were once Chen Feng's partner, yet you engaged in illicit relations with Li Wentian, thus betraying the bonds of humanity. This is your first crime. You seized Chen Feng's Qi Yongdan. This is your second crime. You conspired with Li Wentian to plot his murder. This is your third crime. And just now, you deliberately twisted the truth in an attempt to use my hand to eliminate Chen Feng. This is your fourth crime. Xinlinger, you carry 4 serious offenses and yet dare to speak so brazenly here. Truly, you show no signs of repentance. Today, I shall grant your wish and bestow upon you death, by 1,000 cuts. Upon this declaration, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Empress's word was law. She had sentenced Xinlinger to a gruesome fate, where she must endure 1,000 cuts before meeting her end. No! Xinlinger knelt, weeping bitterly. Bang, bang, bang. She repeatedly prostrated herself, her face bloodied as she cried, I beseech your majesty, show mercy and spare my life. Go plead with Chen Feng. If he forgives you, I might spare you. Zhou Mei replied with a faint smile. Xinlinger, sensing a glimmer of hope, crawled desperately to Chen Feng's feet, banging her head against the ground repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Chen Feng, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please, I beg you, intercede on my behalf. Chen Feng could not help but laugh, his gaze cold as he looked at Xinlinger. Xinlinger, you do not regret your actions. You merely understand that your life is at stake. May you take your next life with utmost sincerity and strive to be a good person. As for this life, let it be, you should obediently embrace death. Xinlinger felt her heart turn to ice. With a gaze filled with despair, she looked at Chen Feng and roared, Chen Feng, you wretched scoundrel, may you meet a dreadful end. After my demise, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit, haunting you relentlessly, ensuring you are plagued by nightmares. Observing Xinlinger kneeling on the ground, consumed by despair, Chen Feng found the spectacle utterly ludicrous. Zhou Mei furrowed her delicate brows and coldly commanded, bring forth Xinlinger and subject her to 1,000 cuts. The 8 maidservants accompanying Zhou Mei immediately sprang into action. Seizing Xinling, regardless of her desperate screams and struggles, she remained bound, unable to break free. The 8 maidservants produced sharp daggers, slicing into Xinling's flesh. Your Majesty, this woman possesses a total of 2,100 pieces of flesh, and she has indeed been subjected to 1,000 cuts. It was only when they had stripped Xinlinger of all her flesh, leaving behind nothing but a bloodied skeleton, that the maidservants ceased their brutal task. This gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, filling them with a chilling dread as they cast fearful glances at Zhou Mei. Chen Feng silently mused, no wonder this woman wields such supreme imperial authority. Li Sheng observed with a cold, detached demeanor, his expression shifting between darkness and uncertainty. Your Majesty, this farce should come to an end. It is time to deal with Chen Feng. This little beast, having killed Li Wentian, deserves death. Chapter 54. Joining the royal family, heeding orders but ignoring summons. Li Sheng, Chen Feng is innocent. Why should he be condemned to death? Zhou Meier replied with a graceful smile. Innocent, before all these eyes, he has slain Wentian. How can one claim he is innocent? Li Sheng's expression turned icy. Today marks the selection of the Ninth Peak's leader. In such an event, life and death are left to fate, Li Sheng. Had it been Chen Feng who lost today, would Li Wentian have spared him? Zhou Meier furrowed her brow, that of course, he would have killed him. Yet, Chen Feng is but a commoner, his life as insignificant as an ant. Whereas Wentian is a son of the Li family, whose lineage has rendered great service to the late emperor. What value does Wentian's life hold? How can it be equated with that of Chen Feng? This is manifestly unjust. Li Sheng, filled with arrogance, regarded himself highly, that in his eyes, it was reasonable for Li Wentian to kill Chen Feng, while Chen Feng's act of killing Wentian was an act of treason. Zhou Meier scoffed, rebuking, our great Zhou dynasty, while venerating martial prowess, ultimately upholds the law. Without trust, a person cannot stand. Without law, a nation cannot endure. Li Sheng, can your Li family truly place themselves above the law of the land? Upon hearing this, Li Sheng fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Ihao's face darkened as he murmured, Elder, we need not rush to kill Chen Feng. In the future, should he venture to the imperial city, we can deal with him then. Li Sheng, filled with pent-up rage, shot Li Hao a frigid glare, that we shall depart. With a grand gesture, Li Sheng tore through the void, vanishing from the Fengyun platform. Ihao forced a smile and said, Your Majesty, the Li family cannot indeed transcend the law. Let today's events conclude here. As for Chen Feng, if he remains within the Xinyue sword sect, my family shall refrain from killing him. However, should he one day leave the Xinyue sword sect and venture to the imperial city, it will be a matter of life and death between the Li family and him, leaving behind a grim warning. Li Hao turned and soared away on his sword, disappearing into the distance. Zhou Meier, with her brows slightly furrowed, turned to Chen Feng, her expression softening into a sweet smile. Chen Feng, did you hear what Li Hao said before he left? Yes, I heard clearly. One day, should I venture to the imperial city, the Li family will seek vengeance upon me. Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng, I can protect you once, but I cannot guarantee a second time. Zhou Meier smiled. You have now become the leader of the Ninth Peak and intend to have it independent from the Xinyue sword sect. I offer you two choices. First, you may lead the Ninth Peak solely on your own, without relying on any external power. Second, you may lead the Ninth Peak into the royal family, becoming a force of the imperial lineage. To put it plainly, I wish to recruit you as a member of the royal family. What benefits would joining the royal family bring me? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. You would enjoy the privileges accorded to royal family members. Zhou Meier smiled slightly and continued. As for the specifics of these benefits, once you become a member of the royal family, you shall discover how advantageous this identity can be. Can you help me eliminate the threat posed by the Li family? I cannot. What has been done cannot be undone. I have already assisted you in dealing with the Li family's threat once. Chen Feng, in the future, when you set foot in the imperial city, the Li family will still seek vengeance upon you. The imperial city is not solely mine. If you wish to establish your footing there, you must diligently enhance your strength as long as you are powerful enough. Who would dare provoke you or offend you? Zhou Meier's demeanor remained serene. She gazed at Chen Feng with a calm smile, continuing, joining the royal family and becoming a royal member is a coveted opportunity many dream of. I now bestow this opportunity upon you. Hoping you will cherish it, I can join the royal family. Chen Feng's gaze darkened as he stated solemnly, However, I have one prerequisite, speak. Once I join the royal family, I shall heed orders but ignore summons. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Meier frowned slightly, falling into silence. Heeding orders but ignoring summons? This implies that Chen Feng would only comply with directives, but not with summons from the royal family. The royal family could task him with duties, but during royal meetings he could choose to abstain from attendance. Chen Feng would possess independent autonomy. Such privilege is typically reserved for royal attendants, who are top-tier martial artists. The supreme beings of various forces. With their strength, they certainly qualify for the privilege of heeding orders but ignoring summons. Yet Chen Feng, merely at the initial stage of the chaotic realm, is far too weak and unqualified. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Meier smiled faintly. I can grant you the privilege of heeding orders but ignoring summons. But in return, you must secure first place in the national war 6 months hence. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death. I accept your challenge. I will achieve first place in the national war." Qin Feng's eyes shone with determination, his gaze resolute. So confident. Zhou Mei chuckled lightly. "Do you even know what the national war entails?" "I do not. Nor do I need to know. Regardless of what the national war entails, I will undoubtedly secure first place in 6 months." Qin Feng asserted earnestly. He understood that if the national war were exceedingly difficult, leaving him with no chance of victory, Zhou Mei would not invite him to participate, nor would she promise him such a privilege. "Excellent." Zhou Mei smiled with satisfaction, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "What I admire most about you is your unwavering determination to win. Qin Feng, take this token. It symbolizes your identity as a member of the royal family." Qin Feng accepted the token and glanced at it. It was crafted from pure gold. The token bore the character for royalty along with intricate patterns to prevent counterfeiting. "Upon receiving this token, you shall be a member of the royal family and must not betray it. Should you dare to betray us, you will face an endless pursuit across lifetimes." "Understood," Qin Feng replied. Having chosen to join the royal family and become a member of the imperial lineage, he certainly would not betray them. Now, as the leader of the Ninth Peak, he was about to lead it into independence from the Xinyue sword sect. For the future development of the Ninth Peak, he needed to align himself with a formidable force, and Zhou Mei, extending her olive branch, was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. He would lead the entire Ninth Peak to join the royal family, severing ties with the Xinyue sword sect. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his serious gaze towards Yuqili, his expression grave. "Sect leader, permit me one last time to address you as sect leader." "I, Qin Feng, inherit the aspirations of Jianxinzi and assume the position of leader of the Ninth Peak. In the name of the Ninth Peak leader, I declare the Ninth Peak's independence from the Xinyue sword sect. From this day forth, the Ninth Peak shall have no further dealings with the Xinyue sword sect. Henceforth, the Ninth Peak shall independently join the great Zhou royal family." His declaration resonated with authority, powerful and unyielding, infused with an undeniable conviction. From the moment he became the leader of the Ninth Peak, he held the right to extricate it from the Xinyue sword sect, establishing its independence. His proclamation was not a request for Yuqili's approval, but a notification to her. From this day forward, the survival or demise of the Ninth Peak would be entirely dissociated from the Xinyue sword sect. On the platform, Yuqili's eyes closed momentarily, her expression profoundly complex. Previously, she had held a deep admiration for Qin Feng. Yet at this moment, she wished for nothing more than his demise. Her smile was devoid of warmth. Her face was shrouded in shadows as she glared at Qin Feng, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her beautiful eyes. She spoke in a low tone. Then I must congratulate you, Leader Qin Feng. However, Leader Qin Feng, your Ninth Peak, aside from you, seems to have only one disciple, Su Yaqing, does it not? Without the Xinyue sword sect as a support, how will your Ninth Peak attract disciples?" As her words faded, suddenly, a gentle voice resonated. "Disciple Luo Lixue, from this day forth, I officially sever ties with the first peak of the Xinyue sword sect. Henceforth I, Luo Lixue, shall join the Ninth Peak as an independent entity." Chapter 55. National War. The crowd erupted in a clamor, a wave of astonishment washing over them. Could they have misheard? Luo Lixue, the most beautiful maiden of the Xinyue sword sect, had attained the rank of a third-grade divine alchemist at the tender age of 17, possessing unparalleled talent in alchemy and an unfathomable family background. Moreover, Luo Lixue was a direct disciple of He Jingtian, the master of the first peak. Now, she was willingly relinquishing everything, departing from the first peak and the divine alchemy pavilion to join the Ninth Peak. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had truly heard correctly. Yuqili frowned, her expression mirroring her confusion. Had she misheard? Furrowing her brows, she turned and gazed at Luo Lixue with bewilderment, her tone laced with skepticism. "Young girl, what did you just say?" Disciple Luo Lixue. "From this day forth, I formally withdraw from the first peak of the Xinyue sword sect. Henceforth, I, Luo Lixue, will join the Ninth Peak as an independent individual." In response to Yuqili's inquiry, Luo Lixue remained composed, answering with poise. "Have you lost your mind?" Yuqili's expression shifted dramatically. While others may have been unaware of Luo Lishua's true identity, she knew all too well. Luo Lishua was the biological daughter of Dan Wang Luo He. Her status and lineage undeniably noble. Had it not been for her quest to repay a debt of gratitude to Jian Qinzi, Luo Lishua would never have set foot in the Shun Yu sword sect, let alone joined the First Peak's Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Luo Lishua's status was too exalted. She could easily join a more prestigious platform. Yuchili might permit Luo Lishua to leave the First Peak, but she would never allow her to join the Ninth Peak. For Luo Lishua's actions would be tantamount to denying the value of the Shun Yu sword sect, potentially inciting panic among its disciples. Yuchili's brows knitted tightly as she coldly queried, Luo Lishua, have you consulted your father regarding your departure from the Shun Yu sword sect to join the Ninth Peak? Since I have already left home to cultivate, why must I seek my father's counsel for every matter? Luo Lishua replied with unyielding gravity, I am capable of making my own decisions regarding my withdrawal from the First Peak of the Shun Yu sword sect and my independent joining of the Ninth Peak. Her words left Yuchili momentarily speechless, unable to refute her. Luo Lishua, do you truly insist on this? Qinfeng's Ninth Peak lacks both cultivation resources and martial arts legacies. Joining the Ninth Peak would be tantamount to self-sabotage. A grievous misstep. Yuchili's countenance was as frigid as I see it am. Why mind is made up. I beseech the sect master to grant my request. Luo Lishua's expression remained unchanged. Very well, if that is your wish. I, the sect master, permit you to withdraw from the Shun Yu sword sect. Yuchili gritted her teeth in anger, struggling to contain her fury. She bellowed, Luo Lishua, as for your joining the Ninth Peak, this sect master cannot decide. You must consult Peak Master Chun. Luo Lishua smiled sweetly. She leaped gracefully from the high platform, her figure swaying as she approached Qinfeng. Peak Master Chun, I wish to join the Ninth Peak. I seek your approval. Luo Lishua, you are truly being reckless. Qinfeng gazed at Luo Lishua with a mixture of emotions, astonished that this woman would sacrifice so much to assist him. Luo Lishua was a genuine genius divine alchemist. Her future boundless. Yet now, she willingly chose to abandon the Shun Yu sword sect to join the Ninth Peak. Such a decision required immense courage. Qinfeng said, Luo Lishua, you still have the chance to reconsider. There is no need for such drastic measures. What? Qinfeng, do you believe I am being foolish, that I jest? Luo Lishua replied with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Qinfeng, my decision to withdraw from the Shun Yu sword sect and join the Ninth Peak is one I have considered thoroughly. I, Luo Lishua, harbor no regrets. Life is akin to a game of chess. One must not regret their moves. Should there come a day when you betray me, I shall still have a clear conscience. Look at how proactive she is, Qinfeng. How can you possibly refuse her? Jiang Qinghua interjected with a cold snort, patting Qinfeng's shoulder with mischievous intent. You should promptly take her into your harem. Or rather, under your wing. Ha, Qinfeng, my friend, you are truly fortunate. Baoyud laughed heartily, then added, I am genuinely envious. Luo Lishua, since you are determined, I grant you permission to join the Ninth Peak. Qinfeng chuckled, shaking his head. Yuchili's teeth clenched in fury, her eyes blazing with anger. Yet, she could do nothing but watch as Luo Lishua joined the Ninth Peak. Cursed, I must find a way to eliminate Qinfeng. Yuchili muttered through gritted teeth. Zhou Meyer smiled faintly, her eyes glimmering as she discerned Yuchili's thoughts. Yuchili, a national war will be held in 6 months. This concerns the fortune of our nation. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall Qinfeng during this time. Heed the Emperor's decree. Yuchili's eyes gleamed with a hint of coldness. Her resolve to eliminate Qinfeng was unwavering. Regardless of what Zhou Meyer said, she was determined to eradicate Qinfeng. Qinfeng, after I depart, you must cultivate diligently for the next 6 months. I look forward to your performance in the national war. Zhou Meyer chuckled softly, exuding charm and grace as she turned to leave, her steps light as she returned to her carriage. 8 handmaidens promptly lifted the palanquin, treading upon the crimson evening glow that blanketed the sky, vanishing from the heavens of the Shun Yu sword sect. Once Zhou Meyer was gone, Yuchili inhaled deeply, her gaze turning icy. Had it not been for the sake of her reputation, she would have acted immediately to eliminate Qinfeng. She coldly murmured, has this farce finally come to an end? Just then, a feeble voice emerged. Disciple Lu Shuyao, From this day forth, I formally withdraw from the fifth peak of the Shun Yu Sword Sect. Henceforth, I, Lu Shuiyao, shall join the ninth peak as an independent entity. Yu Qili's expression shifted abruptly. She spun around, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes on Lu Shuiyao, who, despite her injuries, lay in Ruan Hongling's embrace. Her expression icy, she reprimanded, "Ruan Hongling, manage your disciple well. Sect Master, a girl must not be kept. While Shuiyao is my disciple, she is now grown and has the right to choose that if she wishes to withdraw from the Shun Yu Sword Sect and join the ninth peak." "I have no objections," Ruan Hongling chuckled. Yu Qili was infuriated. Were these despicable individuals conspiring to rebel? "Is there anyone else? Speak up now. Who else wishes to withdraw from the Shun Yu Sword Sect and join the ninth peak?" Yu Qili's voice was frigid. Observing the lack of response, she sighed in relief. Only 2 had withdrawn from the Shun Yu Sword Sect to join the ninth peak, which would not threaten the sect's power. Though these 2 were a genius divine alchemist and a swordsmanship prodigy. What of it? Throughout history, martial arts geniuses were as numerous as the stars in the sky, of those legendary martial talents. How many achieved eternal supremacy? Luo Lixue and Lu Shuiyao were indeed gifted, but that did not guarantee their rise. Their choice to withdraw from the Shun Yu Sword Sect and join the ninth peak would be their gravest error. A flicker of murderous intent appeared in Yu Qili's eyes, for it would not be long before Chen Feng met his demise. Once Chen Feng was dead, the ninth peak would inevitably dissolve. "Chen Feng, I too wish to join the ninth peak. I trust you have no objections," Jiang Qingyue proclaimed proudly, exuding an air of superiority. "Welcome aboard." Chen Feng smiled, delighted at Jiang Qingyue's willingness to join the ninth peak. "Chen Feng, I too wish to join the ninth peak. I shall follow you from now on," Bao Yu chimed in. "Welcome aboard." Chen Feng's heart swelled with joy, with Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yu joining the ninth peak. Its strength had significantly increased, and he no longer had to fear being bullied. Yu Qili observed from the high platform, her rage escalating as she witnessed Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yu join the ninth peak. How could Chen Feng, this wretched beast, associate with so many martial powerhouses? He was unworthy of their company. Watching Chen Feng and the others laughing and enjoying themselves, she seethed with indignation. "Chen Feng, cherish your remaining time." Yu Qili sneered. "You dare promise the Empress that you will secure first place in the national war, yet you know nothing of its nature. Truly, you are overestimating your abilities. With your strength, participating in the national war is tantamount to a death sentence. Cherish these 6 months, for this period will mark your final days." Chapter 56. Forgetting friends for desire. "Hey, Yu Qili, you need not concern yourself with my affairs," Chen Feng chuckled lightly. "Continue your arrogance, Chen Feng. It won't last long." Yu Qili's expression was one of mockery, as she coldly regarded Chen Feng, "that I find myself somewhat fatigued. Everyone, please disperse." With that, she turned and departed the high platform, followed closely by the 4 elders. The 8 peak masters successively took their leave that as Ruan Hongling passed by Chen Feng. She entrusted Lu Shuiyao to him, stating seriously, "You must care for Xiao. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Rest assured, Sect Master. Shuiyao is my dear friend, and I will certainly look after her," Chen Feng assured her. Ruan Hongling smiled, her eyes drifting to the beautiful women surrounding Chen Feng, each possessing captivating beauty. They were never lacking in admirers. However, in this present day, they willingly gather here for Chen Feng, even forsaking their futures to join the ninth peak. Ruan Hongling could not help but shake her head, chuckling softly. "If I were the peak master and 20 years younger, I might also consider leaving the Xinhua Sword Sect to join the ninth peak. Peak master, you jest that I in my heart, you shall forever be 18. Chen Feng replied with a smile that as long as you wish. "The ninth peak will always welcome you with open arms." Such sweet words. No wonder so many young ladies are enamored with you. "Following you closely," Chen Feng remarked. "You must take good care of them. They have made great sacrifices for you." Ruan Hongling smiled slightly. "Since they have joined the ninth peak, as the peak master, I shall naturally look after them." Chen Feng nodded earnestly. "Let us depart. Chen Feng, your path is fraught with challenges. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out at the 5th peak." Ruan Hongling waved her hand and turned to leave, heading towards the 5th peak. "Thank you." Chen Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Ruan Hongling, that he then turned to Luo Lixue and Jiang Qingyue, saying, "Let us return to the ninth peak." Of course, wherever you go, we shall follow. Luo Lixue and Jiang Qingwei responded with sweet smiles, their radiant expressions captivating. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Luo Lixue and Jiang Qingwei, two exceptionally beautiful women, resembled two thorny roses competing for attention before him. With so many women around him, each a stunning beauty in her own right, possessing proud dispositions and vying for favor, how could they possibly coexist peacefully? Chen Feng, you are truly fortunate. Such fortune is indeed enviable. As the saying goes, with men and women working together, labor becomes effortless. To cultivate together brings such ease to life. I am envious, Bao Yud exclaimed, gazing at Chen Feng with admiration. With so many beautiful companions, your days ahead will surely be anything but dull. Did I ask this fortune bestowed upon you? Chen Feng shot a glare at Bao Yud, finding his glee rather irritating. I shall refrain from indulging in such fortune, Bao Yud replied with a grin. Chen Feng scoffed, turning to leave, cradling Lu Shuiyao as he made his way towards the 9th peak. Chen Feng, slow down, wait for me. You cannot forsake your friends for a woman. Do not forget me now that you have a wife. Bao Yud laughed loudly, quickening his pace to follow Chen Feng. At the 9th peak, Su Yaqing was anxious and pale, nervously waiting in her room. Upon hearing movement outside, she quickly rose and hurried to the door. Seeing Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face as she cried, "Senior brother, you have won. You truly have won. Do you know, I was so nervous, so fearful. I could not bear to look. I was terrified you might perish. With Master gone, senior brother, you are my only reliance in the Xinyue sword sect." As she spoke between sobs, her eyes were swollen. "Enough, little sister, it is all over. I have slain Li Wentian," Chen Feng said with a gentle smile. "Now, Lu Shuyao is injured. I must first lay her on the bed, so she can recuperate. We shall discuss everything later." "Yes," Su Yaqing nodded, releasing Chen Feng's arm and rushing inside to prepare the bed. "Quickly, senior brother, place Sister Shuyao on the bed," she urged earnestly. Chen Feng complied, laying Lu Shuyao down gently. "Shuyao, rest now. You must recover your strength. That I understand," Lu Shuyao murmured faintly, a weak smile gracing her lips as she drifted into a deep slumber. "Senior brother, is Sister Shuyao all right?" Su Yaqing inquired with concern. "She will be fine. Little sister, now that these three have joined the 9th peak, allow me to introduce them to you." Chen Feng stepped out of the room, gesturing towards Luo Lixue and Jiang Qingwei. "Little sister, this is Luo Lixue. She was originally a disciple of the 1st peak of the Xinyue sword sect. You have met her on 2 occasions and should find her familiar." "Familiar? Of course," Su Yaqing exclaimed. "Sister Luo Lixue is the most beautiful in the Xinyue sword sect, a genius alchemist renowned far and wide." With sparkling eyes, she regarded Luo Lixue, her impression of her extremely favorable. Although Luo Lixue had a notoriously proud demeanor, she had saved Chen Feng twice, thus earning Su Yaqing's gratitude. "Sister Yaqing, your words are truly sweet. Here, take this elixir. It is for you," Luo Lixue said, producing a high-quality 3rd-grade elixir from her storage ring, generously offering it to Su Yaqing. "Thank you, Sister Lixue." Su Yaqing's eyes lit up with excitement as she accepted the 3rd-grade elixir. "Luo Lixue, your generosity with a 3rd-grade elixir might spoil my little sister." Chen Feng chided her playfully. "Chen Feng, I have joined the 9th peak, and Su Yaqing is your little sister, making her mine as well. Is it not right for me to treat my little sister kindly?" Luo Lixue replied with a light laugh, a hint of pride in her tone. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly before continuing the introductions. "Little sister, this is Jiang Qingwei. She is a friend I met in the great wilderness. Though she can be somewhat temperamental, she is a good person at heart." "Humph." Jiang Qingwei huffed, casting a cold glare at Chen Feng, her gaze seemingly accusing him of calling her temperamental. However, her expression softened as she turned to Su Yaqing, a smile gracing her face. "Little sister, take this spirit fruit. It will be greatly beneficial to you." It was a yuanling fruit, containing immense spiritual energy, valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Su Yaqing was taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's lavishness. How could someone so generous simply gift away such a precious item? "Thank you, Sister Qingyue," Su Yaqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as she accepted the yuanling fruit. "Jiang Qingyue, do not spoil my little sister. A yuanling fruit is far too valuable." If you have so many resources, you might as well share them with me, Chen Feng remarked, furrowing his brow with concern that Jiang Qingyue might indulge Su Yaqing too much. Dream on. Jiang Qingyue rolled her eyes in response. With a sigh, Chen Feng continued the introductions. Little sister, this is Bao Yud. Like Jiang Qingyue, he is a friend I met in the great wilderness. While he may be greedy, he is not lecherous and is overall a decent person that I have met. Brother Bao, Su Yaqing replied sweetly. Little sister, I may not be as affluent as the two of them. I currently have only 10,000 spirit stones, which I offer as a gift for our first meeting, Bao Yud said, pulling out a beautifully embroidered bag containing the spirit stones and presenting it to Su Yaqing. Receiving the bag, Su Yaqing smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Bao. Bao Yud nodded with satisfaction. Chen Feng, your little sister has a much sweeter disposition than you. She is far more likable. Bao Yud, do indulge my little sister. You'll spoil her before long. Chen Feng shook his head. Suddenly, Chen Feng's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Luo Lixue. Luo Lixue, what exactly is the national war? Indeed, it was unwise of you to promise Her Majesty the Empress that you would participate in the national war, Luo Lixue said, her brows furrowing with concern. The so-called national war refers to the battle for national fortune, a conflict that stakes the very destiny of a nation. In the Qianyuan continent, there are 32 nations, and the Dezhou dynasty is merely one among them. To prevent warfare, these 32 nations have reached a consensus. Every 10 years, a national fortune battle is held, with each nation offering a city as a wager. The top 5 nations in the national fortune battle will divide 32 cities, with the first place taking 10. Thus, every nation regards a national war as of utmost importance, as it concerns territorial claims, national fortunes, and the well-being of the populace. Upon hearing Luo Lixue's explanation, Chen Feng finally understood. What are the specific rules of the national war? Each nation must send forth a warrior below the Void God realm to participate in the national fortune battle. This battle is one of life and death. Those who participate bear full responsibility for their lives. 32 nations, 32 warriors. Only those who rank in the top 5 may prevail. Luo Lixue continued, in the last national fortune battle. The Dezhou dynasty achieved 5th place. Can you guess who represented the Dezhou dynasty in that battle? I cannot guess. Chen Feng shook his head that it was Li Outyin. Luo Lixue furrowed her brows and remarked, he is Li Wentian's elder brother and the legitimate heir of the Li family, destined to become the next head of the Li clan. When he participated in the competition, he was already 29 years old, having reached the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Now a decade has passed, and it is likely that Li Outyin has already ascended to the Void God realm. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Great Zhou dynasty to not send him in a battle during this national competition. Chen Feng was taken aback at 29 years old, 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Li Outyan's talent was evident, and although he could not compare to the likes of Jiang Qingyue, a top-tier genius, he was still a martial prodigy within the Great Zhou dynasty. Li Outyan must have undoubtedly broken through to the Void God realm. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he inquired, is Li Outyan still in the imperial city? Probably not. Luo Lixue replied today, as far as I know, Li Outyan has already joined the martial academy. However, he might return for this national war, as you have killed his younger brother, and he will not let you off easily. Chen Feng, in my opinion, it would be best for you to forego this national competition. With your current strength, even if you possess exceptional talent and manage to break through to the Yin-Yang realm in just 6 months, you would still be unable to contend with other martial artists, let alone secure victory. Upon hearing these words, Chen Feng remained silent for a long while. After a moment, he lifted his head, his eyes bright and gleaming with fierce determination. He declared, I will not abandon the national competition. Although it is fraught with danger, it is also a golden opportunity. If I win the national competition, I will gain the privilege of listening to orders without being publicly announced, receive the rewards of this national war, and elevate the 9th Peak's reputation, solidifying its standing. My friend Chen Feng, I support your participation in the national competition. No matter how formidable the other martial artists may be, we shall defeat them. Bao Yud grinned and continued, there is still half a year until the national competition. We have ample time that we can venture into the great wilderness realm once more, and perhaps we might even encounter the Emperor's tomb. We cannot go to the great wilderness realm. Jiang Qingwei chuckled lightly, adding, "The great wilderness realm is sealed off by several prominent families. Those prominent families are truly detestable." Bao Yud huffed. Those families, relying on their deep roots and sheer numbers, always engage in such oppressive acts against wandering martial artists, sealing off the great wilderness. It is utterly infuriating. Jiang Qingwei rolled her eyes and scolded, "You foul Taoist, who are you cursing?" Jiang Qingwei, "I'm certainly cursing the Ji and Wang families. Those shameless prominent families, and it has nothing to do with the Jiang family." Bao Yud replied with an awkward smile. "The Jiang family conducts itself with integrity, earning respect." That is more like it." Jiang Qingwei laughed haughtily. "Even if we were not barred from entering, we would still not go to the great wilderness realm." Chun Feng's expression darkened instantly. The great wilderness realm is too perilous. And dealing with martial artists from different continents can easily lead to troubles, inviting disaster upon ourselves. Jiang Qingwei, Bao Yud, now that you two have joined the ninth peak, you must heed my commands when venturing out. And remember not to act recklessly. I understand." Jiang Qingwei replied with a proud tone, "That I comprehend." Bao Yud nodded enthusiastically. Chen Feng was the master of the ninth peak, and they, having chosen to join, were members of the ninth peak. Although they were not disciples, they were still obliged to follow Chen Feng's orders. "Jiang Qingwei, Bao Yud, while you must follow my instructions, we are friends, equal, and without hierarchy." Chen Feng's gaze was resolute, regardless of whether it was Jiang Qingwei, Bao Yud, or Luo Lixue and Lu Shuiyao. They had all joined the ninth peak as independent individuals, resembling more of a cooperative team rather than a master-disciple relationship. Chen Feng continued, "The ninth peak has now become independent from the Xinyue sword sect. We are lacking in resources and martial arts techniques, both of which are crucial. Junior sister, tomorrow morning, take Jiang Qingwei and Bao Yud to Xinyue Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts. The beast cores you obtain can be exchanged for resources." "Yes, senior brother." Su Yaqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she obediently listened to Chun Feng's orders. "Must we get to work so soon? I had initially hoped for a few more days of rest." Jiang Qingwei, "Look at your pretentiousness. If you do not wish to hunt demon beasts, then I and junior sister will go alone. You can stay here and rest. You foul Taoist, be quiet. Am I not allowed to complain even a little?" Jiang Qingwei glared at Bao Yud, finding him utterly vexing. "Then it is settled." Chen Feng commanded, "Junior sister, you are responsible for leading Jiang Qingwei and Bao Yud to Xinyue Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts and acquire beast cores for resource exchange." Chen Feng, "What about you and Luo Lixue?" Jiang Qingwei inquired, her brows slightly furrowed, that Lu Shuyao is injured and resting in bed, so she will not be working. I, along with Bao Yud and junior sister, will go to Xinyue Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts. What will you and Luo Lixue do?" "You two are a pair of lonely man and woman. It is easy for sparks to fly." At this, Jiang Qingwei showed an expression of dissatisfaction, wondering why Luo Lixue could enjoy the privilege of staying with Chen Feng without doing anything. Jiang Qingwei, how did a young lady from a noble family learn such foul language? Chen Feng shook his head and continued, "I, Chen Feng, am a person of integrity. What lonely man and woman sparks? How could I engage in such behavior? You're going to Xinyue Sword Mountain while I and Luo Lixue will be heading to the Imperial City." "Really? What are you going to do in the Imperial City?" Jiang Qingwei asked curiously. "Of course, I'm going to the Tianji Pavilion to purchase some martial arts techniques for inheritance and cultivation." Chen Feng chuckled, somewhat speechless. Chen Feng, Li Hao previously mentioned that as long as you dare to step out of the Xinyue Sword sect and into the Imperial City, the Li family will not rest until you are dead. A hint of seriousness flashed in Luo Lixue's beautiful eyes as she continued, "Our trip to the Tianji Pavilion in the Imperial City may indeed bring trouble. Do not worry, as long as we exercise a bit of disguise and act low-key, the Li family will not discover us." Chen Feng smiled, adding, "The Tianji Pavilion is located in the Imperial City. I cannot allow the Li family's threats to dictate my life and prevent me from ever setting foot in the Imperial City." "Indeed, you are right," Luo Lixue nodded. "When shall we set off?" "Tomorrow morning." Chen Feng replied, "At that time, Jiang Qingwei and the others will depart for Xinyue Sword Mountain while we head to the Tianji Pavilion in the Imperial City. As for Lu Shuyao, let her rest in bed for now. With Li Wentian dead, the ninth peak will not face any danger." Chapter 58, Ambush on the Road. As dawn broke, a pale light appeared in the eastern sky. An array of brilliance tore through the thick clouds, illuminating the ninth peak. Chen Feng and his companions each took on their respective tasks, proceeding with their original plans in groups. He and Luo Lixue were en route to the Tianji Pavilion in the Imperial City to procure some precious martial arts techniques while Su Yaqing, Jiang Qingyue, and Baoyu proceeded to Xinyue Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts. Not long after Chen Feng and Luo Lixue departed from the ninth peak, a figure hurriedly entered the main hall. Master, Chen Feng has left the ninth peak, accompanied by Luo Lixue. Where are they headed? It seems they are bound for the Imperial City, knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, yet still heading towards it. How bold of Chen Feng! Does he not fear the Li family's relentless pursuit? Very well. I shall send him off. Let him meet a gruesome fate within the Imperial City's borders. Go and relay this news to the Grand Elder. And then inform Li Hao in the hall. Yuchili stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her exquisite face as cold as frost, adorned with a fierce expression. Chen Feng cannot be spared. After experiencing the selection of the Peak Master, Chen Feng dares to lead the ninth peak independently from the Xinyue Sword sect. It is utterly intolerable. For this reason alone, he must be eliminated. Of course, I cannot personally handle such a trivial matter as eliminating Chen Feng given my status, but I can use the Grand Elder's hand and the Li family's influence to eradicate him. In the Xinyue Sword sect, life and death are determined solely by me. Chen Feng, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. A glint of coldness flickered in Yuchili's beautiful eyes, amidst the clouds and mist. Chen Feng soared on his sword, with Luo Lixue tightly embracing him from behind, both standing atop the Jintian sword. The sword's light tore through the sky, swiftly heading towards the Imperial City. Chen Feng, there are pursuers behind us, Luo Lixue whispered gently, her warm breath brushing against Chen Feng's ear. Yes, they are from the Xinyue Sword sect. They are either Yuchili's subordinates or the Grand Elders. Who else from the Xinyue Sword sect would dare to pursue me? However, they are arriving too swiftly. We have barely left the ninth peak when they have already caught up. This indicates that our every move is being monitored. Chen Feng's brows furrowed deeply. Indeed, we are certainly being watched. Luo Lixue's delicate brow creased as she asked, "What should we do now?" "Kill. We must eliminate them all." Luo Lixue, hold on tight to me. We are approaching a valley. And I plan to make a forced landing. Chen Feng's heart turned murderous as he controlled the Zhen Tian sword, flying towards the valley below. This beast suddenly altered its course. The Grand Elder said it was heading to the Imperial City. Why would it change direction? We have been exposed. Quickly pursue it. Do not let this beast escape. The Grand Elder issued a dire command. This time, he must be killed at all costs. The three warriors of the Chaos Realm immediately stiffened, swiftly soaring towards the valley. The leader, Lin Long, a 7th-tier Chaos Realm expert, was a specially invited assassin by the Grand Elder. The other two, Lin Hu and Lin Bao, were 6th and 5th-tier Chaos Realm warriors. Respectively to AT this moment, they had already pursued into the valley, searching for Chen Feng's whereabouts. Suddenly, a sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, emerging from behind a rock, aimed directly at Lin Bao. "Be cautious, third brother." Lin Long's expression changed dramatically. Just then, a furious roar erupted. Heaven-shattering sword. Chen Feng burst forth from behind the rock, moving with incredible speed. The Jintian sword, like a bolt of lightning, unleashed a formidable sword aura, directly cleaving towards Lin Bao. "You little bastard, you seek death." Lin Bao glared viciously at Chen Feng, swinging his large blade towards him. Clang! The clash of blade and sword sent sparks flying. Bang! A surge of immense energy penetrated the blade, crashing heavily into Lin Bao. With a gasp, Lin Bao felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out blood. His face turning pale and ghastly, he collapsed to the ground, his weapon slipping from his grasp, staring fixedly at Chen Feng. "You wretched creature! How could you?" Lin Bao could hardly believe it. With a single sword strike, he had been gravely injured by Chen Feng. Lin Long, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura, bore down on Chen Feng. "You dare to kill my third brother? I will ensure you are ground to dust." Lin Long's murderous intent was palpable. "Chen Feng, release my brother, and I will grant you a complete corpse today." Lin Hu snarled menacingly. "You little bastard, will you not release him at once? Do you wish to die without a complete remains?" Lin Bao seethed with fury, glaring at Chen Feng. You cowardly scoundrel. If it weren't for your sneak attack, how could I have fallen into your hands? Chen Feng laughed lightly. With a single sword strike, he had shattered Lin Bao. Now, with Lin Bao at his mercy, he could snuff out Lin Bao's life at will. Hearing Lin Long and Lin Hu's threats, Chen Feng remained unafraid and laughed mockingly. Die. He swung his sword down. Lin Bao's head was severed. Blood gushed forth as a severed head rolled away from the neck. Ensure I die without a complete corpse? Huh. You three brothers lack the capability. Chen Feng's expression remained icy. Since you have come, you shall all perish. Ah, you little bastard, having killed my third brother, I will tear your body apart. Lin Long's eyes were bloodshot. Elder brother, let us strike together and slay this beast, subjecting him to a lingering death. Lin, whose ferocity was unmistakable. Boom, boom. Lin Long and Lin, who charged at Chen Feng, wielding their large blades with ferocious intent. You little bastard, my brother and I are both above you in realm cultivation. Today, you shall surely die. Lin Long's movements were swift and fierce as he soared into the air. His sharp blade aimed at Chen Feng's head. 3 swords of the demon. Chen Feng growled low. The golden sword cleaved forth. This strike was powerful and overwhelming, as terrifying true essence coalesced in a formidable sword energy. Cleaving towards Lin Long, bang, boom. Explosions echoed deafeningly. The clash of energies resonated continuously. Chen Feng was pushed back 10 meters, while Lin Long was staggered back 5 meters, his arm torn and blood flowing. This beast sword technique is so ferocious. If not for my superior realm, I would surely be defeated. Lin Long's heart sank. Swish, swish. Lin, whose large blade was incredibly fierce, striking down repeatedly at Chen Feng. Steadying himself, Chen Feng did not dare to underestimate Lin, whose onslaught. Heaven-shattering sword. Chen Feng steadied his mind and unleashed his golden sword with great force. Clang. Boom. Energy exploded. The ground beneath Chen Feng's feet shattered, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Lin, who was also left reeling, his arm cracked and bleeding profusely. Elder brother, this little bastard is not right. Lin, whose expression darkened. Indeed, this little bastard is merely at the initial stage of the Chaos Realm. So he should not be this strong. Lin Long furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. Perhaps this little scoundrel has cultivated some secret technique, allowing him to temporarily enhance his strength several-fold. Lin Long's gaze darkened. His eyes fixated on Chen Feng. This beast must not be allowed to live. Today, we must kill Chen Feng, or else we shall be nurturing a tiger to harm us. He declared fiercely, you and I shall strike together to ensure his demise. Good. Lin, who replied, his expression fierce as he charged at Chen Feng with his blade drawn. Lin Long's eyes were sharp as he simultaneously attacked, flanking Chen Feng. Fight. Chen Feng held the golden sword. Unafraid, as waves of battle intent surged within him. Facing the combined assault of Lin Long and Lin Hu, he showed no fear, actively evolving his combat techniques to meet them. Luo Lixua hid behind a rock, smiling sweetly as she watched Chen Feng battle Lin Long and Lin Hu miss. Do you need me to lend him a hand? A shadowy figure, ethereal and almost invisible, followed closely behind Luo Lixua. Not yet. I know Chen Feng well. He is undoubtedly hiding some trump card. With Zhang Qingyue and Bao Yid absent, no one could assist him. This was a perfect opportunity to test him and see what his hidden cards were. Watching Chen Feng fight with such elegance, Luo Lixua's heart fluttered, and a smile of admiration blossomed on her face. Chapter 59. The celestial demon body reveals its might. Boom, boom. The fierce clash continued. Chen Feng, facing 2 opponents, stood undefeated, relying solely on 2 combat techniques. My current limit is the 7th tier of the Chaos Realm. Previously, I was slightly outmatched by Li Xian, solely because he is at the 8th tier of the Chaos Realm. However, I have yet to employ the Celestial Demon Body, or evolve the Dao patterns that if I were to activate the Celestial Demon Body and evolve the Dao patterns, I might be able to advance even further. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled as he tested his own strength through this battle. This beast's sword technique is exquisite. Perhaps the secret technique he cultivated is a form of swordsmanship. Lin Long's large blade swung towards Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Long's blade was once again blocked by Chen Feng. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Lin Long bellowed, Second brother, do not kill this beast just yet. Leave him alive so we can extract his sword techniques. Understood. Lin Hu's face was grave as he pushed his sword techniques to their limits, attacking Chen Feng repeatedly, but failing to land a single blow. He realized that Chen Feng's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not be this formidable. Elder brother is at the 7th tier of the Chaos Realm, and I am at the 6th tier. This beast is able to face 2 opponents with his sword techniques, demonstrating the remarkable prowess of his cultivation. Li Wentian's defeat to this beast is truly unjust. Lin Hu licked his lips, his gaze greedy as he coveted Chen Feng's sword techniques. With your abilities, you dare to covet my sword techniques? How utterly laughable. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold as he sneered mockingly. Celestial Demon Body, activate. Boom. Chen Feng's body trembled violently, his bones crackling like thunder. At this moment, if one were to peel back Chen Feng's clothing, they would see golden patterns emerging on his skin, a marvel beyond words. These are Dao patterns. Moreover, Chen Feng's flesh became translucent, a rosy hue akin to that of exquisite jade, exuding an air of mystique. Lin Long and Lin Hu's expressions changed dramatically. Realizing that Chen Feng's body had undergone a transformation, a terrifying pressure surged forth. Lin Long and Lin Hu's hearts trembled as they felt an intense threat of death. Damn it, what did this beast just do? Was he suppressing his strength before? No, that's not it. This little scoundrel's realm cultivation has shown no change. Lin Long and Lin Hu fixed their gazes on Chen Feng. Kill! Without a word, Chen Feng moved with blinding speed, wielding the golden sword as he struck at Lin Long and Lin Hu. Together, Lin Long's heart raced, not daring to be careless. His combat technique breaking Earth Dragon. He swung his large blade, aiming to cleave Chen Feng in two. In an instant, a powerful wave of blade energy shattered the air, creating a sonic boom. The sharp blade, fierce and relentless, descended upon Chen Feng's head. Breaking Earth Tiger. Lin Hu's gaze was sharp as he coordinated with Lin Long, simultaneously unleashing their profound combat techniques. Boom boom. The 2 large blades came crashing down, their blade energy overwhelmingly tyrannical, a chilling aura of slaughter. The valley reverberated with thunderous roars. The surrounding cliffs rumbled, rocks tumbling down, one sword shattering heaven. 3 swords of the demon. Chen Feng roared in fury. In that moment, his true essence surged within him, powerful and vigorous. Erupting forth, he swung the golden sword down with tremendous force. This strike, combining 2 powerful combat techniques, was the ultimate human emperor's secret skill, unparalleled in might. The sword energy surged forth magnificently as Chen Feng's golden sword descended. A brilliant golden sword light tore through space, like a long rainbow piercing the sun. Unstoppable. Lin Long and Lin Hu, in a frenzy, screamed in despair as they desperately tried to defend with their profound techniques. They could only see a blinding golden light before a wave of terrifying killing intent swept over them. Bang boom. The sound of iron shattering rang out. Lin Long's heart trembled as his large blade shattered in response. Utterly unbelievable. Suddenly, Lin Long felt a chill in his chest, as if a sharp sword had pierced through his heart. He spat out blood instinctively. Glancing at Lin Hu, he realized that Lin Hu had already collapsed, his body drenched in a pool of blood. Second brother. Lin Long's anguished wail echoed, while Lin Hu's heart was pierced, rendering him lifeless. Death. The golden great sword thrust fiercely, piercing Lin Long's heart. Splurt. Chen Feng, in a display of overwhelming dominance, withdrew the Jin Tian sword, blood splattering through the air. Hunyuan Tiangong. Chen Feng's gaze darkened as he invoked a secret technique, devouring the essence blood of the 3 Lin brothers for his own transformation. Soon, the bodies of the Lin brothers withered and shriveled, becoming mere husks. Behind the rocks, Luo Lishu witnessed the entire scene with her brows furrowed in distress. Miss, this individual is extraordinary. The secret technique he practices likely originates from a forbidden realm. He consumes the essence blood of others to refine his own true energy, thus enhancing his strength. Such methods are characteristic of ancient deities and demons, with exceedingly harsh cultivation conditions. Just moments ago, this person's body trembled violently. Though his realm did not change, his power surged exponentially. He may possess some form of divine body, capable not only of strengthening his physical form, but also of amplifying his prowess. Miss, throughout history, divine bodies have been exceedingly rare, one in countless thousands. A shadowy figure flickered, elusive and indistinct, its voice grave and serious. I asked it a divine body. Sha, can you ascertain which type of divine body Chen Feng possesses? Luo Lishue's beautiful eyes fluttered. That I apologize, miss, but there are numerous types of divine bodies, and this individual is too well concealed for me to discern anything. Sha replied, cloaked in a black robe, his form wavering. Understood. Luo Lishue murmured, her brow slightly knitted. It dawned on her just how terrifying Chen Feng's hidden cards truly were. He not only cultivated forbidden arts from a realm of taboo, but also possessed a mysterious divine body. Unfathomably deep. Sha, you may withdraw for now that he is returning. Do not let him detect your presence, Luo Lishue instructed, her expression serious. Rest assured, miss. I am tasked with your protection and shall remain undetected, Sha assured as he vanished abruptly. At that moment, Chen Feng approached, his expression complex, casting an unusual gaze upon Luo Lishue. He cautioned, Luo Lishue, what transpired just now must not be disclosed. What? Chen Feng, do you not trust me? A ripple of emotion stirred in Luo Lishue's beautiful eyes. It is not a matter of trust, but rather the unpredictability of human nature. Chen Feng shook his head, continuing, Luo Lishue, you have shown kindness to me in the past. I believe you will not betray my trust. What happened earlier pertains to my secret, and if revealed, it could bring about my demise. Hee. Luo Lishue covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her sparkling eyes radiating sweetness. Chen Feng, have you entrusted your life and fortune to me? Indeed. Chen Feng's gaze grew solemn. That my intuition tells me you are worthy of trust. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, and he inquired, whom were you speaking with just now? Luo Lishue was slightly taken aback. Thinking to herself, has Chen Feng discovered Sha? No, that cannot be. Sha was sent by my father to protect me, that he excels at concealing his presence. There is no way Chen Feng could detect him. Realizing this, Luo Lishue pursed her lips, revealing a smile. Chen Feng, everyone harbors secrets. If I were to say I was merely talking to myself and not conversing with anyone, would you believe me? I would. Chen Feng replied, his face betraying no sign of doubt. Since Luo Lishue was unwilling to reveal the identity of the other party, he did not press further, for he believed that Luo Lishue harbored goodwill towards him and would never seek to harm him. Let us go. There is still a considerable distance to the imperial city, and we must continue our journey. Chen Feng said with a serene smile as he formed a seal, casting the Jin Tian sword into the sky. Swish! The Jin Tian sword soared upward. Chen Feng took the initiative to grasp Luo Lishue's delicate hand, guiding her to ascend onto the Jin Tian sword. Let us depart, Chen Feng commanded as he activated his true energy. Soaring through the air upon the sword, Luo Lishue followed closely behind him, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist, her cheek nestled against his back, revealing a joyful smile. Chapter 60. Testing me? You are not yet qualified. The Imperial City, the most bustling metropolis of the Great Zhou dynasty, teeming with traffic and throngs of people. The sounds of street vendors hawking there filled the air. Candied hawthorn, get your candied hawthorn here. 1 spirit stone per skewer, come and see. Selling watermelons. If the watermelon ain't sweet, no charge, boss. Give me a not sweet one disguised. Chen Feng entered the Imperial City, with Luo Lishue linking arms with him, their closeness resembling that of a couple. Is it necessary for you to cling to me so closely? Chen Feng shot a glare at Luo Lishue. Feigning as companions makes it less likely for our identities to be exposed. She replied with a slight smile. Then let us head directly to the Tianji Pavilion. Chen Feng said with a resigned chuckle. The Imperial City is far too perilous. We should attend to our business at the Tianji Pavilion first. And then we can depart at any time. All right, Luo Lishue agreed, her smile radiant as she walked beside Chen Feng, attracting the attention of many. Heavens, that woman is stunning. Her face, her figure, her bosom, her legs, utterly perfect. Indeed, the beauty of that woman was exceptional, rendering onlookers spellbound. Many were captivated by Luo Lishue's beauty, rendered motionless in her presence. Luo Lishue, I have long said that your beauty is breathtaking and draws attention easily. I suggested you apply a few blemishes to your face for disguise, yet you refused to listen. Now look, so many men are rendered speechless at the sight of you. Chen Feng glared at Luo Lixue, vexed that her beauty was causing him trouble. Humph, is it my fault for being beautiful? Luo Lixue huffed, her pride radiating charm, captivating those around her. Chen Feng dared not linger, pulling Luo Lixue along as they made their way to the Tianji Pavilion. Is this the Tianji Pavilion? Chen Feng halted before a 7-story building, resembling a pagoda, its walls adorned with crystal stones and gold leaf, exuding opulence. You have never been to the Tianji Pavilion. Luo Lixue clung to Chen Feng's arm, gazing at him with curiosity. Never, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. Before I turned 13, I was always by my master's side cultivating. After he passed away, I guarded his tomb for 3 years, and just months ago did I conclude my vigil. I had no time to visit the Tianji Pavilion. Luo Lixue smiled sweetly, her heart aching for Chen Feng's difficult childhood. The Tianji Pavilion wields enormous power, with branches spread across the Qianyuan continent and beyond. The founder of the Tianji Pavilion, known as the Old Man of Tianji, is shrouded in mystery. It is said that no one has seen his face to this day. You seem well acquainted with the Tianji Pavilion? Chen Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. Of course. Luo Lixue beamed with pride, that I frequently visited the Tianji Pavilion in my childhood, though not this one. It was the one near my home. She was the daughter of the Dan Wang. With a status and position of immense prestige, to the Tianji Pavilion. She was a revered guest, as her father's elixirs were worth their weight in gold, and the pavilion often sought to procure them. Thus, she was well informed about the Tianji Pavilion. Come, Chen Feng, stay behind me. I shall lead you to broaden your horizons at the Tianji Pavilion. Luo Lixue smiled confidently, stepping in front of Chen Feng, without room for Chen Feng to refuse. She took his hand and led him into the Tianji Pavilion. Am I being forced into this? Chen Feng thought to himself as he experienced the overwhelming assertiveness of a woman for the first time. Unable to resist as Luo Lixue pulled him into the pavilion. Upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, Luo Lixue's demeanor transformed dramatically. As if she had become a different person, she exuded pride and aloofness. Her gaze dismissive of everything around her, revealing a hint of disdain. Previously, when she was beside Chen Feng, she was sweet and endearing, almost delicate. Now, Chen Feng could only watch in astonishment as Luo Lixue underwent such a transformation. Luo Lixue, what is your true background? Chen Feng's brow furrowed, his heart filled with suspicion as he scrutinized her closely. That is secret. Luo Lixue chuckled lightly, her demeanor softening towards Chen Feng. As Luo Lixue entered the Tianji Pavilion. Her striking appearance, elegant demeanor, and outstanding figure captivated the attention of many. A Tianji Pavilion steward approached with a warm smile, quickly welcoming them. Esteemed guest, are you here to buy treasures or sell them? You are unworthy to attend to me. Ignoring the steward's courtesy, Luo Lixue cast a cold glance and replied, Go summon your pavilion master. The steward was momentarily taken aback, confusion washing over him as he regarded Luo Lixue with astonishment. This woman's beauty truly resembled that of a celestial being, her aloof and proud demeanor radiating an aura of purity that deterred others from approaching. Yet, strangely, she was accompanied by a man, holding his hand. He cautiously inquired, Esteemed guest, our pavilion master is currently absent. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? I will certainly inform the pavilion master upon his return. Testing me. You are not yet qualified. Luo Lixue shot a haughty glance at the steward. I intended to negotiate a significant transaction with your pavilion master. However, since he is not present, it seems I shall have to forego the opportunity. Upon hearing the news of a significant transaction, the attendant was instantly plunged into contemplation, his expression revealing his discomfort. Zhuang Yun, please attend to the other guests. I shall handle this pair of companions. He instructed that a stunning woman descended gracefully from the second floor, her enchanting smile captivating all. Yes, esteemed master. The attendant replied awkwardly with a nod, turning to depart. Who is that exquisite lady? How could she warrant the personal attention of the master of Mengyue? Murmured the crowd. Within the imperial city, aside from a few prominent family heads or members of the royal family, it was unlikely anyone else could command such attention. The woman's celestial beauty suggested a noble lineage, possibly even royal blood. Curiosity burgeoned among the onlookers regarding Luo Lixue's identity. Humph, now that is more like it. Only when the master arrives does it seem there is a genuine intention to discuss business. Luo Lixue remarked with an air of pride. At this moment, Chen Feng, following closely behind Luo Lixue, felt an overwhelming embarrassment at her arrogance that he could not fathom why Luo Lixue would dare to act so haughtily. After all, as a mere third-tier alchemist, did she truly believe she could put on airs? Should her true identity be uncovered, it would spell considerable trouble. Luo Lixue, perhaps we should adopt a more low-key approach. I fear we might be thrown out, he whispered urgently. What are you afraid of? I have everything under control. Luo Lixue replied confidently, grasping Chen Feng's hand reassuringly. Mingyue, with her alluring figure and charming smile, approached Luo Lixue. Her enchanting eyes flickered, revealing a hint of intrigue as she scrutinized Luo Lixue. However, what puzzled her was the inability to discern the depths of Luo Lixue's true nature. Dear guest, I am Mingyue, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. You mentioned wanting to discuss a significant transaction. May I inquire what it entails? Here is the major transaction I spoke of. Luo Lixue replied coolly, gesturing to Chun Feng behind her. This is Chun Fan, my fiancé, who wishes to purchase some martial techniques and treasures here. That wouldn't you say that qualifies as a significant transaction? Chun Fan was merely a pseudonym for Chun Feng. Prior to their arrival, they had agreed to refer to each other by their aliases to maintain discretion. That Mingyue's brows furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion welcomed thousands of patrons daily, all seeking elixirs, martial techniques, and treasures. What, then, could this be considered but a trivial matter? This woman was clearly here to provoke, audaciously attempting to toy with her. Dear guest, this jest is in poor taste, and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is neither a place for amusement nor a venue for wild antics. If you seek to create trouble, it would be wise to choose another setting, Mingyue admonished, her expression icy as she glared at Luo Lixue. That moment, several figures descended from the second floor, their steely gazes locking onto Luo Lixue, poised to act at Mingyue's command should the need arise to subdue her. Suddenly, however, Luo Lixue produced a jade talisman from her storage ring, flashing it before Mingyue's eyes with a smile. Mingyue, may I now jest freely? The sight of the talisman caused Mingyue's expression to dramatically shift, her shock palpable. That talisman was a symbol of the highest status within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, possessed only by the most distinguished individuals that I in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Only the Empress herself held such a talisman. Those who bore it could expect unparalleled treatment at the pavilion. Having served in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion for years, Mingyue had never laid eyes on such a talisman until now, and the thrill was undeniable. The talisman bore intricate engravings, crafted with a unique technique that rendered it impossible to counterfeit. Mingyue exclaimed in astonishment. That talisman you displayed just now, though it flashed past swiftly, I clearly recognized it as genuine. Mingyue, I am awaiting your response. May I jest here now? Luo Lixue inquired with a radiant smile, her demeanor serene and unflustered. Certainly, of course, you may, esteemed guests. Please follow me to the second floor. The bustling crowd below is not conducive to discussion. Mingyue replied with a slight smile. She waved her hand, and the figures that had descended from the second floor vanished in an instant. Ascending to the second floor, Luo Lixue and Chun Feng closely followed her. Chun Feng whispered, Luo Lixue, what was that jade talisman you displayed? A token of trust, she replied with a charming smile. Rest assured. Chun Feng, you shall possess a talisman in due time. Once inside the meeting room, Mingyue inquired, what grade of martial techniques and treasures do you wish to acquire? Chun Feng was about to mention the yellow-tier techniques when Luo Lixue interrupted him. Yellow-tier techniques and treasures? Chun Feng, are you determined to have Mingyue dismiss us? She warned him subtly, her eyes conveying a clear message. The issue is, I lack the funds for more expensive techniques and treasures. Chun Feng protested, shaking his head. Everything is under my purview. Luo Lixue replied with a gentle smile, tightening her grip on his hand. She turned her gaze to Mingyue, her expression cool and haughty. What grades of martial techniques and treasures does the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion offer? I implore you not to waste my time with inferior goods. Present me with your most treasured possessions. Mingyue's brows knitted in surprise. She had not anticipated such a fiery temperament from the stunning woman before her, demanding the finest treasures upon her arrival. Yet, realizing the woman possessed a talisman, it was evident that her status was not to be trifled with. The treasured item is a cauldron for alchemy, a low-grade earth-tier artifact, once used by the daughter of the alchemy king, Luo He, she replied. Luo Lishua shook her head with a smile, unimpressed by the notion of using a low-grade Earth-tier alchemy cauldron. After all, as the daughter of the Alchemy King, she would have utilized a heavenly-tier cauldron at the very least. Could a mere low-grade artifact suffice for alchemical endeavors? Mingyue, are you certain that the daughter of the Alchemy King utilized that cauldron? Absolutely certain, Mingyue insisted, her eyes unwavering. It is precisely because it was used by the daughter of the Alchemy King that it is regarded as a treasured item and is not for sale. Mingyue stood, her form graceful as she approached a cabinet and revealed a cauldron, its surface as dark as ink, reminiscent of a square vessel adorned with sheep horns, etched with numerous secret patterns. This is the cauldron used by the daughter of the Alchemy King, known as the Four-Sheep Square Vessel, a low-grade Earth-tier artifact. Truly remarkable. Mingyue's expression shifted to one of solemnity as she earnestly introduced the cauldron to Luo Lishue. However, upon seeing the cauldron, Luo Lishue was even more convinced she had never used it. Mingyue's unwavering claims that the daughter of the Alchemy King had utilized it raised suspicions. Either she had been deceived or was deliberately embellishing its value. Luo Lishue chuckled softly. Regardless of the reason, she had no intention of purchasing the cauldron. Mingyue, aside from that cauldron, does the vast heavenly mechanism pavilion not possess other worthy items? We have a plethora of techniques and treasures below the Earth tier. Mingyue responded, Please, esteemed guests, follow me, and you may select at your leisure. Chen Feng and Luo Lishue followed Mingyue into a private chamber filled with numerous shelves. Displayed upon these shelves were a dazzling array of jade slips inscribed with martial techniques, alongside various treasures of diverse types. Divine Wind Sword Technique, a yellow-tier middle-grade combat skill. Thunder Fist, a mysterious-tier low-grade combat skill. Mountain Splitter Palm, a mysterious-tier middle-grade combat skill. Chen Feng perused the shelves, picking up jade slips for careful examination, only to shake his head in disappointment. The quality of these martial techniques was abysmally low, hardly suitable for anyone beyond a novice, with limited potential for advancement. Indeed, however, the superior techniques are monopolized by the prominent families. They would never expose them for sale at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Luo Lishue remarked, her brows furrowed in frustration. Currently, the Ninth Peak stands independent within the Xinyue Sword sect, lacking in inherited techniques and treasures. While these techniques may be subpar, they are certainly better than having none at all. I shall select a few suitable ones from the yellow tier and mysterious tier offerings. Chen Feng chose 20 jade slips from the shelves, 15 of which were mysterious tier combat skills and 5 were yellow tier combat skills. Those he deemed worthy, that I shall take these 20 combat skills. Mingyue, please calculate the price, he declared. Certainly, the price is quite reasonable. Mingyue replied with a smile, taking the 20 jade slips and performing a quick calculation. That as you are a distinguished guest, you may acquire these 20 jade slips for a mere 30,000 spirit stones. For anyone else, the price would be at least 40,000 spirit stones. You truly have struck a bargain. 30,000? Chen Feng exclaimed in shock. That is outrageous. Where on earth would I find 30,000 spirit stones? As it stands, I only possess 3,000. He forced a smile, shaking his head as he said, Master Mingyue, could you possibly lower the price a bit? You are a distinguished guest, so name your price. And if it's reasonable, I shall sell it to you. Mingyue responded with a faint smile. 3,000? Chen Feng inquired tentatively. What? Mingyue's expression stiffened, her skepticism evident. 3,000. That amounts to 20 jade slips. 3,000 spirit stones is merely a pittance. She furrowed her brow and remarked, Esteemed guest, 3,000 spirit stones can at most procure 2 jade slips, and those would be of the low-grade yellow tier. You cannot acquire any profound tier techniques with such an offer. Mingyue sighed. Indeed, 30,000 spirit stones is excessive. Luo Lishue chuckled, saying, How about this? 20,000 spirit stones. If that works for you, we can finalize the deal immediately. This, esteemed guest, that is not a negotiation. It is an attempt to acquire for free. Mingyue shook her head with a bitter smile. The 20 jade slips included 15 profound tier techniques and 5 yellow tier ones. Her initial offer of 30,000 spirit stones was already quite generous. If it were not for that one jade talisman, she could never have quoted such a low price. Yet now, the other party's opening bid was a mere 20,000 spirit stones, a drastic cut to her bottom line. The cost of the 20 jade slips alone was at least 20,000 spirit stones. After all her efforts, she would earn not a single spirit stone from this significant transaction. Mingyue, I can add at most 3,000 more, making it 23,000 spirit stones. That if that works, we finalize the deal right away. Seeing Mingyue's distressed expression, Chenfeng raised his offer point. 20 jade slips for 23,000 spirit stones was the utmost limit for him and Luo Lixue. Done. After all, you are esteemed guests. I cannot afford to offend you. Mingyue sighed, resignedly stating 23,000 spirit stones for the 20 jade slips. You may take them all. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng was immediately elated. Exchanging smiles with Luo Lixue, Luo Lixue produced an embroidered bag and handed it to Chenfeng, saying, "This contains 20,000 spirit stones I am lending you. You must return it to me later." Understood. Thank you. Chenfeng expressed his gratitude, then retrieved 3,000 spirit stones from his storage ring, his last bit of savings, and handed them over to Mingyue. Master Mingyue, please confirm the quantity of spirit stones. If all is in order, I shall take the 20 jade slips that no need to count. Mingyue replied with a chuckle. You are esteemed guests. I trust you. She accepted the spirit stones in her storage ring and handed the 20 jade slips to Chenfeng. With a beaming smile, Chenfeng stored the jade slips away. His gaze then fell upon a dilapidated bamboo tube, which contained a black jade slip. Master Mingyue, since we have concluded such a significant transaction, might I request that forsaken bamboo tube as a gift? I wish to take it back for my junior sister. Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Chenfeng. Was he truly this miserly? A gift for his junior sister was merely a battered bamboo tube. That worthless object had languished in the Tianji Pavilion for over a decade without anyone showing interest, yet he desired it. She replied, "If you wish to take this trivial item, you may." "Thank you." Chenfeng replied with a smile, promptly stowing the worn bamboo tube in his storage ring. Luo Lixue's brows knitted slightly, deep in thought. She understood that the object was likely not as simple as a mere bamboo tube, for otherwise, Chenfeng would not have specifically requested it. The only explanation was that the bamboo tube must conceal some mystery. She smiled faintly, addressing Mingyue. Master Mingyue, I apologize for the disturbance today, that we have nearly acquired what we came for, so we shall take our leave. What are the treasures? Do you esteemed guests not wish to take a look at these artifacts? Mingyue inquired. What is there to see in a pile of worthless junk? Luo Lixue silently scoffed, yet she replied, These artifacts are far too ordinary. We shall not rush into a purchase but will return when superior items become available. With a resigned smile, Mingyue allowed Chenfeng and Luo Lixue to depart from the Tianji Pavilion. Upon exiting, Luo Lixue's exquisite eyes flickered with curiosity as she furrowed her brow, asking, Chenfeng, what is concealed within that dilapidated bamboo tube that warrants your keen interest? Chapter 62. The Celestial Diagram of Obscured Skies. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Chenfeng furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, Luo Lixue, let us find an inn to stay at first. I shall explain everything to you there. All right, Luo Lixue agreed. Soon, the two found an inn to settle in. Chenfeng had initially intended to book 2 rooms, but Luo Lixue insisted on sharing one with him. Reluctantly, Chenfeng conceded, for he had no spirit stones left. This stay was funded by Luo Lixue. Spirit stones must be earned, or else one would be at the mercy of women. It was an unpleasant situation to rely on others in the room. Chenfeng shook his head in exasperation, having not a single spirit stone to his name. Chenfeng, what is inside that dilapidated bamboo tube? Luo Lixue asked, shedding her long robe to reveal a thin layer of translucent cicada silk, through which her fair skin could be faintly discerned. Chenfeng's gaze flickered momentarily as he caught sight of her delicate legs, as smooth as jade and slender as willow. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. He cleared his throat, regaining his composure to respond. The bamboo tube is merely a facade. It conceals treasures within. With a forceful slam, Chenfeng hurled the dilapidated bamboo tube against the floor that it shattered. A black sheepskin scroll tumbled out. Indeed, there was a treasure. Chenfeng, how did you know that this dilapidated bamboo tube contained something? Luo Lixue was taken aback, her expression complex as she observed the black scroll fall. As a divine alchemist, she prided herself on her formidable spiritual sense, capable of perceiving what others could not. Yet, she had scrutinized the bamboo tube for a long time without detecting the hidden scroll. Chun Feng's ability to discern it astounded her. Chen Feng, this bamboo tube is exceedingly old and worn, having been in Tianji Pavilion for over a decade. Besides you, no one else has discovered that it conceals something. How did you realize it? Chen Feng certainly could not admit that he had not discovered the scroll himself. The bamboo tube was far too decrepit. It was so flimsy that it could easily be mistaken for a urinal. Under normal circumstances, he would not even spare a glance at such a wretched object. However, this time, the voice of Elder Tower had suddenly resonated in his mind, urging him to take the bamboo tube. Claiming it concealed an opportunity that in the past, Elder Tower had never actively prompted him unless the spirit within the spiritual position awakened and summoned him to cultivate in the chaotic tower. Hence, Elder Tower's sudden advice indicated the value of the contents within the bamboo tube was extraordinary, presenting a significant opportunity for Chen Feng. Regrettably, Elder Tower had not divulged the nature of the black sheepskin scroll. Chen Feng, I am asking you a question. How did you discern that the dilapidated bamboo tube contained something? Luo Lishue pressed again, noticing Chun Feng's distraction that I have a spiritual connection with this black sheepskin scroll. It revealed to me that it was sealed within the bamboo tube and hoped I would take it away. Chun Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, some treasures possess the ability to resonate with warriors on a spiritual level. If what you say is true, and this black sheepskin scroll has established a connection with you, it must be an extraordinary treasure of significant worth. Luo Lishue frowned, secretly marveling at Chun Feng's extraordinary luck. At that moment, Elder Tower's voice echoed again, directly transmitting into Chun Feng's mind. Young Master, this item is known as the Celestial Diagram of Obscured Skies, a sovereign artifact of the Celestial Emperor of Obscured Skies. It is said that a mysterious treasure, related to the Celestial Emperor, is hidden within the Celestial Diagram of Obscured Skies. Young Master, the Celestial Diagram of Obscured Skies is truly remarkable that to prevent its loss. You may drop a drop of your blood upon it. This will allow the diagram to recognize you as its master and serve you. Understood. Chen Feng's thoughts stirred. Elder Tower directly conveyed this message to his mind, ensuring that even with Luo Lishue by his side, she could hear none of it, remaining oblivious to Elder Tower's presence. Chen Feng pricked his finger, allowing blood to flow, which he then dripped onto the black sheepskin scroll. Are you out of your mind? Why harm yourself? Luo Lishue exclaimed in shock, taken aback by Chen Feng's sudden self-inflicted injury. You intend to blood bind as the master. Seeing Chun Feng's blood on the black sheepskin scroll, Luo Lishue's brows furrowed in concern that blood binding was a common method. However, the origins of this black sheepskin scroll were uncertain. Merely having a spiritual connection with it rendered Chen Feng's decision to blood bind rather reckless. What if the scroll retaliated against him? She cautioned. Chen Feng, while blood binding can indeed secure control over a treasure and prevent its loss, such an act can also lead to backlash from the artifact. This black sheepskin scroll is shrouded in mystery. You have no clarity about its nature, and to recklessly blood bind is quite careless, is it not? I am well aware. Chen Feng offered a faint smile, placing his faith in Elder Ta. Since Elder Ta asserted that this black sheepskin scroll was the Celestial Emperor's divine artifact, the celestial map, it must indeed be so. Chen Feng let his blood drip onto the black sheepskin scroll, which then underwent a remarkable transformation. The surface of the scroll began to shed, layers of black skin peeling away like plaster from a wall, revealing a golden layer beneath that radiated a brilliant golden light. What is this? The outer layer of black skin, seemingly ominous and eerie, was merely a veil, concealing its true essence. Luo Lishue's heart trembled, and at that moment, she dared not avert her gaze, fixating intently on the scroll. As the outer layer of the black sheepskin scroll completely fell away, it was cleansed of its superficiality, revealing a golden auspiciousness. The entire scroll shimmered with golden brilliance, resembling an extraordinary golden celestial map. The scroll was relatively small, merely the size of a palm, intricately adorned with countless mysterious patterns, densely packed, subtly pulsating with the force of the great Tao. This was indeed an imperial artifact. Luo Lishue could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Despite her extensive experience and her encounters with many supreme treasures, she had never before seen such a mysterious object as this golden sheepskin scroll, particularly striking with a myriad of intricate patterns etched upon it. Each mysterious line symbolized power and comprehension of the great Tao. She furrowed her brow in shock, exclaiming, upon closer inspection, the patterns intertwine and meander, almost as if forming a map. Chun Feng's heart raced at her words as he scrutinized the celestial map in his hands. Indeed, the patterns intertwined and meandered. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind, and he swiftly discerned a unique aspect of the celestial map. These densely packed mysterious patterns indeed constituted a map, following Elder Ta's guidance. This enigmatic map on the celestial map was likely related to the mysterious treasure left behind by the celestial emperor. Chun Feng's spirit was stirred. Elder Ta, I have uncovered the secret of the celestial map. With a thought, Chun Feng communicated with Elder Ta through his divine sense. This object is an imperial artifact, flawless and extraordinary in power. Now that it is in my possession, I fear it may attract danger and lead to my demise. Elder Ta, could you employ a similar method as before to cast a secret pattern to suppress the celestial map, rendering it inconspicuous and preventing others from discovering it? A common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure invites calamity. Chun Feng was well aware of this truth. Whether it be the celestial sword or the celestial map, both were perfect imperial artifacts, their imperial patterns wholly intact and their might terrifying. Should they be exposed, they would undoubtedly bring Chun Feng grave peril. With his current strength, he was not qualified to wield a flawless imperial artifact. My young master, you worry unnecessarily. You have already recognized this object by dripping your blood upon it. Even if others were to seize it, they could not erase the master imprint you have left, nor could they re-establish a blood bond. For only the master themselves can erase the imprint of ownership.